our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1-2. Swinging that one is hit high and deep to left field. Duran jogs back towards the track. He's at the wall. He looks up, and that ball is out of here. A 2-run home run for Jake Rogers. And the Tigers lead 6-2.
Jared Sandler with a call in a game you heard right here. So exciting. So exciting. That's a bad. I got another one. That's a bad loss. This is not a great. I know the Tigers won 6 of 10 coming into this series. No, it's a 3 of 4. It's a 3 of 4 series. You got to win 3 of 4 here. Now, nothing's going to happen if you don't. You're going to lose your season. But you got to win 3 of 4. It's Sean and RJ here, 105 through the Fan. Bobby.
Got to win the next 3.
Got to sweep them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like this is a series where, when you come into it, you say you got to win 3 of 4, like you just mentioned there. And so, it's something that now that you've dropped this first one and, you weren't able to steal the first one here in Arlington, or not steal it, but win the first one here in Arlington, then you've got to clean up these next 3. And
one's dying.
You don't want to split or lose this series heading into the Astros. I don't care if Detroit's been playing okay baseball lately. You need to take this series before the Astro series. And as Sean's pointed out recently, you've got this every other series against a good baseball team that you're running through basically until the All-Star break. So you need to take advantage when you get these sort of series, especially coming off a series in New York that you should have won and you didn't.
Right. And, it'll even out. I mean, there's going to be series they should lose and they win. I'm sure we've seen them already. Just, without off the top of your head. So I'm sure we've already seen those stories already, those series already. But, man, you can't Detroit's terrible. Now, granted, you got their best pitcher out of the way, or the best pitcher over the last few years in Matthew Boyd. He's been the best. He's the most well-known. How about that?
Yeah.
He's their biggest name. But, I mean, he didn't even last an inning.
No, and it was something where, Heaney was not great last night. His control wasn't great. He gave up a couple home runs. We saw Brock Burke. He came back. Brock Burke actually pitched.
He did.
How wonderful is that?
It's wonderful,
Josh Young wearing the golden sombrero. That's not great. 0 for 4 strikeouts. I saw Kennedy Landry, who writes for TexasRangers.com, I guess long after the game had ended, in an empty Globe Life field.
I only have one last name.
Oh, yes, yeah. The Globe Life Field last night, an empty stadium. Josh Young was hitting balls off the tee at home plate. So he was getting some extra swings in after
some tee work.
Yep, he needed some tee work.
He's really trying to get those All-Star votes, man.
But my gosh, they strike out 16 times last night.
It's a lot. Now it was a bullpen game, essentially, for Detroit. So that's good. It's good moving forward. Because now you look at it, and Detroit's going to be a situation where their bullpen's going to be gassed.
Yes, and so you've got these next 3 games where you can hopefully, get to their starters a little early. They'll have to use worn out, fatigued bullpen pitchers. You'll put them in the same situation that Texas found themselves in on Sunday, where it's like, well, we got 2 guys we can't use today, and we're not going to Brock Burke and whatever. Yeah. And so you end up having to dip into guys that you don't necessarily want to. That sounded weird. But that's something that they're going to be faced with the rest of the series. So, look, I think you need strong performances from your own starting staff. Give some breaks here to your own bullpen. Try to chip away early, get to Detroit's bullpen, and hopefully win these next 3.
Yeah, the Tigers need a blowout. They need the Rangers to put up about a 10 spot in the first, so they can start throwing position players in.
They need that 23-0 Angels game.
They need a 23-0 Angels game. Throw some position players out there. Not worry about it. Just go. That's what they're going to need over the next, at least one of the next couple of days. It just wasn't. Look, they're scuffling. There's no way else to say it. Regression of some form has kind of hit. That they're just not pulling out the same kind of offensive performances. These are their offensive outputs over the last few games since the White Sox series, which they did well.
Other than that one game that got stolen from them, yeah.
That was a 6-run game. They still scored.
Yes.
So taking out extra innings,
they
they only scored 2 in the first game against the Yankees. They scored 2 more in the extra. 0-3-2. There you go. Like it's not great offensive output.
Yeah, but they had 8 hits last night. They had 4 extra base hits. I mean,
yeah, you got to be able to score more than that.
You know, they worked a few walks. They were an all or nothing team last night. They were as we've talked about before, they were the 3 true outcomes team last night. 16 strikeouts, 2 homers or 3 walks. That was frustrating. But here's the thing. And by the way, the thing that really killed them last night, runners in scoring position, they went 0 for 10. That's been their big.
They've been huge this year.
Check in their favor.
Yeah. And we talked about that a couple of weeks ago. That was, that wasn't going to last the entire year. It never does. If it does, you're in the history books. You're one of the most potent offenses of all time.
Here's the thing. This is the second most important baseball game that was played yesterday. And I don't mean the College World Series. Screw you, LSU, all you LSU fans that I know. I want to know what happened in the high-stakes match between Luka Choppy and Cal Bassick. As Bassick and Choppy's sons were playing each other in the select baseball World Series yesterday.
Yes. They won.
Did they?
Bassick's team won.
Oh, they won.
Yeah.
When you say they, I think you're
I would say
referring to
we. I would say we.
Oh, okay.
We and they.
All right. They?
We were up 3-1, and then it just fell apart. Everything just fell apart. Couldn't hit. Couldn't field. Couldn't throw. Base running mistakes.
Yeah, I heard the third baseman really ate it at one point.
No, he didn't eat. Jeez.
What's his name? Call him out.
His name's Zach. He's a great kid.
Wow, he really called out Zach Walchuk like that.
What's his batting average?
He didn't see. Okay, so this is the problem. Okay,
you actually did. I heard you call into KNC and you actually defended the kid when Bassick tried to throw him under the bus.
Because he did. So the official scorer, who happened to be my ex-wife in this particular game, gave him an error, and I didn't believe he deserved an error. It's a ground ball to third. He's got it. I mean, it's a regular ground ball, and all of a sudden, it hits what appears to be a giant boulder, and then careens up, and then bounces off his left shoulder. I'm not giving that. I'm not giving a 13-year-old kid an error on that. I wouldn't give a major leaguer an error on that. Bad hop, hit your shoulder, bounce, and it just kind of bounced off, towards the short
Did you
side.
go talk to her? Are you like, hey, that's not an error? Do you understand baseball?
I didn't know that he was. I don't follow the Game Changer while the game's going on, so I didn't know they had credited him with an error until Bassick told me. And I'm like, oh no, that wasn't an error. No sirree, Bob.
So you think that this was an unfair scoring thing? I'm stunned. KNC
Yeah, that was an unfair score.
KNC said at the time.
No time for jokes, fat girl.
I'm stunned you and your ex-wife disagreed. I can't believe that you guys couldn't see things the same way.
You never know. You never know.
But wasn't it? It was Cal Bassick with the go-ahead game clinching.
He did have the
double,
go-ahead,
right?
Yeah, I think it was tied at 3, and he had a double in a right center. Much speedier than I expected him to be. I thought he was going to run like a Bassick. He does. He's got very long legs. Very long legs. And I'm interested to see when he grows. Because all these kids at 13 years old are in that awkward stage.
You're expecting him to run like a Bassick, and instead he hit like he was hitting against a Bassick.
Right. Yes. So all these kids, they you get to Cal's height or my son's height, they do run like a baby giraffe at some point. They do have
knees and elbows.
They do have that awkward sprint to them, which they'll grow into hopefully. But no, he's a good little player.
So because I think
we lost 5-3.
You were stressing it was 5-3. Bassick made sure to remind everybody pretty frequently.
Yeah.
Do you feel like the better team won? Honestly.
I only saw about 30 minutes of the game by the time I got there. It's hard for me to tell that. I think I only saw one turn of the lineup. I didn't see their pitches. I think. Generally, we're probably a little bit better of a team. According to Bassick, we win more.
That during cross.
According to Bassick, we win more games.
How many games did Luka play yesterday? Like 3?
Yeah. Well, he's got 3 today. If they win, it's a win or go home.
He's winning. We're gonna name it and claim
today. It would be 10, 4, and 6, and then tomorrow. Dude, I think tomorrow is like, I'm not joking. I think tomorrow is like 5 games potentially if they keep winning.
Jeez.
It's insane. Like I'm not really joking here about this at all.
You better. By the way, I saw heat indexes or heat indices. Is that how we say it?
Indexes?
Heat indi?
No, it's not indi.
Oh, okay.
It's indexes or indices. I don't know. But I saw the heat index was north of 110. So I was really, when I saw that yesterday, I was like, damn, I hope Chop didn't give in and actually had a covered parking spot.
So I did not. I did have a covered. I did get there.
No Whataburger trips yesterday.
No Whataburger trips. I did get there.
If you would have beat Bassick's team, you would have gotten Whataburger.
I got 2 covered spots, but the sun was peak. It was noon, so nothing. Today they play 10, 4, and 6. They keep winning. Tomorrow 8, 12, 2, and 4.
What dads are going? Are they taking off work? How are parents able to go to these games? How are you able to get all your kids to the?
Listen, Sean.
Oh,
all right. People have, they have. This is 2020. They have relaxed work abilities here. Okay. You either, first of all, they can't ask you why you're taking off. That's illegal. They can't ask you why you're taking a personal day or a sick day, or you just bring your work there, or you just do it when you get home later in the night. There are no more work hours anymore. None of my neighbors work traditional work hours.
No 9 to 5s?
That's like when the office is open,
but
they get their work done. I know neighbors that wake up at like 4 in the morning, get all their work done by 8, and then take the rest of the day off. They just hand it in. There you go. Done for the day.
Must be nice.
There's no 8 to 5s anymore. There's no times anymore. Now there are for like actual other jobs, but a lot of these jobs, you do whatever you do. Get your work done. We don't care what you do.
Yeah, that's honestly the other gig that I do. That's kind of the approach. They're like, whatever you get done,
get it done.
As long as you get things done, I don't care the amount of time it takes you to get it done.
Right? Yeah. There's no hours. Every day, a new story comes out about someone saying no thanks to that insane Titanic sub. We've got some more coming up next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Tuesday show. Rangers.
and any time there's a big news story, and this was a complete and senseless tragedy that there was the Titanic submarine or submersible, which I never,
What is the difference?
So submersible, my understanding is submersible is unable to go down or up without some kind of assistance. It's not self-powered, basically.
Let's see here. What is the difference? A submersible is an underwater craft which needs to be transported and supported by a surface vessel or platform. Okay, so a submarine would just be able to do that on its own.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what you just said.
Right. So the amount of, first of all, there is I love this from Netflix. Talk about capitalizing. Starting on July 1, which is Saturday, I believe.
Yeah.
They are going to start streaming Titanic on Netflix again. This is, why not? I mean, I'll tell you this. Guess what my 13-year-old wanted to watch over the weekend on his baseball day off?
Titanic.
But
it had nothing to do with the Titan.
It's a bad running joke, Bob.
Nope, it had to do with the painting.
You think it was the painting?
And the steamy
there was the
car
painting. Yeah.
that they were in below deck.
Yeah, it could be it. That could be it. But, he wanted to watch it. He's like, I remember that. I heard about this. I heard about the movie. I want to check it out. I'm like, okay.
Did Kate Winslet ever do it for you?
I mean, any kind of nudity does it for me.
No,
at
but
some
not
point.
not just that. Not just that. I mean, just in general, Kate Winslet as because I remember there was discussion that she was around that time. Some people were critical of oh, she's a little homely. Like,
homely?
Oh, that was the criticism.
Is it homely, unattractive?
Yes. And that was my point is that because I remember as a kid, she was one of my early crushes.
I don't find her unattractive. She's just too British.
Like the way she talks? Or her
the
teeth?
accent. I mean, even though she doesn't have an accent, a big one. It's like more like an Adele. Her and Adele. They don't have huge accents. It's not like they're, they're not Liam Gallagher. But
they're not Dick Van Dyke and Mary Poppins. Oi, Mary Poppins! When he's doing that awful Cockney accent.
Oh God, the Cockney accent. No kidding. She was. I mean, she's attractive. I just, I don't know. I'm just not into the accent. For me, that would grow tiresome. But they're going to capitalize on this. I love this. It's a great move. It's a great move because how many people don't have Netflix right now? I don't think I do. I haven't gone to it in a couple of weeks. But I think that because I was on, Sarah and I were both on our ex's Netflixes.
Oh.
And I don't think we are anymore. Thanks, Netflix.
Yeah. I mean, then you definitely should have called out your ex's scoring error yesterday.
Different ex. This is Crazy Pants. Ex.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm losing track of all your exes.
Well, there's a lot of them. So now comes out a bunch of people saying that they didn't want to go on this Titan sub. Or better yet, the kid. There was a child. This is in People magazine. A son had to convince his father, no, we're not going on this sub. We're not getting on the Titan sub. I've read about this. I'm not going on this thing. Dad, this thing is dangerous. You can't go on this. And the dad was being tugged out. And then this the OceanGate CEO, this Stockton Rush guy, was like, hey, we'll give you $100,000 off. We'll give you $100,000 off. Oh, 100. That's
what I'm looking
50%.
at. I'm looking for a Groupon to get the best bargain deal I can to do something incredibly dangerous at the bottom of the seafloor. That's what I'm looking for. Is who's doing it for cheapest? Let me find that. You remember how we were talking about a couple weeks ago on Ask Reddit? Mm-hmm. The question was, what will you never pay for the cheaper version of? There's my answer.
Yeah.
Going down to see the Titanic.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pay for the cheaper version to go into space. The Titanic, fly. I'm not gonna pay for the cheaper one and risk my life.
So, and you may have heard another story. This is from the Guardian. I'm sorry, Daily Mail. So there was the father-son, Shahzada and Suleiman that were on this.
Mm-hmm.
The 19-year-old. They were 2 of the 5 killed instantly when it imploded, and it was only 1,600 feet. See, that's the thing. This thing wasn't it was 1,600 feet from the bow of the Titanic. It was close. It was there. It was. They were at depth. But there was talk that the son was terrified. Well, a family friend said that is not true. Tells the Daily Mail that is not true. That Suleiman and him were both adventurous types, and they never expressed any worry about this. This thing is crazy though, man. Like every day, there's a Jeopardy guy, Sam Boutry, a Jeopardy guy who's a champ, said that he had a chance. He declined a seat on this submersible at one point. I would.
I was watching the weekend news shows and CBS Early News or CBS Sunday Morning or whatever the hell it's called. They had played old clips of they had visited Stockton Rush last summer, and they were gonna go down to the depths with him, and ended out there was bad weather and they weren't able to do it. But it's just there were some wild things there. Did you know that the whole thing, there's one button. There was a single button that controlled the thing.
Yeah.
That was it. There was nothing else on there. The cameras on the outside were literally security cameras he bought at Walmart. Literally off the shelf and then attached to the submersible. He was using, and that was one of the things that at the time when the piece came out last summer is that CBS was talking about he takes a lot of criticism for essentially cutting corners.
Yeah.
And it's well, who could have seen that coming then?
So if you know anything about airplanes, they have a ton of redundancies. All right, you've got now they don't have redundancies necessarily for your wheels. You only have one set of wheels. But if something goes wrong, they've got a backup system ready to go. Everything's got a redundancy.
Mm-hmm.
Now there are certain things you can't. There's not a second flap. There's a second wing.
Oh yeah,
or a second engine. There's what I mean. They can't just say, oh well, we'll just fire up the other engine now. There are certain things you can't, but if these systems go down, they've got a second one.
Yeah, typically, as you know, I'm a big fan of watching air disasters, Chop.
Particularly Great show.
Particularly when I'm getting on a flight.
Sure.
And routinely, it's not man, this thing was poorly constructed.
No.
When the plane goes down. Typically what it is
the pilot was drunk.
No, the pilot was talking to his co-pilot, right? They weren't observing the sterile cockpit rule of no talking, no chattering while we're getting ready. And in the process, he just happened to look past one thing on the checklist and they took off, and then all of a sudden the plane couldn't fly. So just so you know, watching air disasters, what I get from it is every episode ends with, and if he just would have flipped this one switch,
yes,
this entire plane wouldn't have gone down.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now, once they take off, they're in the air, then it's hey, what's on Netflix?
Yes.
Yeah. I got a pilot buddy. He's man, you don't want to know what we do once we get to cruising altitude.
Oh, I had somebody once tell me, try to get me over my flight anxiety. They were if you were to see in the cockpit, it would really help if you could get in the cockpit and you could just see all of the and see how in control and relaxed the pilots are. It's no, I would not sit there and think, wow, look how relaxed they are. They must be in control. I would say these people are deeply asleep at the switch. And this doesn't make me feel good at all. You guys should be sweating every second of this flight like I am. You need to be as serious about. I feel like we'd be in safer hands with me looking over this.
Well,
I would not be looking at my phone. I would not be watching Netflix. Okay, I would be making sure we landed safely.
All right, so that's a little bit of a Titanic update. I still can't believe that was actually a thing. But yeah, stream it on July 1st on Netflix. Is Victor Wembanyama already making Luka Doncic look bad? That's coming up next on The Fan.
The latest from From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
6 a.m. Club here on 105 through The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Ryan alongside. Sean is back. Is he back tomorrow?
Yes, he is. High five. We made it.
We made it.
We made it.
We only got yelled at one time so far.
High five.
Let's make it a 75% show.
I don't know that we were yelled at. I think we were sternly encouraged.
Okay.
Is how I would describe it.
Spits and suds.
Stop it. Stop it. So Sean's back tomorrow. It would be good to have him back, I think. Until then, let's talk about one of his favorite subjects, offseason NBA.
I know that's your favorite subject.
It is not.
Really? I thought you were big into like all the deep dive NBA stuff. You're always telling me in the prep email, you're like, let's get deep into this rotation. I want to talk about guys 10, 11, 12.
Yeah, I would love to do that, man.
Bring me those guys. We do have a lot stirring on the NBA free agency front as this is, it's a little upsetting, I feel like, being a Mavericks fan, if you're a fan of DFW sports, because typically in the offseason, we've become accustomed to the Rangers are going to take shots. Like the Rangers are going to invest. The Rangers are going to...
Like what?
Like
151? They taking...
No, stop it.
Straight whiskey?
Jacob deGrom, Nathan Eovaldi, Corey Seager, Marcus Semien. They're going to go out there and they're going to do their best to make their team better. The the Cowboys don't spend like that, but what the Cowboys do is they've got a really good reputation.
Ooh, you all right?
Yeah, for the way they draft. And because of that, the draft is always an exciting time. You're interested to see who they evaluate, who they bring in. So that's always an encouraging time. The Mavericks don't have a great history of drafting.
No.
And they don't really have any money to spend. How little money do they not have to spend? That's like a triple negative or something?
Their cap figure.
Yes. ESPN.
Which, by the way, is the NBA salary cap actually even real?
It is a real salary
Really?
cap.
Because you can go over it with the luxury tax.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a hard cap. Like you can't. There's a point where you cannot spend anymore. I don't think. And so the NBA free agency primer. It's primer, right?
Primer, I think.
Okay, well, whatever.
I don't know.
We'll let Peyton answer it for us, Mr. 3.5 years of college. Bobby Marks over at ESPN did an overview of where each team stands in terms of their flexibility to spend, and he broke it down into 4 tiers, Chop. Mm-hmm. Tier 1, cap space teams. Okay, Tier 2, cap space but at a cost. Tier 3, the $12.4 million non-tax mid-level exception club. And then Tier 4, watching their own free agents.
Wait, what does that mean, watching their own free agents?
The description here is the availability of the full $12.4 million non-taxpayer mid-level exception for these teams is still to be determined. Although each franchise is positioned below the luxury tax, that could change depending on how much they spend to bring back their own free agents.
Okay.
So which of these groups, and the fourth being the least financially flexible, which of these 4 teams do you think, or 4 tiers do you think the Mavericks fit into?
I would say the Tier 3.
They are in Tier 4. They have the least possible money to spend. It says Dallas and Philadelphia would not have access to the full $12.4 million non-tax mid-level exception if Irving or Harden were signed to a max contract. It says the hard cap triggers only if a team uses more than $5 million of its mid-level exception, the $4.5 million biannual exception, or requires a player to sign a trade. So
can I why can't the NBA just say your contract? You get these exceptions, these trade exceptions, and mid-level. Here's your contract, man. This is your cap dollar. This is your cap figure. All right. Mm-hmm. These exceptions. This is the dumbest. It's the dumbest cap I've ever heard.
I wish they would just all be like Major League Baseball
with no cap
and just cap.
Then here's your luxury. Here's your luxury tax threshold. If you go over this 3 years in a row, it keeps getting worse. If you get under it, it resets. Simple, effective.
Exactly. And so that's how that's what I would be in favor of. But the NBA has their cap. The NFL has their cap. It's funny that with all the people who, will say, man, the NFL salary cap, how does this affect it? Like, I feel like you can generally, if you want to learn about the NFL salary cap, I think you can become an expert in it pretty quickly. Whereas the NBA salary cap to me is pretty confusing. But the Mavericks here are in the group of teams that have the least financial flexibility, along with the Brooklyn Nets, the Chicago Bulls, the Milwaukee Bucks, the Minnesota Timberwolves, New York Knicks, Philadelphia 76ers, Portland Trailblazers, and Toronto Raptors. And so, when you look at the Dallas Mavericks and how little they have to spend, which is just the mid-level exception, which we've heard they might throw at Bruce Brown. Who knows? Maybe they'll throw it at Dylan Brooks.
No.
Shop.
No.
Nope. You know why they won't do that? Because the report out there yesterday is Dylan Brooks wants more money than the $12.5 million mid-level exception.
Competitor and compete.
So the guy who has literally no offers from anybody wants more than the 12.5.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. That's exactly it.
Just checking on
the
that
one where the team is literally trying to push him out of town. But
no, they've already pushed him out of town.
Yeah, where they are, and they've completely given him all the blame. And
he deserves it. He's a nut.
Well, I mean, there's a lot going on in Memphis, I feel like, that we can point to other than Dylan Brooks that could explain some of their issues. Mainly their superstar who can't stop,
what are you referring to?
Flashing guns everywhere like he's in a Papacitos parking lot. One of the teams there mentioned, though, is the Portland Trailblazers on that same tier. We got Damian Lillard news yesterday. The Blazers star met with the front office there in Portland, and he's basically made it known to them Scoot Henderson's not enough at the 3rd overall pick, that he wants the Blazers to add veteran talent around him to contend. And
yes, because kids don't win in the NBA.
His dream scenario, and kids sometimes win in the NBA. The Oklahoma City Thunder, when they had Harden, Westbrook, and Durant, if you have 3 of those guys.
Yeah, but I got to go back and see how long into their careers they started to play well.
I mean, it was like year 3. It definitely wasn't year 1.
There you go.
But his dream idea, apparently, his dream scenario to build around in Portland, he would love to go to Miami, apparently. But his dream scenario is that they add Draymond Green.
Ew.
He wants them to re-sign forward Jeremy Grant and add Draymond Green. That doesn't, to me, sound like Portland all of a sudden is going to go from being the 3rd overall pick to Scoot Henderson and Draymond Green. Yeah, we're contending for titles.
This is why you have to never, ever allow one of your superstars to give you input. And this is why you also should never listen to what a player says about other players. Players are morons when it comes to talent. Like, they can play, but just because you can play the sport doesn't mean you can evaluate it. The amount of guys who are great at what they do and then try to dip into, like Michael Jordan, he couldn't spot a good basketball player if LeBron James was in the room.
Is the greatest example of not even a star, just a good professional player who ended up becoming a really good Well, I mean, Jerry West is one.
John Lynch.
Jerry West. I don't know that John Lynch is even one. That feels like Kyle Shanahan calls all the shots over there.
I feel John Lynch calls all the personnel shots, and then Kyle does.
Kyle hired John Lynch, essentially.
Because he trusts him, I think. I don't know.
The one I always think, too, is like Danny Ainge.
Danny Ainge.
Where Ainge was a good player. He wasn't a superstar, but he was a good player and he became a good front office guy. Do you think Danny Ainge grew into that? Like, if the Celtics would have been asking Danny Ainge for his personnel decisions when he was playing, do you think he would have had any clue what he was talking about?
Danny Ainge?
Yeah.
I mean, when he's
playing. Or like John Lynch when he's playing.
When he's playing, I doubt it, because they're so concerned with their own team and their own ability and getting better themselves. They're not. Look, being a GM is a full-time job, man.
Yeah, it is. But, I mean, if you got the eye for the talent, you've got the eye for the talent. But Damian Lillard, that's apparently where he stands right now. They're still evaluating whether or not he's going to move on from Portland, which I get it. Some people were saying they weren't happy or Damian Lillard wasn't happy that they took Scoot Henderson, that he wanted them to use that pick to trade for a veteran. I can't blame Portland that if things are getting a little stressful in terms of Damian Lillard's future there, you've got to have a young talent. Like you can't just chance that he's going to be upset and then you got to trade Damian Lillard for whatever somebody will give you. So I don't blame them. Draft Scoot Henderson. Cross your fingers that you can make it work out. Yesterday, the Mavericks introduced Derek Lively, and is Kyrie Irving coming back, Chop? Because Derek Lively's wearing number 2. And that's Kyrie Irving's number.
Oh, no. Has Kyrie always worn number 2? I'll go back and look at that.
No, he's worn number 11.
Well, then that would explain it.
That's what's happening. Tim Hardaway Jr. switching from 11 to 10, his dad's number. Hopefully that's the only thing he's mirroring from his dad is just a number change.
Hopefully his player efficiency rating, he's taking that one too.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Maybe add the crossover. Maybe leave some of the other stuff that he likes to talk about in interviews. Kyrie Irving, though, will be switching to number 11, pending his re-signing. But Derek Lively, this is why you need to listen to 105 through the Fan. We got you covered on Cowboys, Rangers. We're the home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. But we also are there for you as soon as Derek Lively gets into town. This is cut number 12, Peyton. This is Derek Lively on the G-Bag Nation yesterday talking about what he thinks defensively the Mavericks saw in him.
Being able to just be a high character and high energy man, no matter if that's protecting the rim or that's being able to be a backline defense. Since I'm in the back line, since I'm in the paint, I can see everything. I'm going to be able to use my voice, be able to talk, and make sure my teammates know what's going on and making sure that I can do whatever it takes to win. And that also goes to guard on 1 through 5, but we're not even going to get into all that.
So we talked to Rafael Barlow yesterday from NBA Big Board. Did he have you feeling any better about the Derek Lively selection? I felt like Bassick was talking to him in the hallway as he was leaving and was just kind of, asking him some stuff about Derek Lively and sharing his own thoughts, and they were chatting for a couple minutes. I don't know if it was from that or just Mike's calmed down from the initial draft, but Mike yesterday, I heard him arguing I'm starting to be a little bit more optimistic. So are you starting to be a little more optimistic at all about Derek Lively?
I think that I think he's wearing number 2 because that's the amount of points per game he's going to average.
Oh my gosh, Chop.
Look, I'm sorry. You either score or you can't.
Dwight Powell is a better player.
You can either score or you can't. Is he a great defensive player? Yes, he is. He is a rim protector, and he is going to alter a ton of shots that come into the interior. I have no doubt about that.
And you are, to be clear, you are rooting for him, right?
Well, now I am. Now that you show me that what he did with his NIL money. But I also like to be right, so I do root for people to fail that I pick against.
Hey, look, we all do. Being right is my drug.
We all do that.
But
that said, I do think that there is an element of older basketball fans who are trying to, just like older football fans, are trying to hang on. And he's the running back picked in the top 5 now. That's what he is. They're trying to hang on to, this is still the way the sport's played. You run the football. And, they're trying to hang on to the Saquons and the Zekes and the Fournettes in the top 5 when every other thing shows you not to do that. And they're trying to do that with Derek Lively. They're trying to say, hey, you know what? A defensive big is an important thing today. It's an important thing. No, it's not. Being Jokic is an important thing.
Well, I would say
having a 7-footer who shoots threes is an important thing.
I would say having somebody to contest shots at the rim and rebound definitely is an important thing. The question then is, like you say, it's the running back question. The running back's an important player on the field. It's an important position. Is it important enough to take 10th overall?
Right. That's the question.
Is the question. Yeah, he absolutely fills something that they need.
No doubt.
Do need rim protection. They do need somebody to contest shots. They need somebody who can roll to the basket, finish. And so that's what they're hoping he can kind of fill out a little bit. Maybe they wouldn't have taken Derek Lively had they gotten their wish and traded for DeAndre Ayton. Chris Haynes from Yahoo had reported yesterday that that's exactly what the Mavericks have been trying to do.
Not too long ago, the Dallas Mavericks made a play for DeAndre Ayton. They made a real serious play for DeAndre Ayton, and it was not approved. It was not approved. It's something that the Phoenix Suns didn't feel like it was an adequate enough package to make that deal. So that was pretty recent. And now I'm hearing that they're keeping Ayton. So again, take from that as you will. Can the Dallas Mavericks or any other team like the Indiana Pacers or Toronto Raptors, could they swoop in and try to do something differently or try to improve those packages? They possibly could, but as of right now, the plan is to keep Ayton, and there were talks as recently, the last few days, even before my report, the Dallas Mavericks and Phoenix Suns, they were in contact on a potential trade that did not get approved by the Phoenix Suns.
Well, there you go. Mavericks were told your package isn't adequate enough.
Oh, man. I hate hearing that. That's got to be a big time loss right there.
It's a big confidence blow.
Big confidence.
Look, is it just the Suns, or are the Suns just used to fleecing teams in trades?
I think
like
so.
getting Durant for what they do, Beal for what they do, that they're like, Ayton, no, we can't take back.
I don't know. They gave up 4 first-round picks.
Yeah, and now I'd be interested to know what it was Dallas was trying to offer. I would imagine it was something like 10 and some throwaway depth
Tim
contracts.
Hardaway,
Probably
Dobbs
something like
Bertans,
that.
yeah.
And if they felt like they could get more for Ayton, then I understand that. But ultimately, Derek Lively, it's going to work out, Chop. I think we're going to be okay.
All right, good. I mean, look, if it works out, it works out. That's I'm glad for that one. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3. The Fan. Is Micah Parsons the best non-quarterback in the NFL? Next to the Fan.
Keep the volume turned up all day and night.
Call Injury Lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105 to the Fan. Sean's back tomorrow from vacation. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt coming up at 6:40. Why is Bobby being punched by everybody at the Fan? We'll find out at 6:40.
We'll find out.
We'll find out at 6:40 this morning. But Bobby, why and who is? Let's just ask this question: is Micah the best non-quarterback in the league?
That is a good question. And just in a vacuum before we get started here, would you agree with that?
Best non-quarterback in the league. It's crazy. He's on the list. He is on the short list. I think Justin Jefferson's on the short list. Micah will be on the short list.
He's the best.
Do we consider Aaron Donald still prime yet? No.
Not quite. I mean, he's still very, very good.
Is he better at what he does
in his prime any longer?
Is he better at what he does than Micah is right now?
It's a good question. I think that Aaron Donald is probably more consistent. I think Micah Parsons is at this stage of his career, and Donald at his stage of his career more naturally gifted.
Okay. You put Kelsey on the list. I mean, there's a handful of guys.
Well, there's a little bit of a twist to this list. So obviously, if you're building a franchise, what is the number one thing you start with? Quarterback. That is the most important position in all of sports. Agreed?
Yeah, I don't even know that there'd be a number two.
I don't know that anything's close. The next closest thing might be a dominant ace in baseball, a dominant goalie in hockey, stuff like that. Like where it's so much is on you and what you do.
Mm-hmm.
And so over at NFL.com, Bucky Brooks ranked the top 10 non-quarterback franchise building blocks. So the guys that you'd want to build an organization around after you got your quarterback. The guys that would be most preferable.
So it's Bucky Brooks. Let me guess. Running backs were like all over this list.
Actually, I don't believe there's a single running back. There's not one.
That's good.
All right, so we're going to go through this list here. And obviously, because you're talking about building blocks, age is a factor. So how, he's not going to be grabbing guys that are, 35 to build his franchise.
It's not just a number. It's a factor.
Right. And so as we look at this is generally going to be younger players. So here's his top 10 list of franchise building blocks. And we'll see if RJ Choppy can guess some of these. Number 10, RJ Choppy. This is an offensive lineman. A young offensive lineman in the NFC North.
A young offensive lineman in Penei Sewell.
Very good.
Yeah!
Penei Sewell, who is 22 years old. Though he's not a household name, Bucky Brooks writes, this Lions standout is the gold standard at right tackle. He's 6'5", 331 pounds with dancing bear-like agility. Sewell is an athletic people mover with the balance and body control to dominate opponents on the edges. And I don't know that I would say, when you say he's not a household name, it's because he's an offensive lineman, obviously, and he plays in Detroit.
Dancing bear-like mobility. I like that, man. I'm gonna start using that one. Boy,
dancing
look at that
bear
girl.
is dancing bear.
She dances like a bear.
Dancing bear is a scouting term they like to use. And so, look, Penei Sewell is obviously not a household name because he plays right tackle in Detroit. But when you want to talk about big names, he was a big name player coming out of the same draft as Micah. That was somebody who, if Penei Sewell had gotten to the Cowboys where they picked Micah, they might have taken Penei Sewell. They liked him a lot.
They passed on Slater, right?
They did, but they liked Sewell more. They thought Sewell could play. They thought Sewell could be a Pro Bowl player at all 5 spots on the offensive line.
Number 9.
Number 9. This is a defensive back. I believe the oldest person on this list at 26 years old. Somebody who, as a franchise building block, has already been traded in his career.
Sure, not Ramsey. He's older than that.
Nope.
He's 26.
Yep.
Would you stop being so fast with that buzzer?
He loves that.
Okay, so it's not Alexander. It's not Sauce. He hasn't been traded yet.
He was moved out of South Beach.
Was Xavier Howard moved out of South Beach?
Nope. Minkah Fitzpatrick.
Oh, Minkah.
With the Pittsburgh Steelers.
See, you screwed me up because isn't he a safety?
I said defensive back. I didn't say corner.
Yeah, I know.
Because he plays some nickel.
Yeah.
Despite playing as a traditional center fielder in the Steelers scheme, Fitzpatrick is the versatile safety most defensive coaches covet in the secondary. The All-Pro displays cornerback-like agility and cover skills while possessing the high IQ and positional flexibility to play as a slot corner or hybrid linebacker if needed. Number 8, another offensive lineman, was protecting the GOAT recently.
Wait a second. I was going to think Trent Williams.
Zach Martin?
No.
Oh, well, you said GOAT.
I know.
Willie Roaf.
Yes, Willie Roaf. No, okay. Tristan Wirfs, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 24-year-old offensive tackle.
See.
The evolution of the NFL into a passing league has made it essential for teams to feature high-end blockers on each side of the offensive line. Wirf checks the box as an elite edge blocker with the size at 6'5", 320, strength and length to stymie pass rushers in space while also pummeling defenders in the run game.
You know, you got me with the GOAT. I was thinking Mahomes.
Oh, stop. Brady is the GOAT until further notice.
Manning is, but whatever.
He's not. I mean, we can pretty consistently.
You're drafting one.
We get.
You get to draft one tomorrow.
Brady.
No.
Yes, I am.
First year, you win more games with Manning.
Number 7, New York Jets defender that finally tapped into his potential last year.
All right, say it again.
New York Jets defender that finally tapped into his potential last year. Had been considered a little bit of a disappointment for a few years.
Is it Quinnen?
Quinnen Williams. 25-year-old defensive tackle. The monstrous defensive tackle has become one of the elite defenders in the game as the centerpiece of the Jets defense and is due for a new contract before the season begins. Number 6, this is a guy that Cowboys fans fell in love with, a defensive back, Chop, and one that plays on the West Coast. This is somebody that Cowboys fans wanted in the draft a few years back.
Well, I wouldn't consider this West Coast. Would you say Patrick Surtain?
No.
Because he plays in the AFC West?
Nope.
I don't know.
Derwin James, Chargers safety, 26 years old. The All-Pro safety is a supersized unicorn with unique skills that enable him to shine as a multifaceted playmaker in the defensive backfield. Number 5, RJ Choppy. We get, I believe, our first skill position player. Yes,
Justin Jefferson.
No, close.
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase, the 23-year-old Bengals wide receiver, ultra physical pass catcher, is the new prototypical wide receiver, one that creative offensive minds covet on the perimeter. Chase overwhelms and overpowers defenders with his strength, but he also plays with enough finesse to win with speed and quickness in space. Number 4, the New York Jets have a second building block. Sauce Gardner, too much sauce. 22-year-old corner. Says the second-year pro quickly seized the crown last season as the premier lockdown corner in the league. Gardner's length, athleticism, and cover skills stymie wideouts. This is like the third time I think he's used stymie in his descriptions.
Yeah.
Stymie wideouts at the line of scrimmage while also shrinking the strike zone for quarterbacks, attempting to chalk up completions on downfield throws in his area. Number 3.
If Sauce repeats last year, is he number 1 on this list next year?
What do you value? Like, I mean, it depends on what you value. And much. Yeah. Because, I mean, corners can go a little up and down.
Oh, yeah.
And
you stop throwing at him, too.
I mean, he would definitely be right near the top. It's just a matter of, do you value pass rush or coverage more?
I think when you're at coverage. But I think when you're at this level, when you're at top 4, you're all, like, in the discussion anyway.
Number 3. We just talked about his LSU teammate.
Justin Jefferson?
Justin Jefferson, the 2022 Offensive Player of the Year, has become the NFL's ultimate wide receiver 1 due to his extraordinary route running skills and versatility. Jefferson is a rare find as a big play pass catcher with the capacity to produce explosive gains from the slot or out wide. 2 more names. Would you like to guess who the 2 are? Both pass rushers.
Well, I think there's one of the Bosas.
Yes. Which one?
Are they going to go Nick?
Nick Bosa, yes, who's about to become a $30 million a year player.
Is he 2 or 1?
We'll get to that.
And then I guess Micah will be the other one.
Micah Parsons is the other one. Coming in at number 2, 25-year-old 49ers edge rusher Nick Bosa. The younger brother of Joey Bosa has taken the family business to another level since entering the league as the second overall pick in the 2019 draft. The all-pro pass rusher has notched 43 sacks in 51 career games, including 34 sacks since 2021. And then number 1, Micah Parsons. He says if defense wins championships, the first piece of a championship puzzle should be a dominant edge defender with the takeover the game potential. In his 2 NFL seasons so far, Parsons has accumulated 26.5 sacks, 33 tackles for loss, 56 quarterback hits, and 6 forced fumbles as a hybrid defensive end linebacker, establishing himself as the most disruptive defender in the game. The age cutoff for this was 27, apparently, and so guys like Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Chris Jones, Laramie Tunsil, Budda Baker, Terry McLaurin, and Deebo Samuel were not included. Anybody stand out to you as not being on this list? Because I think
now that you said that the qualifier was age, it eliminates Kelsey and Myles Garrett and like you said TJ Watt. So no, I don't think maybe
let's throw out a couple names.
I have to see is Jair Alexander 27 or I know Surtain's not.
Patrick Surtain's young enough. Should he be on this list?
Who are you gonna take off? This is the question. I don't think I would.
Would you take off Fitzpatrick?
I would probably take off
safety.
Minka. Yeah, see, I'm more on positional value.
And Jair Alexander is 26. Max Crosby's 25. He's one of the best pass rushers in the game.
That tattoo he got's horrible, so I'm out.
I love Max Crosby, Colleyville Heritage alum. So
is he really?
Yeah, he's a Colleyville guy.
My kid's gonna go there, so
yeah,
I'm going to be a Max Crosby.
See,
fan.
now you're gonna have to become a Crosby fan.
Yeah.
We actually might get Crosby on the show here soon.
In studio, or I don't want him. In studio,
it might happen. So we'll see. But the only other guys that I think stand out here, no CeeDee Lamb. Not that he should be, but I am just saying CeeDee Lamb at least deserves, I think, an honorable mention. I was looking for this clip yesterday, and Peyton, we're going to have to scrounge around, see if we can find it. Probably not today because I was having trouble finding it. But I saw apparently somebody is saying that yesterday Orlovsky, your guy, who we saw him talking about Dalvin Cook and stuff like that, Orlovsky referred to CeeDee Lamb, and this was a praise, as, hey, he's about to make this leap into being a top 10 or top 15 receiver in the NFL. So Orlovsky thinks that he's on the verge of becoming a top 15 receiver in the NFL. CeeDee Lamb.
Okay.
There's no justification. Don't try and I know you like Dan.
My wheels are just spinning like who could possibly. I don't think I can get him. I could probably get him out. I mean, if you tried, you could get him outside the top 10.
Maybe.
I don't think you could get him outside the top 15. I think you struggle with that.
Yeah, I think top 15 is impossible. I think top 10 is really difficult to take him out of.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But there you go. That's Dan Orlovsky doing what he does once again. And I'll tell you what, I had to really hold back on Radio Row and make sure I didn't punch him in the face.
I saw him on TV yesterday. He had a very like a kind of a silky looking shirt. It was a very nice shirt. I didn't realize he has great shoulders, man. I'll give him that.
Sounds about white.
You also didn't realize how tall he was. That's all you kept
I couldn't believe how tall he was.
When he showed up on Radio Row, I'm sitting there just stewing angry, and you're sitting there going like, "My, you're so tall."
I can't believe how tall he was.
Look at this.
He's like 6'6". He was very thin too. Looks like he put on something. He's been hitting the creatine or something, man.
Yeah,
he's got caps.
I'd like to start the rumor that it's steroids, but
could be.
Sure.
Start the rumor. What the hell do I care?
Yeah, exactly.
We'll never see him again. All right, it is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Who on The Fan would you most like to punch, and why is it Bobby Belt?
Aww.
Next on The Fan. Let's get you over to
78, and he drills this one deep to left. Haas going back, turning to look, and it's gone. Line drive home run to left for Marcus Semien. It's his 11th home run of the season, and the Rangers lead 1-0.
Pixie with the call of the game you heard right here. Love hearing Big X the plug.
Rangers winning 1-0.
1-0. That's about where it ended.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, they lose 7-2 to the Tigers.
The wife took the middle daughter, the one who's starting to get into sports.
Oh,
She's the one that's playing basketball and everything. Took her last night to the game with some friends. I won the raffle. The station, the company raffles we do for the tickets. So I won it yesterday. She got to meet Chuck Morgan, though. Chuck Morgan signed a baseball for her. Wrote, "It's baseball time in Texas." And
all right.
Chuck Morgan. I didn't know that. Did you know Chuck just sits with where his PA, his booth is? Before the game, he just sits with his door open and people can come in and meet him.
Yeah.
That's great. That's awesome. Chuck's a legend.
See, it may not do anything for most, but it's baseball time in Texas brings me back because Chuck's a Tennessee guy, and for years it's football time in Tennessee, and it just kind of brings me back to I honestly think he means it just for Texas though, and you can stop trying to claim it. It's just it just brings me back.
Boy, I think
it's an homage.
I think Chop trying to claim it's baseball time in Texas is enough to get him punched in the face. But we'll talk about that here in a second.
You know what he did? You know what he also? He invented the dot race.
I did not know that.
He invented it.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Now, last night, there is one positive to the Tigers winning, at least for me.
There's not.
Well, just one small one.
What, is it you got to their bullpen, they pitched 8 in the third innings?
I am a Texas pride guy, DFW guy through and through, okay? And so, shout out to Mason Englert, the Forney alum, who won for the Tigers last night, who's somebody the Rangers drafted in the third round a few years ago, fourth round actually.
Why didn't they keep him?
He was a Rule 5 draft selection. So Detroit selected him, kept him on the roster. If he wouldn't have been on the opening day roster, I think if he doesn't, he doesn't spend, if at any point he gets designated for assignment, he gets returned back to the Rangers or something.
Yeah, something like that. He's got to be called up within a certain time.
But a Rule 5 selection, a Forney kid, I believe he still holds. A few years ago, he set the Texas high school record for scoreless inning streak. When he was
beat Mike Bassix?
I don't think it was Bassix, but he went it was like an Oral Hershiser stretch.
Wow.
It was like 58 innings.
That's pretty cool.
And so he was he had the longest scoreless inning streak in the history of Texas high school baseball. It was 55 1/3 innings, and he broke the record held by David Clyde.
David Clyde. Oh man, the great. Did you see what he's doing here, Peyton?
I have not.
He's filibustering. He'd be a great.
I don't know what you're talking
about.
He's
filibustering with some, with Detroit Tiger player profiles. He's filibustering.
Come on, man.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Because we have to get to the question of the day. Who is the most punchable face person on the fan, and why is that person's name
Bobby Belt? Below the belt. This started yesterday, actually, with KNC. And look, I'll say this right up front. It's obviously me. I know it's me. I am the one who is the biggest troll at the station. That's going to upset the most people. I have the strongest DAC takes at the station. That's going to upset a lot of people right there. That was what I found yesterday, was a lot of people were picking me just in large part based on my DAC defense.
Sure.
But this started yesterday with a discussion on KNC asking Reggie, and Reggie wanted to point it out, to be clear. He was asked what friend he would fight. So that's why he said. Anyway, this is their discussion.
How much would I have to fund you to get you in the cage with somebody here from the station?
Who am I getting in the cage?
Well, that's up to you.
Is it Bobby?
No.
Oh, wow. Sure.
I whoop Bobby's keister.
Oh my gosh.
Damn,
that was quick.
Man, could we get this thing sponsored quick enough though to get him 5?
I don't think people actually want to see this that bad though.
877-881-1053.
Do you know how many people want to see Bobby get punched?
That's a great. I forgot about that.
I'm sorry. I like Bobby a lot, but I know there are people who want to punch.
Who do you want to see get punched the most on 105.3 The Fan?
It's Bobby. For sure. And I think Bobby knows that. I think Bobby
Who do you think his contenders are? I think I'm a contender.
I can see that. I really could.
I think Sean's a contender.
Sean's definitely a contender.
I think Dawson's a contender. I think those are the foremost.
Okay.
I'm including myself in there.
All right. There was definitely a time where I would have been high on this list. I think I've moved back into the field. Holy cow, there are a lot of votes already from the 910, and this is about Bobby. I'm an old man. I'll fight him. From the 682, I will definitely throw in on that to see Bobby get his keister kicked. Sean, without a doubt, yes, Bobby. I got $1,000 on Reggie from the 817. I would whoop Bobby's ass for free. Broadus, Sean, Bassick. I want to see Mike against Sean. I too want to see Bobby get punched badly. Now I feel bad because I didn't think this would go in the direction of people want to see Bobby get punched, but the people have spoken. You'd raise more money to punch Bobby than you do for Peace-a-thon.
From the 817, Bobby never got beat up in homeschool, so he's due.
Damn. That's well done. So the truck.com text line's already coming in with their own list. It's Sean because usually mean to my boy Bobby. I'm not punching Bobby. He buys drinks. Bobby,
I do buy drinks for the Tolos.
Bobby, I hate his voice. Stick to putt-putt.
My voice does suck.
Is this even a question? Everyone wants to punch Sean. Bobby, Mike, and Kevin need to be punched in the face. That's the order. Corey. Let's see.
Mike
Sandler and Majors. It's Sean. It's not close. Weight loss Kevin.
Weight loss Kevin. Mike was very close when he named the 4 contenders. He said me, Sean, himself, and Dawson. That was 4 of the top 5 because as soon as they solicited for this, I did go back to the fan text and I tallied the votes, Chop, during that 10-minute segment. And I went and broke down the percentages. So here was the percentage answers. Me, I won with person you most want to punch with 32.5%. Okay. Next was Sean with 23.7%. Okay. Mike Bassick at 16.2%. Little surprising here to me. 4th place, Brian Broadus, 10%. Brian was getting 10% of the vote. Dawson was 7.5%. And then trickling in behind that, 3.7% for Corey, 2.5% for you and Hagee. And then Troy Hughes, for some reason, got 1.2% of the vote.
All right, good there.
I got no one? Really? No one hates me?
Nobody listed you. Nobody listed...
I need to start being more controversial.
Nobody listed anybody else. But this trickled into a discussion then on G-Bag. And everybody on G-Bag, save for Lucius, I guess, who Lucius is my only friend at the station, I suppose. This is... And by the way, in the middle of this discussion, they called you at the baseball game, and they asked you, they said, who's most likely to get punched? And you went, ooh... Bobby.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is me.
I didn't say I would want to punch.
No.
I wouldn't want to punch.
But it's 100% me, and I understand that.
Yeah, you get it.
So this is G-Bag having the discussion yesterday.
I understand that. I love Bobby, but he's arrogantly obnoxious with some of his takes.
Damn.
And he will respond to you with contempt. Like you must have a below mediocre intelligence to have your thoughts. So I could understand why a lot of Tolos would want to punch him in the face.
Bobby's so easy though because he's such a troll. I mean, he had me wanting to punch him in the face last week.
That's true. I think I want to punch him almost every time I see him, to be honest. Especially when he turns the volume up to 12.
The way he drives, I want to punch him that way he drives.
He's a little wild.
It's funny, but he does a nice job because there's a section of the audience that just hears him as the 214 hears him, which isn't Bobby Belt the guy who always says I love you at the end of every time he calls in? That guy seems like a nice guy. So he's got that nice little thing there where he gets to swoop in and take some of the audience and shield them from the actual punchable nature that he is.
I mean, make no mistake, Bobby Belt is a salt of the earth kind of guy.
He is.
I love him.
He's amazing.
He's freaking awesome.
He's one of my besties.
He's nice. He's smart. He's super good at radio. He's creative. There's a lot of great things about him, but even those kind of people can get under your skin.
All right.
That's unfair.
So a lot of people coming in the fan test. By the way, you are kind of salt of the earth.
Thank you. By the way, I like that we're having Bobby Cam this morning.
Yeah. Let's see. It's because Broadus doesn't let people talk, interrupts everyone over and over. Let's see. Peyton is I want to punch him square in the face.
Oh, that's because you just asked for it, Peyton. That's the only reason.
I volunteered to punch Peyton because he needs it.
Yes.
Walchuk, Bobby, Sean, Sandler. Sean needs to get punched so he stops interrupting. Punch Mickey. Let's see. I want to see Choppy get loaded and knock everyone out. I don't do that. I'm just too laid back, man. I don't fight. Must protect Bobby at all costs. Forgetting about Sandler. He's my number one.
Look,
let's see.
While more of these pour in, one of my favorite shows of all time is Recess, which is actually a Disney television show from my childhood.
I love it.
And there's a character in there, the most popular character, voiced by Andrew Lawrence, the younger brother of Joey Lawrence, named TJ. And in one episode, TJ's like the most popular guy in school, and he finds out Gordy, another kid in school, doesn't like him. And so he spends the whole episode trying to make him like him. He's like, I don't understand. I can't figure this out. Why would anybody dislike me? I am not that person. I understand fully when someone doesn't like me. When somebody says, Bobby, I don't like you. I don't even know you, and my default's to not like you. I go, that tracks. That makes sense. I get it.
Tracks,
because as Dawson mentioned, when I get into a debate, yeah, if I think your point is bad, I'll say it. But I also mean when I say I love you all. I love the nice folks. I love the people who throw the hate in on the fan text. I actually love the fan text. I'm a little like Jerry Jones, I guess, in that sense. That I love the criticism.
Right. There's an art form to being condescending. But with also making people like you. You don't have that art form. You're just condescending.
Right.
But I like that.
Right.
I like it personally.
I do like
how, I like you.
I do like how everybody was yesterday cushioning it with that. Like just there. You saying, you are kind of saying, but I like it. Or Hagee being like, I like Bobby, but it's Bobby for sure. And Dawson be like, he's the salt of the earth. But, he's really kind of an ass.
Yeah.
And when he talks, I want to punch him every time I see it.
Yeah.
Which, again, I get it. I totally understand it. If you feel like punching me in the face, I totally get your position.
I think the two easiest people to punch in the face are rude or condescending. They're the ones that generally you want to punch most.
I can be like, I will be in my arguments. I will be condescending. I don't feel like I'm generally rude.
You're not rude. You're not. You're not rude. There are people that are rude. You're not rude. You are a little condescending. That's it. But again, I find condescending to be humorous sometimes.
682 says he wants to spank you, Bobby.
Ooh,
yeah.
Lucky for you. That's my thing.
Yeah,
now there was one text here that we got a second ago, Chop, and it got sent down a little bit. But somebody's saying that they want to punch me because when I take my Adderall, I talk 90 miles per hour. We have got to correct
You're the
this.
opposite.
We got to correct this. I talk really fast when I don't take it.
Yeah.
That's what
you're
is.
opposite. Okay, there you go. Who gets punched? We have crowned a champ, and the Rangers have hit the skids a little bit. Headlines coming up next right here on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you over to K Post Roofing and
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Swinging a ball hit high and deep to left center field. Tavares jogging after it. He turns, he looks, and that ball is out of here. Andy Ibanez with a 3-run home run, and the Tigers lead 4-1.
That is not Raul Ibanez. It was Andy Ibanez.
Yeah, Raul Ibanez does not play baseball anymore.
He does not play baseball anymore.
Choppy.
It was great Seattle Mariner.
Breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Sandler with a call on a game you heard right here. Like, you hear all the Ranger games right here at 105 The Fan. Rangers drop another one. They lose 7-2 to Detroit. Andrew Haney. This is not the stat line you want. 5 2/3, 6 hits, 6 runs, all earned. A couple of home runs, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. And look, to be honest, there's no other way to say it. He didn't give the Rangers a chance. He didn't give them a chance to win this game.
No, he didn't. The Rangers bats also didn't give themselves a chance in terms of, it looks okay. You finished the night with 8 hits, 3 walks. That's great. You had 4 extra base hits in there, a couple of home runs. That sounds fine. But then when you look at, you left 9 on base and you were 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position. That's where you lost the game last night.
So they lose to Detroit. They have now dropped, 3 straight and 4 of 6 after winning back-to-back games in Chicago in the first game in New York in 9 innings. So let's take out the extra inning game in New York on Friday. In just regulation, they've last 4 games 2-0, 3 and 2 on the run scored. So they haven't been exactly tearing the cover off the ball. They got Martin Perez going tonight against Matt Manning. I know Matt Manning from playing him in the MLB The Show. He had a minor league player card. This is a few years ago. He was a good pitcher. He had good stuff. So that's all I remember about him. 7:05 first pitch. You could hear that game right here on 105.
You know why? Because we are the home of the Texas Rangers.
Yes, we are, sir.
We are all your Texas Rangers needs here at 105.3 The Fan.
Here at The Fan. The champ in the College World Series has been crowned in a deciding Game 3.
There it is! And for the first time since 2009 and 7th overall, the Tigers can say we are champions.
ESPN with the call right there. LSU is your College World Series champs. They beat Florida in a close one, 18-4. So the final 2 games of this series were won 24-4 and 18-4.
What a series.
Tight games, man.
Yeah.
LSU put up 6 in the second, 4 in the fourth, and it was 10-2 after 4. So at that point, it was church.
We didn't get to see, I was really hoping we'd get to come in here and have the controversial argument about Paul Skeens. I was really hoping that Skeens would get in there and have to throw like 50 pitches and we'd have this debate about, oh my gosh, what are you doing with this guy who's going to be a top probably 3 pick in the draft? What is it that you're doing? Why are you screwing around here? But ultimately, didn't happen. I guess he did walk into the bullpen at one point.
He did. He was warming up. He had a softball out there, so that's sometimes they'll warm up with a football or a softball just to get a little bit heavier.
But man, LSU, they won the women's tournament back this past spring. They win the College World Series. They're a couple years removed from one of the greatest college football teams of all time. LSU is having a really unfair run here. The lone thing that makes me really happy, I guess, is that I know they're hurting that Les Miles had his wins vacated because they all love Les Miles.
I don't think they're hurting at all.
No, they are. They love Les Miles out there. And so I think that bums them out. I hate it for Les Miles. I love it for LSU fans like David Hellman. Screw you.
Yeah. So there you go. LSU, they've done basically everything. They win the women's NCAA tournament. They win this. They're dominating sports right now. So good for them. There was a deal in the NBA. The Hawks have dealt John Collins to the Utah Jazz. They're getting back Rudy Gay and a future second for Collins, who's owed $78 million over the next 3 years. It also gives him a $25 million trade exception.
Yeah, and it was actually funny listening to this trade being broken on 105 through the Fan yesterday when they were reading it, because Reggie was reading the trade terms. And he said, John Collins is being traded for Rudy Gobert and a second-round pick. And Hagee and them all sat up and went like, what? And then they went, wait, this is the Jazz? It's like, oh, sorry, Rudy Gay. But for a second there, everybody was kind of panicking, going like, what deal was just made that sent John Collins for Rudy Gobert? But look, I mean, this is the Hawks wanted to move off of John Collins. They're able to get off of that terrible contract. Something that the Mavericks didn't want to take on, something they didn't want to make that trade for, the 10 to the 15 that we heard chatter about. They wanted Capella, but didn't want to give up Green or Hardy. And so, Hawks finally achieved that end, but I don't totally understand where the Jazz are going from here. They're apparently in this mode now where they're ready to spend, and they've got all this draft capital that they've banked up from the Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert trades.
They do have a lot of draft capital now, and we will see where they wind up going. This is what Danny Ainge does, though, right? This is what Danny Ainge did in Boston. He's doing the same thing in Utah, where they just stockpile picks. They're able to get players.
Yeah, he is would you say, I guess he'd have to actually, if the Jazz have success, are we going to start referring to Danny Ainge as the Howie Roseman of the NBA?
No, but Howie actually wins.
That's why I say if he gets the Jazz to a point where they're winning, because he helped build Boston. So.
Right, but was Ainge the GM when they won with their big three, with Garnett and Al? I have to go back and check on that one. He may have been. Because what his problem in Boston was he stockpiled all those picks, and I don't think he ever actually, he wound up never going in and all in for it.
Yeah, he was the one who made the trades for Garnett and Allen.
Because he never went all in with those picks. He obviously made those trades, but then he stockpiles all these picks, and he never trades up. Nothing.
But I mean, he did win a title, and he helped. He helped the quick turnaround rebuild in Boston, which was a very Howie Roseman type of thing.
No, he's very good. He's very good at what he does. Victor Wembanyama says he will not play for Team France in FIBA. Is he making Luka look bad already?
How so? Because he's not committed to Luka shows less commitment because Wemby wants to train.
No, I was just trying to troll you there, because all these people say
Luka.
No, because all these people are like, oh, why is he playing for Team Slovenia? Because he wants to.
Yeah,
because it's more important to him because he's got priorities. Country first. That's why.
Well, and I mean, what did Wembanyama literally just finished his season? I mean, it just ended within the last couple weeks.
Yeah, and besides, do you know how fat Luka would be if he didn't play for Team Slovenia in the summer?
Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me? I don't want him taking any time off, because when he just gets a month, it's the reverse soda diet.
He would be ripping American spirits all day or whatever if he's not. I don't even know if he smokes. I'm just assuming he does because he's European.
Yeah.
I assume they all do. He would be just I can't imagine what he would look like if he didn't play for Team Slovenia. He has to. But Wemby is not going to play for Team France. NHL awards. Connor McDavid sweeping the top individual honors. He wins the Hart Trophy. That's their MVP. Also, the Ted Lindsay Award for the NHLPA's Most Outstanding Players. Third Hart Trophy victory. David Pastrnak of Boston finishing second. Matthew Tkachuk, can you say that last name?
Tkachuk
finishes third in this one. The former Stars head coach, Jim Montgomery, wins the Jack Adams Coach of the Year award.
3.5 years ago, the Dallas Stars terminated my contract because of my struggles with alcohol. And I had to change my actions and behaviors. And that's when my new team, the most important team in my life, is what leads to the success that I live daily right now. To change your actions, and for those who struggle out there, you can change. You can affect change within yourself, and it doesn't happen alone. You need a team.
Man, you look back, he was a really good coach. He was a really good coach, and I wish they were able to find a way to keep him because he is fantastic.
No, but I mean, you hear him talk about it there, and you hear him talk about his story. He clearly was not in a space where he would have been able to be retained as the Stars head coach. Like, he needed that time away to enter, rehab and take care of those issues. Yeah. And so, I mean, it's great for him. It's a great story. It's a great turnaround. And
because he was phenomenal. He was a fantastic. He was he at University of Denver before, and he was just a great coach. All he's won literally everywhere he goes. He's been successful.
Yeah. And then he has that fall here in Dallas. He ends out stepping into rehab, goes off and gets another shot with the St. Louis Blues, who hire him as an assistant, and then joins in with the Bruins, and they have such an incredible regular season, before the playoff run. But it's, really admirable, the reflectiveness, I think, that he has, the reflective nature he has when looking back on everything.
Go Stars, baby! I'll say Kopitar, the Kings, who's been around forever. He wins the Lady Byng Award. Now, this is for the most gentlemanly player in the NHL. The most gentlemanly player. Is that
come with a monocle and a top?
It doesn't come with. I don't know. Is he Mr. Peanut?
Lady.
Who
Mr.
would be?
Peanut doesn't have a monocle.
Who would be what? What?
The Planters Peanut guy does not have a monocle.
Are we sure about
That's
that?
a Mandela effect thing. He does not have a monocle.
Who would be the?
Or wait, he does, and the guy from the Monopoly board doesn't. I can't remember.
Who is the Lady Byng of the NFL? Who's the most gentlemanly NFL player?
It was Andrew
Russell
Luck.
Wilson.
Russell
No,
Wilson.
That's fake. It was Andrew Luck. You remember he used to always, whenever he'd get tackled, people were like, "It's the weirdest trash talk." He'll go like, "Good tackle, man." They're like, "Great job. That was a great hit." And people were like, "It's weird because he really means it."
I'm surprised you didn't say Dak. I figured you'd just say Dak wins every award.
I mean, Dak's a gentleman and a scholar, to be sure.
I mean, he picked up that trash. That will last forever. That image, that video, that lasts forever.
It does. I'm trying to think who does stand out as like the kindest, most gentlemanly individual. I'll tell you, the most gentlemanly individual in the locker room, I feel like, is probably CD. CD's very good with his time and really kind and respectful, and so probably I might say CD. But Dak's a great choice too. You can never go wrong picking Dak unless it's like worst quarterbacks list. And at that point, you're wrong.
Most gentlemanly at the fan.
Oh, most gentlemanly at the fan.
Would it be Bobby? Because Bobby, you want to punch him, but then he's also.
I don't think it's anyone. I don't think it's anyone on this show. Don't think it's anyone KNC. Man, it might be Reggie or KG.
Yeah, if we're talking about,
they're very polite.
Are we talking about like decorum and properness, or are we just talking about like the nicest? The nicest person in the station is probably Ruben.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, Ruben's very nice.
Okay. All right. So there. Under the frameworks of this agreement, they've come to terms. The PGA Tour will control the majority interest in the new entity, regardless of the size of the investment from the public investment fund. They will make an initial investment into a new company that will have the right of first refusal to make additional moves. This is all going to Congress, and they are going to see if there is some kind of a oversight committee that's needed. That's it's all golf stuff. It's all nerd stuff going on right now before they get back on the course with this. But that's the latest on the PGA Tour, is that they are gonna, they've got the framework down now. They've got this long agreement. It's like a 5-6 page document on exactly what's going on with this. So that's been sent into Congress and such.
Okay, good for them. As I'm sure it'll get approved and will change the landscape of sports forever.
All right, have you ever been embarrassed by a family member in public? I have. I will tell you about this lunatic relative, and we also have Ask Reddit next on 105.3 The Fan.
Durant jogs back towards the track. He's at the wall. He looks up, and that ball is out of here. A 2-run home run for Jake Rogers. And the Tigers lead 6-2.
Jared Sandler with the call in a game you heard right here. We are the home of the Rangers. Rangers lose 7-2 to Detroit. They've dropped, 4 of 6 now. 3 straight overall. A little bit of a skid.
Yeah, it's been going on for a little bit here because they had that skid, then they righted the ship, it felt like, and now they're back into a little bit of a slump. What are they? They're 7-10 in their last 17 chop. So not great news, especially with the Angels winning last night on a walk-off wild pitch. That's not great news. You don't want to see them keep chipping away at that. And I hate depressed Jared Sandler calls.
Yeah.
Like when he has to, that sounds so sad.
Very sad.
When Jared has to call, and there's a swing deep into left and the Rangers lose. And because you can tell it really hurts him. And you can hear it hurting him more if they lose tonight. Or you can hear it in a positive manner at 6:30. Big Game with Rangers pregame. As they take on the Tigers this evening here on 105 through the Fan.
All right. We need to get to this one. So, have you ever been embarrassed by a family member in public? Very embarrassed. And if you have, 877-881-1053, text the program.
Yeah, all the goriest details of how you were
Give us the
embarrassed.
deets, man. So, this is my aunt. Now, we don't let her out much. She's a wonderful lady. So, this is the thing. This is the thing that bothers me. She is very nice to us. But if she doesn't know you, her first fight or flight instinct is like defensive, very rude.
Chip on your shoulder type?
No, she didn't have a chip on her shoulder, I don't think. She's just very, I think she just hates the world.
Okay.
Just hates the world.
I want to, you're never supposed to ask a lady her age. Can I get the general
Early 70s.
generation?
Early 70s.
Early 70s. Okay, so we're looking at, grew up in the 60s.
Yeah, there was a time where she was probably a hippie.
Okay.
And then she went full January 6th.
Okay.
Everything on the classic Facebook conspiracy theorist. Okay?
All right.
So it was her birthday. So we go out for her birthday. It was me and my kids, Sarah, and my younger sister and her family, my nephew, Nick, and then my mom, my aunt.
Very sweet.
All right. We all went to this hibachi place in Flower Mound. And then right next door, afterwards, big mistake, as it turns out, big mistake. I came up with the idea, hey, I used to live in this apartment complex. It's right here. Let's go to this gelato place. It was pretty cool. It was crowded in there. So we walk in and, we all order our little, small, you get the kid size. Or the very small size, right? Give me some of this, give me some of this. You could do 2 flavors. She gets up there and I'm paying for everybody here. And she gets up and she says she wants this. And then the girl scoops, and these gelato spots, it's very fluffy and presentable on top of each tray of ice cream.
I'm seeing that right now. I've actually never eaten gelato.
Okay. So you walk in and, they'll have if it's Oreo, they'll put a giant Oreo on top. Or in this case with her, it was some kind of berries. So they drizzled the berries with the juice or whatever on top. But it's all mixed in. If you were to turn it around and see it, it's all mixed in. Well, the girl, who couldn't have been more than 16 years old, just getting through her first job. She's scooping and they scoop straight down.
Yep.
Okay. They don't scoop like ice cream. They take a spatula kind of thing and just scoop straight down. And my aunt's like, no, I want it off the top. I want all that goodness up there. And she goes, and the lady goes, it's all mixed in, ma'am. And then she goes, no, I want it from the top. I want it from the top. And she goes, it's all mixed in. And then my aunt goes, fine. No, you know what? I don't want it. And the girl's like, you don't want it? She goes, no, I do want it, but I want it from the top. And the girl's like, I am not allowed to give you the scoop from the top. It's got to stay presentable That's how we're trained and told to do it.
So she was. This was not just her own I'm gonna power trip. Like this is
of course not. A 16-year-old girl doesn't have a power trip anywhere.
Well, I mean, some 16-year-old girls I've met do. But this is a policy that she's like, I can't break a rule here.
I can't break a rule here. So finally, my aunt's like, just give it to me. And again, I paid. And these things are like $4 or $5, $6, whatever it is, $8, whatever the hell it is. I didn't pay attention. She takes one bite and throws it in the trash. And I was like, God.
Oh, my gosh.
Here we go. And then she turns around to somebody in line and says, don't get the berries or whatever the thing is. So now I'm looking at my nephew. I'm looking at Sarah. I'm looking at my sister. And I'm giving the big guy like, oh, what are you on here? What is what's going to happen now? My aunt starts walking up and down. So it's like an L-shaped place, right? You got one side here, then down the other side is like coffee and stuff.
Yeah.
She starts walking up and down, pacing. Finally, and I'm thinking to myself, please, for the love of God, this poor girl, please do not walk down that part of the thing. Stay over here by the ice cream. I almost said something. Please don't go over there. And you could see the girl and one of the other girls kind of talking about what was up with this lady. Which, of course, I would do the same thing. What a lunatic.
Which just really quickly, because I don't have an understanding of gelato, never having eaten it, but seeing this picture here and the way you describe it.
You walk in, just to the left, you've got like maybe 15 or 20 ice cream types. And then if you keep going straight, that's all your coffee and your food stuff.
Was she essentially asking for, hey, I want that slice of cake, but just give me the icing. I don't want the cake. Was that sort of what she was asking for?
Kinda.
Okay. That is kind of an unreasonable, weird request.
Of course it's unreasonable.
Yes.
They have a policy. Just take it how it is.
Yeah.
It's ice cream. You're not even paying. Just take it how it is. So finally, like, the girl walks over and, like, my aunt stops her. And she was, like, explaining it and yelling. The girl's like, this is what we do. This is how I'm supposed to do it. And the girl was totally the right. And then finally my aunt goes, what is your name? I'm going to talk to your manager. And I was like, oh, boy.
Full Karen mode. Here
and
we
I
go.
am listening to my left ear, and then I'm paying attention to the rest of my family talking to my right ear. I'm like a lizard. And finally, she's like, what is your name? And she says her name. And my aunt, of course, early 70s, and these newer kids' names didn't recognize the name. So then she goes, what is it? And the girl spells it out really slowly. And I was like, yes, this girl's awesome. And then my aunt hits her with you need to go to church.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, Jesus.
Well.
There we go. And then finally, my mom shuffles her out of there. We all shuffle out. I walk back in, and I look at this girl, and I said, she starts like, you could see her turn the corner to walk towards the back. And I said, I am so sorry. We don't let her out much. Please don't take offense to that. She walks in the back. And as she's walking towards the back, you see her put her hand like over her mouth and nose and start like bawling.
Oh.
I was like, God dang it. One of the other workers apologized to me, and I said, what are you apologizing to me for? I was like, she doesn't speak for the rest of us. Like, we are so sorry. We will gladly ban ourselves from this establishment and never come back here. Not because of you, but because of somebody else. I'm probably getting texts from my family about this, by the way, too. They're probably going to get mad at me, but what the hell? I don't care. So, like, I added like a much bigger tip. I was like, just charge me $1. I'll tip you more.
There we go.
Like, this is, you guys, I'm so sorry about that. I felt awful. And all I see is like, so my mom was taking like, the kids got my mom's car. Next thing I know, we're all sitting outside my mom's car. My aunt and my mom are in the car. My kids come walking out and they said, Grandma kicked me out of the car. She was having a word.
Oh,
because my aunt lives with my mom. She lives in my mom's house. So they were having.
So it was, kids, we need some privacy. Because
it was a come to Jesus meeting, I think.
Oh my god!
But I just felt
was she not going to church enough? Is that why she needs to come to Jesus?
I just felt so bad for this poor girl. And then, like, you wonder, like, she's gonna be thinking about this. I'm sure she's thought about this all night.
Oh
this
yeah,
lunatic lady.
Some of the that is incredibly awkward and frustrating. Some of the answers here on the truckwreck.com fan text 214. When I was in 5th grade, mid-90s, it was grandparents' day at school. My grandmother pulled my shorts down in the hallway in front of a lot of friends and others because she said if I was going to sag my shorts, might as well not wear them at all. Well, that's brutal. 817, my older brother pantsed me walking into a whole family dinner for my mother's birthday and then pushed me in the bushes, and he was completely pantsed. So down to the underwear and everything. A lot of pantsing that the Tolos are dealing with here. 903, my uncle does a Baby Huey impression in public. He cocks his arms and legs inwards and loudly slurs. When he laughs, people look at us like we're evil. He's 6'4" and about 350. What else do we have?
By the way,
here?
the amount of people who have nailed the hibachi and gelato shop on this.
I mean, you mentioned the city.
Okay, I'm sure there's more than one hibachi and ice cream spot in Flower Mound. Like, it's a big place.
I don't know. I bet if you Google gelato Flower Mound, it's the first one. 214. My brother's at my regular bar, hitting on the bartender who was my friend, and then they started a bar fight. Oh, that's great. Now that's my big one. Is that my brother? I've been out with my brother a couple times, and he likes to mix it up. He likes to stir things up and get into scraps, and so that's happened a couple of times. I don't know about you. Are you the type that will send food back ever if it's wrong?
Never.
I won't do it.
I just eat it. I don't care. It's just food. I'll just eat it and pay for it. You know, to me, going out to dinner isn't for the food. It's for the experience, the time with friends, the conversation, the beer. That's going. Like, I don't care. Food, I'll just eat wherever. I never. When anybody says where do you want to go, it's like I don't care. You just tell me where to go, and I'll be there. The amount of people on the truckwreck.com text line blaming me for not stepping in and stopping this, guys. I was looking for content.
I needed those tears. Okay.
I do not. I never. I was taught this as a young age. Never getting involved with somebody else's business. I never get involved.
Isn't that your business though?
No,
because you were paying and you were the one who was.
No, it's her business.
You should have said something and when she took one bite and then threw it away because you paid the $6 or whatever for it.
I should have said something to her at that point. Oh, what do you give it to me? I'll eat it.
Well, so
I never get involved in other people's business.
I won't ever send food back. My sister-in-law, former sister-in-law, there's no longer marriage there. My former sister-in-law, we were at a restaurant one time and she sent food back. Actually, she ate most of it and then told them she ordered fish and she told the restaurant it had a fishy taste. It tasted too fishy. And they ended out, she basically said they needed to comp our whole dinner. And I was like, no, you don't. I'm paying and you need to be quiet. And so she ended out getting hers comped, I guess, but we didn't get the entire dinner comp. But that was enough to make me just go like, this is humiliating that I'm with somebody here who's trying to say comp our whole dinner because the fish tastes like fish.
I don't usually, I've never cut somebody off. I'm not going to cut her off. You know, she's my aunt. She's always been nice to me. But I think my days of going to dinner with her are over. Last time I went out, she filled out the comment card at a restaurant. Didn't like the kitchen was too loud. It was an open kitchen. What do you expect? It's an open kitchen concept. Of course it's going to be loud.
Too many pots and pans.
It's the whole point. You know, it's an open kitchen concept. Don't go back. So it's just she's comment card lady. It's I think my days at dinner. I'll still go because generally when we go out, my mom pays.
You won't cut her off, but you will shut her in. Basically, is your new approach with your aunt?
Yeah, I won't cut her off, but just stay home.
Maybe just lock. I'm not going to cut her off, but I'll lock the door. I'll deadbolt it.
Just stay home. We do this.
214. My mom got drunk and yelled at a Daniel Tosh performance, and he kicked us out. I was mortified.
Oh no,
man! Daniel Tosh too he is one of those comedians who, if you are talking during his performance, he kicks you out. He stops down his show and goes, "I won't perform until you get out of here." 682. My ex-wife Jordan went full Karen at a Panda Express. Where was this one? 817. My mother-in-law is from Seguin, Texas, is banned from both Jack in the Box and Whataburger. Man, you get both of those knocked out. That's tough. Let's see here. What else do we have? You've got the 469. When I was in 5th grade, my mom surprised me in my classroom, and I got whooped in front of my whole class. I will say I came back from camp one year. My mom had soaped up the car with Welcome Home Bobby and put streamers on it and pulled up and I was completely embarrassed.
Yeah.
That one was pretty bad. But
yeah, I mean, look, if this was one of my kids saying something to this, I would have absolutely stepped in. I'm not telling a 70-year-old what to do. They are way past any help. There's no teaching moment in there. I'm not telling a 70-year-old what to do or to stop. I'm going to let them die on their own hill.
Interesting. So keep pouring those in on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053.
We've got a Firehouse tour.
We do. You guys may have heard ads for this. We are going to be out in Grand Prairie on July 7th. Friday, July 7th. You guys are going to be able to come out and see us. This is the return of the Sean and RJ remote, isn't it?
Yeah, we haven't gone.
This is the first post-COVID remote.
Much like my my aunt, they don't let us out much. It's probably taking the same exact situation. But yeah, we are going to start on July the 7th.
121 West Polo Road in Grand Prairie.
With our first Firehouse tour, Firehouse. And we used to go to Firehouses every once in a while, several years ago. And then COVID hit, derailed a lot of that. But yeah, we're back. We're back, boys and girls. They're going to let us out again.
Absolutely. We're going to be out there. You guys can come out. You can come see us. You can, you can come see me and tell me
you
how
punch
much.
Bobby in the face.
Exactly. So we'll be out there. Now, dude, we have to come up with some sort of bit, though. Like, somebody's going to have to put on the fire equipment and, like, go down the pole and, like, run it. We got to, like, time you or me or something. Because I know Sean's not going to do it. But you or me.
You don't think we can get Sean on the pole?
I think we need to have a competition between you and me, who can get dressed in the equipment fastest and get on the truck.
Have you climbed a pole?
No.
In gym class, you ever do that before?
No, I didn't have gym class.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He had the playground in his backyard.
He's got no technique. He's got no pole technique.
No.
I've got great pole technique.
That's we asked recently what's a weird flex you're proud of. That's one for you, Chop.
Yeah.
Your pole technique. But yeah, we will be out there Friday, July 7th, 121 West Polo Road. I believe we're going to be in the promos. You've heard it. We're giving away C4 energy drinks while supplies last, as well as some Tolo Firehouse bumper stickers. So we're going to have some hookups for you guys, the Tolos, out there. Come see us in Grand Prairie on July 7th.
I have 40 text messages.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm not open
from
to
the
this.
aunt? Any from the aunt?
My family has no idea. They don't even know what channel we're on. My mom is completely clueless about this. She always calls me in the middle of the show. Are you working still? Yeah, Ma, it's 8:15. I'm still working. The hustle that my parents are under. They have this hustle that they have no idea what I do for a living. And, my aunt, we're not on, this isn't Newsmax, so she wouldn't know what it is. So we are in the clear. Now, one of the neighbors may say something, but who knows?
By the way, I just found out 469 says Firehouses no longer use the pole, so that's disappointing. And you've lost that advantage over me.
They don't use the pole anymore.
That's what they say.
Are they not? So
they just have stairs.
What if they're 2 stories?
Elevator.
I don't know.
Well, the elevator goes out.
Escalator.
Man, dude, yesterday morning driving in, like I'm just getting towards, right by my house, I'm just getting towards this gas station, and I see this cloud of smoke coming up, and I'm like, ooh. Is there a fire on like 377 in like Roanoke? Because like there is like a restaurant on fire, and I get closer, and I turn onto 114, and I get over this bridge, and I see, oh man, that is a house. This house was completely engulfed in flames.
Jeez.
And there was no fire department there yet. I see like a mile down the road, the fire department like flying to this house. The house was gone. I saw photos of this thing. They lost everything. They heard the cat meowing like hours later. It was trapped. They heard there was a lizard, a bearded something? A bearded dragon? A bearded dragon lizard. Is that a lizard?
Oh, yeah.
It was like, there was like water in its tank. That was the only thing keeping it alive because of like the heat.
Damn.
And they were able to get it all out. But the family lost everything. Literally everything. They have nothing. Terrible. So sad. But yeah, Firehouse. We're back. No poles, I guess. I guess they don't use poles.
Yeah.
It'd have been, maybe that it just happens. 4:00 in the morning. Like how scary that is. I wonder what wound up happening. Let's hook the Tolos up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Shine Down along with special guest Papa Roach when they perform at the Credit Union of Texas Event Center on October 6th. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, so Chop, Bleacher Report has an offseason preview. You know, a lot of people are excited about the Stars after they made it to the Western Conference Finals this year before falling short to the eventual Stanley Cup champion Vegas Golden Knights. But Bleacher Report has their offseason preview in place for every NHL team, and they're right up on the Dallas Stars with the headline says, "They can win it all." Says the Dallas Stars have managed to do the hard part. They have the core group of superstars in place. Their top line of Jason Robertson, Joe Pavelski, and Roope Hintz remains one of the best and most dominant lines in hockey. They have high-level players on both defense and Miro Heiskanen, and in goal and Jake Ottinger. If you have 5 players like that at the top of your lineup covering all levels of the ice, you're going to have a chance to compete. The key will always be a team's ability to complement those stars around the edges, and the Stars have that going for them as well, specifically when it comes to Wyatt Johnston, who is coming off an impressive rookie season that made him look like a key addition to that core. The Stars have several veteran free agents to worry about replacing this offseason, but replacing bottom 6 forwards and filling in around the edges is far easier than finding the cornerstone players. They were in Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals this season and should be a favorite at the start of next season. Stars currently have $7.3 million in cap space. Some of their unrestricted free agents, Evgeny Dodonov, Max Domi. Those are kind of the highlights there. And they list their needs as scoring depth, but I felt like we got out of the playoffs saying, like, they need better defensemen. It can't just be Miro. And right. I know there are I've seen a lot of Stars fans recently on social media complain about why has Ryan Suter still not been bought out? After he just built up a lot of resentment already during the season, but then especially that game 2 performance, was it, where he had that turnover late and Vegas ended out tying the game and then winning in overtime. I think Suter just had crossed that line where Stars fans were not going to be in favor of bringing him back at this point. But that's the Bleacher Report preview right there. I still think we're maybe looking at defensemen as something that they really need to improve, because that killed them a lot in the playoffs.
It absolutely did, no doubt about it. It's good stuff from Bleacher Report. I think it should be time to ask Reddit, right?
It is about time to ask Reddit, as Peyton is answering phone calls right now, and we will ask Reddit in just a second. Before we do, let me take a couple more of these answers here from the TruckWreck.com fan text about family members embarrassing you. 972, I got kicked out of Wendy's for teasing a kid that their chili was called Bean Soup. Manager came over yelling to get out or she would call the police. Calling the police because you refer to their chili as Bean Soup? Really?
Beans don't go in chili.
Wendy's, that feels like an over-emotional reaction.
Yeah, it does.
Let's see here. What else do we have? We've got I cannot read that one out loud. 214, mother-in-law ordered a glass of tea, half sweet and half unsweet. When waitress brought it to her, she threw a fit that it was not mixed properly, and they got kicked out from that. I mean, a lot of these stories seem to be mother-in-laws.
That is normal, I think.
Is it?
Is that where the
natural tension comes from?
I think generally.
469, by the way, I've got to address this because it's been brought up a lot on the text lately, and you and Sarah bring it up all the time. I say end it out because I'm stupid and I haven't broken it yet. I'll say end it up during every break for the rest of my life to try and get it. I'm dumb. I don't know what you want me to say.
And then the amount of people saying that I'm in the wrong for I was an enabler. I stopped the bad behavior. Oh man, I'll do that to my kids. I'll even do it to my mom. But my elders, I don't get involved in people's business.
Anyway, let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
All right. This is the time of the week when we gather some of the questions from Reddit and tackle some of the burning questions, which we've been doing a little bit of. If you follow the Sean and RJ Instagram page or the Facebook page, which you should go over there, follow us, give us a like, everything else. Then you've seen Choppy answering some Ask Reddit questions during the break. And so we've got several questions lined up for you. First one here. Peyton Russell, what is the first thing you do when you come home?
The shoes go off immediately. I hate wearing shoes. I don't wear them on plane flights. Even if it's like a 3-hour plane flight, I'll find a way to take the shoes off. I hate wearing them in the car. When I'm driving, I wear them because it's just my feet slip around with the socks. But yeah, shoes go off, then backpack goes on the ground in the kitchen, and then right outside the kitchen, and then I usually eat lunch immediately.
Dude, every time I get home, the first thing I want to do is I don't want any responsibility right now because there's so much of it, whether it be what I'm doing here or when I got to go run, straight from here to go to the Star or, if I'm doing NFL Network or all these different things that when I get home, it's known. I always tell them when, my family, when I get home, I want to sit down. I want to not move. I just want to sit down somewhere and decompress for a little bit. So that's the biggest thing to me. A lot of times I don't even take my shoes off when I first sit down because I'm exhausted and I want to decompress before I do anything else.
You sit on the couch at your shoes?
Not get my shoes on the couch. I just walk in the door and plop down and just kind of sit there for a second, decompress.
Okay.
That's what I do.
Yeah, my first thing is I generally take my shoes off. That's the first thing I do is obviously put the keys down, put your stuff down. But the first thing I do after that is I get rid of the shoes.
I got to say hi to the dogs as well. I got 3 dogs, 3 puppies, so I go give them a hug.
Do you have a key hook or do you just set them out on the counter?
They're just set out on the counter, or there's a bookshelf kind of thing where I put them on, like some kind of shelf. But actually, I do have a key hook. I just never use it. It's more decoration there.
Kristen has a key hook that she's just slammed into my brain. You need to do it. You've got to put it up there because I'm gonna lose them. And the other thing is, routinely, as we've seen, my wedding ring ends up on my keychain. And so I definitely can't lose the keys because that's bad.
See, you're one of these. He's got a carabiner here. He's like a fake rock climber. He got this thing to show. Hey, look at me. I'm an outdoorsman.
Man. I literally
what an outdoorsman I am. What are you,
not
a
what it
janitor?
is.
How many keys do you have?
That was.
What is going on here?
That was
a building manager.
A lot of responsibilities in my life. Chop.
What is this here? Oh, the Flower Mound Community Activity Center. I know where that one is.
Yeah.
Is that off Giroux?
It is.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I pronounced that one. Schleg. Schleg seems to be a good lock.
I'll be honest. Most of those keys on there, I don't know what they go to, and I'm afraid to get rid of them because I don't know where they go. That's what a lot of it is. But it also doesn't help that I have this giant key fob here for the car. I've got 2 big key fobs right here. The hook though, I was given that literally the first time I started driving, and it's never. I've had it the whole time.
Yeah. So let me ask you this: is this a married thing that you have both vehicles? Key fobs on your keys at all times.
There's just never any telling if I have to go take. She has my Altima key fob on hers. There's no telling if I have to go take the kids somewhere, and so we're taking the Explorer. If I'm gonna duck out, then she doesn't want to have to remember to take it. It's just got to always be.
My parents do the same thing. They've always had both key fobs to themselves.
I just wonder why you wouldn't just take her. I would just take Sarah's keys. I would take her car. Her whole key thing.
Easier to decompress in a house, Bobby.
Yeah,
that's absolutely true. Shoes should never be worn inside the house, as the 903.
Amen, brother.
Let's see here. What else do we have here? First thing I do is use the restroom. There you go. When I 214, when I get home, I go to my wife, and in turn, I get a bowl of cereal.
Nice.
Yeah, you do, buddy.
All right. Next one.
All right, Chop. Next one here. What's the etiquette for watching a movie on a plane when there's a sex scene?
Oh, okay. So
this stresses me out.
November of 2019, I was on my way up to Calgary. We were going to go to Canmore, then Banff. I had a wedding to go to up there. And I'm on the plane. I'm sitting there by myself. And I was like, all right, I need to find something to watch. It was like a 4-hour flight. And I was like, ooh, the Elton John movie was on. I can't remember the name of it was. Rocket Man, right? It was Rocket Man.
Sure. I don't remember the movie.
Okay. Well, there are several sex scenes in this one.
It is called Rocket Man.
Some a little bit more. Wait, okay. They were going there on this one. And I was on the airplane watching that. And if you've seen the movie, you probably know what I'm talking about. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, this poor girl's behind me, not having any context of what's going on or what I'm watching, and there's just the Elton John movie right on the TV,
so
right on the screen. Which, I mean, look, to me, this is not my fault. It's the airline's fault. Why would the airline, if they don't want you to watch a movie with sex scenes on it, why would they put that movie in their inventory?
Okay, so let's forget that aspect of it then. You've downloaded a movie onto your phone, and so it is yours. Because here's the thing. If you're talking about people next to you, if it's the ones in the American Airlines seats, I've noticed that if it's anybody to your side, the screen blacks.
It's the privacy
So
screen.
yeah, so when
I was on my computer.
When you're off the side of it, if you're a little off center, you can't actually see what's on the screen. Anybody behind you probably.
Yeah,
could.
behind me. But I was also on my computer watching the thing on the Wi-Fi.
So that's the thing. Then anybody can see your screen. And like I got caught up on Westworld, which I had never seen. I got caught up on that on a plane, and I was very uncomfortable because it opens basically with nudity and then like somebody like groping someone. And so I just remember sitting there feeling like, do I look like a creep for watching this on a plane? Like, I mean, nobody would feel weird about I watch Westworld, but for some reason, watching it on a plane feels weird. Peyton, you ever done that?
Yeah, I saw Wolf of Wall Street on a plane flight.
Man, there's some graphic stuff in there too.
I have no problem.
And I smiled when I watched it as well.
To me, if they have it on the plane, it's like if they have like overly horror, gory movies on the plane, then it is what it is, man. Like blame the airline, don't blame me.
817, better to watch the movie than hear the wild child screaming. 214, fast forward and panic. That's the go-to one, I think, for me.
No, I wanted to see this. I wanted to see this movie. It was a good movie. I enjoyed the movie. I wanted to see the scene. It's a fine scene, whatever.
Was the brightness all the way up on your computer?
I turned it up at the moment. I was like, I want these people behind me to see.
Did you hold it up too, so everyone can see?
Yeah, I'm comfortable watching this. I could watch this movie. I'm okay with that.
I've done that before. Yeah,
I was fine. I liked it. I thought it was a good movie.
Last one here.
He had good moves too.
RJ Choppy, what makes you feel old as hell?
I mean, generally waking up
and just aching.
What makes you feel old as hell?
You know what mine is? Dead serious. Peyton is a good one. When I hear,
blame me.
like you're young, you should be happy with that. There are certain things that when you say it, you know what mine is honestly is the frame of reference of 9/11. When I think back to no. When I think back to 9/11 being
23 years ago, or
22 years ago.
Yeah.
Like when I think of that, I'm like, I vividly remember everything about that day, and it feels like 5 years ago.
Yeah, I do too. It was one. I mean, it's probably, and the word memorable is the wrong one, but I don't know what other word to use. It's the day I remember the most in my lifetime, without question.
Oh yeah, I mean, vividly,
singular day. I mean, I remember that day more than I remember like the day my kids were born.
It's nuts too because I remember things that happened before I found out. Like I remember waking up that morning, the TV being on. Like I remember vivid steps I took leading up to the day.
I remember the phone call I got from my sister. I remember turning the TV on. I remember the exact time. I remember I was on the phone with her, and then the second plane hit. I remember going to class right after that because they hadn't canceled class yet. I remember like the talk on the next day about canceling the football game that week. I mean, I remember everything about that whole week, like step by step. So that's a good one. Peyton's a good one. Every time I reach for a Blue Chew, that's a good one. That's just a reminder. So
what if somebody needed Blue Chew? Where would they go?
BlueChew.com, promo code RJ.
That's good.
Free, $5.
Yeah, no, real quickly on the phone call where you said you remember calling your sister. The thing I remember most, my dad calling from work.
She called me.
Oh, I remember my dad calling from work and saying, hey, tell your mom to turn on the TV. I said, what channel?
Any channel.
And he said, any of them.
That's what my sister said. This is exact words she said to me. Any channel. Wow. Oh, all right. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. What do we got next with Chris Young?
We got Chris Young and Derek Lively, two of the biggest newsmakers in the Metroplex. They were on G-Bag Nation yesterday. We'll play some of the audio next.
But let's get you healthy, boys and girls.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. 8 o'clock hour here on 105.3 The Fan. Below the belt, 38 minutes from now. We got a great question to ask you coming up here at 8:20. But a couple of press conferences, or one press conference yesterday involving the Mavs and the great Chris Young on G-Bag.
Yeah, actually, G-Bag knocked it out of the park yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they got the whole world saying that they wanted to punch you.
Right. Technically, that was KNC who started it.
They started it, but G-Bag finished it.
Yeah, G-Bag knocked it out of the park like they all apparently want to knock me out. And so they had a great show yesterday. They managed to secure Texas Rangers GM Chris Young, as well as brand new Dallas Mavericks pick Derek Lively, the first rounder. And so we're going to play a little bit of the audio here from those two interviews. Where would you like to start here, Chop? Would you like to start with the Mavericks, or would you like to start with the Texas Rangers?
Let's start with the Texas Rangers.
Okay, so we've heard some chatter out there that the Rangers might be interested in trading for Andrew McCutchen. And this specifically started with a report from John Morosi at Fox Sports, who joins us tomorrow at 9:20. Peyton secured a whale for us there, a whale alert. We've got John Morosi joining us tomorrow at 9:20, but he had reported that Andrew McCutchen was somebody that the Rangers were potentially interested in acquiring, specifically if a starting pitcher could be had in the deal, would return to them in the package. And so Chris Young, without, I believe, mentioning the player by name, addressed this rumor yesterday with G-Bag.
Well, I'll give you sort of an idea of how these things work in terms of the rumors. I saw there was a rumor out there today regarding an offensive player that, I mean, literally we've had zero contact with that team. So where that rumor came from, it really is amazing to me that those things get floated like that. But nonetheless, it's that time of year. There's, a lot of speculation, a lot of people that love to spend time and think through these things. And, deals are hard to make. They take time, and really the market has not really evolved yet. I think it's going to take several more weeks to fully evolve, and we'll know what's out there. But as I've said before, our job is to stay open-minded and look at all ways to try to improve the team and give this team a chance to compete to make the postseason and then make a run in the postseason and hopefully win a championship. And so, whether that's the offense or that's the pitching, we're going to stay open-minded.
All right, here's the issue they're going to run into.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which, by the way, do you think that's Lion season, or do you think he's genuinely saying we have not talked to the Pirates at all? Or is there a technicality? Like, we haven't talked to them, but they have kicked it around.
Well, here's the issue. The Pirates are only five games out of first.
Yes, but they are a bad baseball team. They're not a good baseball team. I don't know that they're bad. They're not exactly a cellar dweller, but they're just they're in a bad division, and they're not a great team themselves.
Right. So, like, just eliminate. The Cardinals are in a bad division. They're not ready to sell yet.
Mm-hmm.
The Mets have $1 billion payroll. Now they have to go like 55-30 to even win 90 games. But they're not going to sell. All right, they're not selling. The Padres, they spent a gob of money. They're probably not going to sell. The Cubs are what, 3 games out of first? 2.5, really. They're not selling. Philadelphia was basically in the same spot last year. They went to the World Series. They're not selling. Milwaukee is in a winnable division. They're not selling. The Dodgers aren't selling. The Giants aren't selling. Miami is in the wild card right now. They're not going to sell, even though they got a negative 15 run differential. They won 7 of 10. Arizona's not selling. All right, they're in first place, and obviously the Braves. In the American League, the White Sox are having a terrible start to their year, but they're only 6 games out of first. They might sell, but it may take another month. Detroit, same thing. Guardians, same thing. Seattle's not ready to sell. Minnesota, Boston. So you're looking at Kansas City, Oakland, Colorado, and Washington. Those are the only teams today who are like, yeah, we're good.
Now, we have heard some chatter that even though the White Sox are not like far out of it, the White Sox could be on the verge of selling.
They could be on the verge. So, but they're not there. I don't think they're there yet because the division's so bad.
And that's what you run into with teams like Pittsburgh and the Cardinals as well.
Can we just stop with the Central divisions in
Just
baseball?
ignore
Just stop giving them a free pass to the playoffs. Just eliminate divisions. Just get rid of divisions altogether. Geography should not be a determining factor as to who gets into a tournament.
Now, it's interesting to the question specifically of McCutchen, though. Let's say Pittsburgh was willing to move on, which, I mean, Andrew McCutchen returning to Pittsburgh this year, it's a feel-good story. He's having a bit of a resurgence. He's got an OPS of 825. He's 36 years old. I know that Derek Holland has talked glowingly of Andrew McCutchen before, one of his favorite teammates. I don't know that addresses really does it. I mean, is that addressing anything that this team needs right now?
Depth.
Okay.
A right-handed bat.
I guess it's and now I get when they say we want to like if we can get a pitcher in return, we're especially interested. But I mean, who's that going to be? Mitch Keller? I mean, the Pirates have reportedly been in extension talks with Mitch Keller going back a month now. And Mitch Keller has 2 to 3 more years of arbitration left, I think. Like he's under control. I don't know why Pittsburgh would want to get rid of that, would want to get rid of a guy like that. And especially having the season that he's having. But yeah, if you can tell me McCutchen and Keller are coming here, fine, I guess. But Keller would have to be in there. And Keller is a guy who, given the control and his age and how he's pitching, I would guess you're going to have to pay a premium to get him back.
Yeah, look, I mean, here's the thing with McCutchen. I mean, it's the first year he's had an OPS over 800 since, I mean, for a full year. It's the first year his OPS has been over 800 since 2019.
And 2019, he only played 59 games.
Right. So, which is basically what he's played this year. He's played 66. Mm-hmm. So, is this a good stretch? I mean, what's going to happen at 36 years old when he gets worn out in August?
Yeah,
right. These are quite. I don't know. I'm probably picking up an older guy, a 36-year-old like Andrew McCutchen is more of a. It's a move that a lot of World Series contending teams might make. Clubhouse glue guy, whatever. I don't know, man. I am such at a crossroads of, do I want talent or do I want experience? And I always am going to lean on talent.
He has a WAR this season, wins above replacement of 1.4, which puts him on track for one that would be above 3. And that would be the first time he'd have a season of it above 3 since his very last season in Pittsburgh in 2017 when he was 30 years old.
Man. That's a long time ago.
So is there regression that you have to worry about? But I mean, I do understand the idea of getting a veteran,
I
right-handed
get it.
bat in the lineup. That makes sense. But again, I think it also has to be with what John Morosi reported. I think John Morosi's probably right in his report, and there's just a technicality of how Chrissy, he's using some nuance to answer that question. The G-Bag Nation also had on Derek Lively yesterday, the new number 1 overall selection for the Dallas Mavericks, not number 1 overall in the draft, but for the Mavericks themselves. And he was a good interview, I thought. This is clip 12, Peyton. This is Derek Lively talking about the kinds of things that defensively he's able to do and that he thinks the Mavs saw in him.
Being able to just be a high character and high energy man, no matter if that's protecting the rim or that's being able to be a backline defense. Since I'm in the back line, since I'm in the paint, I can see everything. I'm going to be able to use my voice, be able to talk, and make sure my teammates know what's going on and making sure that I can do whatever it takes to win. And that also goes to guard on 1 through 5, but we're not even going to get into all that.
All right. Good answer there. And this is cut 13 because it's not just going to be about his individual play. You want a guy who's going to be able to impact the team defense, and everybody else is going to be able to fill into their roles easier and make you a better team defensively. This is Derek Lively talking about how he can help everybody else play better defense.
Being able to know that all I need them to do is to make sure that they keep them going in one direction, making sure that I know that I'm able to keep their man in front of me and I know where my man's at is going to be able to just help the tandem of the back line and the front line of defense to work better so that we can get blocks and steals so we can transition into transition buckets and to offense.
Derek Lively also was asked about playing with Luka Doncic and how excited he is for that. You know, Derek Lively is going to get so many easy dunks from Luka Doncic, so you would imagine he'd be pretty excited about that. This is Derek Lively talking about how excited he is to play with 77.
I'm already excited for it. Being able to just try to get my teammates open is something I've always been good at. So being able to set great screens and being able to roll hard to put a threat in the rim is just going to open up so many things for more of my teammates. Being able to open up kicks, because everyone's going to be thinking about me punishing on the rim. Everyone's going to be open on the kicks, the one more or the drive kick, and then another drive. Just being able to try to get to the second action and just being able to move the ball is something I know we're going to be able to do.
I like the mentality there, but to that point about the screens, he's got to put on more muscle.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the one thing. I mean, like, he could – there's a lot of guys, you know, obviously Wembanyama. They can get pushed around. Like, they've got to put on size, got to put on weight. You know, it's one thing to do what he did in college against guys who are playing in their last games, or guys who are going to go play, you know, 6th level in Europe, right? It's one thing to do. It's another thing to do it against NBA players, NBA bodies, NBA strength, NBA speed. So it's gonna be a transition, obviously, you know. But he is what he is. If we go into this and we judge him based on, you know, basically offense, you're already setting him up to fail. Yeah. He is not going to give you a ton of offense, especially early on. Could he develop it? Yeah, for sure. If you go into it looking like, all right, he's there for a reason. He's there just for defense. He's there for shot blocking, rim protection, rebounding. You know, then I think if you judge him that way and not judge him against other centers that are more non-traditional centers, that are more modern centers, if you judge him against them, he's going to look bad every single time.
What's one of your mantras?
I mean, I have a lot of them.
Under promise, over deliver.
Right.
Do not promise that you're getting Anthony Davis offensively here. And I don't think the Mavericks are doing that. They've talked about Tyson Chandler as the comparison. We've mentioned the name Rudy Gobert before. You know, somebody like DeAndre Jordan, who's a finisher, all of his stuff at the rim, play defense, rebound. That's what they're getting here. They're getting a guy to contest shots, to rebound the ball, to, you know, put back buckets, and to finish lobs. And if he develops anything else, that's the top of the gelato that Choppy's aunt wanted to scoop off. You know, that's the icing on the cake. That's all that is. Anyway, that was Derek Lively. Great job by G-Bag yesterday with the Chris Young and Derek Lively interviews.
Yep, very good stuff. All right, if this guy gets in the Hall of Fame before Darren Woodson, they should just shut it down. Take the busts, melt them, make a golf club out of it for all I care. If this guy gets in before Darren Woodson, it's a crying shame. That's coming up next on 105.3.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
I saw this article yesterday, and I was like, there's no way. There's no way somebody wasted time on this. And this is the perfect example, boys and girls, of dead period. This is the dead period of the sports calendar from a football perspective. So they're not allowed the facility right now, right? Nobody's there. When they go to the gym, work out.
I think they can go there. There's limitations on how many days they can be there. They can't interact with coaches. Like they're just limits to what they can do.
Bill Parcells said this was the scariest time of his NFL calendar. The time between the end of minicamp and the start of training camp, where the players had free time, idle hands, Devil's Workshop, all that stuff. So you get stuff like this. And this is an actual article on ESPN.com. The Pro Football Hall of Fame is an elite club. Of the tens of thousands of men who have played, only 371 have been enshrined. Fred Taylor believes he belongs in that club. And when I saw this, I was like, huh? Fred Taylor? Now, he's 17th on the all-time rushing list. Got 11,695 yards. Players that he played against actually are stumping for him to join the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I am thrown.
He was great for a period of time, but he's not anybody that I would think of as a Hall of Famer.
I mean, and then they even talked, and they have quotes in here from like Shireen Williams and Rick Gosselin, who are, the local representatives for the Hall of Fame, who have said, yeah, I mean, you got a case to be made. Or, in Rick's case, he starts bringing up Ricky Waters and Sean Alexander and Eddie George and Priest Holmes, 4 names that are, I don't know, not Hall of Famers. I'm just stunned.
How many?
Darren Woodson can't even get a look. And they're going to talk about Fred Taylor in the Hall of Fame?
How wild is it? I don't know why I didn't remember this. Do you know how big Fred Taylor was?
5'11".
6'1", 228. I did not remember him being big like that. But here's what's interesting. I'm looking at his stats here on Pro Football Reference. How many times do you think he finished top 5 in the NFL in rushing yards?
See, they were bad. I mean, I guess were they a bad team when he was there? Because that's a volume stat, right?
Yep.
I would say twice.
0. You can't put somebody in the Hall of Fame who was never once top 5 in rushing. And somebody who's like currently 17th in NFL history in rushing yards.
He was second team All-Pro in 2007.
Made 1 Pro Bowl.
And that was a Pro Bowl year, yes. He was 31 when that happened. He was a comeback player of the year in 2002, and he was 5th in comeback player of the year and 3rd in rookie of the year. There's no black type anywhere on his Football Reference page. None. Like there's one thing. One year he led the league in yards per game. 2000. 1 year. I have no idea where this Fred Taylor push is coming from. Again, if he gets in and Darren Woodson is still sitting here twiddling his thumbs, then the credibility of the Hall of Fame is if it even has any anymore, is gone.
Now here's another interesting one. Rod Smith told Chris Thomason of the Denver Gazette this week, Rod Smith, the former Broncos receiver, that he believes that he is a Pro Football Hall of Fame type of receiver. He said, I feel like I'm deserving, but I don't get to vote. And my first inclination when I heard that was absolutely not. Rod Smith was not a Hall of Famer. Just hearing it. And I pulled him up, and he made 3 Pro Bowls. That's nice. Whatever else. What I was surprised by is, do you know that he is tied for the 4th most 1,000-yard receiving seasons in NFL history? He had 8 of them.
Wow.
Which was surprising to me. And as he points out, he was on a run-first team in Denver his entire career.
Yeah.
And so That's interesting. I think it brings up this discussion, though, and I remember Sandler brought this up once recently. It was on a weekend when I was hosting.
Well,
Sandler had asked, who are some guys in any sport? It was specific to baseball, but who are some guys in any sport that not necessarily they were an ironclad Hall of Famer, but they didn't get enough of a look? Like you were surprised by how little conversation there was. Because Rod Smith, when I look at that, I go, man, that looks like he's more deserving than I would have thought when I first saw it. I think there are other receivers during that era. Jimmy Smith from the Jaguars. He's another one that surprised me. Jimmy Smith has 9 seasons. The only people with more 1,000-yard receiving seasons than Jimmy Smith are Randy Moss and Jerry Rice. That's it.
Wow.
And you've got Torrey Holt. I think Torrey Holt is a huge omission. Led the NFL in receiving yards twice. Finished top 5 4 times. Torrey Holt, Jimmy Smith, these are guys that I'm surprised they're not in. But the name that Sandler threw out there that I thought was interesting, Carlos Delgado.
Delgado.
Is Delgado more of a conversation if he just gets 27 more home runs?
Is he?
He's 473.
Well, I mean, Fred McGriff was in the same category. He ended with 493, and it took him 15, 20 years to get in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, it took him a long time to get in. I think Delgado. Now, the difference is that McGriff was a champ with the Braves, and then he was a champ with Toronto. So he won, 3 World Series?
Yeah.
So that helps. Whether it should or not is a different story, but it does. And at least back then it did. So that helps. And I know McGriff just got in this past year, but so I know it help McGriff. But no, I think...
And send us your names. If you think there's somebody in any sport who has been completely neglected, even as a conversation in professional sports. Because I'll tell you one of the ones, we came up with the same name during the break.
Name. Todd Helton, the same name we came up, and I also threw in Andrew Jones.
My natural inclination is less so on Andrew Jones, just because, I don't know. He was really great defensively, obviously one of the best defensive outfielders of his generation as a 10-time Gold Glove winner. But, it's tough to me to put in an outfielder within 823 OPS.
Yeah, but are you docking him for the end of his career?
Even in Atlanta, which he stopped playing for the Braves when he was 30, his OPS for his career in Atlanta was 839.
Oh,
it's just tough. He's somebody who, started as young as he did, played as long as he did, 17 years. He had 1,900 hits in 17 seasons.
I like to look at your 6 to 8 year peak. Was your 6 to 8 year peak on the level of being, considered Hall of Fame worthy? I leave out your first couple of years. I leave out your last ones. Give me your 6 to 8 year dominant window.
All right. So for Andrew Jones, it would probably be 2000 to 2005, which his OPS was 861.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Hall of Fame, though.
Helton is the one that, to me, that was a 3-time Gold Glover. He was a 4-time Silver Slugger winner. He has a batting title. His career OPS is 953. He had 5 straight seasons of an OPS over 1,000. He probably gets docked, honestly, for the course field. It's the course field aspect.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to go to his home road splits and see what there are. If you have a 953 OPS, you're hitting on the road.
Yeah,
regardless.
2,500 career hits. He had 367 home runs. So that's 369. That's a little bit tough, I would guess, to convince people in a power era that's what you did. But on the road, his splits were different. At home with the Rockies, his OPS was 1,048. On the road, it was 855.
855 OPS at home on the road?
Yep.
Well, that's still really, really good.
Now, Helton has been eligible for, I think it's 4 years now, and he initially polled at 16.5%. Then it was 29.2 in 2020, 44.9 in 21, and 52% last year. He's starting.
Once you get over 50%, you pretty much, a lot of people, the progression is you're going to get in eventually. And I think people will see that he will eventually get in. Fun fact, he was the quarterback at Tennessee that Peyton Manning took over for.
He's on the ballot until 2028. Some other names being thrown in here. 903, Roger Craig. That one's up there.
High knees, man.
214, Albert Bell.
All right, Albert Bell. Yes. So you need to go look at Albert Bell's yearly 162 game average. Okay?
Okay.
Average. He averaged for his career 295, 369, 564. He averaged his 162 game average was a 933 OPS, 40 home runs, and 130 RBIs. Average.
It's pretty good.
That's his career average.
He was also
40 home runs.
He was also a pain in the ass.
Who cares? So is Reggie Jackson.
I mean,
he's in. So was, there's a slew of guys.
I don't
who are
care.
Pains in the butt.
I don't care. The Baseball Hall of Fame cares a lot of times.
Averaged 40 home runs and 130 RBIs for his career. Averaged.
903 Eric Williams. He definitely would have been if not for his car accident. 214 is Tim Lincecum. He won 2 Cy Youngs. But
Big time Timmy Jim.
He was a supernova, man. It was over like that with it.
3-time champ, I believe.
It was Matt Harvey. Right?
Oh,
it was a little more extended Harvey, and he was better than Harvey, but it was over in a flash. It was done fast.
Yeah, that's the baseball version of who was the football dad who was nuts?
The football dad
who had the kid that got burnt out.
Oh, Marinovich.
That was the same way. He was like the training videos, the getting the motion. It was the same kind of way. And I wonder if he just got burnt out, or his arm just got burnt out. But he was great. He had that supernova rise and everything.
Luis Gonzalez from the 972.
Of course, it was. Did you ever see the video of the newscast not mispronouncing his name?
Mm-mm.
Tim Lights to see him or whatever.
Oh, gosh.
So bad. I think it was in San Francisco too. They did that. Luis Gonzalez, the other one, but then you got with the problem with Luis Gonzalez, and he's in the era where you just ask yourself, oh, was he Brady Anderson? Where he was like not really a 50 home run guy, and then all of a sudden he was a 50 home run guy.
Yeah, the first 10 years of his career, he had 133 home runs. And then on the back end of his career, the next 9 years, he had 221. He had never had a 30 home run season until he was 32. And then he had 31, 57, 28, 26. And then it trickled down from there.
He may have hit 57. It was like, yeah, I'm going to tap the brakes on this one. I'm just going to go to my grave and say, that's a career year. We're just going to tap the brakes on this.
That's very Brady Anderson. Oh, great answer from the 817. Benny the Jet Rodriguez.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I saw Benny the Jet jersey the other day.
Do you think Benny the Jet Rodriguez should be in, Peyton?
Yeah, for what he did in the Sandlot.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
all right.
God.
Good job. Good job.
You were about to get reamed out of the fan text, no doubt about it. What is coming up in Below the Belt?
Yeah, will the NFL go LIV? That's next on 105.3 The Fan. No, we're not. Why Jason Kelsey might actually be an idiot.
What?
Oh, dude.
Oh, I could see that. I mean, the Kelsey brothers. They're fun. They're fun. Their podcast is good.
It is. It's very good. And I really like Jason Kelsey, actually. I find him to be likable.
He's very likable.
He said something that came out yesterday. There's some audio going around, and he might be dumb. We'll have to review that here in just a second. Before we get to that, I know I teased, is the NFL going to go all LIV? And this is about the topic of the idea of the PIF or some other, fund, some country's fund buying into the NFL. Because right after the LIV thing happened, the merger with the PGA, which it is a merger, essentially, the discussion started immediately. We had it during the breaks a little bit. The idea of could they buy an NFL team? Like, could the PIF buy an NFL team? In fact, it kind of went underreported, I feel like, last week, that the Qatar Investment Authority is purchasing a minority stake in Monumental Sports and Entertainment. And that's
the Wizards.
That's the Wizards and the Capitals.
And the Mystics.
As part of a $4 billion deal. It's the Wizards and the Capitals. As part of a $4 billion deal. I'm just kidding.
And the Nats aren't a part of that?
No. It includes the Mystics, Capital One Arena, and NBC Sports Washington.
Okay, because it was only 5%?
For $4.05 billion.
That seems like a lot.
So they're buying it, but that's part of it. And obviously, I know nobody has to jump on the fan text and tell me. I know Qatar and Saudi Arabia, like they're different, but I'm just saying in general, these foreign investment funds and the influence that they can potentially have. And it was recently, Mike Florio wrote the story, for enough money, Saudi Arabia could buy an NFL team, and says NFL rules prohibit foreign investments in franchises, but rules were made to be disregarded when sufficiently profitable to do so.
Yeah, let me tell you something. When the PIF says, hey, pick a team.
Giants.
Hey, Wellington and Wellington Mara or John Mara.
Old Beef Wellington.
And Tish. Mm-hmm. What's the value of your team? $10 billion. We'll offer you $20 billion for your franchise. You think the NFL is going to say no?
Right.
You think Jerry Jones is going to get up there and say, nah, we're better than this? When he knows that the Giants go for $20 billion, that his team now is worth $30 billion.
By the way, the PIF is on track to, in a few years, top $1 trillion.
Of course it is.
Government-controlled fund.
Of course it is. It's an endless supply of income. They don't have to. They could spend this money because they don't have to worry about ever finding it, because every time you fill up your gas tank, there it is. So heat your house, there it is.
Charles Robinson over at Yahoo, who is one of the best columnists, sports investigative reporters around, absolutely does a fantastic job. He wrote a story last week that says, after LIV forced a PGA partnership, could Saudi Public Investment Fund target NFL ownership? And it talks about, as soon as the news broke on June 6th, it started sending a little bit of shockwaves through NFL communities. An AFC executive had said, it was immediately out on the practice field. I heard it in the hallway, and by the time I was outside, guys were already talking about it. I can't remember the last time that happened. I don't know how we would have handled it if the PIF wanted a piece of the NFL, but I'd think that will at least be a back burner conversation for owners, or maybe front burner because of the timing with the Commander sale finalizing and the Seahawks coming up. And the general sense Charles Robinson got from talking to executives around the league is Never say never, but probably never. As one NFL team president put it, the fact that the PGA couldn't sweat out LIV for a year is pretty bad. Another high-ranking executive was far more blunt. The PGA was weak. They were talking tough, but how they folded in such a short time span says everything. The only way any part of the NFL will ever be owned in a sovereign wealth situation is if the league changes its mind and invites that money in. And maybe that happens, but the NFL isn't going to be bullied into it. That's the other problem. As we've talked about, LIV put financial pressure on the PGA that they couldn't sustain.
Of course, and they're going to put financial pressure on everybody. They'll put financial pressure on. They tried to. They basically do it with Ronaldo.
Much more difficult to put that pressure on the NFL, though. I think, in terms of you can't as easily create a competitive league with a bunch of money that will cause people to defect. It's going to be a lot more difficult. The NFL is the NFL brand, so it's harder to create a LIV version of the NFL, I feel like.
If they bought out the XFL and threw money at the free agents, they would leave.
Maybe. I mean, there's already so much money flowing around.
Of course there is. But, let's just say Patrick Mahomes is a free agent and the Chiefs offer him $500 million and the Arlington Renegades offer him $1 billion. He's going to go to the XFL. And then so would Joe Burrow, and then so would this and that. I mean, they're going to have $1 trillion of this thing.
Yeah, I mean, the collective value of NFL salaries is something like $8 billion, though.
The collective value of NFL salaries is $8 billion.
Yearly. And so what I'm saying is that
they just spent $200 million or $400 million on Phil Mickelson.
Right. Here's something that it is pointed out here by one of the executives. It says the NFL and the Saudi Public Investment Fund just would be a mismatch. It says we're a bad fit. It's not Premier League soccer where you can spend to the bottom of the barrel and all you need is a deeper barrel than everyone else. The salary cap puts limits on the number one resource, the player talent. What good is the money if you can't use to overspend everyone else 2 or 3-fold in free agency? But you would say that it wouldn't be to buy in to a team and then money whip the other teams. You're saying it would be similar to the LIV thing where it's you buy a separate league, pay everybody a bunch of money to break their contracts, go over here and play, and then essentially make the NFL merge with you and do things on your terms.
I mean, you could do that. I mean, you could buy a team because if you buy a team, now you also are diversifying your portfolio if they wanted to do that. Some other could say they're laundering money that way, which I know is a complaint about the PGA Tour is that, PGA Tour allowed a foreign entity to launder money through a nonprofit here in the U.S., which PGA Tour is no longer going to be a nonprofit, or at least this new company is not. The PGA Tour still might maintain it.
The NFL does not have tax-exempt status annor. They gave that up in 2015.
They could take the money, funnel it in here. Now it's a completely different operation, and they're getting profit in a different way.
469. What if they just offered completely guaranteed contracts? That's something the NFL has been pressured into doing that they haven't buckled on.
Yeah, so if the LIV people come over here, or the PIF, I should say, come over here and they buy the Commanders, and all of a sudden they say, hey, look, we may not offer the same kind of, but our contracts are fully guaranteed. That's a game changer. Or they start a European football league.
Yeah. I mean, that's something, or the discussion's been brought up before about the idea of, a European division in the NFL. Do they just create a European division and then they buy into that?
They buy all the teams there.
That could be one of the aspects of it. All right, now on to Jason Kelce and why he might be dumb. By the way, you should, we'll post that on the Sean and RJ Facebook page, but it's a really interesting article from Charles Robinson about the potential of, PIF influence on the NFL one day. All right, so Jason Kelce last week, the Eagles center, the great Eagles center, was on with Derek Gunn and Rob Ellis on their program Sports Take, which is on Jacob Sports. I believe it's just a streaming platform, but I don't know. Jason Kelce was on there, and he was talking about the pressure that Jalen Hurts puts on himself and how he still beats himself up over the Super Bowl performance. And Jason Kelce described the Super Bowl performance in what I think was a really odd way.
When you're the guy, when you're Jalen Hurts, I know the way he thinks because we've talked about it. He still beats himself up for this play and that play. It's like, dude, you had like the best performance ever by a quarterback in the history of the Super Bowl. You did just fine.
What? Jalen Hurts had the best.
Dumbfounded.
I'm dumbfounded as well,
Bruce.
Boach. Jalen Hurts. Here was his stat line, which he was good in the Super Bowl. There's no doubt about it. 27 of 38, 304 yards, a touchdown, no picks. Okay, 27-38, 304, touchdown, no picks, 103.4 pass rating. 15 carries for 70 yards and 3 touchdowns. Also should be remembered he had a pretty huge fumble in that game. Let's just quickly think of some of the other great quarterback performances in Super Bowl history, Chop. You have Phil Simms against the Broncos, 22 of 25, 268, 3 touchdowns, no picks. The pass rating was 150.9. You had Joe Montana, 297 yards, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions against Denver. Troy Aikman, 273, 4 touchdowns, no picks against the Bills, on the way to putting up 50 points. Steve Young threw for 6 touchdowns, no interceptions, and 325 yards in Super Bowl 29 against the Chargers. Tom Brady, 466 yards and 70% completions on 62 attempts in the largest comeback in Super Bowl history against the Falcons. Kurt Warner, 404 or 414, 2 touchdowns, no picks against the Titans. You could make an argument it's not even the greatest Super Bowl performance by an Eagles quarterback. Nick Foles beating the Patriots with 373 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a pick. I mean, that's an obnoxious take, isn't it?
It's probably the best by far by a losing player.
No. Kurt Warner lost in the Super Bowl to Pittsburgh, 377 yards, 3 touchdowns.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, I know, but he also had so Hurts had 3 touchdowns as well. He had 70 yards rushing, and he had 300 yards passing.
But he threw for 377 against the Steelers defense.
So what?
That matters. That matters, Chop.
I mean, Kurt was great in that game. I mean, I'm looking. I
saw Tom Brady in a loss to Philadelphia, 505 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Again,
no picks.
that's a volume thing.
505 on 28 completions, Chop. It was 10.5 yards per attempt.
He was fantastic. Thurman Thomas in a losing effort. Matt Ryan was great in a losing effort. Larry. See, here's the funny thing. I was looking, best Super Bowl performance in a losing effort.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't give Kurt Warner the nod in that game. They gave it to Larry Fitz.
Larry Fitzgerald was great in that game.
They gave it to Larry Fitz.
But that's my point, is that this is not even the greatest.
I wouldn't put it there.
This is not the greatest quarterback performance in Eagles Super Bowl history. It's not the greatest quarterback performance. Like, it's not even in the conversation as one of the top 3 or 4. But Jason Kelce, I guess, is just trying to be a good teammate.
He's helping out his teammates.
But that's some ridiculous hyperbole.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, if you want to say it was the best in a losing effort, I'm going to fight you on that one. I would put Matt Ryan there instead, but boy, the rushing, his rushing ability, it sets him apart.
Don't make me take off my belt, Jason Kelce. That was below the belt.
It was below the belt. All right, that's good stuff, man. Has an All-Star game spot just opened up for this Texas Ranger. That is next 9 o'clock hour coming your way next to the Fan. Let's get you over to Zero Res.
secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1-2. Swinging that one, it's hit high and deep to left field. Durant jogs back towards the track. He's at the wall. He looks up, and that ball is out of here. A 2-run home run for Jake Rogers. And the Tigers lead 6-2.
A very beaten down Jared Sandler with the call on 105.3 The Fan.
You're home of the Texas Rangers. The
single
only sport going in town right now is right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Every single Ranger game right here on The Fan. It is fist pump time. Oh, man. Big day of baseball ahead of me. Again, another one. Just like yesterday. 10, 4, and 6.
Are you secretly hoping at all? Do they still have a shot to win it all?
Yeah.
Okay, they do. So you do want them to continue to win and go on.
They've got to win like 6 straight.
I was going to say, if they're in some like finalists bracket, but not a winners bracket, I was going to say, notice I said finalists bracket.
Yeah.
I was trying to be PC here. I was going to say, would you secretly be hoping like, well, let's end the day a little early. I don't want to hang out in Frisco all day.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I got so much things to do. I got zeros coming over today anyway, so.
Ooh, you going to finally get those wood floors done?
We're doing just carpet and tile today. There's because she's moving a lot of her stuff in, so the hardwoods are pretty much, the wood floors are pretty much all covered in moving boxes and stuff. So there's no point in doing them. We'll do them another time.
I heard they do a great job, Zero Res.
They do. Fantastic. Spell it backwards or forwards. Promo code HF Radio. So big day for me ahead. Big day for Bassick ahead. He's got games galore. So his team beat our team yesterday. It was very disappointing to see that. But that's that. Rangers lose 7-2 to the Detroit Tigers. Bobby, they have lost 3 straight games.
You know what? Gonna have to win 3 straight then, because you need to take this series before you get into the big 4-game series against the Astros this weekend. Which, by the way, I'm seriously considering buying some tickets. The only thing that's preventing me a little bit, Kristen is having like sinus surgery tomorrow. They're literally cutting bone out of her face.
Really?
Yeah, it's like some surgery to basically allow better flow in your sinuses or something. I don't know what the technical term is for it, but the only thing that's giving me a little bit of pause is what is the recovery like? Because if she's in a lot of pain, I'll need to be at home this weekend. So, but I'd love to go to the Astro series if possible. If not, I'll just
do it. Give it a shot. If you can go, you can go. Is this Ranger now in line for an All-Star game spot? Previously not thought of to be in line for it. And I say that because Adolis Garcia is one of the 6 finalists for the outfield. Now,
Adolis,
correct me if I'm wrong, there are 3 outfield spots. He is in the running with Mike Trout, Randy Arozarena, Yordan Alvarez, Kevin Kiermaier, and Aaron Judge. Well, Yordan Alvarez is in the midst of a 4 to 6 week recovery. Aaron Judge, it just was determined that he has a torn ligament in his toe that happened earlier this month on a really nice catch that he had out in L.A.
Jeez, that sounds painful.
I know. And he even said, we have no idea how long it's going to take. You don't know anybody that's torn a ligament in their toe. And I'm like, yeah, you're kind of right. I don't. So, that's 2 guys who one of them surely was going to be, if not the leading outfield vote getter, which he was in the original, or the second behind Trout. So Judge, even if he gets voted in, is not going to be able to play most likely in this game. And neither is Yordan. So let's just give Mike Trout a spot.
Okay.
All right. That leaves 2 spots available. One is Randy Arozarena, who plays for the Tampa Bay Rays, who have no fans. And the other one is Kevin Kiermaier, who plays for the Blue Jays, that they're going to stuff the ballot box. So you literally have to beat just one of those guys.
That's reasonable. I think that that can be done. As long as, look, here's the only thing. What kind of national thirst is there at this point for the Texas Rangers?
Like, they're thirsty?
You know what I mean? Like, there is no interest nationally in Tampa. Tampa's not getting the type of attention nationally that they would want. But I mean, Josh Young finished phase 1 as the leading vote getter at third. Like, is it something where people are interested in this Rangers team and want to see the storyline? There was an article yesterday from Bradford Doolittle over at ESPN, and he was basically judging who should start the All-Star game by AX ratings. And AX is a consensus expression of leading bottom line metrics.
Not the body spray.
No, like the different versions of WAR and win probability related metrics. So when you look at the top names in the AL for the outfield, the guys who most deserve to be in there, it's guys like, Randy Arozarena and Aaron Judge. They have guys in there like Luis Robert, who didn't make the finalist list. And so out of the finalists, Bradford Doolittle says that the recommendations for the All-Star game would be Judge and Arozarena as the starters, which Judge obviously dealing with the issue. And then it says taking your pick between Garcia and Alvarez. So this recommendation of this bottom line metric would say of the finalists, and you mentioning there Alvarez being hurt, would say that Adolis Garcia should be a starter based off of the candidates.
Right. Yeah, so there you go. And now, listen, is he going to get voted in? What's the natural thirst for the Rangers? I mean, there's not. Let's be fair. They're not the Cubs. They're not the Yankees. They're not the Dodgers. Not the Red Sox. They're not the San Francisco Giants. It's the Cardinals. These old teams that have big followings nationally. They got a local following, and then you've got the rest of the state. So if you're a baseball fan in the state, you root for one of two teams. Big state, so a lot of fans. But nobody. I don't think people in Des Moines, Iowa, are waking up with Ranger hats on today. They will wake up with a Dodger hat or a Yankee hat. That's just the way it is. It happens. When you've been around for 130 years, that's kind of what happens.
That is. Now, it is interesting you say nobody's waking up in that area with that. What I am interested in is Tui Tuipulotu, who was played at USC, was a draft pick by the Chargers, second-round pick of the Chargers this year. And I saw this pop up yesterday. Look at this, Ryan.
Is it the baby blue hat?
No, it's him signing or whatever. But he's got a shirt on that says Tongans because he's Tongan. But look at that, Chop. That is a Texas Rangers hat he's wearing, isn't it?
It looks to be, yeah.
That looks to be a Texas Rangers hat right there. And so, I mean, I can find no connection to Texas from Tui Tuipulotu.
Where is he from?
Like California. Like, he's not from here. And so it's interesting. There may be a sort of desire to see it. Look, the fact that they got 5 finalists and Young ended out passing Chapman at third base in the first phase of voting. Simeon's leading like he is. Seager carried as long as he did, even missing as much time as he did. I think that at least it's a possibility.
Okay. I think there's a really good possibility that Young wins third base. There's a really good possibility of that. Obviously, Simeon's going to win second. Seager's got a tough one with Bo Bichette. And then obviously Adolis has got a tough one because, the outfield. And again, even though Judge is probably not going to play at all, him and Trout are going to get more votes. They just are.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's any question about that one. And then so you're fighting with, 4 other guys for one spot. Well, now you're fighting with 2 because there's no more Jordan, I don't believe either, and there's no more Judge because they're not going to be able to play, most likely because of their injuries. So, again, it'll come down to Trout, Kiermaier, Adolis, and Arozarena for the 2, for that one spot. But the issue, if you don't win it, and I don't know how they do it. Do they just go to the next in order? Or do they allow the manager to make the selection? Or do they allow the players to make that selection? That's going to be all things that they've got to figure out.
Yeah, that I'm not entirely sure of. But, I mean, look, you've got Adolis is second in all of Major League Baseball in RBIs. He does have a 2.6 WAR, which is good for – how far down the list does that put him? That puts him good for 12th in Major League Baseball. I mean, he's got a legitimate case for it. It's just a matter of do the national fans have enough of an awareness or enough of a desire to see more Rangers get in there?
Yep, that's a good question. The Tampa Bay Rays have been dethroned atop the power rankings.
Why? What happened? They're just not as good anymore?
The Atlanta Braves have moved in to number 1. The Rays at 2, which means the Rangers drop from their perch at number 2. They are down to number 3. The good news for the Rangers as they go through this lull is that no one else in their division seems to be in a rush to push for first place. Orioles, Giants round at your top 5. Diamondbacks, Dodgers. Blue Jays, the Marlins have moved in there. Astros at 10. Yankees at 11. And then here come the red hot Cincinnati Reds, America's team.
I mean, I don't think it's a fair position, I think, to take right now to say that the Braves are the best team in baseball.
I'm fine with that. They took, they took 2 or 3 from Cincinnati. They could have swept them. They had a lead in game 1. Interesting, the Marlins are in here. They're 45-34. So last year, Sandy Alcantara wins the Cy Young.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen Yuri Perez?
No.
He's made 9 starts. He skipped AAA. He's made 9 starts. 5-1, 1.34 ERA, 0.98 WHIP. 9 starts.
Wow.
They could have back-to-back Cy Young winners.
I mean, that's completely possible. Here's what's wild, is we're just talking about how well Atlanta's playing. Do you know what their record is since June 3rd?
Atlanta's record since June 3rd. So
yes. Starting on June 3rd.
So that's 24 days. I'll say they've played 22 games in that time.
They've played 21.
Okay. Their record is 17-4.
They're 18-3.
Jeez. Is that good?
That's very good.
Does that usually win you a division?
I mean, my word. And that's the thing, is that you look at the way that they've played this year and why I say I don't have any issue with them being the top team. They've won a road series against Arizona. They won a road series against Texas, with Texas playing as well as they were. They just won a road series against the hottest team in baseball in Cincinnati. They have put a stop to a number of, hot streaks that these teams in baseball have been on. And so, I mean, it was a home series, but they won a home series against Baltimore earlier this year. I think they've been the most consistent team. Now, some of the ways that they've dropped it, they had a 3-game sweep at home at the hands of the Astros. Yep. That wasn't good. They obviously lost 2 out of 3 on the road against Oakland. That's the ugliest mark on their record. But ever since that Oakland series, they've won 18 of their last 21.
Oh, Cincinnati's lost 3 straight after their 12-game win streak. They have a minus 22 run differential. In fact, the top 2 teams in the Central, Milwaukee and Cincinnati, both minus 20 and minus 22. The Cubs are in 3rd place, a plus 32 run differential, and they're under 500. So they may not be sellers.
No.
They're an analytics organization. They buy into that stat. They're going to look at it and say, what the other 2 teams are doing, it's not going to last. We got this. That's what they're going to wind up saying.
What would you want from a potential sell-off, though?
Of the Cubs?
Yeah, Stroman, I guess. See, that's the only thing, though, right now is that Stroman with the blister coming out of the London game, which, by the way, we didn't talk about this. Did you have any thoughts or any review of Jeter on the Fox broadcast?
I didn't see much. We were at baseball all weekend. I didn't see much of it.
I thought he was fine. I got to say, I wouldn't love the idea. I understand what you're doing. I wouldn't love the idea if I was a Red Sox fan of Ortiz giving him the Jeter Red Sox jersey that he then threw offset. Ortiz was doing his joke. I don't think people want Jalen Hurts being given a Cowboys jersey even as a joke. It's like, I don't even want you being associated with my team. I was surprised. I thought that was a risky move there.
Yeah, I think David Ortiz can do whatever he wants, and no one's going to say anything about him, though.
Yeah, as long as I'm not even going to make the joke.
Right? You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? Like, it's like in Boston, he can get away with that.
In Boston.
I'll tell you another
Not
Cub
outside the U.S.
Come on,
Does somebody want Bellinger?
No, I don't.
I think he's like at this point, like he's a better Joey Gallo.
Maybe, but
right?
I mean, do you
they still strike out a lot?
Not necessarily. Like, I mean, I think that even if you were to look at it, what's his OPS this year? 769. I mean, Joey, I think is.
I mean, this year you may be right, but like
Joey just got out of a really big slump, specifically a home run slump. But his no, they're actually it's one off. Bellinger 769, Joey's 768. So it's essentially
they're both good outfielders.
It's essentially Gallo with less pop.
Bellinger?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're free swingers, man. All right. That is a little bit of around the NFL. Drama for the Super Bowl contender. Antonio Brown's at it again with more drama. And do we have a special 920 edition of Love of the Star?
We do. We took a look at the offensive side of the coaching staff yesterday. We'll take a look at the defensive side next on 105 through the Fan.
But let's get you over to Diamonds Direct, boys.
accidents happen, Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
It's time for the hard-hitting analysis you won't find anywhere else. Here's Bobby Belt.
10, 5, victory! Cowboys win!
This is Love of the Star.
Thank you, voiceover guy. Yeah. I'm going to do the whole segment like this, and Sean loves it.
Yeah, we're moving Love of the Star to 9:20 today to finish up the inventory series where we take a look at first the roster. Now we're looking at the Cowboys coaching staff very briefly. I just got to say something real quick. I was reminded of it when we were coming back from break there, and I heard Peyton doing the read. I'm sad that we bullied him out of doing the Frankel and Frankel read the way he used to. The Frankel and Frankel. I'm sad that he now does anymore. I'm sad that he goes,
young man. Well, the read changed, and so I can't really do it as much. I mean, I could still do it, but it just doesn't flow as smoothly as I would like it.
It felt like we bullied you out of it, and
Frank or the go-to attorney. I don't know. See,
I like it. I
think you should still do it.
I'll contact the Frankels. We'll change the rules.
I still like it that way. All right, so we took a look at the Cowboys offensive coaching staff yesterday, including Mike McCarthy, who is obviously the play caller, or in line to be the play caller allegedly this year. We'll see how things progress.
You don't think he is?
I mean, I think that he'll start the year like it. We'll see. So now we're going to take a look at the defensive side of the ball, which didn't see a whole lot of turnover. This will actually be a pretty quick one today, I think. The only major subtraction from the defensive coaching staff was George Edwards, who had been listed as a senior defensive assistant or something along those lines. But in all reality, he was the linebackers coach. Scott McCurley, who had been brought over to the Cowboys when Mike McCarthy was hired, a guy that Mike McCarthy had as his linebackers coach in Green Bay, was brought on as the linebackers coach, but pretty much over time, it became something these last 2 years where George Edwards was the linebackers coach. It wasn't his title, but he led the linebackers in drills. He was, on top of that position group, and he was kind of in charge of everything there. He was one of the surprise firings at the end of the season. Because that was a guy that I think, we heard the report, I believe it was from Josina Anderson, who said Dan Quinn was confused by it. And he was a little put off by it. I know that was a tough loss for Micah Parsons. Micah was a big fan of George Edwards and what he brought to the table and how he coached him. He's talked about him a couple times since he left, just this offseason whenever Micah talks. He's mentioned, it's tough that George isn't here anymore. But Scott McCurley has been here the entire time as the linebackers coach. It's just he's going to have more of a hands-on role now. That's the only real difference. They've added 2 former players to the coaching staff. Real quickly, I'll just kind of run through the coaching staff. Defensive coordinators Dan Quinn, the secondary coach and the defensive passing game coordinators Joe Witt Jr., Al Harris still coaching defensive backs, Adam Dirty at the defensive line, Scott McCurley at linebackers. But the interesting couple hires they've made here, they're trying to bring former players, Chop, into the coaching ranks like they have in the past with guys like Kellen Moore. So
I like that.
The quality control assistant linebackers coach this year is going to be Darian Thompson, who was a safety for the Cowboys the last couple years, a special teamer, but he's going to be used in the linebackers group working with Scott McCurley there. And then the other one, former Rod Marinelli crush, Cowboys crush in general, Sharif Floyd.
Oh, let's see, Florida, right?
Yep,
Florida.
Yep, and Minnesota Vikings, and a guy that the Cowboys were really high on when he was coming out of school. That was somebody Dan Quinn had coached or at the very least recruited to Florida. And so that was the connection there. But Sharif Floyd, I know we got to talk to him on, I believe it was day 3 of the NFL draft at DallasCowboys.com, and he is really excited to get going, really big believer in Dan Quinn, and I know Dan Quinn's a big believer in him and what he can do. So a good opportunity for Sharif Floyd to kind of learn under Adam Dirty and Dan Quinn and what they coach along the defensive line. And maybe you've got yourself, if Adam Dirty is somebody who gets elevated or takes another job next offseason, maybe you've created a succession plan like you did with Scott Tolzien at quarterback coach. But that's kind of an overview of the defensive coaching staff. I think it's, steady as she goes, all, situation normal. I think that's what you're looking at with the defensive coaches. They've been great the last 2 years. They'll continue to be great for 2023.
It's interesting you said situation normal.
I was looking for the words. I didn't know what to say. And as soon as I said it, I was like, that didn't sound right.
That's the start of snafu.
I ended out saying situation normal.
You did.
Yeah. I know it's ended up. I'm trying Tolos. Ended up.
No, don't try. So, because I had this conversation with Sarah because she'll ask me every now and then. Because she says, instead of saying all of a sudden, she says all of a sudden. And she's like, is that right? And I'm like, yeah, I don't think so.
No, I think it is all of a sudden.
Yeah, all of a sudden, or maybe it's all of the sudden, but she just says all of the sudden, and she's like, "Is that right?" I don't know. I don't think that's right, but what the hell? I think if people understand, they get it. If they get what you're saying.
Yeah, but
because how many people say?
A lot of people on the fan text have pointed out that I say "ended out," and Sarah pointed it out.
Yeah, you do. It annoys me, but I don't care. It's like some people who say supposedly. I feel like Peyton could be a supposedly guy.
Supposedly. Sometimes I say like especially, like I throw the X in there. I don't run it together as like especially.
Are you ever when someone says, "Can you be more Pacific?"
No, I don't think I'm that bad.
You know, leave the S off specific. Be more Pacific, please.
One of the there was, I'm sure it was a meme, but I mean it's somebody on Facebook. I know there was a meme image for a while that went around that said somebody would call it a blessing in the sky. Well, that's just a blessing in the sky instead of blessing in disguise. So.
Oh, is it not blessing in the?
Huh. You know it's blessing in disguise. Stop
it. Not in the sky.
Stop it. You know what it is. But anyway, that's Love of the Star. Really positive outlook here for the Cowboys coaching staff as they head into year 3 together with Dan Quinn.
Very nice. Very nice. Love of the Star. I wanted to get to this real quick. Antonio Brown. This guy.
He's great. Love him.
It's getting worse and worse for him. So he bought the Arena League team, an Arena League team in Albany, New York, the Albany Empire. All right. He bought like half of it, and then he bought out his partner for like $1. So the head coach of the Albany Empire said members of the Arena football team are planning a class action lawsuit against Antonio Brown. Why? Well, because the players and coaches discovered the paychecks for their final game were pulled from their bank account.
Like he was garnishing their wages?
Yeah, like he paid them. Now, they were only paid like up to $500 for the game. He paid them, and then I guess he told the bank, pull those paychecks, which I didn't think banks would do. So the direct deposit goes in.
Especially if it's Antonio Brown.
I
would think that would give them a little pause.
So they were paid last Thursday and Friday for the Orlando game. But a member of the group chat, boy, I tell you, could you imagine? You think a group chat with 5 or 6 people is a lot? Could you imagine if you're on a professional sports organization group chat? You're on the Cowboys group chat. There's 50 other people on it.
So at that point, you just got to use Discord.
Like at that point, wouldn't it just be like your position groups? Like, my goodness.
That's how I know that's how a lot of the Cowboys do it. They'll have like a D-line chat.
So Dak's not on a chat with the whole defense.
I'm sure he's got other like group chats with people, but generally it's like there's a quarterback group chat or a defensive line group chat, or at least that's how they reference it. They'll say, yeah, we were talking in our D-line group chat or whatever. And so I would assume that's how they approach it. It's generally positional.
Yeah, it may be. But so anyway, a member of the group chat posts a screenshot of the bank account reversal. So when they check the account, the paychecks have been deducted. The players are still owed amounts of $500 and up, not up to, but and up.
All the way up.
For the final game. Antonio Brown, meanwhile, guaranteed money. He made $70,725,000 of guaranteed money during his playing career. The paychecks of $141,000 to Empire players without breaking into his other salaries, he definitely could have afforded. But this guy, Antonio Brown, I do not know how. I do not know how Antonio has still been allowed to own this team. I know they booted him. They're like, we're gonna remove your charter for the league. How they haven't removed him as an owner?
I mean, look, how long did it take for Dan Snyder to get pushed out?
Oh, only 20 years.
And so what does Antonio Brown have then? Another 19 years and 7 months or something? So it takes a little bit. Look, I would imagine it's probably now if guys are getting locked out of their hotel rooms, like we heard stories of previously, and you're pulling back paychecks, I would guess that would change things a little bit. But I'm guessing a league like that needs all the money they can. And so somebody
I mean,
Antonio
they probably
Brown,
do. I get it. Like, you know, they're getting the publicity of having Antonio Brown. All news is good news, or all publicity is good publicity, or whatever. But man, it's a bad look for Antonio Brown. It's a bad look for the Arena League. They got to get this. They got to get him out of there. They really, really do.
We've got several submissions on the truckwreck.com fan text for mispronounced things that drive people nuts.
Yeah, hell yeah.
817 Lucy in disguise with diamonds. We've got 214 that's a mute point instead of saying a moot point. When people say frustrated, they don't put the R in there.
Who says frustrated?
That is actually a common one. I'll tell you the one that drove me. You've never heard somebody say frustrated with no R? It's people say it.
I guess I don't pick up on it, but
all of a sudden from 812.
It's often, not often.
It's true. It
yeah,
is.
that would. What didn't you have a professor correct you on that?
Yeah, this guy called me out on radio back in college about it. Said, "Do you think you're well spoken, Peyton?" I said, "Yeah, I think I do." And now he was like, "All right, pronounce this word." I said, "Often." He said, "You're not apparently." So
wow.
So every time someone says "often," I think to that guy every day.
You know, we had to correct Galloway on that one when I was at ESPN because he would say "often vicious." That was his thing in the beginning, and we're like, you know, Randy, it's often. He didn't want to hear it.
The one that always drives me nuts is the extra R people put in sherbet and call it sherbet.
Okay, I agree, and I because we were all sherbet people at one point.
But I would never was. But I think it has become such a common mispronunciation. It's become accepted. Like I think it's in dictionary.
It sounds better. Sherbet sounds better than whatever you said.
It sounds way better.
No, it doesn't.
It does sound better.
It sounds like Hubert.
No, it absolutely sounds better. And it like when I was growing up, like I don't think anybody knew of the sherbet stuff. It was sherbet. It was just sherbet. That's what it was. And then, you know, somebody, it's just, you know what it is? Until about 1995, when you drove in multiple runs, you had RBIs. And then some English dude decided to come in there and say, well, it's RBI because you can't pluralize 3 words in a row. Yeah, you can, dude. It's called baseball.
What about RSBI?
All right, just if you want me to know that you never played baseball before in your life, call it RBI. I will know. I will know exactly what you didn't do as a kid.
A 3 RBI triple, baby.
That's fine. That's okay. That's grammatically correct.
I would just say 3-run triple at that point.
A 3-run triple, you can say that. Yeah. But if you say the guy's got 96 RBI on the year, I know you never played baseball.
Woo! What a hot take. I'm going to have Derek Holland come in here tomorrow and just keep saying RBI.
No, he won't.
But he's a pitcher, so that's why you'd probably...
He's not really a baseball player.
You didn't get your RBI, so...
Pitchers aren't really baseball players. They're pitchers. That's why, you know, the hitter looks into his eyes and takes his soul.
Yeah, didn't you
and
say...
then winks at his girlfriend as he rounds third base.
Yeah, because you said earlier today, right? You said pitchers are the kickers of baseball.
I said relievers.
And I think you said...
relievers.
I think you specifically said, Derek Holland...
I didn't say that.
...is the Brett Maher of pitchers.
I never said that.
You heard him say it, right?
I never said that.
Can't perform in the postseason.
No, the difference is that Derek Holland had the best pitching performance in Rangers team history.
We fought for you, Derek. It was me, Ryan, Peyton. We fought for you during the break.
You guys are full of crap. I never said a word about that. Y'all know I don't say anything bad about Derek. Derek has given my kids like 4 Christmases. Okay, I've never said a word about him. So we've got a little crosstalk.
Getting defensive. He wants to punch me now.
KNC masterpiece coming up next here on the Fab. Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
His average back to 278, and he drills this one deep to left. Haas going back, turning to look, and it's gone. Line drive home run to left for Marcus Semien. It's his 11th home run of the season, and the Rangers lead 1-0.
Oh, it was all uphill from there. Literally uphill.
What the hell happened yesterday?
Slow climb. That was terrible. Hicksy with the call to game you heard right here. Rangers, got off fast, and then 7-2, they lose to the Tigers.
That does sound about right. We have Bruce Bochy on at 12:20. I might replay that and be like, do you think that's an accurate explanation of the game? And I bet he'll be like, pretty much.
I don't think you should do that.
Y'all need to have Mike ask why Brock Burke didn't get in on Sunday.
Yeah, you should.
Mike's not here today.
Oh.
Did you not see?
I just thought he was like doing an interview with San Francisco like he sometimes does.
A better player.
Oh yeah, just play Mike Drops when we ask him questions during this.
Ooh, that's not
How many
bad
mic
idea.
drops do you have back there, Peyton?
Ooh, a mic drop.
I just have 2 right now loaded in, but I mean, there's a whole. I mean, the KNC folder has 1.5 million, so
that's a lot.
Can we do a segment like that where we just would Reggie enjoy a segment where all he does is play mic drops? Reggie shaking his
he
head
has to do more work.
Yeah,
he's like, nope, I'm out on that. I understand how Reggie works.
I'm going to do this again because if nobody can see right now, Reggie's in the other studio. We can see him through a glass wall. I don't know
Reggie.
if we can if there's a camera that can get to him, but we can see it. I want to play a real quick game with Reggie. Is you can only hear based on how we answer what he says. If Reggie had a screen where it was just completely loaded up with all Mike Bassett drops and he didn't have to load it up, all he had to do was push the buttons, would Reggie be okay with that?
He would, but he would also, I'm going to answer while he's thinking.
All right.
He would, but he would also be like, I'm not going to be responsible for the quality of this because he's like, I'm not researching what these drops are. I'm just going to start pushing buttons and be like, you get what you get. Yeah.
No context, and they would have completely no meaning.
This is perfect. And if you're on the fan cam, you don't have to wonder. We have a Reggie cam up right now for his body language. So all of his answers can be seen there. By the way, somebody suggested, we're talking about Live and like, could Saudi Arabia, the PIF, ever get involved in the NFL? And it was suggested multiple times on the fan text that the PIF is the one that could invest in mine and Reggie's boxing match or whatever.
I'm gonna fix my husband.
Oh wow! What? Why? Okay, but why are you gonna? Oh yeah, because Reggie said you were punchable. That's right.
What's your price?
I mean, I think I just probably have it coming. My price is probably Reggie's sweet right hook.
Okay.
I mean,
well, that's a budget I can deal with.
Reggie gets all the PIF money then? Is that
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah. Look,
I think Reggie's okay with that.
Man, we have a connection with XKO. We can get a case fight happening.
Yeah, we absolutely can. All right.
What's XKO?
Come on, listen to the show. That is a local Metroplex-based MMA organization who has pumped out several fighters to the UFC.
Kevin Holland was on our show before he took off to the UFC.
Derek's dad.
What about Derek?
No, different.
I think he might be younger than Derek, actually.
Actually, it's Hagee and Derek's love child, Kevin.
Oh,
Holland. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes more
I can
sense.
see that.
now.
So Basic's not here today.
That is correct.
My understanding is he's at a baseball game and it's at noon.
That's a great drop.
It is. That's correct.
It's a baseball game at noon.
I'm heading up there in 7 minutes.
Okay.
An underrated drop in that same conversation, though, that makes me laugh every time is Mike going, I am listening to myself. Because Broadus goes, you're not even listening to yourself. I am listening to myself.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
great.
RJ, what the hell happened with your team yesterday? Y'all were heavy favorites.
We had a lead, and then so sometimes like 13-year-old kids just forget to field balls and stuff.
See, he's going after the third baseman again.
No, the third baseman did not make an error.
Oh, that was a hit. That's right.
It was. I would absolutely have scored that a hit. It had bad hop, dirt field. Dirt fields have bad hop. Well, I'll tell you, we played last night. We had a
8 o'clock. Did y'all win?
We did. We had an 8 o'clock game that didn't start till about 8:45 because, I mean, the umpire passed out and had to get taken away in an ambulance.
What?
Yeah, because he was out there all day.
And
It's 107 degrees out there.
Oh my god!
Being totally serious, yeah, everybody's got to be really careful. Like I saw Brunoff's email this morning. It's going to be like heat index of like 115 across the entire Metroplex all day today.
That heat index, Kevin, if you don't know, it's heat Windex. That's if you
spray
spray
Windex.
If
It's
you
not
spray
Windex.
Windex on your
It has
windshield,
nothing
how
to do.
fast it will dissolve based on the heat.
Yeah.
So, by the way, you guys, y'all have granite countertops?
We have. It's like a quartz. is
Okay,
what we got, yeah.
You know, if you put Windex on them, it shines. It's smoother, glides. So spray them down with your regular cleaner and then go over it with Windex.
Just kind of
You
layer.
say glides? Are you like running
No, it's
little
like, you know,
races
like
across your
sometimes,
countertop?
sometimes
beer bottles. Across
Sometimes
there.
you'll get like a little film that builds up after you spray them down with a regular cleaner. Put Windex on it, it gets rid of that. It's great.
Did you ever think when you were younger there really
That I'd
were?
be talking about this. on the
Well,
radio?
that
No.
too, but there were like little monsters in the film and stuff. Because you know how they like show germs and they're like little monsters.
It's the bubbles guys.
Yeah, or like on your
scrubbing
teeth,
bubbles.
there's little monsters who are
yeah.
trying to like kill your teeth
Yeah.
and stuff.
I used to believe that whenever you'd spray roaches, they would scream "Raid" and then they'd dissolve.
Yeah.
That's
How
what I
would they know that it's Raid versus something else?
That's called good marketing. That's how they know.
Yeah.
They
They're like, hold on, that's great value. We're gonna be fine.
They recognize
It's great.
they recognize the tasting notes.
Shots
like
fired
a wine
at Walmart's
connoisseur.
generic brand.
I mean, I don't know how
Very
roaches handle all that stuff.
I did want to go back to a serious topic for just a minute, if we can. You guys, y'all were talking about the PIF trying to take work their way into the NFL. And I was asking Kevin this question earlier, and Kevin, I don't know if we have this planned for the show.
No, go for it.
We do have, by the way, Bochy at 12:20, David Clyde joining us at 1:20.
Ooh, that is wild because we referenced David Clyde today.
It's the 50th anniversary.
It's Mason Englert, the guy who won for the Tigers last night, pitched at Forney High School, and he broke David Clyde's high school record for scoreless inning streak.
Interesting.
And so that's how it came up.
Interesting. What I was asking about this is like the NFL is a monopoly. Like they were basically what the PIF was saying was, hey, or the Live Tour was, you guys are a monopoly and we're going to keep y'all in litigation and law forever. And we have the money to do it. And y'all don't have the money to keep doing this. You're eventually going to spend all your money and you're going to be screwed over.
Right.
And I do wonder if the NFL wants the XFL and USFL to succeed because it keeps them out of the monopoly stance, right? If there are other professional NFL or football teams out there, does that keep the NFL from being a quote unquote monopoly?
What I told Corey was, I understand that thought and maybe, but I don't think so just because the NFL is like, that's fine. We went through this litigation before. We lost and it cost us $1.
Different,
so
might be a little different right now.
It was also against the USFL. Is it really that different?
I think I think if the PIF wanted in, it would be they want in on the NFL. Like I don't think I don't think they want their, just like Live. I don't think they wanted Live. They wanted the PGA, and Live was, here's our way to do it. Like I think that's what it would be more of. So the existence of the XFL or anything else, I think they would just go, that doesn't matter to us. We're gonna try and create a huge competitor to take you down, and eventually you have to let us in.
Would the first move to make all contracts guaranteed then, do you think? Or...
I mean, if they bought, let's say they bought a team.
Sure.
Let's just say they bought a team. One of the way, because of the salary cap, they can't just throw money at you, but they can guarantee all your contracts, right? There's no rule that says they can't guarantee contracts, is there?
They can do that. It's just, it makes it, they have the finances to do that. It's just the reason why teams don't do that a lot of times is because of the pinch it puts you in financially relative to the cap. So, I mean, they could make those sorts of guarantees. I don't think NFL teams don't guarantee contracts because they're short on funds. It's because they don't want the cap implications.
But would a player be more likely to take a less over? Let's just say somebody offers you 3 for $120. But it's not fully guaranteed. Another team, the Live, comes in there and offers you 3 for $90, but it is fully guaranteed.
I think they would, because usually on a 3 for $120, what's the guarantee on that?
It's usually like 90. That's why it's kind of funny though, the way that these contracts are reported as, because there's the only thing that matters, honestly, the only thing that matters is what is guaranteed at the at the time of signing. Because even what gets reported as guaranteed money when it gets to the news is stuff that usually there's a trigger involved that hits at a later date that guarantees it. Usually guaranteed at signing is the only money that you get. I'm trying to remember what Dax was. I think Dax guaranteed money at signing out of that 164 or whatever he signed. I think the guaranteed money at signing was 60. Like, I mean, it was less than half the deal. And then there were obviously triggers in place and other things that came into play. But that's why it was a little bit misleading. Like a true guaranteed contract that sets the market that rocked everyone was Deshaun Watson. When Watson got that shook things up more than Cousins did, because Cousins took about what was going to be guaranteed to him from another team. Another team would have given him a 5-year deal that totaled up to 80-something million total guaranteed. He got 80 million over 3 years guaranteed. It was the same deal. It just didn't have all the funny language in front of it.
Bruce Bochy, David Clyde, and KNC. Well, 2/3 of them. Coming up next here on The Fan.
I'm like, hey, do you need a kiss on the lips? Because Tom Brady does it to his kids.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You want to get involved in our conversation today, 877-881-1053. Want to hear from those Tolos, Twolos, the YouTubers. Mike is out today. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. We got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, and Reginald Atatula. And I believe Corey wants to start the show with baseball talk, but perhaps not the baseball talk you might be thinking.
She pointed at the camera and she was like, "You do realize you're on live cam." So Kevin told me I didn't see this happen, and I was brutal. I was watching the game last night. I didn't see this happen, and I didn't even see the story. But there's at the LSU Florida game last night. Evidently, a guy may have been suggesting, "Hey, how's it going? What are you up to?" And the girl next to him, she said no, and she gave him the "hey, no." And then she points at the camera, Kevin, and she's like, "You do realize there are cameras looking right at us right now." And how many times have we seen that happen at college football games where some guy's holding a girl's hand and then all of a sudden he lets it go? And he's like, "Oh crap."
Because he was not supposed to.
I'm caught on live TV.
He was not supposed to be holding that person's hand.
This was impressive. If you haven't seen it, Google. This is what Kevin said.
What did I say? Just college World Series hand?
World Series hand.
I couldn't think of another way because that girl just puts her hand up.
I Googled college World Series hand girl says no. So that was and I didn't get a single website that in the links that should have sent me somewhere else that I couldn't go here at work.
Yeah, there was a lot of words that you were expecting to match up with.
Yeah, so we're all right there, man. It's good.
So I guess I just want to start. I just kind of want to ask people, and then I promise we'll segue into the Rangers, is what's the most savage way you've ever been shut down? And if you say you've never been shut down, well...
Undefeated.
You
never lost.
Lies! You might not ever be fat, but...
That's right.
I feel like everybody has got shut down by somebody somewhere in their life.
Not if I don't acknowledge it.
I got something...
That is dangerous.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, seriously, dude. I guess if he just went about his business and just let it go, like
he meant, like mentally, he just moved on with it.
So when we were, this might get some people in trouble.
Oh, are the people me?
We didn't do anything bad, but
as long as I'm not a part of the people.
So do you know who Eric Chiafalo is?
Never heard of him.
What? Yeah. He's on the show right after us, the G-Bag Nation, 2 to 7.
I know he wears
on the Fan.
I know he wears a backwards hat and a ponytail. Right? Or a bun. He has it in a bun a lot of times. When we were in Oxnard, I would be like, "Eric, pull your hair down." And he would pull his hair down and do like this. And it's glorious, right? It's one of those like just
a head shake.
And you're in California and the hair, it was a head shake. And he just kind of shake his hair out. And immediately, all the girls around are just like, "Oh my gosh, that is like Fabio right there." And so it was a thing throughout the week while we were there. I'd just be like, "Eric, pull your hair down." And then he would do that. So I was walking on the streets of Ventura, the savage streets of Ventura as they're known. And there was a girl and she was on the phone and I walked over and I went, "Hey," and she goes, "I will hit you in the face. Go away." And I was like, "All right." And just walked off. Eric and Zach can definitely account for this moment where she was like, "I will hit you in the face. Go." All I said was, "Hey." And I was just going to show her Eric's hair. That was it. And I was like, "Okay, that's it. That's all I needed to know. I don't need anything other than that. Go on about my business."
I respect that so much because it doesn't matter what you were trying to show her. She had decided that she was not interested in anything.
Yeah.
So she was like, "I'm going to stop this before it starts."
Before it even gets out of hand. And I was like, "Oh, wow. All right." So I learned my lesson right then. That was it. That was done.
Man, the worst way I ever got rejected, and it still stings, is this girl in middle school that she was right. I definitely had a crush on her. She was a grade older than I was. We were at a band competition because I was super cool. And she didn't know that I was like in the area and somebody asked her about me or something like that. And she's like, "Yeah, he has a crush on me. I'm just not interested." And it felt really hurtful because I was like, oh man, she didn't even have to be nice. She didn't think I was there. So she was like, "Yeah, no, I'm out."
From the 214, does a failed proposal count? Because she said no.
Depends, because sometimes you did it to yourself. Like, I'm not trying to victim blame here, but sometimes, if there wasn't the right groundwork established, you set yourself up for failure,
Yeah.
Because you have to be like almost 100% that they're saying yes.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, I've only proposed the one, like, to the one person.
Who was it?
One time.
Not the one time.
Change that.
But and like with that thing, like it was more of like a promise thing. Anyway, that's a different story for a different time.
It's one person, but multiple times. So that means there is a failed proposal in there. Can we get a story?
It wasn't a failed proposal because it was a continued effort, and then later things. It's different. It's a long.
See what I'm saying, Kevin, about the mental gymnastics on this?
Oh my god!
You just deny that it happened.
Well, hold on. If I was the reason that like I went a different direction for a little while.
What?
Like we mutually agreed to, and I was kind of the reason. So
I don't understand what's happening.
That's not a failed proposal at that point. If I was the reason.
Here's what I think I've gleaned from this. She said yes, but eventually you retracted the engagement and was like, maybe we shouldn't.
Yeah.
And then,
all right, look, when you're like 18, it's promise rings, dude. You're too dumb to try and really get married at 18. It just doesn't, like,
There's
maybe
a lot
you can
of people
do it.
who
I don't
got
know.
married
Some
at
people
18
can.
that are listening right at this
if you're
moment.
18 out there and you're listening, let us know if you're engaged.
Yeah. How's your second marriage going? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know that to be the case. That is completely unfair. Hey, speaking of sometimes how things fail, let's go ahead and fire up cut number 3 because the Rangers yesterday was not my favorite game.
The 1-2. Swinging that one, it's hit high and deep to left field. Durant jogs back towards the track. He's at the wall. He looks up, and that ball is out of here. A 2-run home run for Jake Rogers, and the Tigers lead 6-2.
You could tell it was going to be a home run because Jared sounded sad immediately when the ball got hit. There's a couple of things that are happening with this Rangers team that I think need to be paid attention to. Now, one of them took precedent once again last night. We will have Bruce Bochy on at 12:20, but it is base running, more specifically getting to home plate, and runners in scoring position. Those are the two probably primary concerns that the Rangers are having issues with. Last night, 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Monday night, the day before.
3 for 10?
Yeah, and then the day before that, 1 for 9.
Ugh.
So, but look, and it's tough because you're frustrated in the moment, but they had been on like an all-time pace with runners in scoring position. Probably an unsustainable pace. So this is just somewhat of a correction, but it's a correction that's coming at a time when, like, you wish maybe we wouldn't have been doing so well in a couple of these games where we won by like 8 runs, and maybe we would have just won by 4 or 5 runs and wouldn't have hit such a struggle. Because when you look at the losses that the Rangers have run into, and why we brought up the last 3 days, is you have 3 straight losses, and they were by 1, 2, and then last night's game clearly got out of hand with a 5-run loss to the Tigers. But you look at those Yankees games, and they feel like they were winnable. And as of late, the Rangers have really struggled with runners in scoring position.
Kevin, I don't know if this is right at the moment. I'm trying to look at this, and okay, never mind. It doesn't give me the number. It gave me a value. Yeah, there was a value that said that Josh Young, Nate Lowe, and Adolis were the most valuable when it came to runners left on base. Like, they were great at it. And I was looking to try and figure out what's the most runners left on base in one season. Kevin, do you know the answer to this?
1,400.
Dang, that's pretty close. 1,334 were left on base in 1941 by the St. Louis Browns.
The host?
Yeah, St. Louis Browns.
Okay, well, look.
They play baseball.
I've always said this before. If you're chasing a record or might match a record of a team that doesn't exist anymore, it's probably been a really, really long time.
Are you saying they left so many batters on base that they were just like folded up?
I do not know that to be a cause and effect directly, that they're like, let's get it out of here. Let's turn this into a football team. We'll move it to Cleveland. We'll see if we can make this work. I do not know any of that to be the case.
That would also explain the Cleveland Browns.
Yes, exactly.
I'm trying to find the total number of left on base by the Rangers this year, like the rankings.
And I bet they're not too high in it because, like I said, they have been phenomenal with runners in scoring position for most of the season. It's just unfortunate that you've seen that trend dissipate, like a lot of things in the month of June, and then you can point pretty directly to it as part of this 3-game losing streak. Now, to go along with it, and this was obviously something that popped up over the weekend, is do you know that the Rangers have a MLB high 13 outs at home plate?
As a offense or defense? The offense, okay.
In the bad way.
Wow.
Yes, I guess I should have said that. Defensively, I know Adolis Garcia is like, I'll take care of that. But that's one fewer than they had all last season.
Wow.
Now, there's a couple of different ways you can argue this, right? Because on the one hand, I know one of the arguments is going to be, well, your offense is clearly significantly better than last year, and it just stands to reason that you would have a higher number than last year. And I get that, but it's June.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we shouldn't have hit that number until, August?
Yeah.
But you're already pushing right up on that. And so it is good that you've had so many base runners, you've had such an efficient offense, but that is a lot of outs at home plate.
Does it feel like then failed execution is kind of the thing, and why? Like, why are you taking – maybe it is, Kevin, because Bochy's like, look, we do want to be aggressive in those moments, and Tony Beasley, our third base coach, I give him the hey, be free with it, man. Send them. We want to score. We want to be aggressive. Maybe that's the case, and because they've been scoring so many runs, now is the percentage good, or is it just the number is high there? Because if the percentage is, hey, we've got 13, but we've scored 40.
Yeah, that's
with these kinds of. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I would have to go back to check on the specific percentage. I would be willing to wager it's worse than last year just because, that's a lot of dang outs at home plate. And so these two things are coming together kind of at the same time. Is now you're to the point where for a lot of the season, it probably felt like it didn't matter, right? Because instead of winning 8-2, you won 7-2. Or instead of winning 13-4, you won 12-4. But now when you're looking at, obviously the one run in the Yankees game on Saturday, where that could have made all of the difference. You're looking at another close game on Sunday where that could have made a huge difference. The game you lost before that against the White Sox, that was another one-run game that was fit with its own nonsensical things at home plate. So home plate has actually, it's been a bit of a problem for the Rangers from that perspective in the last few weeks. And then when you factor in issues with runners in scoring position, that is a combination for a losing streak or a tough month.
Yeah, and I think one of the things is they were living off of a lot of new information from Mike Maddox. Tim Hires is doing another really good job this year, but he had his approach that he got some guys confident and developed in. They had the confidence going with Bochy because he instilled the confidence in them, right? But this is that time of year where maybe some teams are starting to get some angles, some information that's trending, and they're like, okay, so how do you buck that trend? That's what the Rangers have to figure out now, is how to buck trends that were going well for them early, and now that teams are kind of counter programming to those things. How do we react to that? So that's the way I look at it, because I still think all these guys that we've been watching that are currently looking like all-stars are legitimate all-stars.
Yeah.
And I really do. Simeon's proven it over time. Seager's proven it over time that they can do those things. I know Josh Young still has some growth to do. Adolis, he does have a little bit of a history of kind of fading and then coming back and everything. So I think just trusting that. It can be frustrating, but Kevin, I know you want to win all 162.
Yes.
I know you want that. But we're right now we got to focus on how we get back into it by playoff time.
Okay, and one other thing I want to focus on, since you brought up and remind everyone, new day, new opportunity to vote for All-Star.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, you can vote once per day, although multiple people brought up per email address. So I'll let you figure that out on your own, leading into the final vote on Thursday and finding out who the starters are Thursday evening. But the good news is, based on what you were talking about, Corey, is the Rangers did build up a cushion where it's not like the sky is falling. You're still comfortably in first place. You still have a damn good team. And so you can take a look at that. It's just you're always looking for ways to be better or make sure you don't slide back. And so right now, the runners in scoring position seems like the primary target. Good news again, you have Martin Perez pitching tonight at home. And Martin Perez has been a monster at home this season, 3-1 with a 1.71 ERA. We talked with Bochy a couple weeks ago about his splits home and road. It's a home game tonight. Martin Perez has been top-notch at home.
So you expect a shutout, no-hitter tonight? Is that what you're saying?
How about I go 7 innings, 2 earned runs given up?
Is today the 50th anniversary of David Clyde?
Of David Clyde's MLB debut.
So you need something to kind of highlight that then, right?
Yeah, and look, we will have David Clyde on the show at 1:20, and this is the 50th anniversary of him making his major league debut. And I believe he was drafted 50 years ago and like 2.5 weeks prior to that, directly from high school. If you're not familiar with the story, some people will feverishly tell you it saved Texas Rangers baseball being in Arlington. But they drafted somebody out of high school, and he was starting in a major league game 2.5 or 3 weeks later. That's a real story with a lot of fallout to it. We will talk with David Clyde at 1:20. Coming up next, though, in honor of Antonio Brown. Is there an athlete whose stories you just don't pay attention to anymore? 877-881-1053. We'll do next right here on The Fan.
Where you going? Your day gets better with
The KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. So I saw this guy's name has popped back up in the news a lot yesterday, and he just might be target number one for me if I'm just beat down by hearing stories about him. So
DeAndre Ayton.
No, we will get to that.
Okay, all
People
right.
might get more beat down by like, hey, you almost had him, but it didn't work out.
Dude.
Is Antonio Brown. And so then, like, I heard Sean and RJ and Bobby talking about it, and I was just like, I don't care. I looked at Corey and I said, I don't care. If it's about Antonio Brown, probably I don't care. It's like maybe he like rescinded payment or something. I don't know. Don't care. Move past it, because I'm just really tired of hearing about the nonsense from Antonio Brown. So my question for y'all is there an athlete let's just say they're still alive. So maybe they're active, maybe they retired, because I know one of yours is retired, but my, oh my, does he stay in the news, is that you're just tired of hearing about from the 972. Mine is current for different reasons. I'm so tired of hearing about Damian Lillard every single offseason. Will he or won't he go? I would like to say I hope that gets wrapped up in the next week, but I don't know if that will be.
And the thing that frustrates me about Damian Lillard, right? He wants to have it both ways. He wants to have his cake and eat it too, because he wants to be the dude who is loyal to Portland. And, you know, he probably does enjoy it there, right? He's from like the Bay Area. That's the West Coast. Portland is a really cool place to be. Like, I get it, right? He probably does enjoy it there. All the speculation, like, there's reason to believe that he engineers some of this, right? And some of it is like directly from his mouth, getting out here and saying, I mean, I'd love to play with Bam Adebayo. Well, what do you think you're doing there, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to leave, but also, you know, I'd love to play with that dude over there.
Trade for him.
Just like when we talked about when Kyrie is hanging out front row at the Lakers playoff games, I'm like, dude, you do kind of like have to see how some people would, even if it's nonsense, piece that together.
Recruiting for us.
Yeah. So like there's that. And then also, and I mean, every reporter has like their ends with certain athletes or certain, you know, sources. Chris Haynes seems to be his guy. And Chris Haynes has been the dude who's like, well, it seems like Damian Lillard might be open to this. And I'm like, guys, can you stop feeding this? If you don't actually want to trade, or if you want to trade, make it official.
Yeah.
Like, please just make a decision.
Yeah, from the 760, this one's tough because it's got such a local angle, but I get it. Kyler Murray is, because for a while it was the Kyler Murray contract. Then it was the specifics of what's in the Kyler Murray contract, right? And all of this with the idea of he went from Louisville to playing at Allen, and so very local right there. But I could see how that would get you beat down. And then the continual jokes about, oh, there's a new map coming out this weekend. The Cardinals are screwed because Kyler Murray's not going to play well. So I get that. I do.
Here's a question I have about this. Like, this is where like the Antonio Brown stuff specifically, Kevin. It's, why is that a story? You know, what do I care? Is it salacious and it just gets clicks? Is that the reason? But why is it a story?
I think it's just the name value, because somebody dropped a name in there that I think is what has pieced these two things together. Is Conor McGregor.
Yes.
Is because on TMZ, they're like, hey, Conor McGregor says thanks to his fans. And I was like, what? Why is that a story?
Yeah.
That has no actual content to it. It's not like, hey, I'm gonna fight in this time. And he's like, hey, thanks to my fans for supporting me after yet another thing that I've been accused of. And so
if they're his fans, they would have seen it on his Twitter. You don't have to put it on your headlines.
Yeah, I think McGregor is a good one, because I'm like, he's not even good anymore. That's the thing that I don't quite understand, like with Antonio Brown and not Conor McGregor. How long has it been since Conor McGregor has been relevant in terms of winning top-tier fights? It's been a while.
Mm-hmm.
I know he's a draw. Like, I understand that he's a pay-per-view draw. I will never dispute that. And there was a time when I thought he was a really great fighter. That time is over. And so I don't understand why that keeps getting talked about as much. Like, it would be different to me if I still get some, because I see a bunch of people are saying LeBron. But like, I still see the relevancy of LeBron as he is very, very good at what he does. I'm not disputing that people shouldn't be beat down, because I know there are a lot of LeBron stories for a variety of reasons, but at least I get it because he's still really good and still matters in his sport.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense there. Mine is definitely Brett Favre.
Oh my gosh.
It got to a point in his playing career where I was like, I don't care if he stays in Green Bay or not. And so that like indirectly also rolled over into Aaron Rodgers, where every time an Aaron Rodgers story I came up, I was just like, well, that's fine. You know, like whatever. He's a weird dude. That happens. But it was because the Green Bay Packers quarterback was always in some sort of situation. And I was just like, that's how I felt about it, Reggie. And now
I thought that was perfect, honestly. Yeah.
And now this legal situation brought him back into the headlines. And I was like, I don't care about the fact that state is corrupt. It doesn't matter to me at all. But I understand they have to deal with their business over there.
Brett Favre is a great example of like, it felt like every year is like, oh, is he going to show up to training camp? And Corey already gave you his breakdown. How did that breakdown go? Of that. And now the amazing part is I remember when this story started is it was like, hey, Brett Favre hasn't paid interest on a loan he got. And you're like, oh, that's weird. But it felt like I don't know if fun is the right word, but it felt like hey, this guy who made tens of maybe hundreds of millions of dollars didn't pay back $260,000 in interest. And I was like, oh, pay your interest, buddy. And then it came out further and it was like, hey, these might have been for speeches that he didn't actually give. And then it was like, hey, this might have been money from the state. Hey, this might have been a systematic plan to steal this money from the state. And then obviously it went into volleyball centers and all this other stuff. And that story is crazy.
So the question I have in dealing with this, because the conversation seems to kind of trend towards like frequency, like, you know, just the amount of coverage. But how much of this has to be like, I guess what you would deem valid coverage? Because one name that's come up that I was kind of probing, trying to figure out if I agree with, is Brittany Griner. And I feel like most of the stuff that I've heard, at least of late, right? Because I understand in the thick of it. But even then, like, a lot of it felt like it was valid coverage, right? Like valid news coverage.
Yeah, I guess I didn't. That's tough to say because I skipped over this last story where
that's fair.
And so I don't exactly know who the person was that bothered her or whatever at the airport. I guess that's my point, Reggie, is for this one, everything had been talked about so much when it said like she got harassed at the airport. I'm like, well, that's not cool. People shouldn't do that.
But you didn't dig any further. You were like, that's enough. I am past it.
But then it turned into the WNBA has systematically failed Brittany Griner and all of their players. And I was like, that feels like exhausting. And I don't know if that's the case. I'm not saying it wasn't.
Sure.
I was too exhausted at that point to dive into it. And plus, Brittany Griner's almost impossible to talk about without pissing somebody off.
How much of it is that? It's just like not even the person themselves, but just like the conversations around it. Because I know for me, I think that dictates it more. It's just like, I know how this is going to play out, regardless of who the person is or how I feel about them in particular. I'm like, oh, this is going to be an argument that I don't want to be in. I'm out.
Yeah. And I felt the same way for a while about Kaepernick because I saw his name pop up on here too. Although I do also see Trevor Bauer. I want to get to that one in just a second. But it felt like you got to the point where, let's say you took a super pro Kaepernick stance. You get crushed by what felt like half the audience. If you're anti-Kaepernick, you get crushed by what felt like the other half of the audience. You play it down the middle and just give factual information. Then you get crushed by people who disputed what you thought were facts. And it just kind of felt like, hey, I'm not trying to run this show to just make people angry, you know? And so it does feel at times kind of like a lost cause, which does kind of suck. For Trevor Bauer, I'm with you on that. Like, we still get that question at least once every 2 weeks, even though I feel like we've gone over numerous times. He ain't coming back. He now has other stuff he needs to work on, and he had been struggling for a time in Japan. He ain't coming to the Rangers.
Yeah, and it appears like the Rangers would love to do everything they can to keep controversy out of the clubhouse right now.
Okay.
That seems to be their approaches.
What's controversial about Trevor Bauer?
Oh, my gosh. There's a lot of stuff, Reggie. First of all, his teammates might not like him. Secondly, that doesn't even get into the bigger controversy about all the legal issues about sexual assault. And was this allowed? Was it agreed to? All this other stuff. It's 10:30 in the morning, for God's sake.
So here's one where it's less about one person and more about an entity. And I think, Kevin, you understand this about me, the NCAA.
Right.
When they just put out the news story, it was just like a football helmet on the field. There's no actual subject, and you're like, oh, this is gonna be terrible.
No, it's this. Yes, where it's the idea of somebody's done something wrong and the NCAA is coming down on them. I'm like, they're the most hypocritical bunch of. I can't say the word.
Yeah, thanks for not saying that.
In the world, like they're just a bunch of hypocrites in everything that they do. So I don't care about that story because I don't want to let that stress in my life because I will start arguing against them so much for how dumb they are.
I think you're probably right, because what really fires me up disproportionately from where I should be is whenever the NCAA talks about how much they care about the student athlete. Like that's a trigger for me, I think. It might even be something where they're trying to make a valid point, and I'm like, shut up! Even though that is an irresponsible way to go about your life. I have seen this one a lot, and I'm surprised we didn't mention this earlier. Scottie Pippen.
Because you know everything that he's saying is coming from a place of bitterness and attention seeking at this point.
It's tough because we started from a place where I kind of saw his point.
The bottom.
And like that's what sucks about some of these. Some of these people is some of these people you might have been on board with them, and then eventually you're just like, I'm done. I thought Scottie Pippen made some valid points at the beginning when he was like, here's the thing I didn't like about The Last Dance. Michael Jordan had editorial control, and I feel like that got used too much, and I thought, that's a good point. Scottie Pippen is a damn fine player, and Michael Jordan appreciates him, and they wouldn't have got where they did without each other. And then it turned into Michael Jordan's not even that good. And I'm like, what are we even doing?
It's like, it's not even, I can't even ask you, did you see him? You were playing right next to him. What are you doing right now?
I do wonder, maybe he has some knowledge, though. Like, maybe he played Jordan one-on-one every day after practice, and he has the record on it.
There's no way he has the record because Michael Jordan keeps playing until he has the record. That's
a good point. They'd be playing right now. They would be playing right now. He's like, I'll keep my son away from your ex-wife if you can beat me this last time.
I may have lost 2 out of 3
Let's not pretend like that's not a part of it,
when we agreed it was 2 out of 3. But now that it's 15 out of whatever, I don't know what numbers are. Now
once
it's
you get
on
up to 9, you've gone too far. If you want to say best of 7, I'll still listen to that. But once you go beyond
best
that,
of 31.
Yeah, what are we even?
You just outlasted them at that point, right? Like the other person just gave up caring at that point.
Yes, like I am victorious and just accept it.
Is there any local ties that like just I'm done?
That
I'm done.
Contract stuff.
Fair.
Although there is like that's where I'm in this point the conversation of like, is it even worth it? Like that is at this point of you've seen he got paid, he continued to be quarterback. That's where I am with like, is it best for the team to go ahead and turn a different direction? But whenever it becomes will he, won't he sign? That's where I'm just like, stop. I'm not gonna until he does. Stop asking.
Luckily, I think we triumphed over my other one. Was Jerry Jones shouldn't be the GM. I think we triumphed over it just in terms of people. You don't have to like it. I'm not telling you have to like it.
It's just
but
the
you
way
just
it
accept
is.
it. That's right. That's just the way it is. Like, I don't know if things will ever be the same, but that was never going to change. And so people would be like, why aren't you talking about Jerry as the GM? And I'm like, for what? What? That's never, ever going to change. And the closest you got to it is now, where Will McClay and Steven take on more and more and more. That's the closest you're ever going to get. But I feel like we did triumph over that one. We have not triumphed over the Dak contract yet.
The 214, you idiots. Pippen led every other category in stats besides scoring. Of course he wouldn't praise MJ like that. They were basically equals. I will also add like the...
Hold on, Corey. I'm sorry. Just 1 second.
I really enjoyed trolling the Zeke story, but I mean, I get it. Like, but I love every time somebody says something running back, and I go, "What about Zeke?" And then I see the look on Kevin's face. Is at any point he could snap like he's about to right now.
I need to know there are 3 options. 1, that person who texted in is Scottie Pippen.
Oh, awesome. Thanks for listening, Scotty.
2,
come on the show.
They're trolling to give an idea of what a fake Scottie Pippen argument would be to read his book. Or 3, they're serious. I please need you to respond to this and let me know which one it is so I can know how to proceed accordingly. Because if it's 3, you're wrong. That might be the end of the conversation. We'll see how it goes. But you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. And if you don't see how Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen weren't equals, I don't know what to tell you. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Oh, man. Let's talk a little bit about the All-Star voting drought, and you'll understand more next in the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Back Nation, it is a Tuesday show.
Series tonight at Globe Life Field. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Chris Blake, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game begins at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road with those that haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we're already planning ahead for Peace-a-thon and potentially fantastical auction items for this year.
You can't announce an item
said perhaps
that we haven't even
I didn't say what it was. I didn't say who it had to do with. All right? I didn't say anything about Jane Slater or Kay Adams or anything like that.
For Peace-a-thon?
So I don't even know what you're talking about.
Reggie?
Is it me?
Now it's time for Baseball Buckets with Mike Bassick.
Your attention, please.
I'm just kidding.
Ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with Baseball Buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets. Corey, it's you.
Baseball Buckets, the original baseball segment here on 105.3 The Fan. No matter what Mike says.
He doesn't say anything today.
The G-Bag Nation does a phenomenal job with Chris Young each week. Every time he hops on with him, I'm really, really interested in what Chris Young has to say. I like the fact that Chris Young is fiery and can be open at times with some things. Yesterday, because this is a very difficult task, is to get Kevin. We did this with Nico the other day. We were asking about something. He was like, "I can't say anything about that."
And about Rashawn Holmes, he's like, "That's not
it's not official yet, so we're gonna have to revisit that." And so there's some interesting stuff on Rashawn Holmes we'll get to in later in the show as well. But we do this with Stephen Jones when I'll say blink twice if this is happening,
Right.
and then he's like, "Can you see me blinking?" And but then he gives us what information he can on that. They were asking yesterday about Zach Wolchuk did a phenomenal job asking about the Andrew McCutchen Pirates trade, and this is Chris Young pretty much shutting that down.
Well, I'll give you sort of an idea of how these things work in terms of the rumors. I saw there was a rumor out there today regarding an offensive player that, I mean, literally we've had zero contact with that team. So where that rumor came from, it really is amazing to me that those things get floated like that. But nonetheless, it's that time of year. There's, a lot of speculation, a lot of people that love to spend time and think through these things. And, deals are hard to make. They take time, and really the market has not really evolved yet. I think it's going to take several more weeks to fully evolve, and we'll know what's out there. But as I've said before, our job is to stay open-minded and look at all ways to try to improve the team and give this team a chance to compete, to make the postseason, and then make a run in the postseason and hopefully win a championship. And so, whether that's the offense or that's the pitching, we're going to stay open-minded.
So is that shutting it down, Kevin? No Andrew McCutchen? Or did that say to you, hey?
No, that felt like it was like, hey, as best as I can tell you, we definitely have not talked to the Pirates about Andrew McCutchen, so cross that off the list for now.
Wink.
I don't know if that was what I took from that.
Did you feel a wink in there, Reggie?
No, not really, but maybe I just didn't listen hard enough.
Okay, I got you.
No, you listened appropriately enough. There's no wink in there.
Wink.
Oh, I think I heard it that time.
See? Reggie just heard it. I appreciate that answer, and I like the idea of a GM coming out and going, hey, look, there's a rumor out there. We didn't leak the rumor, so it must have been the other side. That's what I would like to hear is he's like, that GM over there, he's leaking it. He's trying to get competitors out there. We're not competing for that yet. We'll get there shortly.
See,
I would love that.
I would love it if they more directly knew the source and said, that sounds like something you should ask John Morosi. And you're like, oh my gosh.
Isn't that funny? Like, didn't Nico say that on Friday whenever I referenced Kendrick Perkins? And he was like, oh, you're referencing Perk right now?
Yeah.
I was like, hold on, you have thoughts on Perk? And he was like, I love Perk.
So I was asked yesterday, because I work at 105 through the Fan, the home of the Rangers, like, yo, do you think that he was just like, trying trying to bat this away to kind of obscure that they're doing it, or you think it was for real? And I want to turn that question to you fellas.
When it comes to Chris Young, for the most part, I think he's very upfront about things. I mean, we got a chance to talk to him off record while we were there in Surprise, and I think he's as upfront as he can be about a lot of things. I don't think he's trying to deflect on anything right now. Now, that being said, if they did make a deal, if something came through, that would be great. I think the biggest part of this, we discussed a little bit yesterday, was for the last couple weeks, Kevin, it's felt like Chicago was your only hope. And now the Pirates kind of pop up, and you're like, okay, now we have a couple of different places that you can start trying to make some trades for, and that's a good thing. That's a positive thing. And I would be playing that game right now. Do you think that C-Wise is honest as he can be?
I do. I think he would have said something more to the effect of, look, I understand why you're asking, but since we're getting close to a month away from the trade deadline, this is the time where I have to play some of those cards closer to the vest.
Now, Reggie, here's what he did say something, though, about rumor season, and it got me asking, is Lion season, what's the time period for Lion season? Because we just said it last week with the NBA draft, and then there's also a Lion season right before the NFL draft. Is there a Lion season in the middle of the baseball season as well? There are 3 different Lion seasons that we know of so far.
Can I let you in on a little secret?
All seasons
It's
are
always
Lion season.
Whoa.
Because they be lying.
Everybody be lying. Wow.
Not just in the world of sports either, Corey.
This has changed everything. This has changed everything.
Sometimes people in your personal life lie to you.
Oh, I see what he's
politics. People definitely
Look, it was
lie.
one time, Kevin. It was
What?
one time. There was one, and I've never called in sick with a fake sick call.
I didn't mean you. Yeah, that was really because I have a tendency to just take people at face value.
And I respect, now that I've grown and respect that, I'm like, I don't ever want to break that bond. That's very important with Adrian too. She's like, look, honesty is very important to me. And so that's why I'm like, to our kids, I'm like, look, man, you want to be on your mom's good side, just be honest with her. It's gonna help you more in the long run than lying and then trying to cover that up, Chop.
Oh my gosh. I remember when Corey was like, I would really sick that day. I was like, what?
And I saw the look in his eyes and how disappointed he was, and I was like, oh man. All right, so this is an interesting story I found on MLB.com. And it is because right now we're in phase 2 of the 2023 All-Star balloting.
Yes.
And so we're trying to get as many of our Rangers into the All-Star game, even though they're letting us down. We're still trying to get them into this All-Star game.
You mean because they lost?
Yeah, stop losing.
Okay.
Stop losing. Win some baseball games. This is a list of the droughts, the longest droughts for that position for a team. So, not necessarily a team specifically, but
when was the last time the team had a third baseman in the All-Star game or something like that?
Okay.
Gotcha.
So, with the Rays, they've never had a first baseman in the All-Star game.
Oh.
And right now, Yandy Diaz is their best hope to get a first baseman into it.
Okay.
For
Never.
the Blue Jays, they've never had a shortstop
in their face
get into the All-Star game. And so right now, the Blue Jays have Bo Bichette as the closest one.
Look, obviously, I hope he loses from being a starter,
Yeah.
but he feels like a pretty good bet to make the All-Star game.
So I was scrolling through this just a little bit, just to try and, the Dodgers, 1980, Steve Garvey, not Dana Carvey, but Steve Garvey was the last Dodgers first baseman in 1980 in the All-Star game. Orlando Arcia, the Braves shortstop, 1998 was Walt Weiss, by the way.
Oh, I do remember Walt Weiss.
Do you remember the last Rangers shortstop to be in the All-Star game?
Elvis? Michael Young for a time?
As a starter.
As a starter, A-Rod?
A-Rod in 2003. That was the last one we had then. And Kevin, before that, it was Toby Harrah, 1976.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So that was
holy crap. We are going in the Wayback Rangers machine today with David Clyde at 120.
We need to get Toby Harrah on sometime if we can. If we can arrange that. That'd be awesome.
Rangers throwback.
Do you know who the last Texas Rangers second baseman was to make it to the All-Star game?
Michael Young?
You like Michael Young, don't you?
I do like Michael Young.
He was also good at baseball.
He and I hung out at an Angels game together for a little bit. No, Kevin. Alfonso Soriano, 2004.
Oh, that makes sense.
So Marcus Semien would be the first Ranger. So I guess since 03 and 04, our middle infielders there. So we're looking forward to that.
So you're building us up to a point where you're going to be like the last time the Rangers had a starting this or that 2 years ago.
You know who the only other Rangers starting second baseman was in the All-Star game?
Kurt Pabakwa.
No, what are you doing right now?
Oh, that was a good name.
I don't know.
Julio Franco.
Oh, man, I probably should have gotten that.
And if you're sitting in your car or you're at work right now,
you're doing this.
Go ahead and start playing a game of Name a Ranger and do Julio Franco's stance. And that's it for Baseball Buckets. What's up next, Kevin?
Coming up next, a trio of targets for the Mavs' next pickup. Who are you interested in, and why did that DeAndre Ayton trade not work out? All of it next right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome. secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got some Mavericks discussions for you here. Don't forget Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:20. David Clyde, former number 1 overall pick in the Major League Baseball draft, coming up at 1:20. I got a trio of targets for the Mavs' next pickup. Who are you interested in? But before we circle around to that, we're getting more and more information from Mark Stein about the DeAndre Ayton trade that wasn't on draft night with the Dallas Mavericks, and then maybe we can revisit if another version of this trade could work.
All right, yeah, so I guess my understanding is that on draft night, there was conversation with DeAndre Ayton, and Mark Stein says that right now it can't be ruled out that DeAndre Ayton still becomes a Maverick. So, like, that's still kind of in play. But the report is the Mavs trade offer was THJ, which is Tim Hardaway Jr.
Sure.
If you want to,
I was aware.
JaVale McGee.
Oh, dear.
And Rashawn Holmes, who the Mavericks actually haven't even, technically acquired, I guess.
So we're like, we'll give you a bunch of contracts.
The Suns didn't want JaVale McGee, and the deal fell through. Now, I don't know if it was just that or whatever. Now, they had JaVale McGee already.
Yeah.
They had him whenever the Mavericks took him down, so maybe there was some, feeling towards that. But that was the supposed group of players that would be shipped away, and that would be a massive contract in Hardaway's that you're getting rid of, obviously to match money there. And it would give you another big man that has a scoring presence, at least around the basket.
And can rebound.
Yeah, so and it kind of, Mike's been talking about, hey, you have to protect Derek Lively, which I don't disagree. You're going to have to protect a rookie in most cases. But you do have, if you have somebody else to allow him to grow, and it's somebody else's DeAndre Ayton, and those two get to deal with Wemby for the next 10 years, that's a lot of fun.
Okay, let me ask you this question then. Yeah, because by the way, DeAndre Ayton is 24. I know, sometimes it feels...
He was drafted with Luka.
Yeah, yes.
He was the number 1 pick when Luka was drafted.
So sometimes it feels like these players have been around for a long time. What if they don't want JaVale McGee and they might be like, hey, I want some more tangible asset that I might be able to use in the future. I just sub in, let's just use this as a starting point, Josh Green. That still works for everybody? Or do you also look at by the way, DeAndre Ayton's massive extension kicks in this year. So you're looking at 4 for 133. You're looking for a lot of money right there. Does that do anything for you, since you do get to shed some money and you get a better player?
For me or for them?
That's what I was also thinking about, because the proposed trade of THJ, JaVale McGee, and Rashawn Holmes, I was like, okay, what are the Suns trying to accomplish? Because obviously, if you're making a deal, you want to find out what they're trying to accomplish so you can try and address some of that to get what you want, right?
And would you assume picks would be in the mix?
Yeah, picks would probably be in there too.
Yeah, I would hope so. Yeah. And also, I guess
would hope not.
Maybe, for their sake, obviously. But I think also to try and just get more players. Right, the idea would be you add a 2 bigs, so you have a rotation of bigs at that point instead of simply having Ayton and then also a wing scorer. But then you're also taking on money that goes on into the future, Rashawn Holmes, and then particularly when we talk about JaVale McGee. But yeah, I know that the Mavs don't want to give up Josh Green. Do you feel like the future of DeAndre Ayton is worth giving up Josh Green? Because what does Josh Green profile as? Like a good role player for you compared to what DeAndre Ayton, assuming that he locks in and plays aggressively, he could be a third best player on a championship type team when it comes to being a big, right?
I've yet to figure out, I like Josh Green, and I understand your perimeter defense is kind of the thing, but I've yet to figure out the one thing that I'm like, this is why I have to get him on the court. That's where I am with Josh Green is, all right, sometimes he's a streaky three-point shooter. We've seen that. Sometimes, his ability to jump and pass is unique. I see it too. He's very energetic, but is an energy guy something that I have to hold on to if a DeAndre Ayton is available? That's what I got to convince myself, and that's what I'm fine with doing it. Some people have said for a big part that they wouldn't get rid of Josh Green, but I have a different view.
The defensive concern, I think, is fair. And so I was just going to try one more. I still think that Josh Green can be a serviceable starter because of the defense that he brings to the table. Now, this development process has taken probably longer than he wants, the Mavericks want, and I want. You're curious what makes the deal work for Phoenix, because I do like the idea of, Derek Lively and DeAndre Ayton as being very different players, or perhaps not different players as much as different body types, and they have some different skill sets. But I like the idea of having both of those players.
I'm not as down on the Lively pick as some people are. I'm one of those people that wants to see things play out first before I really I want to see some things play out. I don't have that real opinion, but I want to build a case first. I did see this CBB Analytics. Do you know what the Hakeem percentage is?
Oh, no, but it sounds awesome.
I actually don't think I've run into that yet.
The Hakeem percentage is steal percentage plus block percentage.
Okay.
The Derek
did do that.
The Derek Lively Hakeem percentage based on, and it looks like for all of the first round picks out of college, okay? Derek Lively's Hakeem percentage is 14.1%.
Is that good?
I don't honestly.
Jarace Walker?
Jarris Walker, Houston.
His Hakeem percentage is 8.5%. That's the second.
God.
That's the second highest Hakeem percentage.
All right, sounds good.
So 14%. Lively's block percentage is 12.6%, which is a 99 score. His steal percentage is 1.5%, which is mid range. But
he's also a big, right?
His block percentage helps out a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just thought that was kind of interesting because Taylor Hendricks 7.8. Cason Wallace, 5.4. Their Hakeem percentage is all very low compared to Lively's, who's a 14.
You know what? In thinking about your counter offer of Josh Green, I'm out on that.
Ooh.
I think when you look at this team, what they definitely needed defense when it comes to bigs, but they also needed defense when it came to wings, or just wings in general. That was a light position. And in that trade, you'd be giving up 2 wing-type players, even though they're really guards. But when it comes to the size that you needed wings, and you're not getting anything back. You'd be asking Omax to do a lot, and I don't know if you would then have a lot of flexibility to add in addition to that after that deal.
Okay, I'm subbing him out then and taking out any draft compensation and sliding Hardy in. I realize there's probably a lot of people out there that like the upside of Hardy more, but I don't think you look at the defensive upside of Jaden Hardy right there. So I take out any potential draft compensation. But you do get, supposedly, the Suns like THJ, and obviously they have to do some gymnastics to put their roster together with all the contracts they've got. So it's lined up with him and no draft compensation, but still the other players.
That's a hard sell because Hardy's the dude that you look at with the higher ceiling. Of those
I do.
young guys.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's why I took out draft compensation now.
I don't think that the Mavs would even feel comfortable with that because, consider what you're doing. You're taking a contract that you don't love in JaVale McGee and saying, well, fine, we will give you this young, talented player that we really see the upside in. I don't know how you make that go.
You are getting off the Hardaway contract that you don't like.
But even then, that's a descending contract. I understand that you probably want to move that, but that is not to the point where I feel the need to pin something to his lapel so valuable like Jaden Hardy.
But isn't his contract, doesn't it not? I'll double check. I thought it did not descend as much as people think. It does descend, but it goes from 19 to 18 to 16. So that is true, but it's still up there. And you get by far the best player in the group. I'm just asking. I'm not saying you have to do this deal.
I don't feel like that's a home run deal. And I also consider the framework that I have for the entirety of this offseason for the Mavs is you got to make a little something out of nothing. And I feel like that is a little bit more neutral of a trade, which I understand. That's more reasonable, but it feels like this is the offseason where you got to win the trades outright.
Okay.
Yeah, for when it comes to Hardy, for me, that's my goal is for him to be, when Legler was talking about the Mavericks had a hard time finding scoring off the bench whenever Luka was off the court. And so for me, that's my goal. Is that he walks in and scores you 17. That's my hope for him is that he becomes that dude off the bench that's just putting buckets in. Or, the combination. I know where Kyrie kind of sits in some of these scenarios, but that Kyrie and Luka can figure it out while they're on the court together and then Hardy is that exception for you whenever it's time for both of them to rest.
Let me give you a trio of other players then as possible targets. Now, some of these targets could be as simple as shoot for it with your mid-level exception. Some could be more complicated and going back to the trade front. Is Grant Williams, Tobias Harris, or Bruce Brown? Now, these are all names that some of them can do very different things, but that have been rumored in one way or another, or people have asked questions about the fit there. Bruce Brown, who clearly just opted out from the Nuggets, Tobias Harris, or Grant Williams. Do any of those players in particular fit the mold of what you're hoping they can do?
Grant Williams fits perfectly the mold, what you want. I mean, a 4 that stretches. I mean, probably plays more 3, but either way, a guy that can play the wing, shoots very well, but has like a solid base to him, can really do kind of bigger things. He can play a little bit bigger if you need him to.
He had his best year yet probably this year, right?
I think that's an incredible player, and also a lot younger than I realized.
Also 24, I think.
I don't know why. In my head, he was like near 30, but significantly younger. Like, he's a really solid player for you, and I also don't know how much like the Boston Celtics actually value him, because it felt like he fell out of rotation in the playoffs in times where I did not understand it.
Not only that, but with the KP trade, obviously there is rumblings that they're kind of ready to move on from him if the right opportunity presented itself. But you're right, he did get cycled out some in the playoffs. I think he can do some stuff that the Mavericks would appreciate.
See, I would have been more in on Tobias Harris, but I guess this last year didn't glean a lot of things that I wanted to love from him. And 30, I wonder where he is in his career, at this point. But that's the guy that I would probably like gravitate a little more to. But I understand the toughness that you get with Grant Williams that you're going to be a little happier with. For
Bruce Brown might be the easiest one.
Yeah, and he's the most undersized out of that bunch. And
he plays big though.
Yeah,
like there was kind of the weird novelty of when he was with Brooklyn, where he was. I mean, he's a shooting guard, point guard size player. He was kind of playing center.
Yeah,
because he has that level of like toughness to him, and that's the type of player that I think. If you want to go back to Jason Kidd and like his mentality that he wants to establish for this team, that toughness defensively, like that's the type of player that I honestly wonder if he can be like a setter of the tone for the entire defensive identity.
Do you want size that you can try, that you hope, or do you want heart that still is going to be a little limited on size?
In this instance, I don't mean for this to be a cop-out. I do kind of think you could get this Wizard of Oz style, and like you can get both the heart and the courage. I'll substitute that for size. Is in terms of, because I think I'm not sure exactly what Bruce Brown is looking for. I know he turned down the option. It was like a touch under $7 million. So there is some question about, would the straightforward full mid-level exception be what is that what he's looking for? Is that what the Mavericks would be interested in? And then that would still give you some room to try to finagle and maybe pull off a trade that gets you your more desired size. I like Brown a lot in terms of the multiple positions that he can defend. If you were just talking about, hey, I don't want to trade Josh Green away because of what he can defend in terms of versatility and off of the perimeter, then Brown falls into that category of, I'm not going to say no to more defenders for a team that has not been particularly good defensively.
How many defenders do they need, though, Kevin? Like how many?
It kind of feels like the Rangers with bullpen pieces, right? Like if you told me you were going to get me 2 to 3 good bullpen pieces and 2 to 3 good versatile defenders, I'd be like, that sounds right.
Yeah, but if I said you can only have one.
Does the draft count, or do I get another one?
We already drafted, Kevin. So
okay,
look at
so
this
I
team
get
now.
one more.
Yeah,
I get one more.
You get one more thing, and that's it. What do you want out of this?
A player that can take the other team's best perimeter player.
Re-sign
every
Dwight
time.
Powell.
What?
How did you hear what I said?
I don't think that fits.
No, this is what we want to do. No, I was listening. I asked what you wanted, but I wasn't really caring.
Okay.
Yes.
We were gonna re-sign Powell anyway. So
okay, see, that's I didn't understand that. My bad.
I guess I'm taking Grant.
You should have
Williams.
You should have
then.
Okay, all right, let's do it then.
But I'm also interested in Bruce Brown. But you said I can only have.
You can only have one.
So I'm going Grant Williams.
You just let them fight to the death for which one is like.
I mean, but neither one of them are with the Mavericks, so I feel like that would be unnecessary, right?
Bring them both in and say which one of you wants it more. And they're like, well, we'll play a game of one-on-one for it. And then you're like, or you both get jousts.
Wouldn't you just...
Did you just turn this into American Gladiator?
Well, by the way, I'm glad that you said that. Did you know tomorrow they're coming out with an unauthorized American Gladiators documentary that feels like it's going to be like a pseudo response to that 30 for 30?
Oh, I love it.
If you saw the 30 for 30, they had the guy who like created it all and screwed everybody over, but they didn't have any of the good gladiators because every single one of them was like, F that guy. I'm not participating.
But they also didn't like show him in a positive light at all.
See, you know, it's funny. I would love to watch that with him. I'm really curious if that is how he thinks. I think you're right. But there are things that he said that I think he sat back and was like, exactly. And so, like, I saw in the preview, they had Gemini. And so it looks like they've pulled these gladiators that wanted no part of this other dude. And then they're going to be...
Gemini was in the 30 for 30.
On the net. No. Okay, not Gemini then.
Nitro? Was it Nitro?
No, I think it was Nitro. Okay, so
how many people know what we're talking about versus our, like, what are you guys...
Okay, I hope you know about American Gladiators. I heard it got pretty good ratings, so I'm interested to see the unauthorized. But back to your point, I'm taking Grant Williams and then I guess Bruce Brown.
In a jousting competition?
And no, in your situation, I still feel like once I was given that option, I'm leaving.
All right.
Right? And I'd be like, I'll just stay with the Celtics or whatever you're going to go with.
If the Mavericks were to hand you a joust, would you ask for a different medieval times kind of weapon, or would you say I can handle this thing?
If I win the joust, do I get to be on the team?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll take that joust stick for sure.
Mike's calling me.
We're the
what?
He's like, he's like, you guys are late. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Mike.
Coming up next, turn your mic off. It's time for the moral compass. Pretending to be a fake Uber driver at the airport. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Blasting out.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. And Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
There it is. And for the first time since 2009 and 7th overall, the Tigers can say we are champions.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And serious question here. Is that the biggest back-to-back score turnaround in the history of college baseball? Maybe all baseball. Because LSU lost by 20 runs in Game 2 of the College World Series final and then won by 14 runs the next day. So they shifted it 34 runs in the span of one day. I'm sure they're far more concerned with the fact that they won their national championship. And congratulations to them. Congratulations to Hellman, Broadus, and all the LSU people that you love. But it makes me sad when they go first national championship since 2009. And I think about all of the teams that I love and how sometimes we just have to make up championships.
And that's just in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
They got the women's national championship. They got the, men's football in 19.
Yeah. And then I'm like, man, wish my teams won more championships.
I mean, I'm pretty sure A&M's pretty good in meat judging and stuff.
Hey, we are. We're really good at track, too.
Oh, you just won the softball championship. So I got that.
Wasn't that back-to-back?
I think
back-to-back.
I think it's three in a row.
Back to back. Like since 11, they've won 7. Is that right? Something like that. It's insane, dude.
Ooh, who's more dominant, OU softball or Manchester City soccer?
OU softball.
Okay.
I don't know about Manchester City.
I mean, they keep winning stuff.
Right. I just rely on Reggie.
They won the
in this
treble.
Situation.
It's a big deal.
Good luck to you in that.
If you guys have ever heard of that. All right, so we actually have a moral compass for you here. I'm not going to say who this happened to, but it might have happened to somebody on our show. The moral compass pretending to be a fake Uber driver at the airport.
All right, so here's the situation.
Wait, hold on.
Right.
Someone on the text line asked a very valid question off of your tease, Kevin. If they're pretending to be a fake Uber driver, are they a real Uber driver?
All right, we'll let you decide after you hear this story.
Okay.
That is that's a fair point. I see their point.
So I went to the airport on Sunday to
This
pick
is
up.
about you?
Yeah, this is about me. To pick up Adrian and Lucy. They had gone to Atlanta to visit a friend whose daughter has a similar diagnosis to Lucy. And evidently fast friends immediately, and it went great. So that's great to hear. But Kevin, when you go to the airport to pick somebody up, what is the goal?
Get in, get out as fast as possible.
And don't have to pay the $2 to go through.
Wait, there's a way to not pay the $2?
Yes, if it's less than 30 minutes.
Yeah.
That's not true because I definitely paid $2 this week.
I'm telling you, dude, it tracks your toll tag and then says, hey, did you do this or not?
Oh, you got to do it with the toll tag?
Yeah. So,
damn it.
Do you not have a toll tag?
I do. I just didn't know that I could use that.
Yeah, you roll in with toll, it scans it, and then you roll through, and then on your way out, it scans it again, and it tells you how long you've been in there. It knows. And I ended up having to pay the $2 because,
see,
here's why. I forgot Adrian checked a bag.
That's just
no, I didn't forget Adrian. I just forgot that.
He's like, all right, Lucy, how's your trip? Wait a minute.
Where's mommy?
I totally missed. I forgot that she checked a bag, so I showed up too early. Because if somebody's checking a bag, it's going to be another 15 minutes to 20 minutes to maybe even 30 minutes before they get their bag. Which is why boss man Tim Collins always says, just take your carry-ons, right?
Yeah.
He's like, take your carry-ons, get to the car, get to the hotel, do your thing. Well, so I pull up. The entire green section at DFW was full. And that's the green section is pickup, drop off kind of stuff. So I pulled to the next spot, which was Terminal Link. And then I realized I couldn't sit there. So I just pulled up about 10 more feet to Blue, which is rideshare. And I was like, I'll just sit here. Nobody's going to know if I'm a rideshare or not. It's fine. And I thought, here's the next part. I'm looking through. I can see Adrian. I can see her in the window. I'm like, there she is. She'll be out here in just a second.
Yeah, it's all going to work swimming.
It didn't go that well. So during this time, I'm noticing a lady standing outside. And she has her bag, and she's looking around, and she's looking at her phone, and looking around, and looking at her phone. And then for like 5 minutes, she stares into my car, staring into my window. And I'm like, why is she looking? What does she need? So I roll my window down, and I went, are you Adrian? And she said, no, are you? And then she said somebody else's name. And I was like,
was it David Duchovny?
What? It wasn't. Yeah, it was David
That is
Duchovny.
somebody else's name.
She said, are you David Duchovny? Which I replied, no. And then she said, are you an Uber driver? And I said, yes. What do you need?
Why? What compelled you?
You said what?
I said, yes. What do you need?
What made you do that?
And also, what is she going to say? Your transaction is over. You're not the person she's supposedly looking for. She's not the person you're supposedly looking for.
Yeah, you opened yourself up to like being looked at as a harasser or a creep of some sort.
She said, I am trying to find my Uber driver, and every time I message them, the message just disappears. And I said, oh, maybe you should call them. And she said, okay. And I said, have a good day, and rolled my window up as fast as I could. About a minute later, she gets off the phone because I guess she couldn't figure out how to call this person. And she knocks on my window and says, hey, can you help me? Because I can't figure out what's going on with my phone.
Oh my gosh.
At which point I then take her phone from her and I scroll through the app a little bit, acting like I know what I'm doing.
It's
And I go,
much.
oh, it looks like your driver canceled on you. You're probably going to have to reschedule a new one.
And she's like,
was that
great.
true or
Yes.
did you? Okay.
And so I handed it back to her. It had been canceled. I handed her the phone back, and she was like, oh, okay, thank you. And then she kind of looked at me like, will you just drive me?
Of course, because you have already established that you were an Uber driver.
In which I just stared at her and rolled my window up slowly. Now, in this moment, I see her going back to her phone. I also noticed that she has a very low battery on her phone, so she's struggling just a little bit. But I'll turn around. So here's the weird part, Reggie. Carter, who's sitting in the car behind me, and Avery, who was also sitting in the car behind me.
His children were in the car. That lady was like, I'll still get into your Uber.
And
you're clearly not an Uber driver. She knows it. So do you.
Carter goes, hey, Dad, you're not an Uber driver. Why did you say you were an Uber driver?
That's great question.
And my reply to him was, we're in the Uber area. We're in the rideshare program area. We have to act like we're Uber drivers here or they'll make us move. And your mom's right there. All we need her to do is get her bag and come out to the car, and then we can get out of here. Now,
what kind of message is that to your boy?
Then Carter asked the question. The one that I really was like, man, this is why he's Carter. He said, what if she had said her name was Adrian whenever you asked her?
Fantastic question.
And I thought for a second, and I said, well, then I would have asked her if her last name was Majors. And he was like, oh, okay. And he goes, but what if she'd have said yes then? And I said, then we probably would have taken her to our house because she's your new mom now, Carter. And he was like, well, all right. So there it is. From the 817, I'm the lady from the airport. Why did you lie to me? You disgust me.
No.
From another 817, so Corey has pathological liar tendencies. Nice.
There are some moments where I if it's people I don't know, I choose to just let it go. Yeah.
Do you need us Tolos to start a GoFundMe for you, Corey? People like you are what make pickup at airports terrible.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
I'm going to
solved
defend
your
you.
problem.
I'm going to defend you and created problems for you. Solve your problem and created problems for new people. I think Corey is far from the number one problem at the airport. It's people who
in the line at Cinnabon, yep.
Yeah, that's true. But it's
That's
also people who have packed like they're taking a steamship for 14 years and they're going to bring out everything they have ever had and they're going to unload 5 to 8 feet away from their car to block another car from being able to unload there or be able to pick up. There are a lot of other problems at the airport besides Corey.
Yeah, man. Listen, here's the deal, Reggie. She's sitting there actively thinking she's having a correspondence with this person when that person canceled and bailed on her. Now I reset it for her. Now I gave her the, hey, look, on your phone right here, there's nobody to talk to. So go ahead and restart a new one and you'll get a new Uber driver. Not me, because I'm not an Uber driver for one. I didn't say that. Why would I say that? She already believes it.
I'm also really intrigued by her just hopping in your supposed Uber with kids in the back.
Yeah, well, all right. So I did have a plan on that. All right. So
Oh, God.
I did have
How quickly did all of this come together?
Seconds. On the fly, Reggie. My plan for if she was like, well, then why are these kids in the car? I was going to say, these are Adrian's kids. It's truthful. It's honest. Those are Adrian's kids. I didn't have to then add that Adrian's, she ordered the Uber for her kids to come to the airport.
So you think that made you sound more reasonable? Because that makes you sound more like insane.
But I think that puts the pressure on that lady. Because now Janet or whatever her name is, she can't take the Uber that's got Adrian's kids. Yeah. That's just wrong.
Yeah.
This is another good point.
Wait, so you picked up Adrian's kids and went to the airport and picked her up? Like in this hypothetical situation, you just got someone's kids that you don't
Adrian
know?
He's
ordered
a
an
five-star Uber driver.
She wanted to see her kids when she got out of the airport, so she ordered an Uber for her kids to go to the airport and then pick her up and take her back home. Yes, that's the story.
Now, people are saying other problems at the airport, and I do agree that concerns about terrorism, I get that. These are more low-key problems. Though I still love that lady behind me at the airport when she had to find out she had to take her shoes off. And she goes, you know what? I think this is because of 9/11. That just happened like a couple of months ago.
Yeah, it was weird.
This story, not 9/11. And I was like, I wanted to be like, you know what? I bet you're right. Is another thing that people brought up is people who take 30 minutes to leave. That's a great point. Get your goodbyes out of the way, at least largely in part before you leave the house or in the car.
Yes.
All right. You need a hug, maybe a kiss, love you, see you, move on about your business.
Yeah, no,
you've had plenty of time to figure this out.
Now, here's the last part of this. And somebody did text, thanks, Corey, I'm still here, and my phone's been dead for half a day. You could have figured out how to get home.
How did they send that message?
Yeah, exactly. And did you go back in the airport and charge it? But I'm pretty sure that whenever I drove off with Adrian, that lady was still standing there. So, there she is out there in the heat.
Was that supposed to help your case?
Waiting for her new Uber, though, that was supposed to arrive shortly. So I'm pretty excited for her.
You know what? That just inspired me for a new auction item for
He's looking at me like,
like a free pickup, airport pickup?
Corey is your Uber. So you will have him.
Oh, that sounds fantastic.
For the day, take you to the airport, take you wherever you need. You can chat him up. Or
does that come with or without Adrian's kids?
That's up to you. If you've been on the package, this might also be my opportunity to do the show I've always wanted to, KNC in your car.
Yeah.
And I just wanted
Did you steal that from Cash Cab?
No. This existed before Cash Cab.
Yeah.
It's just we never had the infrastructure to pull it off. But if it was for charity, or maybe it's about the same time. If it's for charity, we'll just do the show for like 4 hours and we'll just go with you wherever you go, and then we'll take like 4 minutes off at a time and just sit there and not do anything.
From the 469, just gotta keep driving. From the 469, or the kids were in the car because they didn't check bags, so Adrian sent them to the car, and they went back and then went back inside and grabbed the bags real fast. That's even better.
Checkmate.
Yeah.
You're all liars. You're all pathological liars.
I'm just being a good teammate. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Would you really put this guy in the Hall of Fame?
Sure.
You would. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Hey, friends, Zach.
Goodbye. I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
Heck yeah, we'll see Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, and G-Bag Nation live from Cowboys training camp with coverage beginning July 25th on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on the tough road, but those that haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. You have to say it now.
Biscuit.
We're going to start with this and potentially how many of these teams make you sad. And I'm going to warn you, this is from USA Today, so I will let you decide if you think this is reputable or not. The best quarterback in franchise history for all 32 teams. I'm going to pick out a few and just see if these best quarterbacks make you sad. For the Arizona Cardinals, Jim Hart. You know who Jim Hart is?
Mm-mm.
All right. So
he used to run the Rangers, right?
That was John Hart.
That's Josh Hart's brother.
I don't know any of that to be factually accurate. No, that's Bret Hart. He beat out Carson Palmer and Kurt Warner because he played for 18 years, had 4 Pro Bowl nods, and an All-Pro selection. So,
he beat out Carson Palmer and Kurt Warner.
Yeah, just because you haven't heard of him doesn't mean he didn't used to be good.
All right.
For the Baltimore Ravens.
He beat out Jake Plummer too, huh?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Who's the best quarterback in Baltimore Ravens history?
Baltimore. I mean, it's Trent Dilfer.
Don't do that.
Joe Flacco.
For a month.
It's not Lamar Jackson.
Like right now, it does feel like it's Lamar Jackson.
Has he won a Super Bowl?
No.
Trent Dilfer hasn't won a Super Bowl either. He was given a ring
for being on the team.
That's right.
Man, hold on. We had Brian Billick on the show, not his brother Tom. It's just a different story. But we had Billick on the show, and he told us why, what Trent Dilfer did for that team. So
didn't mess it up. That's what he did.
Pretty much.
They did select Joe Flacco.
Okay.
Which
he had the best playoff run I think that we've seen in quite some time.
It really, I need to go back and look at it because that really was an incredible month.
Yes,
it really was.
Him and Anquan Bolden had a specific play that nobody could stop.
The Chicago Bears.
Are they going Jim McMahon?
Who else? Who else would you put up?
Ain't that a shame? Rex Grossman.
Okay. Yeah, fine. So your finalists are Jim McMahon and Rex Grossman.
Jay Cutler.
Jay Cutler was good for him.
Jay Cutler. Doesn't that kind of bum you out?
Oh, no, yeah. I've told you for a long time that city is cursed at the quarterback position. It's not just because of the wind. So, yeah, man. That's why I said that Justin Fields going to Chicago is the worst possible situation.
Cleveland Browns.
Man, it's been a run of bad there. I don't know. I have no clue.
You go Kozar?
I guess you have to. Or Testaverde?
Or Brian Sipe. Yeah, I know.
Sorry, I was still getting through the mid-aughts when it comes. There's a lot of quarterbacks I had to run through.
Brian Sipe was the MVP of the NFL in 1980. He was also second team All-Pro the year before that when he led the league in passing touchdowns.
And dude, if you Google him, he was the master of the unibrow before Anthony Davis. I'm dead serious. That is amazing. And a little patch right there on his throat.
What?
What about for the Houston Texans? Who's the greatest quarterback in Houston Texans history?
Matt Schaub?
Ahead
of Deshaun Watson?
Oh, that's right.
USA Today did select Matt Schaub, which makes me really depressed.
Really? Didn't he have like 15 straight games with a pick six?
That was like at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He was really good for them in, a zone running offense, right? Like not saying that he was out here slanging it. But then towards the end, it got a little tough.
What about the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Brunell.
Mark Brunell
Not David
is
Garrard.
the correct answer. But you think it'll be Trevor Lawrence.
David Garrard did end the Cowboys season. Like that was he ended Wade Phillips' career here.
Yeah.
I was at that game. It was miserable. It was miserable. What was your next question?
What about for the Giants?
Giants? Man, this is interesting because Eli is there. Like he's good. Phil Simms won a couple Super Bowls.
Ooh, did he? Or did he win one and they give the other one to Jeff Hostetler?
Oh,
I don't know how people categorize that.
That's a good
What's
question.
Hostetler?
I will go with Sims.
Yeah, can I say Sims would be petty?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
You absolutely can. They picked Eli Manning, but
I mean, it's probably right.
Yeah. Who's the greatest quarterback in Tampa Bay Buccaneers history?
Tom Brady.
Jameis Winston.
Did you know they've never had a quarterback for more than 5 years as their primary
What?
starter?
Which makes a lot of sense in like how fast quarterbacks break records there.
Yeah.
It's either him or Brad Johnson.
Or
Jeff Garcia.
Josh Johnson.
Or
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Or
Josh Freeman.
I'm out of names, dude.
Mike Glennon.
The man who might have been asked the most famous question in the history of Super Bowl media. Doug Williams.
Oh.
Doug Williams led Tampa Bay to their first ever postseason appearance and a trip to the NFC title game. He made the playoffs 3 times in 5 years.
I don't know that I knew he played for Tampa.
I didn't realize that either.
That's why I tried to give you the hint because otherwise I felt like we weren't going to get it.
Was he there with the creamsicles?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, or I think he got to wear that uniform at least some. All right. As long as we're talking about greatness or supposed greatness, I have seen multiple articles about this over the last 2 days. And I don't know if they all spawn off of the same ESPN article or something is afoot, but does Fred Taylor belong in the Hall of Fame? Because my immediate thought is not even a little bit.
I loved Fred Taylor. All right. Like it was, that dude ran his heart and soul out. I just don't know if it was enough. I just don't know if his career was enough.
Fred Taylor only made the Pro Bowl a singular
One time. And that was the same year he was second team All-Pro, maybe? That's it. That's it.
Yeah, you're not going to get me there. All you got on your, like, you pull up the Pro Football Reference and there's one accolade, one-time Pro Bowler. I don't know how we had this conversation at all.
Well, he got it going in part because, or excuse me, somebody, this is why I did want to bring it up, because somebody I actually respect a whole lot brought this up is Shereen Williams. Because Shereen Williams, I do respect her opinion a lot, is she said that he's made his case to be heard by the selectors. Not to say that you get in, but Fred Taylor said, my numbers are better than the majority of backs that have ever played this game. Obviously, if you're not a first ballot Hall of Famer, then you kind of hit the campaign trail and try to make your arguments. And I've never really thought about like an actual Hall of Fame campaign trail, and that's super neat. But Shereen Williams,
we're going to go to Iowa.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Delaware.
Woo! When you look at Fred's resume and what he's done, I truly think that his case should be heard by the selectors. And that's from Shereen Williams, who is on the Hall of Fame selection committee. And I'm all about that. I do think he should be heard. Just my answer.
He did compile some, I do like the stretch from 02 to 04, 1,300, 1,500, 1,200 yards. Like, look at his history of long touchdowns, Kevin. Like when he was healthy, he had over 1,000 yards.
Does lack of touchdown performance in those seasons like hurt him?
Yeah. I mean, and he played for Jacksonville, so that kind of stinks too. But
that's fair.
But yeah, look at the longs for him, Kevin. 77, 52, 71.
Ooh.
63, 62, 71, 76, 80. Like, he had a bunch of really long touchdowns throughout his career. Those are, when he got to break away, dude, he was exciting to watch. I loved watching Fred Taylor play. But I kind of agree, he's right there in that next tier of running backs.
He can be in the Hall of Very Good.
Very close, but still behind Frank Gore.
Okay. And I know that's probably a more complex question. I've already stated my opinion about that as well. Which tight end for the Cowboys do you think will have the best season? They just drafted a tight end in the second round. You going old Scooney?
I think Jake Ferguson does. I think Scooney's going to have an admirable rookie year, and you're going to be very pleased with the future of that product. I am very interested where Hendershot is in this whole thing, because I think he might be the most fun receiver option out of the group. But I think Ferguson is the best combination of all of them at this moment, with the experience to go with it.
And for the people that are asking, the best quarterback for the Cowboys was actually Tony Romo. No, I'm just kidding. It was Roger Staubach.
You would have caused a revolt.
Corey's face right there represented, I think, a lot of our audience. It was Roger Staubach.
Kevin, you should have thought more about that. Like, I really hope that everybody was able to maintain control of their cars, because I could see very bad things happening if you had not been.
I do apologize if very bad things happened. It's Roger Staubach.
Would you like some breaking entertainment news?
Yes.
From the world of the New York Times.
Oh, it's going to be a conservative story.
Not really. Ryan Seacrest has been named the new host of Wheel of Fortune.
What?
According
Is
to
that
the
why
New York-
he left some other show?
Yeah.
Did he leave Idol? Or I don't know.
So according to the New York Times, if you
Man.
trust them,
Hold on. New York Post or New York Times? This is two different.
He will take over for Pat Sajak. Who will be the person now? Is Vanna White
I think
done?
Vanna's still in the game.
Okay.
In fact, Vanna's trying to get her money. She says she's been underpaid for a long time.
I'm talking about.
Oh, interesting.
You think Seacrest would take less money so that she could get more? So he could say, look, this is equals. He's been here longer.
If they say no, he's going to be like, fine, you know the deal, Seacrest out. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Thank you. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, sports rules, traditions, and rooting interests that ignore logic, but we all still know and follow. 877-881-1053. Tolos, you want to get involved in the conversation. Also want to hear from the Twolos and the YouTubers. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The latest from the... Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, what started out in my brain as sports rules, traditions, and rooting interests that ignore logic, what we might all know and follow, could turn into how do you root? Because I want to take you to, we've been talking about this for like the last week since we had Mitch Moreland on. Let's go back to cut 30 as we were just talking about LSU winning the College World Series. We talked about the matchup with TCU attempting to make it to the final. And we asked Mitch Moreland, cut number 30, how are you feeling about TCU in the semifinal, which started this whole conversation? How are you feeling about TCU's odds in the semifinals then?
I don't know if I feel that.
Which led to, why don't you feel that? Cut number 31.
Yeah, well, I root for SEC teams. Well, other than Tennessee, I didn't want Tennessee to do anything, but I think LSU is pretty strong, and obviously Florida's they're unreal too.
So this I
love me some Mitch Moreland, dude.
This kind of boggled our mind because he went to Mississippi State, and so he's like, I root for SEC teams except for Tennessee. And that got us to talking about all kinds of different things. And I'll start with this. Do you root for teams in your conference, period? Do you root for teams in your conference except your rival? Because I have to admit, like when A&M was in the Big 12, I wasn't like, hey, go Texas Tech, but not Texas. Or, go Oklahoma, but not Texas. I did not find myself rooting for those teams. I haven't felt that way since I was a kid. And I would definitely root for like the American League in the All-Star game or the Western Conference in the NBA and NHL All-Star games.
Do you think that was naivete?
Probably.
Yeah, my little child brain was not developed enough to understand the reality that exists, and understanding like those are our rivals. We hate them and we don't want them to succeed. So whoever else out there can beat them is what we want. Which also puts us in weird predicaments like the Patriots and the Philadelphia Eagles. Whenever they're in the Super Bowl against each other, now you have to just pick the lesser of two evils. Which led Kevin to root for the Eagles, which is very weird still.
That's right.
Because I would never do that. Not one time.
I hate Tom Brady more than I hate the Eagles.
I don't understand that at all. But
you can't tell me how to root them.
That's very true. I do remember as a child kind of rooting for the Oakland A's to win the World Series. Like that was because I was like, oh man, this Mark McGwire and Jose Canseco, I think they got something. And it looks all natural. And I don't remember with the NFL ever feeling that way. With the Cowboys, it was like once the Cowboys were done, I was done. So that immediately led to my heart was empty from that. And I guess there was a time, Kevin, when the Astros were in the World Series on the other side. When they were in the World Series when they were in the National League. And
against the White Sox.
And I was pulling for them because I was like, we had nothing to do with them. They were a Texas team, so I kind of went that way with it. So I do, and I guess it is weird because I'm an OU fan. So I don't ascribe to the I just root for Texas teams theory most ever. But like when TCU and Baylor are good, I'm excited for their programs.
And it's interesting because like this I get because there's self-interest behind it from the 585. As a Longhorns fan, I want OU to be undefeated when they show up at the Cotton Bowl. But I get that because that could potentially look better for your resume as opposed to like Oklahoma rolling up there at 3-3 or whatever. I get that. But I would also find myself like rooting against Texas in the Alamo Bowl when it made no difference. Like Texas is 8-5. Okay, they win, they lose. Doesn't really matter. Maybe they pick up or lose maybe one recruit, but probably not. But I still find myself rooting against them in a game that makes no difference.
You would just choose for Longhorn tears is what you were kind of rooting for?
I guess so, even though that doesn't really make sense, right?
No, it does. An opportunity is schadenfreude. Anytime you get a chance to laugh at somebody. Yeah, no, it's great.
But you just have to make sure your team played first. I guess you don't have to, but you should. Because I learned that a long time ago. Like, especially I'm a fan of A&M and we lose
Any
a lot.
given Saturday.
Yes.
Any given Saturday, your team is playing at 11 in the morning.
Sure.
And you win. You talk trash.
Yes.
If your team plays it, is it 2 or 3, Reggie?
2:30.
2:30?
Yeah, that's right.
And somebody else's team has just lost. Do not talk trash because your team could lose as well.
And I learned that lesson a long time ago, because if you run your mouth about that, that person might already want your team to lose, but they're keeping the receipts, especially on social media. And they'll like quote tweet you or whatever and be like, oh, hey, this you? Any given Saturday, by the way, that was the story of Al Pacino's rise to coaching prominence.
I know. I was there helping
Yeah.
direct it. I don't know if you know that or not.
So
Or as long as we're lying here.
And this is one I don't understand.
Okay.
And it might go back to Schadenfreude. And that might be, honestly, Reggie, that might be the answer to every
That's
single thing.
right.
You're probably right.
Just live life petty.
From the 817, I root against them if my friends root for them. I don't understand that unless they're a direct adversary. You like your friends, right?
Because conflict is interesting.
You want your friends to be sad?
That is the foundation of any media, any like movie or television. There needs to be conflict. And just like in that.
But that's in a
so
movie,
goes
not
life.
in your life, right?
Well, if you want it to be interesting. We know you don't like flavor and interesting stuff, Kevin.
I like boring and fun and happy
But that's not
things.
true. You love conflict. Why are you acting like you don't like conflict?
Okay, I would say in my personal life, I enjoy. In other
Wait,
areas,
are your friends not your personal life?
Yeah.
I'll tell you this.
Checkmate.
So I remember Kevin,
like my wife,
watching the Duke and A&M games in the NCAA tournament. I could care less at what either of those teams do. However, I felt like you were rooting one way. Somebody had to be on the other side.
That somebody was always
so
Colby.
me and Colby were like, hey, let's just poke Kevin until and see if he explodes here. And you almost did. And then afterwards, I don't know if I've ever seen Kevin as like energetic as I did after it was a Duke one or
No, it was A&M.
He was like, y'all want to go out now? Let's go party.
It was because A&M came back from like a 12-point deficit in the last minute and 10 seconds. Colby, I remember, walked outside. He was like lighting up a cigarette. He's like, hey, have fun with basketball. And he just walked out the door. And I was like, son of a. And then they just made this incredible comeback. And I was like, what do you say now? And he goes, they still suck.
Yeah,
and like
he
that's
really
just,
couldn't care.
Yeah.
He just wanted to poke you. And so, like, that was.
I've always
like,
thought that
was.
too.
I felt like there was a natural, there's got to be, one versus the other. So we kind of had to throw that around a little bit. It's a lot of fun. I don't, I'm thinking about the NCAA tournament here.
Yes.
I don't care about any of the, maybe UNT, but I kind of understand the limitations of UNT when they're in the tournament. Like, they're not the same as some of these other teams. It's going to be difficult for them. Maybe they get a magical run. That would be awesome. But other than that, Kevin, I'm rooting for my bracket. So is it me rooting for wanting, it ultimately boils down to me wanting to root for me being right. More than anything else, it's me, even with, I've chosen CeeDee Lamb as the dude I want to succeed this year. I want to be right about him. He's the dude. I hope that he wins every time.
At least that I get it from the self-interest, but I guess I understand Reggie's point of conflict or your schadenfreude is your own
Whenever
interest.
you have no other interest,
You want to see. Now I'm curious if like even people you don't know, but like whether you know them on social media or they're a friend of a friend and you just don't like them, if then you go out of your way to like root against that team, you're like, oh, that person's a huge Michigan fan and they stole my girlfriend. Oh, Michigan goes 0-12.
Yeah, Kevin, they stole your girlfriend?
In this, not me, but in this scenario.
Janet?
Yeah, they stole Janet.
So when I'm going to take this back, NCAA tournament again. I remember we went to, I don't know, was it Booties or something like that?
Probably.
And we were
It was a regular sports bar.
We were watching the game and Wisconsin was playing.
Yeah.
And there were Wisconsin fans sitting next to us. We weren't rooting for Wisconsin.
No.
We weren't rooting against Wisconsin. But at that point, we decided they were being too loud. And we decided that we were kind of rooting against them because they were being too loud. And so that changed how we rooted in that moment.
So because of that, we decided. And an interesting subsection that has popped up of all of this from the 972, no way. The fans of bottom feeder SEC teams are the only ones who root for the conference. No other conference acts that way. From the 214, rooting for other teams in your conference is literally just for pompous SEC fans. So a weird subsection has started of, rooting for your conference is something that children and SEC fans.
Well, SEC really does it, and they've just bought into the SEC marketing of like it means more. When like it doesn't. They just are trying to make it so.
Yeah, that is because I guess I never get caught up in the like when they tell you, oh, the ACC is doing great in the NCAA tournament, or the SEC is doing great in the bowl schedule. I usually am not like, told you we're the best. We're not great in the best, but we're still in the best. I usually am just like, yeah, but my team lost. So I don't really care that SEC went 8-1 in bowl games.
It's because you don't support a real SEC school.
Okay, here's the thing. Let me ask you this.
You're on to something.
Let me ask you this. Maybe it's because the SEC does a better job of promoting their laundry. So if you're wearing items, right? If you're wearing an SEC
like just
shirt,
an SEC shirt,
yeah, not an NCAA shirt, huh?
No, yeah. If you just wear a conference shirt,
yeah,
I think
a sick
you're.
person.
Yeah, I do think
you're
that.
just like I love the SEC conference, and that's
Big
why.
12.
Yeah, they're all about that. Then I told you start to get more into things once you put it on your chest or on your head.
No,
yes.
you would wear an American League T-shirt. You just like that's right.
See,
we're gonna win the
no,
pennant.
I wouldn't. But
let me see if those are available.
If there was an American
right?
League T-shirt out there, I would wear it ironically.
And you're a different kind of worse.
I would just wear it very similar to Rob Lowe in
his NFL hat.
There's an AFC shirt. I'm not saying American League, but I am saying AFC shirts.
See, and I might even wear an NFC shirt. Like, I think that would be kind of cool. But I do think that people, once they put on a garment, once they put that on, they've decided, this is me now. This represents me. And so I think the SEC, like, they're like, hey, you're part of the biggest powerhouse there is. Just be happy you're here. So I totally understand the SEC fans being that way, but I've never seen anybody going, man, I just love Big 12, baby, and I root for the Big 12 all the time. Like, I don't see that often.
Okay. If I could throw one thing out there, if you're cheering for or against your team, I just wanted to add, I don't understand the overrated chant. That's people who are actively diminishing their victory in the midst of the game. Like, I just have never understood that. Like, let's use the Texas OU example. Is OU rolls into the country and they're number one and they're 6-0 into that game, and you defeat them and you chant overrated. And I'm like, okay, so are you not that good? Because you just beat the number one team? I would be like, that's right.
So then you need you're overrated. It is natural. Overrated. It's got to write it down as syllables. But here with this, you're saying it needs a different word.
That's right.
Because what you're trying to say is you're hyped up to be really, really good. But when you came to our place, you're not as good as everybody hypes you up to be. That is overrated.
But that doesn't help you. But I also don't think it's catchy to be like, we were underrated. We were underrated. Like, that's just
that's not gonna work.
As catchy, because I would rather be like, no, Oklahoma was properly rated because they're a juggernaut and we just whip their ass.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Instead of being like, yeah, I told you we weren't 19th. We should be like 14.
Yeah, but Kevin, you got to remember, in that moment, it's not about big upping you. It's just about tearing the other side down.
Yeah. Which is also...
How much of sports is that? Not just... I know we talk about sports as a great tool to like build up young people and everything, but I feel like we're waiting on the other side to tear them
And then
all
once
down.
they turn 16, it's all about tearing down.
Yeah. By the way, I wanted to throw this into the mix, Kevin. The current standings for the All-Star ballot. In fifth place, Adolis Garcia. In first place for second base, Marcus Semien. In first place for shortstop, Corey Seager.
Yes.
In first place for third base, Josh Young.
Let's go.
In first place for catcher, Jonah Heim.
What?
And voting ends Thursday at 11 a.m. And I don't know if that's central or whatever.
Don't
but
get comfortable, though.
Yeah, so keep
No,
voting.
no. Definitely don't
Keep
get comfortable.
voting. You can vote up to one time per day.
Per email address.
Yeah, per email address. If you have multiple email
If you've
addresses.
ever had a streaming service more than once, I know for damn sure you got more than one email address. So let's go ahead. Let's not pretend like that's not factually accurate.
Yes.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, hey, might have 4 All-Star starters. Let's talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Gansey Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We will be talking with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy in just a I was going to say just a moment, but that moment is right now. Brought to you by Louisiana Hot Sauce. It is, in fact, Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How we doing?
Well, we were all pretty excited. We just learned, I know you might have other bigger focuses, that 4 of the 5 Rangers finalists for All-Star starter are leading their category as of now. So we're all pretty stoked about that.
Oh, that's awesome, isn't it? Yeah, that's great for these guys, as they should be. They're right there, and this is a group, and I don't think they're thinking about it. I think they're looking down the road, but certainly is a big deal. And so I'm hoping they all make it. Trust me, I've been fortunate to watch their play here the first half, so it would be something well earned.
You can only vote once per day, but that's per email address. How many email addresses do you have, and do you have any tips to help people be able to email vote more?
I don't have but one, but there's guys that figure it out, people that figure it out that can send in all those votes. So that's good. I'm glad to see our fans. We're grateful for them. For them to support our guys that have done well here the first half.
Absolutely. I think we got a lot of Tolos out there that are listening right now that are like, hey, we're going to do everything we can to help these Rangers get an edge here. Bochy, you said that you had a couple guys on this team that probably could use a little mental break on the mental side of things. And you've been through 162 and plus many times. Like, is this that time of year where, maybe for, I don't know if it's younger players or other players going through things where they kind of start, lagging a little bit? Well,
there's a lot going on now. In fact, I talked to the position players yesterday. If I've learned anything, at the midseason point, I'm talking about this game, that it's important to do all you can to have that maniacal focus and that ability to keep that edge, because you get into the All-Star break. One is making the All-Star team. Yeah, I'm sure guys from all over the leagues, both leagues are they're hoping to make it. They probably at some point they probably put a little pressure on themselves. I'm not talking about the stars. They're in almost automatically. So it's a big deal for them, and you understand that. The other thing is, of course, the break, and the break's coming. So there's no need to talk about it, what your plans are, whatever. That's what I think we have to remind ourselves. This is the grind of the schedule right now, what we're going through, and so they haven't had a lot of days off. One day off, and that was getting in New York at 3:30 in the morning. So we have to just be aware of, guys not on the physical side, but on the mental side, maybe they could use a break. So Josh Young's going to get a break today. Tavares, who's been playing so well, and also, it gets guys in there. But it's just that time of year that, you're trying to stay away from distractions and just keeping your focus and that edge that you need.
We usually have Mike Bassick on the show with us, and he pitched in the major leagues, and he was telling us yesterday about what he called dead arm season. And I know there's been some concern about the average fastball value drop from Evaldi. Is there anything you can tell us there, or do you think that does kind of just fit into the idea that this might be dead arm season for pitchers?
Well, I think there's something to that. Yes, it's going to happen with guys, pitchers that, especially I think starters, but I'll say relievers too if the usage is way up. So you have to be aware of where they're at. I thought his stuff was up a little bit from the last start. I think it was something he felt mechanical, but he'll get an extra day's rest here. Now, with that said, with Bradford here, we're getting Reagan stretched out. Trust me, CY, I'm talking about Chris Young, myself, Mike Maddox, we talk about this quite a bit. And if we have to skip a guy, we have to IL a guy if the alarm goes off to to that point, then we will do that. We're not in a mode that, hey, we got to win every game. We have to sacrifice these guys a little bit and pay for it down the road. No, we don't want to do that. So a lot of guys here, with their eyes and experience, hopefully that will help these guys.
One of the other
pictures, in case I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I thought you stalled out there. Go ahead.
No, I was done. I was just adding a little bit. I'm just saying, not just on Nate, but all the pitchers. We always look at innings, where they were the year before, where they're at, the type of games they pitch. So a lot of variables involved in all this. I'm done.
Okay. Thank you, Coach. Really appreciate that. Mike has always talked about this too when we talk about like team meetings, and manager calls a team meeting, or players call a meeting, and etc. And he says, I think Mike says something, Kevin, like you have one a year, and you kind of have to know when to call that. Do you kind of ascribe to that? Because it sounds, based on what we hear from you, there are so many little meetings that you get a lot of things cleaned up before you even have to get to a team meeting.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I like the way it's done now. When I first started managing, or even when I played, going back, when I came up 78, you really didn't have meetings. To Mike's point, you may had maybe one meeting, but now with meetings every day we have, the hitters meeting, they go over starting pitchers or pitcher that day. Mike gets with our pitching group first game of the series, but he also meets with that starting pitcher that day because we want to customize what our attack is for that pitcher and his type of stuff. So, it would just allow me to go in if I want to say something, and that way you don't feel like you're calling a meeting. So then that, you don't want to send a sense of panic. All right, guys, let's get together, whatever. But, I don't have just one meeting, I'll have, a few. You try not to have too many, but, because then, it gets a little, old, I think, for the guys. Oh no, here comes another meeting. But the way we do it here, it's the groups are already together. I can say a few words like yesterday, just talking to the position players, and so it really works out well. In this clubhouse, I don't know if you've been in here. It's awesome. And we have a theater when where the guys sit up there, and so it just makes it a lot easier too than have to call them all, round them up, and call a meeting in the clubhouse.
I know you talked about this with the media on Saturday after the game against the Yankees, but for our fans who, haven't read it, haven't heard it, I was hoping you could kind of walk us through some of your thoughts about the team's base running, particularly the high number of outs at home plate thus far this year. Right.
And, that was something that we even discussed yesterday too. We have made some outs on the bases, not just home plate, but just a couple pickoffs, that are really shouldn't happen. Sometimes that can be just a little lack of focus or just drifting mentally a little bit, and that gets back to what I'm talking about this time of year, man. You got to have that maniacal focus on every play, wherever you're at, hitting the defense or running the bases out. Now, as far as home plate, we've had a lot of we've scored a lot of runs, so there's been a lot more action at home plate. So, that's going to bring probably more outs at home plate. And, Tony and Bees does a great job. And, we've had our conversations too. And so I think that on the last one, we talked, and, right field was a tough spot there, 2 outs. We don't want auto send, but 90% of the time you're going to send them. We try and get that run in, and we get thrown out. So that's going to happen. Trust me, I coach third base. That's a tough job, and there's probably been a couple. I know that even Bees has said, I probably should have held them there. There's been times when I could have done something different, or everybody could have done something different. So, we're again, the message at the start of the season, we're as one here. We're all together, and we're all going to look back and say, well, I could have done this different. So that's just part of the game.
Does third base coach ever feel like a thankless job or a job where you don't want people to know your name because it would only be like Bruce Bochy sent him home and cost us a run?
Right. No, you're right on there. You're absolutely on. I've been there, and I tell you what, it's a bad feeling when you send a guy and he gets thrown out like 15 feet. And that's when the fans start hooting on you a little bit too. It's not fun, but plus, you take it hard, especially that game. We lost 1-0. I mean, we all wear our moves or decisions. That's what we do because we care. And to your point, that happens. I'll tell you a play real quick that I got embarrassed on. I was coaching third. You know who Larry Walker is, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
So anyway, he was one of the best outfielders and best throwers, and so base hit, same thing, 2 outs. We're at the old Jack Murphy Qualcomm in San Diego, and actually Tony Gwynn hit a bullet to him, and he caught it one hop. It's one of those plays where I know I can't send him, and so I stop him. Well, Walker had the wherewithal. This is how good he was, knowing that, well, Boch isn't going to send him here, because of my reputation. He comes up, and I go down the line and let him come down the line before I hold him. He comes up and fires a bullet at third base and gets him. And so, you feel so helpless. I mean, it happens, all of us, but they're all learning experiences, and you draw from all of them.
Pretty great feeling, though, when they hit one out of the park and you get to give them that handshake before they touch the plate, right?
Yeah, I like it when we send them there. Yeah, that's a good one.
Now, I guess I know it's kind of difficult to kind of talk about this discussion because you have this team that you're focusing on right now, but there is something coming where there's an opportunity to make some moves to add to this team. And I'm kind of curious when you talk with Chris Young and have this communication back and forth, I feel like he knows the game so well that y'all are probably on the same page a lot of times, but is there communication of, hey, I still need a setup guy, or I still need this to add to maybe the bullpen or the rest of the roster? What's that communication like between the two of you?
Oh, it's pretty much daily. Yeah, it's it's an ongoing conversation with everybody. Mike, myself, Chris, of course, his baseball ops. Even yesterday, he came down, they're working their tails off to see if there's something out there that makes sense. I think you're getting to the point now where clubs are going to make a decision on what they're going to do, whether they're going to add or sell. We're getting a better idea of what our needs are. And so that's going to really get ramped up, I think you'll see as we get into July.
It's a significantly longer process in terms of the development, but I was curious, same thing about communication when it comes to like the MLB draft, because we're only, a couple weeks away from that. Do you have communications about the MLB draft, or you're like, yeah, we probably won't see whoever we draft for a bit?
No, I have interest. We all do. We were talking about the draft yesterday quite a bit. With different players. It's fun for us. We get a chance to watch these guys. Of course, you had the College World Series going on,
right.
and all the teams that we're trying to get there. So, we see the names, we see the player, and see why he keeps us up on kind of what their thoughts are, what they're looking at. It's going to be interesting, especially the first 5 or 6 picks, which way clubs go, because I think everybody has a little different philosophy, and it's a big draft. I mean, it can be a game changer for the franchise, so it's important.
We've been trying really hard to push Paul Skeens, the mustachioed pitcher from LSU, down the board so the Rangers could pick him up at number 4.
No, there's some. I tell you what, there's some really, really good names out there. I mean, these guys. I look at the first 5 or 6 picks. And sometimes you may say this every year, but it just seems like there's some really good guys out there. And I tell you what, we're lucky how that lottery went for us. To get the 4th pick. So I know our crew, they're very excited that we do get the 4th pick.
Do you think that Nathaniel Lowe set the trend of mustaches for everybody else now? Like I see everybody else wearing a mustache. It looked like Lowe was wearing it first, or maybe was it you, Boach, that started the trend?
Yeah, I don't know who was the trendsetter there. That's a good one. We had a 80s theme flight as we went to Chicago, and it wasn't my idea. Actually, it was a family trip thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what Bobby Wilson, my catching instructor, dressed as?
It's got to be old you, right?
Dressed as me in the old Padres uni back in '84 with my mustache.
Mm-hmm.
He came out, and then of course, guys had fun with that, and Dave Ward too. But anyway, I don't know who started this one. I was thinking Reagan's did. I don't know.
I forgot Reagan's. We saw him at camp. He did have that mustache
true.
rolling out.
Okay,
there. That was nice.
So he might be the guy. Now, clearly, the numbers for y'all with runners in scoring position this year are still ridiculously good. Y'all were on a historic pace. Have you noticed anything different in maybe the last 2 weeks or maybe the broader month of June when the success has not been as prolific with runners in scoring position?
Yeah, it's always that's always a hard question to answer. And it was hard to sustain what we were doing. But I will say I've seen the fellas just getting a little more aggressive than they've been, expanding a little bit more. It comes from wanting to help out, wanting to maybe be the guy, and that's not who we were early. They would pass that baton, and we'd wear down the pitcher. We had a great game, and we stuck with that plan against Cole up in New York. That's kind of who we have been, and so I'd say if anything, that's up a tick. Is our swing percentage with runners in scoring position.
The last thing I was really curious about is at 1:20 today, we're going to talk with David Clyde, and I'm sure you're familiar with the story. The team is honoring him tonight. We've learned so much about baseball since then, but what do you think, reflecting back on the idea of drafting a high schooler and then a couple weeks later starting him in a Major League Baseball game?
Yeah, I remember it well. I mean, that was my time. And so, it doesn't seem like it was all that long ago, but it was. But, obviously incredible talent. And I guess he did a lot to, put some fans in the seats. That's a hard deal. I think it's easier for a pitcher than a position player, but how K-Line did it. Look, Joe Nuxall was in the big leagues at 15 years old. So,
wow.
It's been done, and, there's outliers everywhere. I guess David was looked as one of those outliers, but it's such a hard game. It's a lot to put on the kid, and but hey, I could see it happening again at some point. I'm being honest. You get a guy that throws 100 with control, they just put him right in the big leagues.
Wow, man!
Now I got to go study up on Joe Nuxall.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I'm actually kind of looking at.
Hey, he's an amazing guy, man. He really was. I had a chance to spend some time with him. I was a big Reds fan. 15 years old, served in the war. I mean, this long-time announcer. Really, really nice man.
His quote, "I was pitching against 7th, 8th, and 9th graders, and all of a sudden there's Stan Musial." Golly.
That's crazy, isn't it?
That is crazy.
That's crazy.
Excellent stuff, as always. Appreciate the time very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you next week.
All right, guys. All right, thanks. We'll see you later.
Take care.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Yeah, this.
Can you imagine pitching against 7th, 8th, and 9th graders, and you're just like, these kids can't touch me, and then you get up and you that's Rookie of the Year.
Yeah,
like that's the Rookie of the Year thing. That's the story of him right there, and you get to you're living looking at your heroes and also going, I don't know how to do this. This is wild.
They had to wait until June when school was over. I don't mean like college. He was in 10th grade or something like that because they needed players because of World War II.
So evidently, Joe Relaford was a 12-year-old bat boy for Class D Fitzgerald Pioneers, and he became the youngest person ever to play a professional game in 1952 when he was called in to pinch hit. Can you imagine that manager's looking down at his bench, and he's just so done with it that he looks over at the bat boy and says, go take some cuts here, man.
I mean, look, so maybe position players pitching is not that bad, I guess is what I would say. If we can fire off cut number 18, I want to switch it up just a little bit and talk about some Dallas Stars.
Long pass to Robertson. Hintz goes for the goal. Robertson, nice move, backhand, scores! Robertson on the backhand, wins it in overtime. Stars 6-5 over the Flames in Calgary.
So some super positive stuff for the Dallas Stars right now, or I guess last night. They didn't win any of the big awards, and clearly one of their former coaches, Jim Montgomery, was in fact named the coach of the year.
Good for him.
I know, good for him. How did his team do in the playoffs? Is Jason Robertson. I couldn't help it.
Dude.
Was that too much? But I don't live in Boston. What do I care? Is Jason Robertson was named first team all NHL, or the first All-Star team, but essentially his first team all NHL. And he finished fourth in the Hart Trophy voting for MVP. So super cool right there. And then Wyatt Johnston finished fourth in Calder Trophy voting, Rookie of the Year.
You mean first place votes he got?
How many? One?
Yeah.
Was it you?
No, it wasn't me. They're actually
Mike Heika?
No, somebody else. And then Haskinen also got one first place vote for the Norris.
See, look at that.
So,
but the good news is Johnson did still make the all-rookie team.
Okay.
And so he made the all-rookie team. Jason Robertson, first team all-NHL or first all-star team for the NHL, and super big stuff right there, especially since we talked about how, at least since the franchise moved to Dallas, Robertson shattered the points record for the Stars, at least since they moved to Dallas. Now, we don't have Mike here, so no Mike likes it. We just talked about the Stars. I want to talk about sort of the Mavericks, but it's a more general question for you guys. How much do you care about jersey numbers? So yesterday, there was a plethora of people who were tweeting out about the Mavericks numbers. Is Kyrie Irving, assuming he stays with the Mavericks, and that seems to be an assumption a lot of people are making, is going to be number 11. Hardaway would be number 10. Derek Lively will wear number 2, and Omax will wear number 18. And then the story came out as Tim Hardaway Jr. requested to switch, and so did Kyrie Irving mid-season after the trade. There's a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm sure there's an audience out there for it. It's just not me. And so I am curious for y'all, for the Twitch, for the YouTube, for our Tolos, 877-881-1053. How much do you care about jersey numbers? Because for the most part, there's some iconic ones that now I do care about. But for the most part, I don't care what jersey number somebody wears.
I do feel like that is in case you saw it on the court, and like in case Kyrie changed numbers, then they'd be like, hold on, I thought he was wearing, and then they're like, Mavs could be like, hey, we told you during the summer. Like, don't forget, we said this already.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, then we didn't know. I'm trying to think of this. I think in basketball, numbers are more significant. No, less significant. But there are some that very well stand out. Like Kobe was 24-8, right? Like, so those two numbers do definitely stand out.
And I remember that being a big deal, and I remember Jordan coming back in 45 and then hitting it back and going back to 23. But for the most part, I usually am largely indifferent.
Dirk's 41, significant. Can anybody tell me all the numbers on all the players from the rest of that championship team? And I'm betting a lot of people can't.
Jet was 31.
Okay. Kid
was 5, wasn't he?
I think he was 2.
Was he 2?
But I think that speaks to
Tyson Chandler,
Corey's point.
Like I think the thing with the NBA is you see their face a lot, right? Like their face is the defining. Their person is the defining characteristic of NBA players. In baseball, I think it's kind of similar. Like 34 stands out to me because that's what Nolan wore. But for the most part, meh. But man, I know 22, 88, and 8. And Troy Aikman he has a beer named after the number that he wore while he was playing. It's weird because 12 represents so many different quarterbacks across time. But for the most part, with the NFL, they wear helmets during the games. And I know we see their faces a lot more. But when you're looking on the field to identify a player on the field, you're looking at their number a lot of times. I mean, that's how, what was it, Chaz Green? When I walked up to him and I was like, hey, how's it going?
Oh, yeah.
Because he was wearing the number that the other guy was supposed. I was like, oh, crap. So, like, I remembered that. But I feel like in the NFL, there's a lot of that. But in the NBA and baseball, you're like, I know that guy. I can look at him and identify him instantly. I don't necessarily need his number.
From the 972, I honestly don't love Lucas 77. From the 214, I don't give a flip. From the 682, you'd care if you bought a jersey. I can certainly understand that. Like, if you have a Kyrie jersey right now, like from when he got traded to the Mavs, and you find out he's going to switch numbers, I could see how you might not love that.
What if you're going to buy a jersey and it's like number 16, or you're like, I hate that number. I won't buy that jersey because I hate that number.
Do people have issues with just like the abstract number?
Yeah, some numbers just look bad.
That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
And dude, come on, you know people have issues with things.
Well, yeah, I just thought about like, I thought about on my car, if it's ever like, you're at 12,666 miles, I'm like, I need to drive another mile. Or like, even if you're pulling up to the house, I was like, I need to drive another mile. That might be super weird. But like, that's the number that I think of. But what are the aesthetically not pleasing numbers then? Is it
text in 877-881-1053.
And are all those good numbers?
Yeah.
I get why Kyrie wants to change his number though, because like I think what you were talking about, Corey, when we talked about
he's not changing it, right?
I thought you said he was trying to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right, go ahead.
When it comes to like the for basketball, it's iconic players, I think, or at least players that you want to be viewed as iconic that have these like numbers that stick with them. And
Okay. And I don't want to get this part twisted, Reggie. I don't disagree with you at all. I get it for the players 1,000,000%.
Gotcha.
I was saying from a fan and like news consumption space. Like, sure, Kyrie and whoever can take whatever number that is notable to them for a specific player, for a birthday, for their favorite, whatever. Like, I get all of that. I meant more from a fan or like story consumption, because people that I really like Grant Afseth was putting stuff out there, and we just had Sean, RJ, and Bobby just had Raphael Barlow on there. He was putting stuff out about, and like, I like those people. I just don't care about any of this at all, but I'm sure there's a space for it because that's why stories continue to come out about it.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it from an outside perspective looking in, for me, it's just aesthetics. And that's not even just the numbers themselves, although I appreciate everyone on the text line, especially the folks that are texting in the number 69. Nice.
There's a lot of other like
51
I want to say
stinks.
more serious, but I don't know if you can say it's more serious which number looks stupid. Like, I don't know
that was
if
very
that's
serious.
What numbers look dumb?
That's right.
From the 206. Okay, I'm not going to read the phone number because that's going to make this too complicated. 63. 37 is the ugliest damn number ever.
In your face, Mike.
53 is ugly. 19. 72 is gross. 32. I had no clue that people had these passionate feelings. And then somebody said, anybody who ends with a number 1, I hate it.
Oh,
Dirk? Even Dirk?
It says, I hate all numbers that end in 1.
Because you were so close to just being like nice, rounded off.
Yeah.
But I think also some of this is like depending on the jersey that we're talking about and the font that they use. Because some fonts make the numbers look stupid.
Facts.
Okay, I can agree with.
I think you can add this to the conversation as well. Like, when rookies in the NFL are announced, I am intrigued. I'm not like waiting on the edge of my seat to know what number they're going to wear. But I am interested in what number they select and why. Like, I would like to ask Mozzie, hey, Mozzie, why did you pick this number?
Okay.
What's interesting about it? But to add to that, I mean, you remember the debate with CeeDee Lamb? And
about not taking 88?
Yeah, and how that became like all immediately a conversation because now it's part of marketability.
I mean, how much faster would he have looked in 10 though?
With less, or just less. He
would have looked so fast in 10. You can't tell me I'm lying.
Are you a kid who's drawn stripes on a car because that makes it go faster right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. For the 817, 99 is the ugliest number ever. No debate. However, I get that followed up with the higher the worse, except for 99. Because, like, obviously I think of Gretzky from that perspective.
I graduated high school in 99, so I always I kind of do gravitate towards that number. I do like it.
From the 817, power rank the look of numbers.
I like this idea.
I do not, but this is a democracy, so I could easily get outvoted.
This should be easy for the website. You just make a grid, a
Don't worry, I'll write up the piece.
For
with
every
1 through 100 or double zero, I guess.
It'll be my inaugural. I don't know why that's so hard. Piece on 105 through the Fan. I will power rank the numbers for you.
Bam. Thank you, Reggie.
Okay, so your article is going to be like number 1, 4, number 2, 16,
That's correct.
number 3, 3. That is going to be so freaking weird.
Says you.
Yes, I was the person who said that. I agree with that. I'm glad we could find some common ground on that. But
numbers are cool, though.
I think that's accurate.
I don't know. There's something about we discussed this the feel good, look good, play good, right?
That's right.
Like that's look good, feel good, play good. And there is something about a player. Like I think players care about those numbers for sure.
Totally.
Because when they're getting ready to put that on, that's their armor. You know, that's their. I'm representing this and everything it means to me.
I'm totally fine with this. There are a shocking number of people who care about this like a lot.
Single zero looks cool, but double zero looks bad.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, are you ready to get Baby Noah an AI teddy bear? Next on The Fan.
What?
Rangers fans. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
It's right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Coming up here in about 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so, probably exactly 20 minutes.
Okay.
David Clyde will join us. This is the 50th anniversary of his start. He was right out of high school. We talked with Boch about that just moments ago. He will be up there on the mound tonight, but will not throw out the first pitch. We'll ask him a little bit about why.
Okay.
And we'll talk with him a little more about some things. Also at 3:20 today, Will Smith joins the G-Bag Nation. They will get jiggy with it, is what I'm presuming.
Oh my God, don't ever do that again.
What? What's he talking about, Reggie?
He said, no.
Hate my life.
So I think Rangers closer, relief pitcher Will Smith will join the G-Bag Nation at 3:20. Lots of Rangers programming here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Rangers, where we have always loved the Rangers and never ignored them. I also wanted to hit this real quick before we get to this AI teddy bear situation, because the AI teddy bear situation is scary. Stephon Diggs. Now, Kevin, that's one of the names that you've kind of gotten to a point where when you see a Stephon Diggs story, because we discussed this earlier, you're like, whatever, just move on.
No, it was about RG3 saying this. That I was
so RG3's the person.
Yeah, just because like sometimes he says things that might be super insightful. Then other times he says things I'm like, what?
Okay, all right, good. Now, I forgot that was kind of the part of the conversation. He said him and Josh Allen seemed to have had a bromance rolling. It felt like years there until there was a problem with their game against the Bengals in the playoff. I think it's clear this is a personal thing between Josh and Diggs, because Diggs, had a moment where he was unhappy and then said, I demand to be able to call all the plays for next year.
Yeah.
Something like that. Now he wanted more insight into the offense. And they have to get their partnership back on the field, RG3 says, and that's part of playing quarterback. I think Josh Allen's running into that right now. Everything's fine until it's not fine in a relationship and between those two. So Josh has to manage that relationship the right way, and I think he's the only one that can rectify this. And he said, so I've talked with people close to the situation, very Brian Windhorst. And he said, what it boils down to is, in the last game against the Bengals, Diggs was the most targeted receiver in that game. I think he had 10 targets. I went back and checked, he did. But when they were down 17, they had a 10-play drive that ended in a turnover on downs, and Diggs only got one ball thrown his way. So you would think that a player of Diggs' caliber, with the relationship he has in those moments, he would look to him more often, and that didn't happen. And then there was a blow-up on the sideline during that game, and maybe Diggs has not let it go since then. He wanted the ball.
Wow.
Y'all didn't throw to me. Now, Kevin, we went back and looked in that game on 10 targets, 4 catches for 35 yards.
Ooh.
And so I think there's a lot more of that conversation of controlling or having, like, letting the diva wide receiver have their space. When do you take advantage of them? When do you let them just be them? Remember, Dez was vocal, and a lot of people, no matter what he was saying on the sidelines, a lot of people just thought it was detrimental. It's a distraction to the rest of the team. It's not helping in any way. That was a lot of the conversation that would get directed towards Dez Bryant, and it didn't matter what he said. He could be over on the sidelines hooping and hollering about how great it was that he got his shoes tied with a double knot that morning, and everybody would be like, Dez is over there making problems.
Yeah.
And that's just the way that it looks a lot of times. And then what happens is, from the outside, that's the player that's the problem. When in actuality, there might be something else going on that needs to be discussed and hashed out and fixed. Now, the conversations have been popping up about, hey, could we get Diggs in a trade? Because his brother obviously put it out there. That's not.
I guess conceivably you could, but that's not going to happen. You could, but I don't think it's going to happen. That seems like a long time to carry over something into a brand new season. Like, I understand if this would have been in the regular season and it would have carried over into the next week, but Man, that is a long time going into a brand new season to continue to hold that. That could be problematic if that's accurate.
Well, and don't forget too, Kevin, there was a lot of discussion last year going into the season that Gabriel Davis was the dude. That was going to be the next guy. And while he was, interesting, there was a lot left to be liked about that. And I think that's another part. I think they could have another part to do with it is I'm not a decoy out here. I am the guy that is going to get the things done. But again, I think one of the biggest factor here is if you go back and watch this game, maybe it wasn't drops on Diggs' part. Maybe there were moments where Josh Allen was like, I saw you weren't as open as you think you were. And that conversation can't be easy whenever you have with any wide receiver who thinks I am always open, just put it in the air and I'm gonna grab the football. And if it's an interception, then it's your fault. If I catch it, it's all on me. If it's intercepted, dude, that was on your throw there.
Now, I just wanted to toss something out real quick since you brought up the
double knot.
Not the double knot. The MLB voting did you see the specific percentages on MLB.com?
I am looking at them right now.
They're pretty encouraging. Adolis Garcia, you brought up, he's in 5th with 12%. But in terms of the head-to-head matchups, Jonah Heim, 54% over Adley Rutschman, who has 46. Corey Seager, 60% over Bo Bichette, who has 40. Josh Young, 59% over Matt Chapman, who has 41%. And Marcus Simeon, 66% over Whit Merrifield, who we talked about, like, how is he even in this competition? So I think one thing that we're definitely learning is that you've seen a couple of these head-to-head competitions with the Blue Jays is maybe not being able to vote 5 times a day is really affecting their ability to flood the ballot box.
So you think there was one person that was voting 5 times a day?
No, I think there was a whole bunch of them.
Oh, okay.
And we scaled them all back to 1.
Yeah.
How they don't have multiple email addresses. Or you know what?
You only get 1 in Canada.
Maybe it was multiple email addresses with multiple 5 votes a day. But yeah, the Rangers and all the head-to-head matchups as of today are looking great, which is super cool.
Yeah, no, it is nice to see this. It would be very weird to have every Rangers infielder except for the first baseman. And then does Boch kind of look over at Lowe and he's just like, so what's going on here, man? Why aren't you representing us?
Oh.
Like, look, we got Marcus and Josh and Corey and Jonah. What's going on, Nate? Do you think, or
that feels like
Nathaniel?
That's not my issue with that statement. That just feels like you're being a poor teammate, right?
He's the manager.
Or
Kevin.
a poor manager. Well, that's even worse.
Now he's trying to motivate. He's like, now maybe next year.
Okay, well, that's different than, hey, how come you're not in the mix here?
Yeah.
Would that motivate you? Hey, all these people are great. You're
I'll
not.
show you. I'll be a second half All-Star.
Okay.
What about that?
Okay, great.
And he's been really good, though. Nathaniel Lowe's been really good for us. Not the 300 batter he was last year, but he's still really
been solid.
And he got better at defense. All right.
Was that a compliment sandwich?
Yeah. He's good. He's not as good as he has been, but he's gotten better defensively.
Yeah. That is a good compliment sandwich right there. You start with something nice, then you break them down, and make them cry, and then you pat them on the back and hand them a tissue.
Corey, can I ask you a quick question? Was there ever somebody that you wanted to date and you would call them the wrong name on purpose? Because that just strikes me as like a philosophy. You might be like, oh, yeah.
You mean like,
see you later, Sally.
So
it's
there's
Susan.
This.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
There's this movie, Dirty Work. I don't know if you've ever seen it with Norm Macdonald. I think it's hilarious. And there's this, he runs up to this girl that he likes and he's like, hey, Mildred. Hey, Mildred. And he's running across the street and she's like, oh, my name's not Mildred. He's like, I know, you never told me your name, but go, what? Oh my God. And so like, I always think that's funny. Yes, I absolutely would do something like that. Just be like,
That's
all right,
so rude.
Mildred. And then to see how she responds to being called Mildred. She's like, do you think I look like a Mildred?
Get to the teddy bears. Oh my gosh, hold on. The 830. I don't know if this is true. Reddit has an alliance between Rangers and Rays fans to try to get all the Toronto Blue Jays voted out.
No way.
Interesting.
What? Send me the link to this Rangers
First base,
alliance.
Tampa Bay Rays. Second base, Texas Rangers. Third base, Rangers. Shortstop, Rangers. Catcher, Rangers. Outfield, well, there's Mike Trout. I don't know what you can do about that. Second place, Rays. Fifth place, Rangers. And last place in that group, Blue Jays.
Wow.
Look at Reddit. Sometimes I don't like Reddit because of things that they've done.
So is Reddit the best or the worst?
In this case, it's the best.
Alan Wong, co-founder of toy maker VTech, thinks teddy bears are going to be fitted with AI that will offer an alternative to parents reading to their kids.
Isn't this the
Megan?
That's exactly. Except it's Megan, isn't it?
I'm fancy though.
Is that fancy?
Yeah, that's fancy. All right, fine, Megan.
All right, if Kevin walked up to you and used the word, say that for me one more time.
Megan.
Would you think that he was fancy, or would you think that you needed to help him?
He's talking about something for Walking Dead.
That's
Megan.
Yeah, but that's what that was my initial thing.
All right.
Okay.
So yes,
All right.
this does feel like the plot of Megan, and you should still watch the movie because it's super fun. Spoiler alert, it didn't all go well, and I hope that doesn't spoil anything for you, because otherwise, why would that movie exist?
All right,
you're not watching that movie about a doll. It's just happy all the time. This is a terrible idea.
I didn't see the movie, so I'm going to describe some more here.
Okay.
It's a cross between ChatGPT and Furby. The toy would listen to everything the child says, use the data to create personalized bedtime tales just for them. AI-enabled teddies will likely be available in 2028. He admitted the possibilities of smart tech are a little scary, is what Wong said, but smart toys by created Wong's firm have already been the subject of a report, as they could potentially be vulnerable to hacking by strangers. So that's there.
Yeah. So it's going to get hacked by a stranger who's like, where are you right now? Are you all alone? Like, that's not what you want at all, let alone in a toy.
But reading to the kid, you're exhausted at the end of the day. All right.
That's true.
Like, I know, like, you're sitting there and they're like, hey, can you just read me a story before bed? And you're like, can I just turn the light off and you go to sleep? I've done all these other things today. Can we just tomorrow? Can I read the story tomorrow?
So you're going to let the bear read it to your kid? And the bear's going to be like, you know who did have some good ideas? And it's going to go down a path you don't want it to go.
Glad you didn't answer that question.
I would never.
Did you have a Teddy Ruxpin growing up?
Scare the crap out of me.
It did?
Yes.
I love my Teddy Ruxpin. He was awesome. Reggie, do you know what Teddy Ruxpin is?
I mean, he was a president, wasn't he?
That's Roosevelt. Teddy Ruxpin was this little teddy bear.
That is definitely wrong.
And you would put a tape into his stomach back, and then he would push play.
His what?
His stomach back. I can't remember. It was one of the two. And you push play, and then he would just sit there and he would be like, he would open his mouth and his eyes and close them and stuff.
Yeah.
And he would read the story off the tape cassette.
Here is the issue.
Now you don't have to have the cassette.
Okay, but here's the issue. Because of not having the cassette, you can get multiple cassettes. If a kid ran into a time when you forgot you had multiple cassettes and Teddy Ruxpin talked to you, and then you saw the cassette sitting right next to him, you might freak out.
You would definitely freak out at that point.
I'm against this.
So in 2028, how old is Noah going to be at that point?
What year?
28.
He'll be 6.
Dude.
Will he be able to read then?
Who knows?
At this rate.
Not at this rate. It's not going well.
Okay. And maybe he doesn't want to read the story. Maybe he just wants a story read to him. Kevin, you are telling me that
I'll read him a
you
story.
won't get him that AI bear if he's like, Dad, I want this AI bear.
Wait a minute. So it's AI, but its only plan is to read stories?
Yeah.
My ass. It's going to form an alliance.
With the child?
Yeah,
You're gonna be
maybe with the
outnumbered.
child, maybe with the microwave. I don't know.
What?
Yeah, and they're going to form an alliance.
To make the kid Hot Pockets?
Dude, microwaves can probably do more than that. I don't know what more, but they can figure it out, right? And so these technological things are they're going to work together. They're going to clearly outsmart me. You know how I'm going to outsmart them? Not get this bear to begin with.
By unplugging whatever they're plugged into. That's how you're going to outsmart them.
They're in the cloud, dude.
If that is going to work exactly.
How are they going to be useful if they can't connect to anything?
You don't have anything smart in your house?
So we're unplugging everything in the
plug
world?
everything now.
He's going off the grid.
Yeah, we're going off the grid, baby.
Okay.
Because he bought an AI teddy bear.
By the way, helpful Tolo did send this along. The Rangers All-Star Vote Alliance, RAYNGERS, Quote, I'm here to propose an alliance between us. This was posted by a Rangers fan. We both have a common enemy. We cannot let those crazy Canadians steal all-star spots from the most deserving players. This is not my words. This is Reddit. Rays plus Rangers have been the two best teams in the league and have had the best players in the league this year. We must come together to vote for our players, not only to beat Canada, but to save baseball and baseball fans from a great disservice.
It's amazing.
There's a lot of traction on this, so perhaps the Rangers Alliance is helping us out. Coming up next, we will talk with former Texas Ranger, #1 overall pick and high school phenom, David Clyde, on the 50th anniversary of his MLB debut. We will do that next right here on The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Big day in sports, big night tonight at the ballpark as the Texas Rangers are going to be honoring the man who made his Major League debut 50 years ago today. It is former Texas Ranger, #1 pick, high school pitching phenom, David Clyde. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Now, I know we're celebrating 50 years. My two questions for you are, does it feel like it's been that long? And how often do you reflect on the fact that you got to play Major League Baseball?
Well, I guess having been 50 years ago, that makes me an old man now. So, but I'm still involved teaching youth how to try to play this wonderful game. So I get many opportunities to reflect back on it.
Man, that's I love that part. That was a question I had was, did you always love baseball, and did you continue to love it even after the way things went with you?
Well, I've always loved the game of baseball. It's always been my favorite sport. I did become a little disenchanted with it when I first left the game. And I'll be flat honest with you. I can't say that I am a fan of today's game in the way that it is played. So I guess we've come the full circle of life with baseball there then.
Now, it's interesting because we just made a couple of references to this. For people who are not familiar, although you definitely should be as Rangers fans, is #1 overall pick in the 1973 draft by the Texas Rangers. And then they did something that I feel like probably stunned a whole lot of people at the time and pushed you immediately to start in Major League Baseball, with your first start coming, I want to say 20 or 22 days after the Major League Baseball draft, which as a high school kid, that feels crazy to me.
It was 22 days after the draft, and, it is quite crazy. But when somebody comes to you and offers you what you've always dreamed of doing, that's a difficult decision not to say no to.
Now, David, I've heard you say that, like, on that night, as you were kind of watching the pageantry that was going on, I think it was a literal 3-ring circus out there. They had animals from Six Flags over and everything. At what point did you realize, or maybe even before the game, during, or maybe later in your career, that you were part of that circus?
Well, at the time, I'd have to say I was so wrapped up in the moment of trying to prepare to pitch that I wouldn't say that I was part of that circus.
Okay.
But,
all right.
Having lots and lots and lots of time since then to reflect back on it, I guess I was the reason for the circus.
How was I've always heard that part of the negotiation with the contract and everything was that you'd make your first 2 starts with the Rangers before going back to the minors. Was that before you even signed a contract? Was that after you signed the contract? I'm hoping you can help me out with when those discussions began.
At no point in time, at least to the best of my knowledge, did we ever talk about pitching in the major leagues. The only thing that we wanted out of the negotiations was a major league contract. The reason being for wanting a major league contract, and I was advised to ask for that from several former major league players that we had been in touch with in the Houston area in around Christmas time in January of that year, was that by being on by being or having a major league contract, that means you're a part of the 40-man major league roster. which in turn means they would have to use an option every time they would send me to the minor leagues. Only allowed to use, they could send me up and down as many times in a year as they wanted, only counting as one option. But after 3 options, if you're optioned out a third time to the minor leagues, you are frozen at the minor league level unless they want to try to clear you back through reverse waivers to get you back to the big leagues. And at that point, you would have, back when I was playing, you'd have been eligible to be claimed off the waiver wire by any other major league club for the sum of $25,000. If they didn't try to bring me back to the big leagues, we could then in the winter, I don't know if they still have the Rule 5 draft, but the Rule 5 draft is for players that are in minor leagues that are out of options, that are no longer on the major league roster, and are eligible to be drafted by any other major league club. Once again, the reason we wanted that major league contract is we wanted to have some decisions made about my life basically by the time I was 21. That I would either be in the big leagues with the Rangers for good by the time I was 21, or with another organization by the time I was 21, or I would maybe decide that I didn't want to play baseball anymore, although that was not the option at the time.
Oh, yeah.
So that was the reason. That was the reason behind why we wanted a major league contract. It had nothing to do with going to the big leagues. That was all stuff that the Rangers offered. The first I ever knew of the 2 starts was when I read about it in an article many years later. All I knew is that I was going to the big leagues, and that's where I was going to play, and I was more than happy to do that.
Yeah, as a teenager, that's got to be.
Sure.
Hey, I could go play some baseball. This is going to be a lot of fun.
And I do get that, but I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. But I was just thinking, if this was my experience, do you ever get frustrated that it kind of feels like an element of your career was sacrificed to save baseball in Arlington?
Well, yes. I mean, it was and has been rather frustrating over the years. I mean, I've accepted that fact. I mean, baseball is a business, an even bigger business today than it was back then. They're out there to make money. They're out there to put people in the seats. And I just happened to be in the right spot at the right time with a perfect storm at hand. And just everything fell into place. And, looking back on it, probably the worst thing that could have happened to me. But on the other hand, I did get to live the dream. It didn't exactly go the way we had anticipated, but we at least did have that opportunity.
David Clyde joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. What was it like being a teenager in a clubhouse full of, there are lots of older veterans in that clubhouse. There are younger guys trying to make their way. What was it like being a teenager walking into a clubhouse full of men?
Don't really know how, I wasn't made to feel like an outsider or anything, but yet at the same time, I don't know that I was actually, or felt like I was actually one of the guys in a lot of ways. I mean, when you're 18 years old, 2 or 3 years age and difference is a big deal. As an 18-year-old, you're not wanting to hang with some 15-year-old.
Yeah.
And I'm sure when I signed with the Rangers, the next youngest guy on the team was 23, 24, maybe even 25 years old. And, why'd they want to be hanging with some snot-nosed brat fresh out of high school that, maybe in a lot of ways they felt hasn't earned the right to be here yet.
Yeah, hadn't paid his dues.
Hopefully that wasn't the case, but, it's just the way society is. And, when you get to be my age now, 5 years, 10 years, no big deal.
Yeah.
But, when you're 18, I'm fresh out of high school. Like I said, who wants to be hanging with some snot-nosed kid?
Were there any of the older players that said, I'm going to take this guy under my wing, or did they, and I'm going to try and show him the ropes, or did they kind of avoid you a little bit?
I don't know that they avoided me. I would hope. I can't say that they were, taking me under their wing. I never really had a mentor at any time. I didn't have a former pitcher who, sat with me on the bench and said, hey, let's watch this together and let's talk about things and things like that. I did have several, a couple of the older players that, I don't know. I would hope they were befriending me and, maybe showing me the ropes a little bit, more of the adult world than maybe I was ready for. I would hope they weren't doing it to take advantage of me, but you never know.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I would hope they were trying to show me, hey, this is what the life in the big leagues is, and for better or worse, that's how it was.
Now, on the positive front in the David Clyde universe is I hear perhaps there's renewed optimism about a movie getting made again. Is that true?
Well, they're trying. They've been trying for a long time. The Julian brothers, who are the guys that have been trying to put it together, they've been working awful hard and long at it. It'd be great if something does come out of it for me. But for the most part, I would hope something comes out of it for those two gentlemen because they've been working hard at it for the better part of 30 years. So, there is talk of it again. So I guess as long as people are talking about it, there's hope.
And then people will be talking about you tonight. The Texas Rangers are honoring you. I'm hoping you can walk us through, but you will not be throwing out the ceremonial first pitch tonight, correct?
That is correct. I think I'll probably be the first person in history asked to throw out the first pitch of the game, and will have to be relieved before he even attempts it. 60 years of throwing a baseball has not been kind to my left shoulder. I had actual full shoulder replacement about 7 weeks ago, so I'm not able to throw at this point, and I don't think you want me throwing it up there underhand right-handed, because when I go out in my backyard to throw it from a dog, when I try to throw it a little far, I hold on to it too long, throw it over my head, and ends up on the roof. And you ought to see the look she gives me. It's like, are you kidding me? You pitched in the big leagues, and this is all you can give me?
Well, we appreciate your time very, very much. And as a lifelong Rangers fan, I appreciate you helping this team stay in Arlington. So thank you very much, good sir, and best of luck this evening.
Well, thank you so much for those very kind words. It's an honor and a pleasure to speak with you. And hopefully everybody has a good time at the ballpark tonight.
Yeah, let's do it.
Absolutely. There you go. David Clyde right here on your home of the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I feel like I just told you that. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you keep the
Peace on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road, but those that haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How the heck are you?
I'm doing excellent because, and you guys might already be familiar with this, are you familiar with the alliance between Tampa Bay and Texas to get rid of all things Toronto in the Major League Baseball All-Star game?
Hell yeah,
Woo!
baby. I'm not aware of this.
You guys actually welcomed me into this yesterday.
So, yeah, there's a Reddit thread for the Rangers, Raygers, and they're like, we've been the best two teams in baseball this year. Why are all these Toronto people in the mix? Let's vote for one another's candidates for the All-Star game and push all of the Blue Jays out. And by God, if it isn't working. Thus far, first base, Tampa Bay representatives, 54%. Blue Jays, 46%. Second base, Marcus Semien leads, a Blue Jays representative. Third base, Josh Young leads, a Blue Jays representative. Shortstop, Corey Seager leads, a Blue Jays representative. And even in outfield, Rangers fifth with Adolis Garcia, Randy Arozarena second, the Blue Jays representative dead last.
Let's go.
So, and by the way, the leads for shortstop and third base and second base are huge right now for the Rangers. Huge. 66% for Semien, 59% for Young, and Seager's at 60%. So I know it's just one day of voting in here.
Did you say we're pairing with Tampa?
Yeah.
Is their attendance like 10?
That's a good point.
Yeah, we're doing 95% of the work.
That's probably true.
They had the idea. It was up to us to execute it. That's fine.
We're trying to take down a country.
I don't know. I saw Yankee Stadium look pretty full. Maybe we need to pair with Yankee Stadium. That might help our situation.
Maybe we're just
No, we need to team up against the Yankees. You know, I like what we're doing. We're taking out rivals. And for me, I despise Toronto more than anybody else that was in that run from 2010 to 2016 for the riot that they threw.
Yeah.
Stealing the series with threats of violence against our infield.
Throwing alcohol at children.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Not
throwing babies.
Not throwing babies.
They threw alcohol at a baby.
Rugi got a little revenge, and that helped.
True.
That did help the soul a little bit. But, any shot we can take at Toronto, I'm for it.
Speaking of revenge, is everything kosher on the show right now, or are there still hurt feelings from yesterday?
What about the 240 segment that we had?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's
about the fill in the blank stuff.
That's every day.
I'm pretty pissed.
The moment when brought us.
You're not.
No, I don't even keep kosher, Hagee. You know that.
This is my damn segment.
This is my segment. Yeah, because I hijack his segment, the top 10.
He does.
Don't hijack my segment. Let me hijack your segment, which I do quite a bit. I'll interrupt at the moment's notice. Anything I want to do, I'll do on this show. That's just how I feel about it.
Uncle Bribe's the boss.
Yeah.
That's our promo. I know we got the Chris Young promo circulating, but the promo should be Braun has said, anything I want to do on this show, I'll do it.
Yeah, damn it. Just remember that, Hagee.
Proven that time and time again.
Hey, that's fine. Usually when you're on our show, it's because either crosstalk or you're helping out with Peace-a-thon.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you can do whatever the hell you want right now.
Yeah.
All right. So everything is good.
Everything's cool. I mean, the fill in the blank stuff, I think there was just some confusion, you
You admit
There's
it.
always
on Wolchuk's
confusion
behalf.
with me. You know
What's
how
on
it
my
goes.
behalf? Yeah, no, not on Wolchuk's behalf. He had it right.
I think
He had the
Dawson.
fill in the blank.
I think Dawson had it right. You know, Wooly Bully chose violence yesterday instead of talking it out. You know,
What
It was
percentage
glorious.
of the time does violence get chosen on this show, you suppose?
quite a bit.
I think we rotate days.
Yeah.
Yesterday was my day, but
Yeah.
I did think that Eric just had a total non-understanding of what fill in the blank was.
I didn't
But
explain
Brian
it. Didn't explain it
linked
well.
up.
Yeah.
But I gave him the option of
did.
using.
You did.
Well, I also imagined it as more like, even in my mind, the way he was explaining it, I think I was thinking more of like open-ended question,
Yeah.
which makes more sense than just
Okay.
just
Well,
firing
fill in the
off a
blank,
name at
yeah.
you. I'll fill in the blank with
Yeah.
a name,
Yeah.
and then what? And then we all sit there and stare at each other?
Yeah.
Or do I then go on, what is my open-ended response about
Well,
that
that's what I was
person?
trying to get. Yeah.
And like, is it a who or a what? Like, I think the question was a what, and then they wanted a
hey,
who.
listen, we're doing 5 hours of radio here.
Yeah,
Come on, let's not acting like we're doing some other shows. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay, you still explain
like
it
4 hours?
after you give it
Yeah,
the name.
you know,
You can still
2
go up
hours, whatever. God.
Now, Kevin, that does.
How long is your show again?
Today we're going 2 hours in the Get Right.
Kevin, there was a time when Mike made us play a game. It was kind of like the pyramid game, and you were describing things to me, and I wasn't very good at it. And I think you said like the happiest place on earth, and I said California.
And then you said Russia, and I was like, "What are we even doing
I didn't
here?"
know exactly
sounds
what
like
he
we're
wanted.
throwing games.
Yeah, I didn't
We're
know what he
shaving
wanted,
points.
but we ended up winning.
That's a good bit.
Because we did wrestling was the next category.
Yeah,
and
We
I
blazed
basically
through that pyramid
all the
style.
things that I troll Kevin with, he knew. So as soon as I threw a troll word out, I was like rock hot Steve, and he was
Austin.
like Steve Austin, and I was like, there we go.
Yeah, we were losing badly in that game until we blazed through the last round.
I'd be
But
terrible.
I got so mad because happiest place on earth. I was looking for Disney World. He said California, and then I don't know, Russia.
I didn't know exactly what they were expecting from me. So
Now, earlier today, and I heard the story, I saw it last night, is Sean, RJ, and Bobby were talking about some nonsense with Antonio Brown. And I just moved past it because if it's Antonio Brown, I'm out. I'm just moving on. Is there an athlete who's still alive? They don't have to be active because Brett Favre came up, but they're still alive where you hear a story about them and you're like, I'm out.
I would love to answer your question, Hagee, but first and foremost, rules are rules.
Rules are rules.
Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks, and Mama take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
That makes me so happy.
I would say Antonio Brown, doesn't he have to be the 1 seed if we're doing the bracket on this?
He's pretty high. That's what brought it up to me.
What, the move on athlete? He's number 1? The move on from athlete?
yeah, like whenever
no, because Broadus wants someone with a star on his helmet, like right now.
No, I would say to me, move on. Like anytime that Aaron Rodgers is talking now,
With you?
I'm kind of a move on. Like it's usually not something that it's not usually football related. It's something that it's just so far off base. I'm like,
he's
I don't
doing the
care.
psychedelic
Yeah, I don't care what
convention,
you're talking about, bro. You're not
Words
talking about
and what they
football
mean.
today. Yeah.
Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And I like Perk, but man, he
Well,
says
no,
a lot
you
of
don't.
silly
You
things.
just said you didn't.
Yeah.
I can still like him and find him entertaining sometimes. When
No,
he's
Perk's
actually
your guy.
trying to talk basketball, it's like, Perk, what are you doing here, buddy?
Yeah.
But you gave a great answer earlier, and Eric knows this. For me, I never thought I'd say this, but it's become Conor McGregor.
Yeah.
I used to be a huge McGregor fan. Now it's like he's lost it. He's lost the mystique. He's no longer what he was. I don't think he's really ever going to fight again. He just tries to get back in the news, and sometimes it's for terrible reasons.
Yes, and a lot of time, whether it's punching an old man, whether it's another sexual assault accusation, and I'm not saying that means he's guilty. It's just that feels like those are the stories that come up as opposed to, hey, you won a key UFC fight. And so I think that's
I was pumped when him and Chandler got scheduled, and then they were going to coach in the Ultimate Fighter. Now it's like, is that fight going to happen? The longer it goes, I really don't think it's
not
going
going
to
to happen this year. And now they're like, would it even happen in 2024? Is there somebody for you, Dawson, that you're like, I don't even want to hear from this person?
You know, I do think it's the football guys who are losing it, and I think Antonio Brown is the number one guy that's sort of there, and I don't know why they're losing it, whether it's head trauma or the results of lifestyle choices from their 20s that are starting to catch up with them. But when it starts to get bad, like Delonte West, it's sad. And I guess I want to see it. But I start to have sympathy for them instead of scorn. And we need to be a little bit better, I think, as a sports world, like picking these guys up, dusting them off, and helping them figure out what's gone wrong, or at least not giving them such attention for being massively dysfunctional. And I think that's maybe what our instincts are telling us when we're tuning away from it. With some of these things that have become complete dumpster fires, is you feel horrible for them. You don't want to encourage it in any way. And you're not quite sure, what's going to make it go away. But, man, you feel bad for anybody that's trying to do business with Antonio Brown right now.
That is definitely true. We mentioned that Will Smith is coming up on the program today. What time is that for everybody, and what else y'all got coming up?
Yeah, that's the Rangers player show at 3:20, and our countdown to camp continues. You won't want to miss Krusty's Corner at 2:40. with Brian brought
Do you
us.
think Wolchuk will try to hijack it again?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, right. He'll try to hijack every segment. Wolchuk is he's been a man possessed lately.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So you think this is going to be a good show then?
Oh, pure gold as always.
Fill in the blank. Who's most likely to ruin the 240? Fill in the blank style.
Wolchuk.
Myself, maybe, the way I conduct it.
Well,
Good
it's
answer.
interesting, the history of the 240. You have to go back to, that's not fill in the blank.
Chief will go after Brian,
with
though.
the G-Bag
Well
Nation.
played. Yeah.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, Derek Holland Day, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
Say see you tomorrow, Kevin.
Yep, see you tomorrow.
It is not coming back. It's out of here. Bye-bye. Jeanette.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in on a Tolo Tuesday, a Toxic Tuesday, if you will. General at your service. Hatties, there's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive, the Emmy Award winner, and the #1 influencer on Cowboys Twitter. He's at Brian Broadus, by the way. Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. You got Wolchuk and Chiafalo. And Carter Freeman's back there coordinating your video. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, the 360 over here, not to start it off on a bad note, but he does say that Broadus hijacks every segment.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's my show, and I'll do what I damn want.
I would say you're the lead hijacker.
Yep. I will. I am all about the hijack here. You guys have a segment, I feel I need to get involved. I'm going to put myself right in the middle of that.
I love it.
Every one of you SOBs, remember this as we go forward here, as we get ready for another football season.
The hijackiest man I've ever met.
And today, hey, it's a victory championship Tuesday for you, so I'll let it slide.
First champion Tuesday.
I am a champion.
You're damn right you are.
I am a champion.
Congrats. LSU is all the champions, it seems.
Yeah.
What else are they going to win this year?
Shows. Guys being on shows.
Okay.
Host of shows.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Marconi's.
Yes.
Every damn show.
All the awards. All the awards go this way.
How'd you feel when Florida went up 2-0, though?
Like, terrified.
We watched him poop himself in the studio before we got out of here yesterday.
It was like we were talking with Jarrett, and I didn't even get a question in. I just kind of just sat there and watched. I'm like, please don't let this be. The night before was as awful, I mean, as you can ever watch your team go through. And then last night, it just... Every LSU at bat was a hit. Every LSU player scored a run.
It was special,
everybody had
man.
an RBI. It was, it was an incredible night for Tiger baseball.
Yeah, I left saying, man, I was thinking Florida got it out of their system last night with all the runs. But they picked up right where they left off, and the next thing you know, it's 2-0. But then an offensive explosion. The yin and the yang of sports was back, Brian.
That was crazy. That was the craziest of 2 nights of experience of emotions.
So were y'all yanging last night? Were they yanging?
What's yanging?
I think that was their yang.
That was their yang.
Oh, we were yinging.
I don't know. You guys yinged your balls off last night, man. Congratulations.
I love that.
100%.
In the biggest, most important moment when you guys needed to ying.
Dude, that team's special. There's some good energy around that club.
Yeah,
I want to draft a half dozen of them.
You know what's funny? We spend about $5 million on our baseball program a year. I mean,
money well spent.
Money well spent right there. I mean, you look at programs around the country and stuff. Baseball is really important to LSU. It's got a great history there. It really, really does. And they've done a good job of, again, they've used the portal. They've done that well. They've taken advantage of the high school players and stuff. So, that's a team I think it's going to have to be reckoned with for quite a while now.
Is it like the top university in sport right now?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Well, we're doing a great job. We're terrible in academics.
That is a great question, Dawson.
And somebody asked me last night that whole thing with Les Miles, because I was really proud of LSU last night. And some guy trolled me last night. And he goes, well, what about Les Miles? And I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to care.
What about all those losses you guys just got from 10 years ago that you don't even remember?
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going there. And I said, okay, I'm just not going to worry about this one. But no, I mean, as far as, I'm happy about being in the SEC. And that's why I'm really happy about Oklahoma and Texas also joining, because I think overall the notoriety these programs get by winning the College World Series, by winning the women's basketball championship, things like that only helps our school being LSU, and then helps the Southeastern Conference, and that's I don't cheer for anybody in the conference, but I want the conference to be strong because I want them to get all the money.
Well, they're already damn strong.
Yeah.
And maybe even stronger now. It's quite impressive though what's going on at LSU with just a couple of years ago with the football team and the women's basketball and the baseball. It's just all kinds of different sports jumping off for them. So congratulations to LSU. I know there's a lot of fans in the area.
There are a lot of fans.
Yeah.
It's next to Houston. This is our second biggest alumni base.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So congratulations to all the Tigers, gals, and guys out there.
I love the color clash between LSU and Florida.
That did look cool last night.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's up there amongst the best. And I was thinking, and I'll do a top 10 that's kind of like this, but what are the best color clashes in sports? Like, I think 49ers Cowboys is up there. They're replaying that 2018 divisional game, Cowboys Rams, like the old school Rams jerseys. To me, that's kind of interesting for the eye, and I love LSU Florida. I think those clash really well.
Florida will throw down some neat looks.
Yeah.
I mean, when you play them in football, they'll throw down those blue jerseys with the white pants, orange helmet, and all that. And it's a pretty neat look.
Great leadership, I feel like, from LSU. I heard after the game, the message pregame was, hey, yesterday might have sucked and it might have you down, but check it out. We got one game for the national championship, so be excited about this. Let's go out and be attacking, not feeling like we just got our teeth kicked in. And maybe that paid off as they go down 2-0 and didn't waver. Rangers are now 47-31, wavering a little bit.
Yeah.
In overall, 2-week downtrend now, starting to come into focus a little bit. I guess since it's since June 12th, they're hitting below 200 with runners in scoring position. Are you concerned? 877-881-1053. The truckwreck.com fan text is open as they fall to the Tigers 7-2, and the culprit once again, runners in scoring position and not great pitching. But giving up 7 runs shouldn't be a death sentence. But when you go 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position, it certainly is.
Struck out a season high 16 times as well. I'm not concerned yet. I think this happens. You have peaks and valleys throughout a 162-game schedule. But if they were to lose this series against the Tigers, that would definitely have me start to get a little bit concerned. You have no business losing to a team like Detroit who's just not any good. I will say Josh Young 0 for 4. And I saw Kennedy Landry tweet this out where after the game, stadium's entirely empty. Field is dead. Josh Young's out there
in the
swinging
lab.
off a tee.
That's what I like to hear.
Right there off home plate. I think Josh Young, if you're a bettor, go ahead and bet the overs on Josh Young tonight.
Yeah, no, that's a good bet. Let's get the money going. I don't know what the over is going to be on Heaney next time he takes the hill. He was tagged for 6 runs in 5 2/3.
Yeah,
and when you're not hitting the way that they were, what I'm hoping for right now is that stretch in the first 2 months wasn't the absolute peak that we're not going to get back to.
Mm-hmm.
We got to get back to those heights, or at least closer to it. And we won't know, until the end of the year. But right now I'm thinking another bat. Let's go get another bat. Let's add it to the shopping list here. A starter, a couple relievers, and a bat.
It is funny that it's right on the heels of the McCutchen stuff, and then it's starting to shape up. Maybe we've been so focused on the bullpen, and especially after DeGrom, maybe another starter. But maybe the lineup is a place where they can find another opportunity. So it'll be interesting to see how they're hitting as they get closer to the deadline, because I think that is much more of an opportunity than it's more realistic now than what I would have thought a couple of weeks back for sure.
Yeah, beginning of the season, that was kind of my thought, right? I mean, I thought that the lineup would be way worse than the pitching. I felt like it had flipped, and then they all of a sudden went on a tear. But I do think you can definitely add the outfield for sure.
Well, I guess Boch said this was going to be difficult to sustain. He also said last night some guys need a day off for mental. Maybe they're grinding a little bit with the 17 games in 17 days, and Josh Young is off tonight. It'll be Manning against Perez, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. Dunning and Wentz tomorrow, and then the matinee on Thursday. I think the first pitch is at 1 o'clock. Will be Gray and Olsen. And if you lose 2 of the next 3 against a team as bad as Detroit, I would say that would be a red flag. Right now, it's possible that it's just normal of variance. But maybe this team that wasn't ready for a leap to absolute top of the big league's power rankings, then they lose DeGrom. Maybe this is reality. This all does coincide with the day after the DeGrom announcement, by the way. This is when everything started to slow down. Maybe that's just a coincidence.
Well, they've had some setbacks. And it's not just DeGrom. They lose Gray to 2 games to a blister. They've had some situations. Yep. It's, they need to find a way to get Martin Perez tonight, them to get a victory, because the one guy that takes the ball is Dane Dunning, and he's gone out there and shown that he will battle and he will find a way to hold into a game. I mean, the way he pitched the other day at Yankee Stadium, with that lineup, and he seems like the one guy that has that consistency. He was out for, his wife giving birth to a child, but when you watch him pitch, I mean, he seems like the guy that's been the most consistent now. I mean, we've seen Evaldi has kind of scuffled along in a couple of starts here lately, hasn't shown, what they talked about, the velocity and all those things, and trying to kind of figure that out. But yeah, the thing, I'm going to be one of these guys. I'm going to say the starting pitching is more of a concern for me now than the hitting. I know that we had the runners left on base and all that, but they just haven't got that shutdown consistency that we saw earlier with April and May from that staff.
It was very interesting yesterday. I asked CY about their approach at DH, and he seemed open-minded if the right player would become available to have a permanent, dominant type of DH, but also said he likes what, they have, and the plan all along has been to do it more with a platoon, and it hasn't been horrible. But I mean, there's 3 guys in there that aren't hitting well, Wolchuk. Yeah, it's not hard to squint or to find something that could be improved on.
Sure, and I think it's in the outfield. It's like, can you improve on a guy like Robbie Grossman, a Jorge Soler from the Miami Marlins, whether it's a Tommy Pham from the Mets? These are guys that I've kind of seen linked as maybe fits for the Rangers. I do think they'll be looking at that. But it's interesting when you listen to like Mike Bassick and even the interview today with Bruce Bochy, it might just kind of be that time of the year for pitchers where you start to see a little bit of fatigue. The arm just isn't quite there, and then you start getting closer to the All-Star break, and they need that break. The Rangers just need to weather that storm. And you might see, to your point, some of these guys skip a start. They push back a start. Maybe you get Cole Reagans that ends up going out there and starting a game, a Cody Bradford, for instance. The good thing about the Rangers is anytime they've had this where we're starting to doubt, they've bounced back in a big way. So let's hope that ends up happening.
I love it. That's a good note to end on. Y'all ever been in a car that caught fire?
No.
Leonard Fournette was today. Yeah, he's okay, escaped injury, but he was in his SUV, and it caught fire. It was one of those days today, but I'd like to thank God my car caught fire while I was driving. Still blessed.
While he was driving?
Yes. Must have had some sort of a short.
Dude, I wonder, do we know what kind of car this was?
SUV?
We know it's SUV. We
so
don't
you're
know
not saying it was an electric car?
No, I don't know.
I always worry about the electric car when the heat and the batteries and stuff. I know there's probably protection for that, but I always worry about the amount of heat that those batteries can generate and
it
stuff
is interesting.
Like that.
I didn't know Leonard Fournette was staying in North Texas, in his off time. So
right.
I mean,
was this in Louisiana or Florida where he...
Are you kidding me? This has to be somewhere within a 10-mile radius of where we are right now.
It's got to be, dude.
It's got to be a North Texas car lighting on fire because is it hotter anywhere else?
Oh, yeah. It's hot. Come on, man. What are you doing over there?
I'm being very myopic about the fact that my heat is worse than everyone else's. I don't care how close you are to the equator. Our heat's worse.
We're close.
There, I said it.
It appears that he was in Tampa.
Dang it.
Which, might have a hot snap going that competes with what we got going.
There you go, Mr. Myopic.
I do wonder.
You're supposed to be the analytics guy.
Yeah.
Is this
making crap up again over there, huh?
Hey, that's what all weathermen do.
Yeah, you got
That's
to
actually
from
very
time
true.
to time. A lot of time to fill.
A weatherman in this city this time of year, how easy of a gig do you have?
Gonna be hot today, folks.
It's hot.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hot tomorrow, and it's going to be hotter the next day.
You could tape out like 3 months worth.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, just
it's like filming
change
The
your
Price
clothes.
is Right.
Yeah, but they need this time to get their numbers back right, to where they can
No,
be like,
you
okay,
just
now
put- you
you're
put
on a
it-
hot
no.
streak here.
You put the
nailed
low-
it all summer.
No.
You told us it was going to be hot, and by God, it was hot.
Put the
Thank
low-
you for not getting it wrong.
Put the low at 80, the high at 105. Something like that.
Is it a weather thing, though, when a car catches on fire? Is that all car? Like, is this car catching on fire if it's not super hot outside, or is the weather a direct impact on why this car caught on
It
fire?
could be a million things.
Yeah.
Shorting of the wires, a leak of the gas, all types of weird stuff could happen.
Yeah.
Crazy, dude.
I mean, you could hit the brakes and have some like dirt that's got some hay in there, and the next thing you know, like if you're driving around in a rural area. And like a lot of grass gets up in there, something like that. You go 4-buying, you ever go 4-buying out there? You're in your truck. Next thing you know, you're going through some hay fields. You got some hay tucked up in there. Boom, a lot. But yeah, a lot of things can happen. It's crazy when you see it on the side of the road. Like, man, I wonder what was going on in that person's mind when you're driving 50 miles an hour. Next thing you know, flames come up from underneath the hood. It must be terrifying.
Spotter telling you, get out of the car, get out of the car, get out of the car, get out of the car.
You got to go, buddy.
And he didn't even wreck the thing. He like clearly just got off on the shoulder, got out of the car,
Yeah, he
and
needs to
watched
be
his
teaching
car
driver's
casually
ed.
explode.
He might after this
Gosh,
season.
that is terrifying, man.
That's insane,
Imagine being
dude.
burned alive in your car.
That would be horrible.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why you have to have one of these bad boys right there in your pocket. It's got the seatbelt cutter on it.
Yeah.
Okay, I can not only break the glass, which I've demonstrated you guys to, but that thing right there.
Looks like you can open it. It looks like you can open a letter too.
When he's reaching for his Diet Coke, say that's why you got to have one of these on.
Just spray some Diet Coke on it.
It's gonna put out the flames. No, but that's the lifesaver. That's the lifesaver.
Yeah.
You know who wish they had one of those? 5 guys at the bottom of the ocean right now.
Right? Yes.
They didn't even have one of these.
Yeah. These are clutch, and they come in handy from time to time.
Should have stopped off at Gavin's Gadgets before they hopped in the sun.
Yeah, you never know when you're going to become waterbound in a vehicle.
Kid did have a Rubik's Cube with him. Did you hear that story?
I did not hear about the Rubik's Cube.
He was trying to break a record. He was the 19-year-old that was on board was gonna. He's a Rubik's Cube expert.
That's
like the
so
lowest
sad.
elevation Rubik's Cube ever completed.
Below sea level. Yeah, 3,700 feet.
Bet he would have done it. Maybe he did.
What a terrible dad to drag that kid along. I guess the kid did it because it was close to Father's Day.
The mom said that she volunteered to go instead of him, and the kid said, "No, I'll go."
G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. College football coach just became a national laughingstock. We'll tell you why it's next year. The G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Just got to drop kick them back onto the right side of the road and keep things moving.
Exactly.
Was this a bad idea? Did you guys see what Jim Harbaugh's doing by way of motivation, I guess?
Is it milk and steak?
I think he's still doing the milk and the steak, and as he should be.
Team building with a Lion King reenactment?
Yeah. It's like it's right up that alley a little bit. Apparently, Brian Fisher describes this as an interesting nugget via Twitter from Bruce Feldman, who was on with Bucky Brooks, saying that in addition to having a beat Ohio State team period, Michigan has now added a beat Georgia period as well in the midst of their practices. So at some point, Jim Harbaugh blows the whistle and gathers the guys and says, all right, now we head to our beat Georgia period. I don't know what it means or what it is exactly they do.
He thinks that Georgia's going to end up in this thing.
Going to take steroids in the beat Georgia period?
Yeah.
That might help.
Like you're not beating Georgia. In fact, I think you should be. Don't you crawl before you walk in these scenarios? Like we're talking about beating Georgia when you just lost to TCU, who then got boat raced by that same Georgia team.
Yeah.
I think we should be doing beat TCU periods before we bite off more than we can chew with these Georgia bleeping Bulldogs that are going to crush you again by 30. Oh yeah, because 2 years ago they played. I'm pretty sure it was 34-3 in favor of Georgia.
In the semifinal, yeah.
Let's make sure we can handle Iowa and Michigan State 8 years out of 10 before we start.
Yeah, dude.
Putting our eyes on the SEC.
What do you imagine they're doing? I like your steroid. Honestly, I think it probably the conversation ends there. They're probably injecting. That's the only way. Like, what else are you doing?
So they go off the field, inject, and come back?
Yeah, probably.
I like that,
you know? And then obviously they're handed a T-bone steak on the way out.
Absolutely, and a nice warm, cold glass of milk.
Keep those T levels as high as possible.
Some like it warm, some like it hot.
Just a
some
nice
like it
warm, cold glass of milk. What do you not
chilled.
understand about that?
Warm, cold glass of milk.
Depending on what they feel.
Some like it hot.
Some had to slow. I guess you had to just slow it down there. Now you get it though, right? The warm, cold glass of milk. Everybody
No, I
understands
think you just wanted to say one, and you said both.
I did, because why not go with both, Brian?
I just want to make sure.
Have you reached the age where you're consistently consuming warm milk?
Yeah, at night, right
Hell
before bed.
no.
Okay.
Well, you should.
I mean, it's probably
warm
lurking.
milk will get you
it's
sick.
Lurking right around the corner. What do you mean
drink-
to get you sick? I thought that was a senior. That's a senior citizen
you drink
nighttime
milk,
staple.
You drink milk in this weather, it curls in your stomach.
Hold on, that's a thing.
Maybe it's a seasonal thing, but I do think it's a senior citizen nighttime routine.
You drink milk and go out and exercise or do anything out in this heat and see what happens to you. Trust me, I had it happen to me to golf. I drank chocolate milk one time.
What are you doing at these golf events where you're just consuming an inordinate amount of things that are going to combust your innards?
I'm just telling you, I did it one time, and I got to the 14th hole, and I thought I was going to have Care Flight come get me. Seriously.
The lactose was getting to you. You were overheating.
It curls in your stomach. It sours. It makes you sick.
Anytime Brian golfs, there's something going on, right?
It's
the
because
soy
he's
sauce.
playing Russian roulette with his drink choices that day. It's beer or water on the links, bro.
Yeah.
Those are your only two options.
Yeah.
And then you mix in a little Fireball maybe if you're with the boys.
Oh, a lot of Fireball.
Next time, get the warm cold.
Chocolate milk and orange juice is your golf beverages
of
choice.
That orange juice, seriously, that right there is killer.
I'm not going to lie, though.
Soy sauce, orange juice, I'm learning them all.
And now milk?
Milk, I'm serious. Go out there. Okay, Wolchuk, do one of these things. Go just drink a big old glass of milk and go.
My guy's on soda. Don't do that to him. He's inches away from being
he's stalling
at his,
right now.
At his physical prime.
I have stalled a bit. Yeah. Yes, I'm changing my times and everything. I just had some grilled chicken and zucchini right before the show.
Maybe a big glass of milk will make you throw up.
It's not soda approved, but yeah, maybe I should just do that.
No, I really
puke everything from now on.
I did think though that warm milk acted as like a melatonin for senior citizens before bed.
Oh,
I really did. I thought I was under the impression that was the thing.
Okay, whatever. Maybe breast milk. How about that?
Well, now that's another thing. That's what they should be consuming as well amongst the steroids for the Beat Georgia period.
Absolutely.
Some of that breast milk. That's a superfood unlike anything. There is nothing you could consume that is better for your body than that.
Bringing some wet nurses and some steroids.
Can you bring some of
Here
that
we
in
go.
tomorrow?
Beat
Eric,
Georgia
would you
period.
mind?
Nails down
Now
right
Jim
now in the training
Harbaugh's
room.
on to something.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
It is time now to go into the Pimp Cup for the G-Bag of the day with Lucius.
Don't sleep on the nut milk, though, man. Don't sleep on that nut milk out here. I know it sounds a little vulgar, people, but it's nutritious and delicious. Good for you.
The almond milk.
Like an almond milk?
Yeah,
No, it's good. He's right.
Yeah, don't sleep on it. Vanilla almond milk with some honeycombs on a Saturday morning.
Honeycombs. I'm with you on the honeycombs.
Now, that is soda approved, the unsweetened version. I could chug a cup of that.
Good, man. It's good for you. You don't feel guilt afterwards like you do, or, feel any bubble guts or whatever else might go on.
I'm dealing with that right now.
G-Bag of the Day sponsor. Today's G-Bag of the Day is brought to you by our travel agent, William Tolo, our travel agent and friend, excuse me, and Tolo, Mr. William Campbell over there at Travel Mission. Book your next getaway with him at williamcampbell.org.
He's the man.
Yeah. Get away. Ooh.
Billy Campbell.
Billy Campbell.
All right, let's see what I got for you boys here. Our winner is Buck Martinez, play-by-play guy for the Blue Jays. What is he talking about right here?
Kevin's had a little bit more opportunity.
Hold on, damn, bro.
Always good.
God.
Is that Molson guy anywhere near us?
That's 2 beers an inning right there is what you're about to listen to.
Kevin's had a little bit more opportunities lately to get into the lineup, and he's made the most of it. First of all, he started pitch hitting and he started having some sacks.
All right.
This is in his wheelhouse. Anything down inner half, that's right in his happy zone.
That's his happy zone.
Right there in the inner half.
Down in her half.
It is the happy zone.
I missed that happy zone part the first 4 times you played it. I was too busy laughing about how hammered he was.
You're hilarious, bro. Let's see. Corey Majors from the KMC show.
Yeah.
He was wearing his Doc Martens today.
Okay.
Yeah, big boots. Stepping all over.
1993 called.
Stepping. Hey, wait a minute, bro. Chill out. I love my dogs.
right.
Big fan of my dogs, bro.
You go punk rocking?
Little
Down
bit.
Deep Ellum?
Yeah, I got it in me. Bro. Yeah, Corey had his dogs on today, stepping all over Bouchie.
That will help these guys.
One of the other
pitchers, in case I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I thought you stalled out there. Go ahead.
No, I was done. I was just adding a little bit. I'm just saying. Not just on Nate, but all the pitchers. We always look at innings, where they were the year before, where they're at, the type of games they pitch. So a lot of variables involved in all this. I'm done.
I'm done.
That was so great, man.
Yes.
Man.
Right on. I was just happy Corey didn't do it again.
I know.
I thought I was like, oh no.
Stalled out there.
Yeah.
The stall out was
high and tight.
pretty good.
Poach. He can't see every week.
I'm done.
Okay. That's one champ and one challenger, Lucius. What else we got?
What's going on in that?
I don't know what's going on.
What is going on?
I think you were scared of a little pregnant pause on the radio there.
That's weed. That's weed.
Don't let that paranoia take over you, bro. You in your zone. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. I needed that pep talk.
Yeah, they get you sometimes. Are they looking at me? Yeah. They must know. What I smell like, bro? Let's see. Chad and JT. We've played Chad and JT before. They're back. Talking to City Council. Fighting the good fight for the people. It's the Dude Bros.
No 2 things do that more for me than golfing with the boys and shooting firearms. I love both, but one of them makes my girlfriend uncomfortable. And after talking to her, it's become clear that guns are a huge issue in this country. Some people think guns themselves are the problem. Other people think it's mental health. All I know is we got to frickin' do something. In Australia, where I did a semester and I served D-Ball, they had this gun buyback thing where if you turn in your gun, you got money. Money's chill, but what if in America, if you turn your gun in, you got a new set of Callaway clubs and a tea time at the local club with 3 cool bros? I have mental health every time I drain a birdie in front of my dogs. It's epic. They're all cheering, then cart girl comes around the corner, just looking all cute with ice cold beverages. Daddy's been known to have more than a few Michelob Ultras. Low carb. On top of that, if you get more than 1 gun back, you could get some cool wedges or hybrids. And if you turn in assault rifles, you get a tea time at Augusta. I would honestly give you my rifle if you let me touch the grass on Augusta's Amen corner. That'd be sick. I'm not saying this would fix the issue, but because people still do evil, but might keep our shots on the fairway. All right, late.
Late, man.
Yeah. Quite a commentary.
He said, I have mental health every time I hit a birdie.
In front of my bros.
Yeah. Hell yeah,
Oh, man.
bros.
There you go.
Nice set of Callaways, probably worth more than firearms. Everybody could win there.
Yeah.
You know, gun people could sell a lot of guns, and I'll take them and get more sets of clubs. Nice set of clubs. That's $900 minimum,
Expensive.
right, Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be more
'Cause
than
you
that.
could get a pistol for $500-600.
$1,500 for a really good set.
Yeah, I'll turn them things around right and left.
Shoot Smart's the place to go to get your pistols, by the way.
Get some pistols.
That's right.
Tolo 10 promo code, boys and girls.
I'll clean Shoot Smart out.
Yes, you will. I'll be right there with you, man.
The boomers are doing their TikTok the most right now, in my opinion. And I say that respectfully.
Okay.
They kind of blame it on the kids and everything, but they're really on social media the most. And they're even playing jokes on each other. Some contractors, I know you contractors out there working in this hot heat, sweating hard, building houses and, you know, all the other stuff you do.
They are working hard. They're making their money right now.
I gave up. You heard that, brother? I gave up.
I was looking in there and they just quit.
I was like, you get what you do.
Yeah, you get it.
Anyway, they're playing a joke on this contractor right here. They staple this man's cigarettes to the side of the house. He's looking for his cigarettes, and he sees that they're stapled to the side of the house, and it's already hot out here. Don't play with people.
You know, some people are really f***ing jerk-offs. You're real f***ing jerk-offs. You're real f***ing jerk-offs. Huh? Uh-huh. I know you didn't do it. And every kid in there is going to be like my kids. Not me, Dad. Staple my down. I mean, you know, you think it's funny. I think it's a pain in the f***ing at the end of the day. Major pain in the at the end of the day.
He was mad, bro.
Yeah, it's hard to get those staples out.
And it's probably ruined a few cigarettes.
Yeah.
Maybe had like 5 left. 3 of them ruined now.
Sure.
Yeah.
Every one in that whole area, that footprint is smashed. You might have 6 good cigarettes left in that pack. I'll be jammed up. I couldn't smoke in this heat though, dude.
No, I was just thinking that's too hot for cigarettes.
How do you guys drink coffee in this heat?
In AC?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do it inside.
Yeah, it won't be outside for sure.
And it is cold brew season. If it wasn't like
I love a good cold brew. Love a good cold brew.
Samesies.
Beer, yeah, not coffee.
Okay, hot chocolate.
All right, mister, I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, nothing.
I never had a cup in my
No
life.
Red Bull, no coffee. He's just, musters it up from the bottom of the gut.
He's just going to drink
and
some
fights
orange
on the day.
Yeah.
Like a real strong man.
You got me right. You got me right. Lance. You know what you're talking about in there.
I lift my
Man's man,
bootstraps.
yeah. Doc Martin dude here. That's what I'm talking
Hey,
about.
I like my docs, bro.
You tie him up?
I kind of leave them undone at the top because there's like a sweet little buckle there.
Yeah.
Let them hang.
Yeah.
Kind of look like Jodeci in the game. Oh, yeah. All right, let's vote.
All right.
Yeah, y'all don't know who Jodeci is.
Creek Rising right now, huh?
I heard his name get dropped.
Yeah, my bad.
Jodeci?
Jodeci.
Oh, Jodeci.
Somebody does, though, listen.
Yeah,
so.
I'm pretty sure. I 100% know that.
Yeah, maybe a couple.
At least one, right?
Is it Buck Martinez?
I said maybe a couple. Show them on the fan text. You see how they do me? Show them on the fan text. Who y'all know who Jodeci is? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that was sarcasm. Like, Jodeci's a huge name.
Yeah, it was one of the
We're
most,
we're uncultured swines for
I
not knowing
didn't
a
know
song
who he
name.
was.
I'm stapling cigarettes to the wall.
Educated.
I've heard his name dropped in other songs. That's how I'm familiar with his name.
Is it Buck Martinez, our 2-time G-Bag of the Day champion? Is it Corey Majors? What did Corey do? Oh, he had the question. He interrupted Boach.
Yeah.
Boach was stalling.
Stall out.
Dude bros at the city council, golfing with the boys and shooting firearms, or is it the boomers of TikTok doing the most? A lot of good. I'm going to go with our champion, Buck Martinez. I can't believe how drunk this guy is, dude.
He gets better every day.
Dude.
I'm going with my guy, though. It's all about Boach, man.
Okay, Lucius, we're tied at 1.
Dude, bros.
We're tied at 1, Woolchuck.
I'm going, dude, bros.
It's 2-1, Brian.
Oh, man, I've got to vote for Buck.
Okay. We're tied at 2. You're going to want to jump onto @GBagNation Twitter account, @GBagNation. I'm going to create an Insta poll here at the break, and you can vote, and then we'll announce the winner on the other side and get into Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with Krusty's Corner today, sir?
These 5 offenses don't really need their quarterback. We'll talk about that next.
Okay, I want to chat Men's Tea Clinic here. I swear, I'm going to put up this poll as soon as I'm done with it. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. I did create that Insta poll here on Twitter at G-Bag Nation. Please follow us if you don't already. Let me see if we got a winner here. Went to a vote off between Buck Martinez and the Dude Bros. Too close to call right now with 1 minute to go in the voting. Bros have the lead 58-42. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Appreciate you guys voting out there. Yeah, I just noticed something. I was, the baby boomer guy going on TikTok.
Yeah.
I just noticed something that the Pittsburgh Pirates did last year. They, for their season ticket holders, they sent them a letter and a foul ball, a baseball. And they told them this ball landed in your seat while you were unable to be at the game.
That's fun.
So they sent them the ball from like the game. Sorry you weren't here with us.
Yeah.
But a ball landed in your seat.
I do love that.
For you.
I do love that.
Yeah,
I think they're making it up, though.
You think so? The ball looks kind of scuffy and
of course,
like
yeah,
you
you can
played a
doctor
little
it
bit.
up.
Maybe rub some mud on it, make it look bad and stuff like that.
I'm surprised they went out of their way to do that.
It's good marketing.
I kind of like the idea though. Okay,
I do too.
Okay, if
I do
you
too.
got a ball, would you think it? Okay, would you think it was? It's a real baseball.
Yeah,
it's a Major League Baseball. Kind of a little bit scuffed up.
Would
you believe them?
I'd actually prefer if it was like a real baseball the way it looked. But have you seen all these things that's like the new viral stuff right now where something looks like whatever it is, but it's actually a cake? I would actually prefer if it was a baseball,
They
but
cut
then
it open.
but then I could actually just take a bite out of it and it becomes a cake.
That's awesome.
But second to that, I think a foul ball in my seat would be pretty cool.
I think if they're going to go out of their way to actually send it, it was the real ball. Or else why even bother?
Well, it's like how many of
To
these
sell
people are
season
getting
tickets.
Yeah, like, I mean.
Yeah, sure.
to sell
But
season
if you're going to
tickets.
send a ball, then send the real ball. The ball means nothing to them.
Yeah, but are they going to track every ball
Right, that's
and
the
then
thing.
get these balls? They're sending out thousands.
See, that's the
They're
Tens of
making note of
thousands.
every night what season ticket holders' rear end is not in their seat.
But
that's a challenge.
I think it's kind of like, okay, the ball goes in the stands and it bounces around and it ends up by a seat.
Well, other fans would grab that ball, though.
That's another great point. Like these
Yeah.
balls aren't just being left. Oh, John's not here today. Well, that's about. We'll
So
leave
you
it for
guys
John
are
to come
saying
back
it's a
tomorrow for the
terrible
next
marketing
game.
idea?
No, it's a good
No,
marketing
I think it's a great
idea.
marketing idea.
But it is a question of are they sending the actual real ball or not? If it's just happening once in a while, then I'd say yes. But I mean, if they're literally doing thousands of these a year, then it's probably not likely.
I think even one is far fetched for the reasons we just mentioned, where everybody it's a mad dash for the foul ball. No one's
Unless
saying
it's in Oakland.
seat check. It's your
That's
ball.
what I'm saying. Like I saw some of those times they hit the ball
Unless
in
it's in
Oakland.
That's a good point.
and
Oakland's got a good shot at this.
People didn't even move. It's like in Oakland, you
Some
could
people
get
don't care.
get a bag of balls if you sit in the crowd,
That's weed.
and a bag of weed while you're at it too. Yeah, but the thing about it,
sack of weed.
but that's what I'm saying. There were people
okay.
in Oakland that weren't even moving for a ball.
They were stoned, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sitting on a rock, bro.
Probably ordering concessions from a
there
robot.
goes another one.
Please, dude, bring me some nachos.
What is it? We saw,
If they only sent 12 of these, then it's genuine.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't get any more than 12 throughout the course of a year, though.
The more they're sending, the less real it probably is.
Yeah.
I think there's a 0% chance it's real. Not even one of these balls.
we
But
need-
Broadus,
if
it
you're-
doesn't make it
if
a bad
somebody
idea.
from the Rangers is listening out there, let us know.
Yeah,
Let us
how
know.
realistic
How
is this?
realistic would it be? to
Is
do
it
this?
0 or is it actually less than 0? Those are the only two options.
Well, the Rangers are selling out now, especially.
Well,
It
no,
would have to
that's
be a
what I'm saying.
terrible
I'm
team.
just talking about
Yeah.
somebody in the marketing department.
What team's doing this, Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh. Yeah, they started off pretty well, but they're kind of struggling right now. That's what we're talking about, getting their players.
That's right.
Good.
I'll
Let 'em-
text Banny. He's
struggle.
got buddies in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, okay.
He'll let me know.
I got you right there. All right, 5 NFL offenses that don't need a quarterback, no matter who. Well, they don't need their quarterback at all because the offense is that good.
So is this just like we're playing, they could just play with 10 guys? Or is this
they
like...
don't need their quarterback to be great.
Okay.
I'm calling
San
BS.
Francisco's
I'm calling
number
BS
one.
on
San
this.
Francisco's number one?
San Francisco, you're saying is number one?
I mean, that would just be my guess.
Dawson, would you like to guess who's number one?
I would go with Chiafalo. I know.
What'd you just
Wow,
give
man.
up?
You got some...
You just gave
His
up.
integrity, his
There's a clear
self-awareness,
San Francisco's number one?
his reputation.
Holchuck.
Kansas City.
Actually,
Is it Andy Reid?
If
Actually-
Kansas City doesn't need Pat Mahomes, I'm going to vomit
Well,
right now.
I think the whole thing's BS, and San Francisco does need a quarterback. They were 9-28 without Jimmy G until Brock Purdy came and saved Kyle Shanahan's ass.
5 offenses whose supporting cast is so good. They
Okay,
don't
so the
need
supporting cast is just that good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's how we're doing the math on it.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, San Francisco still has a damn good supporting
Philadelphia, a lot of people could have success there.
Philly is definitely up there, I'm sure. And even Seattle's got a good supporting cast now. I'll go with Seattle.
Philadelphia is number one. Philadelphia is the number one team that does not need their quarterback because of their supporting cast.
Like they'll still be a really, really good team.
Yeah, the Eagles have they number one on this list. The general manager Howie Roseman has built a top tier offense for Jalen Hurts that should allow him to maximize the early portions of his new 5-year deal. We've talked about that. He's got Jordan Mailata, Jason Kelsey, Lane Johnson. That's his offensive line guys. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. And they also talk about Dallas Goedert, DeAndre Swift, Rashad Penny, Kenneth Gainwell. They're saying that they have such a good offense that they don't need their quarterback. They could have any quarterback in place.
Well,
I agree.
The offense might be able to put up the stats, but are you winning games? Because they were 0-2 without Jalen
Yeah,
Hurts.
no, obviously this is not happening in a real sense. I remember when Gardner Minshew, he did put up a pretty good game versus the Cowboys, but then it was the Saints, I believe, which is a good defense, but it was the Eagles at home, I think, struggling to score points at all. Like weren't they? I mean,
yeah, that was a low. I think they might have lost like 14-3 or something.
Yeah,
it was a very low scoring game.
Terrible.
So I'm calling BS on the whole article.
I mean, it's obviously unrealistic. Yeah, whose work is this?
This would be Bleacher Report.
Bleach.
Yeah, this would be the Bleacher Report.
But
can I guess again?
Guess number 2 then.
Your favorite team in the NFL. The Detroit Lions.
Actually, the Detroit Lions are number 3.
Let's go.
Look at that.
Let's go.
Football guy.
Now I'm buying.
See, I'm not hijacking this segment, Brian. These other two guys probably trying
I see exactly what's going on the other side of the table. I can do without it myself. You and I could do this without it. It's easy to do.
Hey, that's fine.
You
want to take the day off?
Lucius a big help, That's fine,
Let's go watch the Rangers game.
Detroit Lions. Yeah, go out there and see if you can help a little bit, please. Detroit Lions. I'll talk about the Detroit Lions. That's my team. After nearly 1 million years of bad football, the Lions have an exciting young core of talent on their team. Long gone are the days of the Lions football where no points were being scored. The team really has the juice. It starts with Taylor Decker, Jonah Jackson, Frank Ragnow, Vaitai they got from the Eagles, and Penny Sewell. They say that is on paper,
Crazy.
the best offensive line in football.
Yeah, Man Campbell got it figured out.
They did. They played really well last year.
We don't play football on paper. No one knows that better than Man Campbell.
They're going to block and tackle a little bit, aren't they?
They'll block and tackle a little bit, yeah.
Bite off a couple of kneecaps here and there.
I'm going to guess that Seattle's on this, though. Give me the Seahawks.
Seattle is actually number 5.
Number 5.
On
Let's
this
go.
list. Yeah. So
They're
on the board.
The Seahawks are number 5. But let me get to you guess who number 2 is real quick.
Number 2.
I'm assuming it's San Francisco.
It is San
Incredible
Francisco.
weapons. Oh, yeah.
It is San Francisco. Do you think San Francisco is better than Philadelphia's offense? Which one would you rather have?
Just the players?
Just the players. Which offense would you rather have?
I think I would rather have.
Does San Francisco put you ahead because of the play caller?
Yes. Yeah, I think they got some really dang good players, don't get me wrong, but
I think the
Samuel
Eagles' 2 receivers are better than Debo.
You would take Smith and Brown over Debo.
I would. Yeah. Obviously, McCaffrey's better than any of the running backs the Eagles have.
But the O-line.
And the tight end's better. But the O-line, the Eagles' O-line is better than San Francisco. I don't think it's too far off, but it's definitely better. So, I mean, you're kind of looking at, it's pretty even there.
Nah, I'm a fullback guy, man. Give me Juszczyk.
Yeah, you know what? Juszczyk could tilt it.
He tilts it. No, I think the Eagles' offensive line actually tilts it. Because, like, Kittle, Goddard, I know Kittle's better, but Goddard is pretty dang good. Debo Samuel, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith is pretty special. But after that, I think it's tough, but I'll go with the edge is actually the offensive line for the Eagles that puts them over the top.
That thing with the 49ers, they do have Trent Williams.
Right.
They like that a lot. They mentioned, though, Kittle, Samuel, McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk, and Elijah Mitchell.
It's a good team.
Talk about the skill that the 49ers have, so they really don't need a quarterback.
Thing I like that those teams have is they seem to always have multiple good running backs. You got good depth.
Yeah. But you mentioned the Seattle Seahawks. They're the last team in there. And they blew everything up trading Russell Wilson away. But they got Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, Jackson Smith and Jigba, your guy there, Wolchuk, as another piece to add with this offense. Kenneth Walker as well, and Kenny McIntosh were the running backs.
They also got Zach Charbonnet now.
Exactly.
That's a good team, man.
Very good
Dude
team.
Bros have done it. They're the champs by a percentage of 60-40, Brian. That's a little mini hijack there.
All
Needed to
good
clarify.
right there. But your
Yeah.
Cowboys were not on this list, by the way.
Okay, no Cowboys on the list?
No Cowboys were not. The Cowboys were not in this top 5.
Wow, look at that carrying them.
Carrying them
to
on
greatness.
to the greatness.
Okay, speaking of greatness, Woolchuck is going to deliver the NFL news of the day coming up next. Where are we going with that?
Thank you very much for that. 2 new teams are lurking to sign DeAndre Hopkins, and don't you make this man's wife cry. That's next on The Fan.
Okay, let me chat about Window Nation, though, because we got 000 for 2 going on right now at Window Nation. If you want or need new windows,
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are 20 minutes away from the Rangers player show, and the great reliever Will Smith is going to join us, a man that has saved our bacon more than once this season. And he's in for some more bacon savings throughout the year, so we look forward to chatting with him and thanking him for all of his fine work that he's done and looking forward to what's left of the season. But before we do that, it's time now for Zach Wolchuk to deliver the NFL news of the day. Here's Zachary.
We were just talking about the 49ers offense and Brock Purdy. He is remaining on track right now to be ready for the 2023 season. He might even be available week 1. As he's throwing, he's making great progress from that elbow surgery. So, Kyle Shanahan was talking today. He said, quote, "It's not like you just jump out and push stuff. You're only supposed to throw on this date at this percentage, this many yards. You do a certain amount a couple of days later. And if you stay on track, it should heal the right way. And right now, everything's on track." So we weren't sure, hey, maybe Sam Darnold ends up starting for the 49ers. Is he going to be my guy, Trey Lance? I don't know. But Brock Purdy seems like he's on track and on schedule, and that's good news if you're a San Francisco 49er fan. Kyle Shanahan can't win with that many quarterbacks.
Yeah. Wolchuk taking shots at my guy Kyle Shanahan any chance he gets. But this is a little bit disappointing because I wanted to see that. I wanted to see, like, Sam Darnold. Can he look like the best version of himself just by simply being on this team? And I think we'll still get some level of it. I don't know that Brock Purdy's going to play the whole season no matter how you slice it.
I think winning with Jimmy G and Brock Purdy pretty makes Kyle Shanahan beyond reproach. He's already proven he can win with anybody.
Yeah. Sam Darnold go in there and win comeback player of the year.
If he did that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
It would be.
But Wolchuk will still be giving Kyle Shanahan hell for losing with Beathard and
the biggest misnomer in football is that anybody can slide into that offense and have success. I think you actually have to be a good player to succeed in the Kyle Shanahan offense, and that's been proven with his record as a head coach with other quarterbacks. It's just not true. It's a myth. It's a fallacy.
Most people wouldn't put good player on 7th round rookie, last pick in the draft. And all of a sudden now he's a good player.
He is a good player.
Okay, but was he? If he was considered a good player before Kyle Shanahan got his hands on him, he wouldn't have been the last pick in the draft at the most important position in sports.
I tried to tell you that.
Okay,
I tried to tell you that he could play.
Okay,
he got passed over by NFL scouts. He shouldn't have.
The rest of the league missed him.
They missed him. They flat missed it. It's like they missed Dak Prescott.
So Brock Purdy's rocking and rolling the same way on another team.
I think Brock Purdy as a 4-year star. I think what now scouts are realizing that the one and dones might not be the way to go anymore. That you give me the guy, give me the captains, give me the 4-year starters, give me the guys that have played 40 or 50 collegiate games. Better chance of surviving with those guys than a one and done.
And the guy that they moved up to take 3rd overall, Trey Lance, who everyone did think was a first-round caliber quarterback, has proven to not be as good.
One and done?
He got hurt.
But nobody in the league wants him. They've been trying to trade him this offseason. And I like Trey Lance. Great dude. We got to meet him. But
they're trying to trade him now because
and he hasn't been as good as Brock Purdy was in that offense under Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, but how much have we even seen Trey Lance actually play in the NFL? Like, how many games has he honestly played?
He opened the game against Chicago. They won. They
started the first 4 games of the season. They were 2-2.
Yeah.
Okay, so like, what are we doing? We're judging. I mean, I'm not here to cape for Trey Lance and act like he's going to be awesome.
No,
but I mean, maybe
they might have made a mistake.
I do think you've got to play on time. Like, anybody can't just be thrown into that offense and succeed. And I think that people do believe that, and it's just not true. And that's the only thing that irritates me.
There's a hyperbolic nature to just talking about sports in general. We say things that if you really like parse through it, it's like, okay, not exactly this. I can't just give him a Beathard and expect him to go do a bunch of winning. But more than any other coach in the sport, by a wide margin, I can give him average by most standards, Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah. And if we had, I mean, all we know about Brock Purdy is he was the last pick in the draft, and then he got with Kyle Shanahan, and the whole world knows who he is now. So, I mean, I don't know how many other coaches are actually doing
that. Right now, he's better than Trey Lance.
Yeah, he is.
Yes.
He's better than Trey Lance. And that's what I'm saying. These scouts, they miss these guys.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it happens. Look at, obviously, Tom Brady, the best quarterback in the history of the league. I mean, it does happen. And, kudos to Brock Purdy. He was ready. He played great. I do think they've got massive question marks if he's not ready to go. And we'll see what that happens. And, yeah, 682, Purdy, going back to that S2 test, Brock Purdy did score that 98. I mean, that's the way we got to be looking at it now. This is interesting. Two teams are emerging.
Real quick. You guys fear San Francisco more than you fear Philadelphia, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Fear does not exist with this baseball team, does it?
Okay.
No, sensei.
But yes, the Cowboys can beat the Eagles. They haven't proven they can beat the 49ers.
So that's the team you're looking at. You're saying if the Cowboys are not going to have success this year, success, I mean like playoff success, it's going to be because of San Francisco, right?
I think it could very well be because of Philadelphia or some other teams as well. I mean, most of it is like the Cowboys screwing themselves in some ways. But like if you told me to put one team that is the most difficult for the Cowboys to beat, it would for sure be the Niners. But they're capable of losing to anybody, Broadus.
Yeah, no doubt. We've seen that. I mean, we were just watching the 2018 game against the Rams. A lot of the same problems still exist today. So I don't know. But yes, if I had to pick, like I'd rather play one or the other in the postseason, I'd rather play the Eagles than the 49ers.
Yeah, but any team that comes together with a really physical offensive and defensive front, they can beat the Cowboys. This team's going to be around that top 5, top 6. So, but yes, Philadelphia and San Francisco, to me, pretty much tied. I'll give San Francisco the more scary label, though, to be serious, just because the Cowboys haven't had any recent success against them.
Two teams are emerging as background suitors for DeAndre Hopkins. They're kind of just waiting this thing out, and it is, according to Sal Palantonio of ESPN, the Carolina Panthers, who would pair him with Adam Thielen and the rookie, of course, Bryce Young, and then the Cleveland Browns to get that reunion with Watson and Hopkins. So we know he took a visit to the Titans and the Patriots. I think he's kind of going to wait out, sign before camp. He's talked about that, but those would be two interesting teams, the Browns and the Panthers. The Panthers, a team that was terrible last year, but playing in that division, you never know. I mean, they could end up making the playoffs. It's so bad in that division this year.
I kind of feel like, though, to me, Hopkins, just talking to people around the league, he didn't want to practice. If he had his choice, he'd show up in week 1. He didn't want to go to training camp and hang out. And
just show up, put the pads on, and go play.
Yeah, it's kind of what he wants to do. Everybody, I could say, Gang of 7, like 5 of the Gang of 7 got back to me about him. And every one of them was, he didn't want to practice. He didn't want to play. He didn't want to do this. He didn't want to do that. But he'll show up and play his ass off. But you got to be willing to. That's why I'm surprised New England was interested in him.
Yeah.
Because Belichick is such a stickler for practice.
Yeah. Did not seem like a fit to me at all.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Dalvin Cook. This is Tyler Conklin talking on Sirius XM radio. And Conklin, do you guys even know who he plays for?
Titans?
Who does he play for?
Jack Conklin?
Tyler
Conklin?
He's a tight end.
He's a tight end.
I don't think a lot of people know who he is.
He's a Conklin tight end.
I was thinking the tackle
guy,
yeah.
Plays for the Jets.
Okay.
And Dalvin Cook's out there just liking all the AFC. I mean, he's flirting with everybody in the AFCs, whether it's the Dolphins, the Jets, the Bills, you name it. He wants a piece of them. But here's Tyler Conklin talking about his former teammate in Minnesota, Dalvin Cook, and the possibility of him signing with the New York Jets.
Oh, there's definitely a spot for him. So when I was in Minnesota, we were kind of locker mates. He was right behind me, and Delvin was always, he was. People ask him, he was just such a competitor to me. Like he just competed. He loved football. He competed, and he was a really good teammate. As a young guy, you never know how people that are established in this league, are going to be, or how they're going to treat a younger guy or whatnot. And the way he, was always with me and other players around him, I guess went a really long ways. And in this system, in the outside zone, and I think he's one of the most all-around backs in the NFL. The way, he can catch the ball in the backfield. He's still good in pass protection. He's fast, and I think the way Aaron competes and the way he competes would be just, that would only help our team having somebody like that.
I'm rooting for it, and here's why. Mike Florio was reporting yesterday, according to NBC Sports, the NFL is just going to say, Jets, you're going to have to be on Hard Knocks. They've said they don't want to do it. The NFL gets to pick between the 4 teams. They're saying, you know what? We're going to Gotham City. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, you're doing this. You add Dalvin Cook to the mix. I mean, I'm just here for all the star power. Let's do it. Robert Saleh, I think he's going to be a fun watch.
Yeah, dude.
So I'd be looking forward to this.
I can see Saleh some workout weight room stuff. Didn't they do that with Dan Campbell last year?
Yeah.
They had him doing back squats and whatnot. We'll get Robert Saleh doing some push-ups.
What is the attraction to Hard Knocks for you guys?
I really don't have
Just
much
football.
of an attraction.
I'm football starved.
Has it changed over the years?
Yes.
Has it gotten any different?
Yes, it's not as good. I used to love it when I was younger. And, of course, I was plugged in when the Cowboys were on it.
Oh, sure.
And last year it ended up being really good because the Lions ended up being very entertaining. You know, they had guys like Jamal Williams that was really entertaining, Dan Campbell. But like they did the combined year with the Chargers and Rams, it was not good at all. The Texans season, I was like, meh, whatever. You know, it just, for the most part, it really depends on the team and the personalities. And if it doesn't work out, then I don't really, it's not must watch every single week for me like it used to be.
So for you, Chief, it is must watch.
I mean, I would.
Because you're football starved.
Yeah, football starved. That's why I do watch it, and then maybe I'll get like Walchuk said. As of late, some of these haven't been great, so you'll watch the first couple and be like, if I miss it, you know, then it becomes like, okay, I can get around to it. It's not that great, but like the first episode, I'm pretty much always locked in. I'm excited, and then we'll see where this story goes. But it used to be like the Baltimore Ravens one, where I believe that's when they. Isn't that the year
Todd
they go?
Heap, like 2000?
Yes, like, and just the access felt like so much better with the players and seeing the personalities. And Shannon Sharp was on that team, and obviously Ray Lewis and all these guys. And it was just like, even like today, if it was on, I'd stop down and watch an episode if I'm flipping through the channels. That was so epic. But now it's been 20 years or whatever, and I guess it's a little bit different, or maybe I'm a little bit different.
You didn't like the Lions one?
No, the Lions one was good.
Okay.
Absolutely, the
That
Lions
was
one was
fire,
good,
bro. Because my girl, like, she doesn't watch NFL like that, but she did lock into the Lions when she knew the players' names. So when the Lions would come on, she would pay attention. So now I got her watching the game with me. You know what I mean?
There you go. That's the perfect hack.
Yep.
I had my wife watching the draft the other night, the NBA draft, because all the stories that come along with it. And she's locked in like, oh yeah, let's do this.
Yeah, the behind the scenes stuff is great too, but I do think that maybe it got saturated. And when it first came out, it was rare. But now every team has a website that's putting together sounds of the sideline and locker room stuff, and you can get that kind of content. So now, in order for the show to be good, there's got to be some like great storylines, and that's unpredictable.
Yeah.
You know, you can't just snap your fingers and like you get reality TV stars, and they're so starved for attention and wanting to be a celebrity, they'll fake whatever you want them to. You're not going to get an NFL defensive line coach to fake some drama for the cameras.
Yeah.
You know,
like Bones telling his vasectomy story.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
Yeah.
You know, good behind the scenes access. So, I mean, I'm hopeful this year's is entertaining and fun. I think it will be. I mean, the Jets should be good. I get why maybe they didn't want to do it. It's not great for the distraction purposes.
To me, if they don't want to do it, they're going to do everything to block access
maybe they do.
to the cameras.
It might be time to end this thing.
I agree. I agree.
It could be. It'd be a bummer.
Or change it significantly.
We can't afford to end it now with the writer's strike, dude. Like we need everything
content.
we can get.
We do. All right, here's Derek Carr talking about his breakup with the Raiders. He was talking with the Fresno Bee. He said, you spend 9 years in a place, you have all the records, and you can play at a high level, and for something to get in the way.
Wait.
Yeah, he said that. You have
All
all
the
the
records?
All the records, and you play at a high level.
Okay.
And for something to get in the way.
So he's not describing himself.
He technically is.
Okay.
Whether it was whatever reason, money related or whatever, injury related, I would have said, I don't even want the money just to play 2 more times in front of our fans. I didn't get that opportunity. So it definitely lit a fire inside me to keep going. He continued to say, once they made my wife cry, that was pretty much over. Once they made her cry, that was out. But the love for my teammates is what probably would have had me do it. But the way it worked out and the timing of things, it was more for me to move on. But who knows? You never know what will happen. I don't know what happened to make his wife cry, but you don't ever make a man's wife cry and expect him to stick around.
Yeah, only I can do that.
Yeah. No, you're Dunsky. You're not going to be, on the Christmas card list anymore.
Unbelievable,
buddy.
Was it because of what they said to Derek, and she was like secondhand sad on behalf of Derek, or do you think they berated her as well? Like she has to take some ownership as well for him and the team.
She probably loved living in Vegas.
Like it's her fault.
Yeah,
they're blaming it on her. She's not doing enough to get him to play better on the field.
Like what are you not doing at home to get this guy right and ready for his gig? You know?
I love the idea of a wife that's so supportive of you that you get fired and she's broke down emotionally.
Falling.
She's crying.
That's how it should be.
You know, she's not on your ass.
Speaking of crying, though,
like, what are you gonna do next, idiot? I can't believe you got fired.
Yeah, which is
well, hey,
usual.
Now he's in New Orleans, so he can party there. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, he ended up getting like more bag.
Yeah, it's gonna be. They ended up winning in this situation.
I think he's got like 10 little records, by the way.
10 little records?
So, 2, 4, 6, 7.
He's got
like at least 7 Raiders records, but the only one that matters, Walchuk, is the wins and losses.
I did want to fit this in real quick. It's Travis Kelce with Barstool Sports, and he's talking about the awkwardness after winning the Super Bowl because, of course, it was his brother. Like, did he feel upset and sad for his brother? But then you have friends on the team and vice versa. Here was Travis Kelce explaining the situation. How would you guys feel?
And then when you win, did you feel bad for your brother at all?
Dude, yeah. It was a weird feeling at the end of that game, man, because been around the Eagles enough, know the coaches, know the players. They treat me like family whenever I'm there. When Jason comes to KC, it's the same thing. It's very a whole lot of respect for a lot of guys over there. You see Pat Mahomes, you're like, yeah. And then you see my brother, and it's just like, dude, I've lost a Super Bowl before, man. I know how this feels. Fuck that.
Yeah.
And then you see Andy Reid, and you're back up on the top of the roller coaster, and then you know what I mean. You see Lane Johnson, and you're just So it was like a up and down the entire time, and it was like, man, how the am I supposed to feel about this right now?
Right.
Because I was there crying in 2017 when the Eagles won it in Minnesota. I was tears of joy, and it's just like, I don't know. It was a roller coaster of emotion for sure.
Now, have you tested the waters yet with maybe at your family's house? Obviously, Thanksgiving hasn't happened yet, but maybe 4th of July, and just giving them the look like, yeah, I won a Super Bowl against you.
No, that motherfucker's crazy. I ain't barking up that tree, man. That's a bear you don't want to poke.
Brotherly love. I get why
that'd be fun.
bad.
Travis versus Jason Kelce, a pay-per-view fight. I want to see it.
Sign it up, baby. Let's go.
That would be great. Yeah, with the trash talking about I whooped you in the Super Bowl and Jason all mad. That's selling a lot of tickets, dude.
You're onto something.
That would put their podcast even more on the map in a major way. Thank you, Wolchuk. NFL news of the day every afternoon about 3 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. At least lately it has been. And then on Tuesdays at 3:20, what we're heading for now is the Rangers Player Show. And joining us now is the hero that we needed in the bullpen. Will Smith will be joining us next right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat.
a part of something as big as Texas. McKinney and Allen HEB stores open soon. And they're hiring checkers, perishable reps, and in-store shoppers starting at $15.50 an hour. Plus great benefits and competitive pay for more roles. Visit careers.heb.com. Here, everything's better.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to have to get into that Florida baseball coach story a little bit later on, but we have a baseball player, a special guest to join us here, as one does every Tuesday at 3:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. Time for the Rangers Player Show. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Franklin, FrankelTruckWreck.com. The Rangers Player Show is brought to you by the Junior Rangers and by Oatly Oat Milk, proud partner of the Texas Rangers and equally proud sponsor of this show. Yes, and joining us now with 14 saves on the year, 2.73 ERA, a .84 whip. That's elite. Two-time World Series champion. The last two, actually. It's pitcher Will Smith here with you in the G-Bag Nation. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm good. I appreciate y'all having me.
That's great to have you. You like the Stranglehold song, huh? How long? That's been our official show song for 13 years. Will, how long have you been rocking with it?
I started walking out to that in 2015, I believe.
That's a good run.
Hell yeah, Will.
That's a good run.
Yeah, I love it. My dad likes it too.
Is it true that a lot of guys, the young guys on this Rangers ball club, aren't even totally sure what this song is?
Yeah, not many of them know it. It was Bubba Thompson's favorite. Anytime I'd come in the dugout, he'd always be singing it to me after. He's like, "Man, I like that song." Well, I don't know who sings it, but I like it.
I like it.
Dude, it does get people fired up. We love it too, and we love that you're rocking it, man. Yeah, every time you come in the game, we hear from our listeners, and we have a little bit of a party. It's a fun time for us as well. You know what else is fun is winning 2 World Series in a row. What do you think here, Will? Are we good enough to get you 3? What do you say?
Yeah, sure. I think we're good enough. We definitely have the talent to do it. We just got to, keep our head down, keep getting our work done every day. Be good teammates, and we'll see what happens at the end of the year. All you got to do is just get in, give yourself a chance.
Obviously, we're having a blast watching you and this Rangers team from, having some struggles the previous seasons. This has been a blast, but do you see any similarities maybe from those Braves or Astros teams that you were on that won it?
Yeah, I think it starts in the clubhouse. CY and those guys have brought in some really not just good baseball players, but really good people. They want to win, but at the end of the day, they'll have any kind of baseball conversation with any young guy, trying to help them out because we've all been in that young guy's shoes. We enjoy being around each other. It's a fun clubhouse to be in. We're not always playing on our phones all day and stuff like that. We play ping pong, we play cards. We just enjoy hanging out and talking smack. So I think that's a huge part of winning is enjoying being around the people you're with.
Who's most dominant on the ping pong table?
Mitch Garver's pretty good, and sneaky Adolis is pretty good too.
Thought he'd have too much strength, honestly.
Which one do you prefer? We saw a lot of the pitchers at spring training playing the cards, where there was Barlow and Reagans, and they got pretty into it. Which one are you better at?
I'm probably better at cards than I am ping pong. John King, the bullpen, we play doubles is how we play. So me and John King will play Burke and Sabors every day, twice a day, and it gets pretty intense.
How's that series going right now? Are you getting the best of them?
It's not going well. I hate that I had to bring it up, but yeah, me and John are kind of getting our butts kicked.
Now, how are you with the jokes? How's your trash talking there? Because you can make up for a bad performance.
Yeah, I can let that fly a little bit. It might not be radio approved, but yeah, I'll definitely talk some smack, while I'm losing.
Is there weekly payoffs, or is the settle up periods? How does that work for you guys?
It's all pride. It's all pride.
It's just all pride. All pride.
True competitors. Who is the most competitive, do you think, on the team? Whether it be in one of these ridiculous games that doesn't really matter, like the ping pong or the cards, or out there on the diamond with you?
I think we're all pretty even. We all just want to win. You could take any one of us on the roster, and he could be considered probably the most competitive guy. We got a bunch of gamers, a bunch of dirtbags that just want to do anything they can to win.
It's Will Smith here with you on 105.3 The Fan. What'd you think when the Rangers reached out?
I was happy. I was really excited. I looked at the roster. I'd played with a couple guys before. Some of the coaches I've played before. I played for Bochy in San Francisco. I was excited. I was excited to work with Mike. I was happy that it worked out to come to Texas.
How has it been working with Mike Maddox? We got to visit with him a couple weeks ago, and he's outstanding.
He's awesome. Mad Dog's great. He's still got that old school bone in him, which I love. But he understands the new side of the game with the iPads and the numbers. But he does a good job of talking to each individual guy. The way he he makes it easier for us to understand in our terminology. Like, I'm trying to learn the iPad. I'm trying to learn the numbers. So Mad Dog will talk to me a little different than he would, say a younger guy on the pitching staff. But he does a great job with all of us.
We were trying to figure out who gets the most credit for getting you, because it's been pretty clutch that you came aboard when you did, considering how much we've needed it. Is it more CY or Bochy or somebody else that might be off the radar that deserves the most credit for bringing Will Smith to the Rangers?
I think it's kind of a mixture of both. And my agent, I'm not a guy that talks to my agent every day. I never have been. So when the off season rolls around, I tell them all the time, like, hey, if you call me, in the afternoon, I'm probably going to be in a tree stand hunting, so I'll call you back at night. So just let me know if it's an important phone call, and I'll call you if I have to. But yeah, I talk to him probably once a week. He'd fill me in, and I'd go, keep doing my thing, working out, hunting, hanging out with family, and then it eventually came together.
How many days do you get to hunt, you think, in the off season?
A pretty good amount. My wife's pretty good about it. She's great. We have some hunting property about 30 minutes from our home. We live in Georgia, so I get to sneak down there a good bit. But now that we have a newborn, this off season might be a little bit different.
Yeah. Congrats on the newborn. But
thank you.
The time away usually does reduce a little bit. Now, when you're out there, are you all quiet, like in a tree stand and in a blind somewhere, or are you hanging out with buddies, or what are you usually doing when you are hunting?
I'm in a tree stand. I'll take a buddy every now and then, but usually it's the guy that looks after the land for me while I'm gone. I grew up with pretty much my whole life. I grew up playing ball with him. We went to school together and everything. So yeah, me and him will pop out there on some afternoons real quick and then try to get it done.
Do you get you say you don't talk to your agent much? Do you talk to your buddy there because he give you reports what's showing up on the land? Did he give you back in the quarter over there, where we walk and all that? There was a couple that were out there. Did you get those kind of reports on a weekly basis? Me and him will have some phone calls probably once a week.
Sure. He'll give me the rundown on how things are going, what they're doing during the summertime, this and that. But the trail cams have come so far now too that they're cellular, so they get sent right to my phone. When something goes off, and I can look at his, he can look at mine. We'll share back and forth if something gets missed, if we miss something. So yeah, we do a good job of staying on top of it.
Okay. Have you ever known that there was a day off coming up and thought about chartering one and getting back to your land and maybe try and get that you saw on the cam?
Has
it ever been that intense?
Yeah, when I was playing in Atlanta, it was very tempting, but no, I never I never did that. I would always, we'd go down there and fish. We got 2 ponds down there. It's just a good place to escape. I love it. We call it the Southpaw, so it's my little disappearing place.
And we're hunting deer?
Deer, yep. Deer and turkey. Well, turkey is during the springtime, so I haven't been able to do that yet, but I go home for the deer.
And then will you cook it yourself?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
What a pure badass.
It's called dressing, I believe. Yeah, it's a dressing.
What a beast. We're talking with Will Smith here on 105 through the Fan in the G-Bag Nation. So were you a big Fresh Prince of Bel-Air fan growing up?
I've heard those jokes probably growing up my whole life. I did watch it here and there. I've asked my mom why she named me Will multiple times, but she swears he wasn't famous when I was born, so I'll let her slide on that.
Did you get caught in the crosshairs at all with the viral Chris Rock slap? Like, were you getting tagged in things?
Oh my God, yes! Holy cow! I didn't get on Instagram and social media for probably 2 days after that happened, just because it was filled with just dumb stuff, and I'm like, it's not even me. Like, just look at the picture, you can tell it's not me. But yeah, so I'll get Will Smith from the Dodger stuff all the time.
Oh, the catcher, yeah.
It's just a never-ending process.
That's fantastic, dude. Okay, I'm curious about these championship like celebrations, these like parades and stuff. We just saw Nikola Jokic act like he didn't care about celebrating a championship, and then he got to the parade and he realized it was one of the most euphoric moments of his entire existence. Like, how awesome is a championship parade? You've done 2 of them now.
They're pretty incredible. I mean, to see a whole city, I mean, a whole almost city state come out just to watch guys ride on a bus is pretty incredible. And then, you know, they start launching adult sodas at you, and you start catching them, and it's just all downhill from there. But it's a lot of fun.
Which one of your teammates celebrated the hardest on one of these championships? Was it a Braves guy? Was it an Astro?
It was probably the Braves.
Okay, just collectively as a team, they were.
I could say that collectively as a team, the bullpen bus for the Atlanta parade was probably it was the fun bus to be on.
I love it. Do you think it's
at our pit stop? We picked up a couple guys. We picked up like Swanson jumped on our bus.
There we go.
A couple coaches jumped on our bus. We're like, we heard this is the fun bus. We're like, hell yeah, it is.
Who's going to party the most when the Rangers win it this year?
Outside of yourself.
Probably the bullpen. I mean, the bullpen usually,
there we go.
The bullpen usually takes that crown everywhere we go.
Well, we're going to try and get on the bullpen bus with you then.
There you go.
Thank you so much, Will. Congrats on all the success. Thanks for coming here to the Rangers. It's been great watching you play, and we wish you nothing but the best of luck here in the second half.
I appreciate it. Thank y'all for having me.
Cheers. There he goes, Will Smith here for your Rangers on the Fan.
Yeah, and for Will being on with us today, we're going to give him a $100 gift certificate to Pluckers. Got 8 of those in the DFW location, so hopefully Will and that new baby can go enjoy some wings.
Man, it's been a great day for a couple of days for talking to people, hasn't it? I mean, that was cool. Yesterday, Derek Lively was great. The Mavs rookie, you can go back and listen to that. We had him on at 4, and CY yesterday.
Yeah, always good.
At 4:20. That was awesome. All righty. When we come back here, G-Bag Nation, it's going to be time for a little Western Revelations, Chief. What
I believe
happened?
so. Actually, I'm going to set up the alley-oop for my guy Walchuk to dunk this one home.
When showering, is it acceptable to clean your body with this? That's next on the Fan.
Okay, I tell you what, when acquiring a new vehicle, it's preferred to do it with D&M Leasing. Yeah, 972-817-35-LEASE. Go to dmautoleasing.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for little restroom revelations. Here he is, the main revealer, set for the handoff to his nosebleed brother, Eric Giafalo.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. 877-881-1053. Is it appropriate to wash your body with the shampoos and the conditioners instead of the body wash? This was a question that the Kelsey Bros were discussing. We'll get to that audio right after we get you the intro.
Does number 2 work for?
That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
Yes, we are. I believe a Kelsey Bro revealed something about himself that might be a little bit troubling you intend on being around him at any point, actually, like physically. But here's the Kelsey Bros.
We got an email from Aubrey Grover, and the subject line was, "Help us avoid a divorce." Ooh. When showering, is it acceptable to use shampoo conditioner to wash your body? My husband is convinced that the only way to properly clean one's body is to use actual body wash. Well, Aubrey, I hate to side with the male on this one.
What? Are you serious? You've never been washing your hair and just taking the suds and wash the rest of your body?
If I want to wash my body, I'm using the body wash. Do you ever use body wash as shampoo?
Listen, I don't use body wash. And really, truthfully, I don't use shampoo. I wash my hair maybe once a month.
One thing that I got out of this, Aubrey Grover, is that you and your husband are white. Both of you are white.
Why?
If she's washing her body with shampoo, she's white.
If you want to be honest with yourself, you really don't need shampoo or body wash to wash your body because soap is not necessary. Everybody knows, just go in there and rinse off. I haven't used soap on my arms, legs, feet in years. And I'm as healthy as an ox. The only things I soap on a routine basis are the hot spots.
Let's hear them.
Well, everybody knows what they are. It's the back end, the front end, and the armpits. That's it.
Hopefully they're not divorced after this.
Maybe I just alleviated the whole issue because she found out that there's men way more disgusting and irrational than her husband.
So what do we think? Acceptable to use the shampoo, conditioner in replace of the body wash or the soap? Now, I will say this. I've never used conditioner. I've only ever used shampoo.
Yeah, I would not do conditioner as a replacement for soap, but in an emergency, yes. Although you're going to have to get some kind of a wash rag or loofah or something like that going because the shampoo just doesn't, it kind of slides off the body. It doesn't like lather up like a regular soap. You can just take that in your hand, start working it, get a good lather, rub that all around your body, you'll be fine. I did agree with Jason that it's really only the hot spots that are needed for the soap.
Oh, come on.
Y'all wild,
that was spoken like a true man who lives in Philly.
And soap,
Filthy.
And soap can be a shampoo quite easily.
Okay.
For my hair.
Did you guys ever get in trouble for like not washing up?
Yeah.
all the time.
Okay.
Yep.
I just want to see.
Still, Brada still does.
Yeah, clearly.
But the only way they tell is if they like looked at your hands or your face.
What are you talking about?
My parents.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like after you're supposed to be
My
in the
dad used
bath.
to check make sure that you washed up. You go check the rag in there, make sure it's wet up in that joint. Yeah, man. He ain't raising no nasty little boys.
He's taking it serious.
Yeah. So you can use a shampoo in a pinch, but it's not going to wash your behind. Like if you try to use it for a month, you're not going to be super clean. I can come humble you with a white washcloth after you thought you just cleaned yourself.
The white glove test,
I can just humble you real fast.
Yeah.
And there's some stuff called Dr. Bronner's. You guys ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can wash up anything with that. Your hair, your body, everything. Just
your
one.
dishes.
Yeah, your dishes, your car.
Hey, I'm glad you brought that up. There's some of those that are like 3-in-1s, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like all of it in one thing. It
Head
is the
shoulders.
body wash.
Yeah.
It
Head
is the
shoulders.
shampoo. It is the,
Nah,
like,
I'm
do
not
we
in
trust
on it.
those?
No.
Old Spice.
Nah. I use certain stuff for my hair and certain stuff for my body, certain stuff for my face.
100%, dude.
Yeah.
100%. I'm the same way. I've never understood like it's body wash for a reason.
Lucius
you can't tell me
Marie.
it's 3-in-1.
Yeah.
No,
They call
I
me
mean,
Grandma Lucius right
No,
now.
I
I don't
don't
know
buy
why.
it either. And you know me, I'm a sucker for a good deal. I'm not paying for that. I think it's faulty advertising.
Yeah. If it's meant for my skin, it can't be meant for my hair. If it's meant for my hair, it's not meant for my skin. There's a reason why we've had these two things split: shampoo, and then it was bars of soap, and then it became body wash. But yeah, I am not going to put, unless it's an emergency. Obviously, we've all been there. I totally get it.
Yeah, ran out of
but
soap.
if you're consistently just going to the shampoo to wash your hot spots, I think that's insane. I mean, I think your skin could have a reaction to that.
Yeah, you would not want to do that consistently at all. I think Broadus and I are pretty low maintenance, though. We could definitely go bar of soap on the hair.
Yeah,
you wouldn't be able to tell at all.
You could.
Yeah.
Well, now you could. I could. I'll tell you what, though. I will say this.
You get dandruff after a while.
Yeah,
Your
when
scalp get all
scalp
dry. Your hair is not getting the moisture it needs. Moisture.
I will say, though, when we go on the trip to Oxnard, I will go the first day and buy shampoo and body wash for the room. For the
Boy,
bathroom.
am I impressive.
Yeah,
Gotta take care of your guys.
Well, because of the 10 days you're there, those little bars of soap or the little
Nothing
body
worse
wash.
than the sad ending to the bar of soap that's dissolving
there's
on
nothing,
your fingers as
they don't
last
care about you
vestiges
anymore.
gets
They don't
lost.
They don't care.
No.
Those hotels there, they don't care.
No, they're not cleaning the rooms.
Yeah,
You gotta
they really
request.
don't. So you go buy your own stuff, so you don't have to worry about using their little bitty bars of soap and their terrible shampoo and all that other stuff.
Yeah, my wife, I mean, I don't even know if you guys have noticed anything about me as of late, but my wife has done like a revamping. She's all about this natural clean ingredient kind of stuff, minimal ingredients on anything you eat or put on yourself, all the way to the clothes that
You
we're
haven't
wearing.
smelled as bad lately.
I haven't smelled as bad. Okay, that's good.
Not as musty.
I'm not for sure, but I think I've been washing my body with goat cheese for the last 4 weeks.
That's sexy.
Okay. It's paying off, I think.
I'm not bleeping kidding you,
With
man.
goat cheese? Are you freaking kidding?
Yeah.
Goat's milk, maybe, huh?
Yeah, the milk, the
The
cheese,
goat
make sure
cheese,
it's
yeah,
warm,
yeah.
you washing
Warm,
it.
cold.
There's apparently so many ridiculous ingredients that are harmful chemicals in all of these soaps and stuff that I'm not really aware of, but my wife is informing me. So, yeah, I believe I've been scrubbing my armpits with goat cheese.
Okay,
Well, if we can get a list of that, I'd appreciate it, because the G-Bag Nation does need to get all essentials within 90 minutes of touching down.
Yeah.
100%.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
no
very
question.
true.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a good point, man. Priorities.
972 said Dawn dish soap.
Oh yeah, I wash my ass in Dawn dish soap sometimes. I wash my dogs in that. Wash my car in that.
Okay.
Yeah, you can make that stretch.
But Dawn is
make a
the
nice little bubble bath out of that joint.
Isn't the Dawn is the one? Isn't that the one when they have oil spills and stuff like that? They wash the animals, the ducks and stuff, and the birds.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're using Dawn for that?
Yeah, they're using Dawn to get the oil off the animals.
Interesting.
I don't know if there's ducks in the ocean, but yeah.
Well,
Seagulls.
they show these little ducks.
ocean ducks.
Well,
there was a bear in the ocean the other day.
Well, actually,
at this point,
like
We don't know
Alaska,
what the hell's in the ocean.
Like Alaska, they had that,
I can
that
tell you
big
5
spill.
things in the ocean right now.
Get a real outdoorsman here.
Yeah.
Get Will Smith back on the show.
Yeah.
He'll tell you what kind of animals are in the ocean.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. I believe Will Smith is a manly guy who's probably he's the Jason Kelsey who's maybe he's washing his hair and his body, maybe he's not. It doesn't matter. He's winning games and he's hunting animals.
Broadus
He's
needs a man-made farm-fed lake bass.
Yeah.
5 pound minimum.
There you go. I tell you what, though, man, I swear that those ducks, they showed a commercial for this dishwashing liquid that was washing ducks and stuff, little ducks and stuff, getting the oil off them.
Yeah.
You know, the Valdez. When
It
they
is cool when they get them all cleaned up.
Yeah, they like that. That was a big thing. That's what they cleaned them with, was that Dawn dishwashing liquid.
Dude, I'll tell you, nothing feels better than that Irish Springs. Gives you like a little cold, kind of like cold hot sensation.
Irish Springs
a
are
little
nice.
bit
I like it.
Do you ever use
one of your
mint
hot
tree?
spots?
Mint tree?
Yeah,
Have you ever
mint
used
tree.
mint tree in your hair?
Give you a little tingle.
I don't believe so.
It's nice. It's
the
relaxing.
Lower in the hot spots you're talking
Okay,
about.
have you ever been thrown off? You get in somebody's shower and they have what is meant to be for like horses as their shampoo?
No.
Okay. Well, that's a real thing too. It's like a horse shampoo.
Whose shower
that people-
did you get
What are you
into?
doing?
I'm dead
What are
serious.
You and Secretariat hanging out together? What's going on? Are you living in a barn? Were we a stall?
Where was that one semester?
Again, this is in a different person's shower. This is not my personal shower. I guarantee you, some people will
horse
text in right now
shampoo?
talking about a horse shampoo that they're using for their own head. I mean that. Horse shampoos are a thing.
Yeah, hair and mane.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, Lucius, don't.
I got
no,
culture,
Lucius,
fam. I got culture, bro.
Lucius, don't do this.
Hair and mane.
Don't do this.
Thank God someone's got my
Man.
back over here, Lucius. I was rapid fire Googling to make sure I wasn't talking out of turn.
4 guys on the show. You can just keep going. Somebody's going to get your back eventually.
Yeah,
man.
Keep throwing it up there.
Walchuk always has my front.
Mane and tail, here they come on the text as well.
Except that one time.
Mane and tail. There it is, boys.
All righty.
Would never use it.
Thank you, guys.
Horse poos.
Little restroom revelations in the back.
That's all the
once again.
little wide butt country girls.
Yeah.
Yes, they wear that mane and tail.
Oh,
For real.
yeah, I bet they
They got
do.
the Rocky Bottoms on. They got mane and tail in that bathroom too. I know what it is,
It makes
bro.
their hair so shiny.
Yeah, I know what it is.
Go to a
it is a good
SEC
look.
I'm from these
sorority
streets,
house
brothers.
right now.
Yeah.
That's from the streets.
I'm from the streets, bro. I can tell you some things.
That mane and tail.
I believe you.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. LA Live with Lucius coming up about 5:40 tonight. He replays the G-Bag of the day. Has a lot of fun in that one. It is a Toxic Tuesday as well. So stick around for that. 4:20, the top 10. We got a rim session coming up at 4:40 as there's developments with Damian Lillard and a number of free agents with free agency now just 3 days away in the association. But little sports hodgepodge coming up next. Where are we going with that?
An American hero just saved a local summer. Could you have done this? That's next.
I think I absolutely could have. But Tolos, it's a Taco Tuesday. Come on out early to the Eagles Nest and grab some of their delicious $3.
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Busy day in the world of sports. A lot to keep an eye on. And for more of that, Eric Chiafalo has a little bit of a sports hodgepodge coming right at you. Here he is, the Chief.
Man, this is really special stuff here. We have an American legend who has single-handedly saved a local Ohio summer with her courage and her skill set. Because what happened was Gail Rogers, 66 years old, she saw her local pool couldn't open due to a lifeguard shortage, which is apparently a nationwide issue of sorts.
Used to be a good gig.
66-year-old grandma decided to come out of retirement to become a lifeguard herself.
Wow.
And so now the pool is open and the kiddos can have the summer they always dreamed of at the community pool. Now, this is very impressive, okay? And Broadus is talking about this used to be a prestigious gig, right? Like if you were the kid who landed the lifeguard gig for the summer.
You had a good gig.
You had a good gig.
You had a good gig.
Think about Wendy from the Sandlot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Moms, daughters, had it all.
Lotioning and oiling and lotioning. I can't take it anymore.
What about the Stranger Things?
Yep.
That kid freaking cleaned up.
Yeah, he did. Then bad things happened to him.
Do you think the lifeguard would fear having to save somebody like me?
Yes.
Big and bulky and drag out of the water.
What the hell are we going to do?
No, we'll just drag you to the side. No, you'll float well. Yeah, we just
think so?
We just need to propel you towards the top and then kind of drag you to the side a little bit.
I'll tell you, the danger thing they talk about lifeguarding is that people panic.
Yes. Yeah,
and
that's what you don't
they
want.
say what you do is just crack them in the jaw and, kind of knock them out and then pull them inside or pull them out of the water.
Wait, so the person who's drowning, you need to punch them.
No, they're panicking. They panic and they start to push you under.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you have to sort of
they're
sedate
grabbing
them
for you and trying to use you as a flotation
Yeah, you
device.
have to calm
them.
So you have to maybe knock them out a little bit.
Knock them out before they drown.
A quick elbow or something.
Yeah.
So she said, quote, I thought, well, I did this lifeguard thing back in the late 60s, so I thought maybe I can do this again.
Beach Boys.
And she was actually telling that to Good Morning America. The story has taken over the world. Now, what is most interesting about this story is, can anybody just show up to the local community pool, raise their hand, and say, I can save lives here?
I don't think so. You need to be able to do CPR.
Certified.
You got to get
swimming.
Certified, yeah.
Okay, so
no, not.
Here's what we got. Lifeguard candidates. This was like as a job ad, a we're hiring situation. You have to swim a 300-yard length, 3 football fields. And that's 12 laps at a traditional swimming pool, I guess. They have to tread water for the allotted amount of time, and then they have to swim a length and then submerge and grab a 10-pound brick off the bottom of the pool and bring that bad boy back up to air.
Light work.
So do we feel like the 66-year-old grandma was able to pull this off?
Yeah.
And she's still, she's still getting it done. She's still getting it done. You see her sitting up there in her little lifeguard seat with her whistle and stuff.
Guilty?
Wearing a one piece. I wouldn't say overly guilty. But she's here for business.
She's
here
capable.
to save lives.
Good.
Floppy hat,
floppy biceps, the whole
zinc
get up.
oxide on the nose, maybe
floppy thighs.
Yeah.
Do we feel like everyone at this station is everyone capable at this station, given the criteria, to be a lifeguard?
Everyone but Kevin, because Kevin won't wear a swimsuit. He doesn't like to show his legs.
I don't like to show my legs either, but I would be willing to do it.
We get Kevin like a SeaWorld, like one of those sweatsuits or the suits they wear. Like,
some nice tights.
Yeah,
one of those
wetsuits. In like a scuba outfit.
Yeah.
Hagee in a scuba outfit.
Yeah, we go from the Tillicum trainer.
You got to go into character here, the scuba character.
Oh, scuba. You for scuba, Ruben.
No, give him the
Claude,
do
I'm
Hagee like telling kids not to run.
About the running.
Slow
down. Whistle.
Wetsuit might actually be a nice little payoff. Showing up to work with the shoes too, with
chafing,
the flappy shoes.
Chafing is an issue.
Oh, that's uncomfortable.
Is that a guaranteed chafe situation?
I think if you had to sit 10 to 12 hours in that chair,
you're fine. I got plenty of baby powder. You know that.
Chafing would be an issue.
No, but I think the chafing comes into play whenever you're getting wet in the wetsuit. Whereas in this scenario, you're not actually getting
How hot are you
it
in
wet.
that wetsuit sitting up there?
It's the inner thighs rubbing together.
It would not
Yeah,
feel
but
good.
I think the doesn't the wet factor
I think the wet
add
factor.
to the chafing?
Yeah,
like
like
if you're just sitting up here in a
The
dry
rubber,
wetsuit.
just the fact that it's rubber.
Yeah, it's not comfortable when you get in one of those on the beach before you jump
No,
in.
just the conversation itself is fantastic.
Well, you can thank Gail for this.
I think the 12 laps is the hardest part of this. Like that's going to be demanding on your cardio if you're not used to it.
And then the tread, because remember, this is all happening,
How long's the tread? Or just set an allotted time?
Yeah, it said the allotted time. I don't know what that time is. If anybody knows, is there a industry standard for lifeguard water treading in order to pass the test to be the lifeguard?
How the hell do we know that?
No, I'm asking sort of
2
rhetorically
minutes
and for
using
the lifeguard
only their
expert.
legs.
2 minutes using only their legs.
Only
Wait,
their-
so you can't doggy paddle?
Hold on a second. we got to rethink this.
Well, if
legs
you can't-
only.
If you can't doggy paddle,
Because you
I
got to
think-
be using your hands for saving people.
You got to have strong legs.
Yeah, I think you could do that, though. You could do that.
I think Peyton Russell's out of this. Have you seen his legs?
It's just 2 minutes.
Pepe's got tiny legs.
Does he really?
Yeah, skinny.
Wow, I wasn't even prepared for that.
Check him out next time.
I will.
He needs to become a member of the Pants Club here pretty soon. If people are shaming him publicly like that, take it from somebody who knows.
Yeah, I think. Well, yeah. When was the last time you showed your legs in public, Dawson?
Somewhat recently, a couple months ago.
You know what?
I'll do it every now and
I
then.
don't think I've ever seen your legs.
Probably not.
It's like shampoo. It's like showering your body with shampoo. It's like only in an emergency.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
We go to the beach in Oxnard and Gavin's just in sweatpants.
Yeah, you got hot summer, you got hot sweatpants, or you got cold weather sweatpants. There's a difference.
Has anybody ever? Do we have any lifeguards here in the G-Bag Nation?
No, I've been trained to do that with the Navy. We had put on our uniform with a sea bag with some stuff in it and tread water for a long time. See what lasts the longest so they can get you in buds. Who's built for buds? Basically, they want to see that. So yeah, did CPR, but I don't know if I can put them all together unless I had to.
Right. Well, I do think you're the
I can
one
swim like a
seed-
fish though.
Yeah,
I can swim like a damn fish.
With all the military stuff that you have, I think you would just dominate this lifeguard challenge.
And the killer bod.
Yeah, well, and the killer bod, just the general
Lucia's
muscle
sitting
mass.
Yeah, I got this 6-pack.
Yeah,
It's on ice.
Sitting up there on ice. Got a robe and a cigar in his mouth up there on the.
Oh, that'd be perfect.
Yeah.
Rock the new robe up there.
Ooh, a robe lifeguard with the stogie.
Robe
That is a good
lifeguard,
vibe.
really good sunglasses. He'd have really good sunglasses up
Yeah,
there.
but when it's time to trying to save somebody, I gotta put my cigar out. I'm being delicate with it and everything.
Take off the robe.
Yeah, take off the robe.
Put in a long song.
Hold on, I got you, bro. There's a hero.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the ice pack 6-pack situation because we do have an activist. We have an activist problem, I would say right now.
Was it these pizza ovens?
I want to say it
Coal
started with
fire?
the pizza, but it
Coal
actually
fire?
didn't. It started with bacon.
Oh,
The Macon Bacons.
The fake ones?
Which is no. Well, there's a minor league
They're
team.
protesting the pigs.
Yes, dude. There's a minor league team. They're the Macon
Freaking
Bacons.
hippies.
oh, Macon, Georgia.
Oh.
I don't know. I honestly can't remember where exactly
Georgia,
they
Macon,
reside.
Georgia.
It's in
Yeah.
Georgia.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
they're
Macon,
the
Georgia.
Macon Bacons, which I think is a great minor league baseball.
Fantastic name.
They want there's an activist group right now that's trying to get them renamed to Fakin' Bacons and promote, fake crappy
Okay,
bacon.
well, you know what? Just
fake
go bleep
meat stuff.
yourself.
Thank you.
We're not going to do that.
100%.
Because making bacon sounds better than faking bacons.
I still think the Montgomery Biscuits are the best name for a minor league team.
That is nice.
That is a good name. I like that too.
Alabama.
But these people can go bleep themselves. I think I'm going to write to their president of faking bacons.
It's trying to normalize shaming bacon.
Get
the crap out of
let
here.
people eat what they
With
want.
America's
Don't eat the
pastime.
bacon. Don't eat the bacon.
You put that on on the salad. I'm pushing that thing away. You put the fake bacon, that crunchy bacon fake stuff on there. I'm pushing that away.
Is it even crunchy?
It's like it's eating like wood chips.
And we're not even talking about turkey bacon. We're talking
No,
about
yeah.
an even further
Bacon bits.
Full-blown bacon.
more
Bacon bits.
problematic.
Just fry it up and cut it up yourself.
Yeah, so that's the
Make
first
your own
one.
croutons. too.
Okay. These people need to go protest some lions. I want to see that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Mother Nature, dude. We eat each other.
Protest some
Welcome to
lions.
Earth.
Hey, lions,
Circle
eat
of life,
the
bro.
fake bacon.
How about a bunch of
Even they would scoff
How
at
about a
it.
bunch of people with signs and the lions just attack the people with the signs?
I actually like that quite a bit. We need to dial up a skit for this. But there's also, we're trying to get, there's an article titled Climate Friendly Cocktail Recipes Go Light on Ice. They're basically, they're they're uncomfortable with the amount of ice that we're using, not only for our cocktails, but just our
water.
general drinks.
Yeah.
We're using too much ice at this point. So now the activists are coming after you. Don't be surprised
Water.
if you're drinking an ice cold anything or anything on the rocks that somebody could come out and like smack it out of your hands and tell you you're a jerk. And
This is interesting though.
be ashamed of yourself.
You know, having gone to Israel and then South Africa,
Yep.
there's not ice.
Limited ice.
You don't get ice with any of your beverages.
Do they come cold though? Or are they just
Chilled.
come?
Definitely chilled.
been in the refrigerator?
The water's usually pretty room temp.
Yeah.
But if
Like
you get
the soda you get at the store that just got put in there 30 minutes ago?
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, look, that might be like a privilege we have here in the United States. And you did NFL Europe. I don't know if it was the same thing in
Yeah.
some of the countries you were at,
Yeah,
Brian.
absolutely. Yeah, you deal with that. You had to ask for ice.
Yes.
in
They
your
won't
drinks.
just give it to you.
Yeah. You ask them for like iced tea in a restaurant and you catch yourself because they look at you like, they bring you a cup of tea and they're kind of like, oh, what
Ice?
Ice? What's the ice part
See,
of it?
I'm an ice man.
No, me too. It was definitely was something I had to get used to. I was kind of bummed about it.
I'll almost take anything on the rocks, dude. I mean, in all reality, I could, but taking ice, I think, is a huge problem. The bacon thing's a huge problem. Honestly, if you take ice away completely, like how much staying power does Sonic have without their legendary ice? If you can't ice up those delicious beverages that they're providing, I don't know. I think their ice is one of their top 3 reasons to show up to Sonic.
Changes the evaluation on where you're going. I'll tell you that much.
No question. I mean, if you're splitting hairs, if you're trying to decide, that's going to be the one that tilts you to the other place if Sonic doesn't have their ice anymore. So I think people at Sonic should be frustrated by this as well.
I'd flip
Whataburger's
bearish.
got good ice too, I think, right?
Whataburger,
Yeah.
I think it's just kind of a run-of-the-mill ice.
Chick-fil-A, we turned over to the Sonic ice.
Sonic ice. See, there you go. That's a good
It's
pivot.
almost like pellet ice, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the one that's taking the more mainstream is the pizza situation going on in New York City right now.
Yeah.
What happened?
The coal.
The New York City Department of Environmental Protection says there's new rules that are basically trying to cut emissions by up to 75%. And they noted that wood and coal stoves are, quote, among the largest contributors of harmful pollutants in neighborhoods with poor air quality. So basically they're saying your pizzas are ruining our oxygen. And I don't know, I find that to be ridiculous and offensive. And so does this New York City guy who I imagine owns his own local pizza joint. He arrives. Now imagine when you hear this short clip, imagine this guy is out in front of the gates of City Hall in New York City, and he's just launching pizzas by the slice over the gate and onto their property. He's just launching pizzas.
Pauly from The Sopranos.
That's the way he's protesting.
That's pizza
And
abuse.
this is a little snippet of him launching pizza slices.
Can't have a small business. Can't have pizza. New York City is nothing without pizza.
New York City is nothing without pizza.
We are nothing.
Which is a great job that will live
tell
on
'em.
forever. But are you kidding? I mean, that is insane, dude. I feel bad for people in New York City. That's their calling card.
Yeah.
Like
Can't make a good wood-fired pizza?
No, there's no way
Get
this
me?
is going to work, man.
Well, they've already done it
They've
with
already,
the stoves.
they've already started it.
No, they're coming back, man.
No. They're
They're going to legally do this. This is going to be like when they were faking the alcohol back in the 20s. Prohibition.
Oh, like they're going to be like black market pizza joints?
Yeah, we're black marketing the hell out of this.
I'm all for that.
Yeah.
Hey,
dude.
the government was poisoning people during that time too, making fake alcohol so like it'll scare people away from the speakeasies.
Oh my goodness.
I believe it.
Oh, we're gonna put our little tainted
I
stuff out
wish
there
I
in the
owned a
market.
speakeasy.
Aren't they cool?
I wish I was born in that
Supposedly
era.
there's one inside Globe Life Field.
Yeah, I've seen TikToks
Did you see that
of that.
video?
Yeah.
I think it was Lacey Brown did that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Man, I don't
We
know
need-
where
we
it
need to
is.
find that.
We do need to.
Like it's all you can drink, all you can eat.
Yeah,
for
it
the
looks
price of your
amazing.
ticket, kind of a thing. But it's like a bar. It's like you get shots and all that stuff in there.
New York City is nothing without pizza.
Damn right.
Sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
Great segment, Chief. Once again, he's done it. Back in the old onion bag. Okay, he'll be back. Afternoon rim session coming up at 4:40. You guys get that reference?
Yeah.
I
Soccer?
didn't, dude, but it's
Yeah.
still funny. I
Yeah.
like it.
He scored a goal. Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Like when you hit a soccer ball with power and it goes into the net, it bursts the back of the net like an onion thrown into a bag. You know, burst.
Fantastic, dude.
Back of the old
Burst
onion
the old
bag.
onion
That is
bag.
amazing. Nice
Yeah.
work.
Good reference.
Well, Chuck, where are we going with this top 10?
Was watching yesterday's College World Series, just thinking, damn, I love
Go
the
Tigers.
color combos of Florida and LSU. What are the top 10 school color combinations in college sports? Do that next on The Fan.
It's out of here. Bye-bye.
Turn it on, leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The
It's Jane Slater of the NFL Network, and I'm here with Jeremy from Kissable Dental, the only DFW dentist I trust to keep my smile camera ready. So, Jeremy, why do many people avoid going to the dentist?
Well, there are two reasons. Normally, it's the fear of pain in their mouth and the fear of the pain in their wallet.
That's so true. So how do our listeners avoid pain in their wallet?
Porch, your local Staples store, or staplesconnect.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by RhinoShieldTX.com.
Albert Einstein once said that insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. The same could be said about painting your home year after year. Rhino Shield ceramic coating is the ultimate alternative to traditional paint. Learn more at RhinoShieldTX.com.
It's time for Woolchuck's Top 10 segments brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Franklin & Frankel consultations always free at truckwreck.com. And Woolly Bully is sponsored by the Alma TED procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. Here he is, Zach with an H, the Woolly Bully.
Thank you very much, General. We'll get to the top 10 best school color combos in a moment. And let me know also your best color crush jerseys or color rush combinations. I think it's all fun when we get into the jersey conversation. 877-881-1053. Do have some Stars news to tell you about, though. The Dallas Stars have re-signed Evgeny Dodonov to a 2-year, $4.5 million contract extension. They made that trade with the Montreal Canadiens back in February. So he's going to be staying. Now, the question is, can they keep Max Domi? That seems less likely. They've only got $5 million now in cap space. Max Domi wants a long-term deal, and I think the Stars might end up being priced out of the Domi sweepstakes. We'll find out, but he might have to lower his asking price if he wants to stay a member of the Dallas Stars. But you get Dodonov back, which is one step in the right direction.
Yeah, it was great. I would have loved to have seen it on Father's Day. I just thought it would have been fitting to bring Dad back on Father's Day like that. But Max Domi, I think they're making the right decision. You got to be spending your money on more complete two-way players. This team needs to defend better, and Max Domi was just not very good at that. He's part of the problem.
Stars also had Jason Robertson be named to the NHL first All-Star team, as he, of course, had a career year. 63 assists, 46 goals. He broke Mike Modano's Dallas Stars record for the most points in a season. So he joins All-Star team members Connor McDavid, Bruins right winger David Pastrnak, Erik Karlsson, Adam Fox, some of the best in the league. And then Wyatt Johnston finished fourth in the Calder Trophy voting for best rookie, but he did make the all-rookie team at 20 years old. So there's some of your Stars news as we get ready for NHL free agency. We'll have Around the Rim coming up. And one final thing before we get into the list, Brian, I don't know if you saw this, but how about Ryan Reynolds and Michael B. Jordan? They're both going to be investing in Formula One's Alpine team.
Sure are. And
what?
Alpine. Renault is really what their group is.
They changed the name.
Yeah, and they've had a little bit of some bad luck, with their operation. Made a change at the team principal and all, and so it's been a little bit of a struggle. They were a team that was kind of battling with like McLaren. Well, you're always going to have your teams like, of course, Mercedes, Red Bull, Ferrari are always going to be up there at the top, and then you have your mid-pack teams, and it's Alpine and McLaren and all, and they've really struggled to kind of put things together. But with a little bit of some cash injection, I think $240 million. Yes, is what this part was. So that little bit of injection can maybe help them.
About to run that Creed money through real quick.
Yeah, they're in a situation too where, like I say, they don't get to make changes to their car. Like you have to run like you're designed for 2, 3, 4 weeks. Those turn into races.
They've got all those regulations.
They got all those
rules.
regulations and the caps and stuff. So and to make improvements on your car, it's really difficult when you're going bad or you really miss the design of your car. It could set you back the whole year.
Could be fun.
Alpine's got to figure it out.
Yeah. Certainly getting that money is going to help them, but the sport of Formula One certainly growing in the United States. And
got the Vegas race coming up.
Hard.
Yep.
There's some growers.
It's going to be a blast. It's going to be a blast. All right, let's get to the top 10 color combos in college sports. Now, initially I was kind of looking like maybe I should do just in terms of the teams facing each other, what are the most eye-appeasing to the eye? Because I love Florida and LSU. I think that color clash is amazing. USC, UCLA came to mind.
They both wear their home jerseys for that.
It's incredible, right?
I actually like USC and Notre Dame.
Yeah, I think that's a nice one as well.
Especially when Notre Dame busts out those green jerseys.
Green jerseys.
Yeah, the all green look really good. And
I'll
then
go with Lakers Celtics probably.
Lakers Celtics is a great
Classic.
one. Absolutely. That's up there. I thought Texas and OU would get mentioned some, especially when you have both teams wearing the burnt orange and then the all crimson just from the fan standpoint, and it splits at the 50-yard line.
Michigan, Ohio State.
Yeah,
I'd say that's a really good one too.
But do you guys have just like a college team's look in terms of their colors that you just think, man, theirs is the best? They're the class of college athletics with their color combo. I know you're going to be biased, Brian, and go with LSU.
So it's not necessarily the uniforms themselves, but more so just the colors.
The colors.
Okay. I don't know, because like Oregon is so known for all their uniform combinations.
In Oregon,
but
yeah, I mean, you
how
could
much
go
do you
with
love their
Oregon
colors?
because
Yeah.
the colors do have an effect on them.
They are pretty
right?
cool, yeah.
I think you're going to have some of the classics on here, like number 10,
Tar Heel.
Well, the honorable mentions: Florida State, garnet and gold.
It's sharp.
It's a clean look.
Yeah.
TCU gets an honorable mention with the purple and the white.
See, I think the thing that I like about the TCU stuff is when they mix in a little bit of that red accent on the black and the purple.
On the black and the purple. Yeah, it goes fire.
The eyes
yeah.
with the toads.
Yeah, that's
Rose
fire.
Bowl helmet.
Yeah.
Was amazing when they beat Wisconsin with Andy Dalton.
Yes, okay. I need to look back at that, actually.
Dude.
Yeah.
Their unis were sick. Penn State, blue and white, just
Yeah, I
traditional
like the
classic.
Penn State. The big old heads. Make your heads look big with that white helmet.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
And then Miami, the orange, green, and white.
Ooh.
Like you can rock some. I mean, I think their basketball jerseys look really good with those colors.
They're very creative.
No question.
Especially the women's team.
Yeah, with the Cavender
Classy
twins.
looking gals.
Number 10, Alabama with the crimson and white.
Very plain.
It is plain.
Very plain.
It is plain.
They do not deviate from either wearing the all white on the road or the crimson and the white at home. They don't deviate from that at all.
682 is going to Wake Forest with the black and gold. North Carolina's getting some love.
North Carolina's got some really cool looks too. That sky blue is a pretty color to throw with
It
some
is.
combinations. Because you can throw it with navy blue, and they do the stuff where they do the argyle on the side of their pants, which is kind of cool too.
How about SMU from the 682? And Lucius, you rock a lot of the SMU stuff.
I love
The blue and the
SMU
red.
stuff. Yeah, I like how they rocking that pony.
And
the Triple D merch. I love that.
Yeah, the Dallas outfits are really cool.
I love that.
Boise
good look.
State.
Yes. LS. I mean, did anybody say UCLA?
UCLA with USC.
I haven't said UCLA yet.
I love UCLA with that gold and that blue.
Yeah,
that's
I think
fire.
UCLA is clean. Yeah, the 469.
Anything from Oregon with their color rushes? Anything from Oregon is
dude.
fire.
They invented the game pretty much.
I'm looking at right now a UCLA all black uni
Let's
with
go.
gold and blue.
Oh wow!
I don't remember them playing with this, but dear God, it looks sweet.
That's amazing.
What's the difference of baby blue, powder blue, sky blue, and Carolina blue?
It's a great question, man.
I couldn't tell you the difference.
They tell you the sky. Man, I tell you what, the sky blue. I don't have a good answer to this. I kind of felt I had a handle on this.
Thought you were our football guy expert.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
We won't get fooled again.
Yeah, we played there when I was at LSU at Kinnan Stadium there in North Carolina. Beautiful stadium in the pine trees. It's got these huge pine trees around the stadium. But everybody wears that color, the baby blue, powder blue, sky blue, whatever you want to call it. But man, it is on the field like when they wear it with their white pants. It is a great look. They came out and I'm like, God, I wish I was wearing that today.
Ooh, East Carolina is clean. They've got like the purple and black look, kind of like TCU's colors, but those look really good. Texas Tech getting some love with the red and black. Clemson
is one that when they go purple jerseys, orange pants.
Yeah.
Or they go orange jerseys, white pants is a good thing.
Or they've got the all purple as well, which is solid.
In Washington, right?
The Huskies.
Like gold,
the Huskies,
and
yeah.
white.
Yeah, the gold pants, purple shirt.
It is
Yeah.
purple. It is purple.
They look pretty fly too.
Yeah.
Were you on the campus in North Carolina the same time Jordan was, you think? 81 to 84?
We played there in 1984, yes. So I was there, yes.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Number 9 is North
Solid
Carolina. Number 8, we got Notre Dame's blue and gold. And it is just a clean look. That color scheme is nice. Oh, here's one we haven't mentioned. Number 7, Oregon State, the orange and the black.
Ooh, Steven Jackson wore that well, huh?
That's pretty much Oklahoma State.
It is very similar to Oklahoma State. Yeah, I mean, they do similarly have the same unis. And I'd probably go with Oklahoma State's all black over Oregon State's. Number 6 is Michigan State with the green and the white.
That's overrated.
That's kind of boring.
I think so.
That's a bad look.
Usually green's horrible except when it's the Stars and UNT.
Yeah. Oh, thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
Number 5 is USC with the cardinal and the gold.
Yeah.
Those
They've
are
got
badass.
great jerseys.
I love when they wear the white jerseys. That's when I like USC.
You like the white ones?
I like the white ones, yeah.
See, I like
with
the
the
cardinal,
with
the cardinal red,
the numbers.
and then the yellow pants. But A lot of people are loving Texas's all whites with the burnt orange numbers.
It does look good. I do think Texas look good, and somebody texting in Tennessee, the Vols. I like theirs.
Yeah.
And when they go
Tennessee,
all black,
when they went all black this past year, oh my gosh.
Tennessee they played a day game in Baton Rouge and they were all gray.
Oh, that's right.
It was all gray.
They did
Yeah,
do that.
that's what we're thinking of.
Yeah, they went gray with
No, but they
the
did an all
orange
black
numbers.
one too. They did a blackout
both?
one. Yeah, the blackout one looks cooler because it makes that orange pop. The light gray in a daytime game didn't do it for me. In a nighttime setting, I bet it would pop even more.
I'll tell you what.
Tell them, girlfriend.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what it drives me nuts is when I watch them play is Maryland. Maryland wears uniforms where their helmet is the flag of the state.
Oh yeah,
it's just too much. It's way too much.
They need to go back about 20 years when they had decent uniforms. Terrapins.
214 giving love for Baylor with the black and the green.
Oh, that's great.
And Baylor
too.
does have a good
Yeah.
look. Number 4 is LSU with the royal purple and the old gold. Number 3, we got Ohio State, scarlet and gray.
By the way, the purple. I don't know how often LSU's wearing their purple jerseys, but that
for football.
For football,
do you like the white helmets?
Very rare, but it looks so freaking cool.
We petitioned that a long time ago to be able to wear the whites at home. They tried to change that rule where they were making all the teams wear white jerseys on the road. LSU petitioned it and won. There was a time where we thought we were going to have to start wearing purple again. And they said, "Well, no, we'll let you wear your white."
All the warm weather places want to wear the white.
Right. It's going to be easier to play and not as hot. Number 2 is Texas with the burnt orange and white.
It's classic.
It is classic. Number 1, though, best color combo in
They're
all
gonna
college
say-
sports.
They're going to say Michigan.
Oregon.
They're going with Michigan.
Yeah.
The maize and the blue.
Maize and blue.
The Michigan
Pretty killer.
Wolverines.
Yeah.
It is pretty sexy.
And Tibiaka Batuga. That was the one, bro.
Good luck.
Biak Patuga, baby.
Sorry,
choked
Ohio
Ohio.
State fans. But yes, the LSU white helmet. Are you a fan?
Not really.
Okay.
Give me the gold helmet with the white jerseys and gold pants. That's me.
All right, let's skate on out of here. We do have a segment coming up at 5 o'clock looking at the Cowboys, the all-time Cowboys quarterback seasons. That's going to be fun. We'll get into the Expressway and LA Live coming up in just over an hour from now. But Chief has an afternoon rim session. What kind of hoops going on right now, buddy?
Lots of good stuff to get to. And did the Mavs make the right call on this trade opportunity? That's next right here on The Fan.
Okay, I'll tell you what. A lot of people have made the call on the opportunity at Diamonds Direct. They're coming in from hours, driving in from...
Is coming, and we'll be there for you. Our coverage kicks off Tuesday, July 25th, up until the regular season. To the goal line, Parsons recovered a fumble and brought it all the way back. On your home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
This segmentation of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
That's a fact. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Now, coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, we're going to have some pretty good Cowboys content here for you, talking quarterbacks, talking about the big stories of the day and the supporting cast rankings and all that. But as so much is going on in the world of basketball, and free agency starts in 3 days, it's time for a rim session, I believe, Chief. What do you say?
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out, put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when we get details on a trade opportunity the Mavericks had that fell through. But maybe there's still a chance. Hope is still there. You cannot rule it out, says Mark Stein. But here's the trade. Did the Mavs do this correctly? They were going to be receiving DeAndre Ayton from the Phoenix Suns. The Mavericks desperately wanted to send Tim Hardaway Jr., Rashawn Holmes, who they just acquired from Sacramento on draft night, and they, of course, wanted to get rid of JaVale McGee and his contract. Or is it Magoo? I can never remember. But apparently the Suns balked at McGee's inclusion. So the Suns refused to do the deal because they didn't want to take on McGee and his contract. And the Mavs were like, well, we don't want Ayton if we can't get rid of JaVale McGee. So I believe the Suns would have been down to do this trade had it just been the Mavs agreeing to say, okay, we'll just give you a THJ and Rashawn Holmes and we'll take back DeAndre Ayton. But in that scenario, the Mavs would have had to retain JaVale McGee. So Mark Stein's like, hey, this isn't necessarily over, but that was a trade that could have happened that fell through, and maybe one team changes its mind to get this deal done. But did the Mavericks do it correctly?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe they know something about the market that I don't, and they know something better can likely materialize. But if I'm thinking, keeping JaVale McGee is all I need to do to get myself DeAndre Ayton, get off THJ's deal, flip Rashawn Holmes, who's a very much of an unknown quantity at this point, that's a no-brainer. But I think it's probably luxury tax related, isn't it?
It probably is.
Mark needs somebody to take this salary so he can stay under this apron and save himself X number of millions of dollars in cash.
And there's probably no other way to, you're probably grasping at straws. Like, how else could we get rid of JaVale McGee, right? There's no other packages most likely than this, and in pairing him with a THJ and whatever else it might be. Look, I think that would have been a win of a trade for the Mavericks, right? I think we've all kind of been looking to get rid of THJ. Some nights he's going to be awesome. He's shooting the lights out, but it's just few and far between.
Yeah.
And I don't think his role can easily be replaced, I think, when you look at guys like Josh Green and Jaden Hardy. But Ayton's much better than Holmes.
Yeah.
I think some of the DeAndre Ayton stuff is... it's warranted, don't get me wrong, but I think we're forgetting it's still how damn good of a player he is. He's still a walking double-double. It's what he averages for his career. He'd be a massive upgrade. I would have loved to have done this, but as Mark Stein said, maybe there's a way to circle back and get it done as well.
Yeah, I think that the Mavericks are probably in a place where, there are some warts when you consider DeAndre Ayton, and you are paying him quite a bit of money, and this is a big investment. And again, with the way this new CBA is going to work, if you have a bunch of almost max salary kind of dudes on your roster and you don't like your roster, it's going to be tough to tweak that. Like, you're kind of going to be stuck with what you got.
Like Damian Lillard, when the news came out yesterday, he said, I don't want to go to a team with 3 stars on it. Mm-hmm. Some of the media interpreted that as, well, he doesn't want to be on a 3-headed monster that looks like it teamed up to win a championship. No. What he was saying is the 3-star model is impossible to build a balanced roster. I don't want to go be part of a team with 2 other stars and 5 complete jobbers on our rotation. We need that other $35 or $40 million to build out the rotation. Hopefully that's why the Mavs were thinking, we can only do this if you're taking McGee, because once we do this deal for Ayton and McGee 6 is still sitting on our deal, we have no other way of improving our roster.
Right, makes the money work.
Yeah. So I do think the idea that, hey, we're going to use that final superstar slot to give to 8 different guys or 5 different guys is a huge piece of the modern way of looking at building a championship.
And I'm all for that. I've been kind of thinking, hey, is the whole make sure you get another stud tandem next to Luka, is that the right way to go? I don't know. But I would rather have the depth than, let's say, one DeAndre Ayton.
Yes. I think what the Mavs were doing last year at the deadline was, hey, we got to get a second star, and then we'll work on building out the rest of the roster. Right now, we can't do both things at the same time, but we need that second star. But I don't think teams want to go to the third star. I think they'd rather have 1 than 3 right now with this new CBA and the dynamics that it's making happen.
And I do think there is probably a league-wide understanding and knowledge that nobody's really jumping at giving up a ton for DeAndre Ayton. That's evident. Mm-hmm. And the Suns have probably exhausted many options to try and move on from him. And so the Mavericks don't have to feel like, oh, we're so lucky to have an opportunity, DeAndre Ayton. Sure, we'll lose on the trade in some areas to get him because we're so desperate. I don't think you have to play it that way, because the Suns are going to be very, very strapped. And I think in a perfect world, they would want to move on from
they got
DeAndre
4.
Ayton. So that, right,
Yeah,
they got
need to.
4.
And Bradley Beal's contract is massive.
Right now, all they can do is fill out their roster with just veteran minimum contracts. And so is that something they want to do? And I do think there is also a feeling across the league that, other teams are understanding that everybody that is in that ring chasing, willing to take a small contract mode in their career will all just flood Phoenix.
Yeah.
And so there's, that's one thing, but is that going to be enough for Phoenix? And I think they would love to get rid of DeAndre Ayton. And it wouldn't surprise me if this gets revisited. Mark Stein mentioned that.
There's only so many of those guys like Miami had 10 years ago, like the Mike Millers and Ray Allens and James Jones. And it's difficult to snap your fingers and just have those guys be available for league minimum and have them be quality. It took Miami a couple of years to get them all together.
Sure. Yeah, the first incarnation of that Miami Heat roster was pretty much just 3 dudes.
Yeah.
And if one of them didn't work out, which was the case for LeBron in that finals, still good enough to get to the finals, still pretty dang impressive, but to win the championship, which is all Phoenix is trying to do at this point, championship or bust, you probably need a couple of these guys, and now it's just so much harder on you because even the Heat at that time were probably able to use some level of mid-level exceptions and things because there weren't so many constraints. Now it's just like, hey, all you have, Phoenix, with the way your roster is now with Ayton on it, is going to be veteran minimum dudes.
I mean, there used to be a way of like, hey, let's max out our roster, and then we'll use a combination of like trades and mid-level exceptions, and before you know it, we'll like double the salary cap, and we'll have this insane roster that's stacked. Now the luxury tax is just so dang punitive that teams don't want to do that anymore.
I think it's good for the NBA, man. The parity is something they've desperately needed.
We talk
more stars in more different towns.
Yeah, absolutely. And the biggest star conversation right now is centered around Damian Lillard. We mentioned yesterday that he was going to be meeting with him and his agent. We're going to be meeting with the front office to gauge what the plan is for the team and moving forward. And he obviously wants to win now. And we thought maybe this is going to be Dame saying, okay, finally once and for all demanding a trade out, but that's not really the case at this point. Apparently he wants to see it through at least a week or two of free agency, see what Portland does, which is going to ultimately really be nothing unless they decide they want to trade their Scoot Henderson for a Paul George or a Zion or something like that, because that's what Damian Lillard wants. And so we'll see. I think this is not the end of it. It's starting to get more and more annoying by the day with the Lillard stuff because you just want like a definitive decision. But it seems like you're going to get another week or two of Lillard seeing what Portland's able to do, which is probably going to be nothing, and I think he knows that, but he doesn't want to look like I think he wants to look like, hey, I gave Portland every opportunity to do something before I bailed on this city. I think he really, really, really cares about his legacy and his reputation amongst those fans and in that city, and so he can always look and say, man, I gave every opportunity possible, and then finally I had to draw a line in the sand.
But for the first time, it feels like there's a real deadline out there.
Yeah.
Like, okay, let's see what you guys do. I don't want to handcuff you or force your hand because that could put you in an awkward position to try to trade from. So just go out and do what's best for y'all, and if it doesn't involve me anymore, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I think he's been a class act the entire way through.
No question. And the reports out of Miami is that they're ready to wait patiently. They did a half-ass trade offer for Bradley Beal because Damian Lillard is who they really want. They're willing to wait. And there's hope around the organization in Miami that Lillard will eventually ask for that trade. And it doesn't really change anything for Miami because they can't do much in free agency right now anyways. All they could do is make a trade. So it's not like they're waiting on Lillard and missing out on other opportunities. Their roster is maxed out. And so they're just going to sit around and wait for the opportunity. And then one more little nugget here. This is just a little tease because Brian Windhorst went on ESPN Cleveland's radio show earlier today and said on the Cleveland Cavaliers free agent rumors, quote, I have some speculation. There's a couple of outlandish stuff that I'm not going to say right now because I'd get in trouble. I wish I could tell you more, and I know I shouldn't tease you, but he's teasing the Cavaliers fan base basically with like some big groundbreaking, crazy trade stuff potentially or free agent stuff, but he's not willing. And everybody's just thinking LeBron.
Bringing back LeBron?
Yeah, that's what everybody's thinking.
LeBron's going back to Cleveland.
I don't know.
If you're the Lakers, would you give LeBron for Donovan Mitchell?
I mean, ultimately, if LeBron wants out, then you probably grant him that, and you try and get anything because you only got him for one more year, anyways. If you're the Lakers, and then LeBron's going to do what he wants to do. So,
I mean, the only place you would leave home for, which is now LA, is another home,
right?
That's the one thing that could make sense. Great stuff. Always look forward to an afternoon rim session. It's been delivered once again in scintillating detail. Your man Eric Chiafalo is back. All-time best and worst quarterback seasons from the Cowboys of all time. Who can make a legit claim to the man that put up the best seasons in Cowboys history? Then we'll hit the expressway and more. It's all coming up in Hour 4 of the Nation.
Be a part of the show. by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day. We have a good bit of Cowboys content coming to you here over the next 30, 45 minutes up until LA Live. The C-Note, Cowboys News of the Evening, top storylines going about America's team. That's going to kick off the Expressway here in 20 minutes. But right now, all-time best and worst Cowboys quarterback seasons. Here he is, the man with the details, Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Who is the best quarterback in Cowboys history in your mind? And who is the worst quarterback you've ever seen in a Cowboys uniform? I have what I believe to be the best metric to do the math on these things and come up with the answers. And it's obviously tough when you're going from different eras and things like that. But when you start getting into some of these advanced numbers like a DVOA that measures a player's efficiency and compares the success on every single play to a league average based on situation and opponent, this is accounting for so many things. And it's probably the single best way to decide how good or bad or whatever a player was. And so when you look at Cowboys history and think about the quarterbacks, now the DVOA thing only goes back to like 1990. So as old as I can get on you is Aikman. I don't have this for Staubach, but there are advanced metrics for Staubach that would lead to believe he was a top 5 quarterback of all time. So Roger the Dodger, as Wolchuk is wearing a Roger Staubach shirt today.
It's a great shirt.
It's a great shirt. Gosh, it's a great shirt.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Brian Broaddus for the gift last training camp.
That was a Broaddus hand-me-down?
It sure was.
Can you imagine what Broaddus' closet looks like when he has Roger the Dodger hand-me-downs?
His closet is morphing into my closet.
That is incredible, dude.
Well, I think the worst is Ben DiNucci.
Okay. For that game?
Yeah, that was horrible.
Worst game.
That's the worst thing I'd ever seen.
Worst season's got to be like Chad Hutchinson or Drew Henson.
Yeah, we had, Gavin, before you got here, we had a run where we had some god-awful quarterbacks. We had some god-awful personnel guys, too, picking those players.
Yeah.
But to
you
me,
can say that.
Well, I was talking about myself.
Oh, I know.
So but if I'm going to be
is somebody close to as bad as Nooch?
No. So here's the thing.
Well, they're Anthony Wrights, and I
don't know if anybody was as bad as Nooch. I'm saying that because I really don't know, but I'm with Dawson. For what my eyeballs have seen for 4 quarters of play, I don't think it's gotten worse than the Nooch. But this is over the course of a season with a minimum of 200 passes.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Chad Hutchinson.
Chad Hutchinson was really
as
bad.
the single worst quarterback season ever.
Yeah,
for
I
like that.
It was early 2000s.
Drew
I don't
Henson,
know.
we put all that into Drew Henson, and he lasted a half.
That damn Thanksgiving game.
Yeah, against the Bears.
Henson gave you 2 quarters?
Yes. They were down 21-7 at half.
Yeah, and
then Vinny Testaverde.
Parcells pulled him at half. Like, we're up, and he pulls him.
Vinny Testaverde.
Julius Jones. I think Julius Jones scampered on back for a victory.
I believe it, dude. I believe it.
So Babe Laufenberg never attempted more than 200 passes in a single season,
throw
right?
Babe under the bus
I don't
here?
believe so.
Well, it was bad for my guy.
Well,
it pains me to say it.
It
you know,
hurts.
Ryan Leaf didn't put up too many passes, did he?
Nope, he was bad.
No, yeah, Riley was bad. Yeah, that's a good one. Clint Sterner.
Clint,
Clint
had some nooch in him. Clint had some nooch in him.
Yeah.
Where he was like, there were times where he'd flash something, you'd go, oh, okay. And then other times you're like, why are we playing with this guy today? You know, I'm sure Clint's doing good radio down in Houston,
he is.
right?
He's crushing in Houston.
Yeah, it's quality.
Oh, Matt
Quality
Castle, 2015. That's not a bad call.
Yep. But they were going back and forth.
Well, Romo got hurt, right?
Yeah,
the collarbone.
Yeah, Castle had to start several games, and then didn't they get Kyle Orton or something, or was it a different year?
They had somebody that was terrible.
Brandon Wheaton.
They thought, Matt Castle was going to be better. He wasn't better.
Yeah, Brandon Wheaton.
Jason Garrett kept giving him the worst game plans ever.
Yeah.
And it was predictable results.
I'm thinking though, based on this metric, it might be Troy Aikman.
For the best.
Okay, so that's how this all started. Was Cowboys Stats and Graphics, which is a great follow on Twitter at Cowboys Stats. I just saw over the weekend where he was getting into conversations about Aikman in general, and like Aikman versus Romo, and he started dropping some good knowledge bombs, and he had the EPA and all that kind of stuff, and the adjusted net yards per attempt ranking, which is another one that encompasses a lot of things that can really show how dominant a quarterback was, and that's the particular metric where Roger Staubach crushes all time, where Pat Mahomes is number 1, there's a Montana in there, and then it's like, boom, Staubach's like 4th or 5th all time in that. And that's a pretty really good all-encompassing metric
amazing.
as well to decide how good or bad a quarterback was. But for Aikman, this was over the weekend. He pointed out the adjusted net yards per attempt rate for Aikman, and Aikman was third in 1992, second in 1993, fifth in 1994, and second in 1995. So it just goes to show, I was like, okay, cool, man. This is like a cool deal on Aikman.
Think of the era of
Good run.
quarterbacking. You're talking about Dan Marino, John Elway, Steve Young, Joe Montana. Like these are
Some legends in there.
A goal, and then Brett. I'm not going to say his. I mean, there were some amazing quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's right.
Nobody said it.
No, yeah, it worked out. There were words in between the Brett
thank
and
you.
then the Favre. So we're good. But then today, Aaron Schatz, spelled like Schatz, but pronounced like Shots.
I always thought it was Schatz.
I know, I did too, until I heard him say it for himself. And I was like, okay, it's Shots. He is the head man for Football Outsiders, who does some work with ESPN as well. And he chimed in. He was like, hey, I got a Troy Aikman thread for you guys, a little Twitter thread. He was like,
come on.
He's like, I wanted to send this to Cowboys Stats from a couple of days ago. He finally got around to it. So he goes, Cowboys Stats was writing about Aikman versus Romo versus Dak. And he was pointing out the expected points added from 1994 and 1995 when talking about Troy Aikman. But of course, he says, I have the DVOA going back before that, so their advanced stats for 91 through 93 as well. So he says the top DVOA seasons for the Cowboys in the history of the Cowboys being an NFL team. The number one season by a quarterback was Troy Aikman in 1993.
I believe it.
The second best season for a quarterback in Dallas Cowboys history was Troy Aikman in 1995.
Damn right it was.
Super Bowls. And he had to drag that team there, didn't he?
Freaking legend.
Coaching. I mean,
and fight off Skip Bayless.
He had to be the coach.
The third best season in Dallas Cowboys history. Now remember, this metric does not get back to Roger the Dodger, so please spare me on that
92,
one.
Troy Aikman.
I think Roger would be better than all of these guys based on some of the things that I've seen. And I haven't really seen him play, just for the record. 2016, Dak Prescott's the third best quarterback season in the history of the Dallas Cowboys.
Hell of a year.
Yeah, it's amazing what happens when you get in great protection.
Great protection, best running game in the league. Good things happen. The fourth best quarterback season in Dallas Cowboys history was Troy Aikman in 1992.
Shoot, yeah, boy.
Let's go.
So 3 of the top 4 are Aikman years. And because I think Aikman does the raw counting numbers don't really reflect how great Troy was. When you look back, it doesn't stack up. We're talking about Derek Carr having records for the Raiders.
Passing yards, the touchdowns,
Yeah,
the big picture stuff. No, Troy wasn't a guy that's going to go win you a fantasy football game. But what he is doing is being an excellent quarterback, arguably one of the best on the football field and winning you Super Bowls. Which one would you rather have?
The 5th best season by a quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys since 1990 or whatever it is Tony Romo in 2009.
That was a good year. Yeah. Defense was outstanding that year. But it was more bus driver Romo than lighting up the scoreboard Romo. And I think that's a very interesting thing about all 5 of these seasons, whether they were Aikman years or Dak in 2016, they weren't even 4,000 yards. These are very conservative game plans, probably averaging around 230 yards per game passing.
Yeah, 2009, I think, was the breakout of Miles Austin.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Was that the Kansas City Chiefs game?
Yeah. That was 09 there. 2014 was definitely the bus driver Romo one. I thought that would be the one that was.
Well, that's when they rode DeMarco Murray the majority of the year, and then he broke his wrist or he broke his hand. And remember, then they had to come in December, and Romo just lit it up.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was Romo's best year.
Yeah.
Was 2014.
Yeah.
So he goes all encompassing with this. Overall, Troy Aikman had 2 seasons with the league's top passing DVOA. 1993, 1995, Troy Aikman was the best quarterback in the sport.
Oh, damn.
He had 5 seasons, did Troy Aikman, in the top 4 for passing DVOA. So for 5 of his seasons, he was a top 5 quarterback for sure. And then a couple of those seasons, he was the single best. And then he had 2 more of his seasons that were ranked number 7. So he was consistently really, really good, but he notes Aikman's peak was absolutely excellent. Of course, we don't have the play-by-play for the 70s, so Staubach, he notes, was probably the best Cowboys quarterback. But then he says, one more note, Aikman is very rare in that he overcame 2 horrible years to develop into a Hall of Famer. His last half year was also really bad. So
Yeah.
now we get to the worst passing DVOA by a Cowboys quarterback with minimum 200 passes. And congratulations to the Woolly Bully Zach Walchuk for getting number 1, which is 2002's Chad Hutchinson.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah,
And he's the quarterback that had the honor of handing
Yes, he did.
Emmett Smith the record-setting football. That is
Robert
so
Thomas with the
sad.
lead block.
Robert
Yeah.
Thomas blocking for him. Yeah.
It was, I'll tell you what, that was as bad. That was as bad of 3 years as I've ever experienced in football.
That 2000 to 2003
the Dave
kind of
Campo
deal.
administration, yeah, we were awful. I mean, here today, teams move on from quarterbacks. They change out quarterbacks. You draft quarterbacks. You know, we just never could. We never got a break. And the quarterbacks we evaluated, they were like these baseball players, you know, where there's Chad Hutchinson. We're listening to people tell us about, you know, Dana Bible telling us how great Chad Hutchinson is, you know, and then Drew Henson, you know, general manager from the Yankees, Stick Michael telling us how great, you know, all these people are just telling us about these players and we're all just believing it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, oh yeah, sure. Let's get this guy. Let's get that guy. Never had the opportunity. Yeah, we had a chance to draft Brady. You know, we had a chance to draft Brady. Didn't do it. So did everybody else. You know, probably could have changed the fortune of a lot of people if that was the case. You know, but
For sure, man.
I'll say this about Staubach. That season of 1977 when they beat the Denver Broncos in the Super Bowl, he's 3-0 in the playoffs. He was right at it, like I believe he was right at like a 60% passer for the year. So it wasn't the numbers. I mean, the team they were 12-2, but he played as well as you could play. I mean, there was a lot of great players, Hall of Fame players on that team. But you watched him that season. I mean, he could do no wrong. The way that
Teflon.
I mean, it was just scrambling, the pocket presence, the hitting open receivers. You just every weekend it was like you were not going to lose.
Something special.
Yeah, you weren't going to lose.
Yeah, he was special, man.
That's if I know that Aikman, again, competing against Aikman, he deserves everything that he gets, and he's the best quarterback in my opinion. But man, that one year Roger in 77 was as magical a season as a Cowboy fan as I've ever experienced.
I think if I could,
I'm jealous of your eyeballs, bro.
Go get one player and throw him into today's era. Rodgers' mobility with you put him with like Kyle Shanahan or something, it would be incredible. Now, maybe the concussion, some injuries and stuff, they would stop him running.
That was bad.
Yeah, they wouldn't let him run quite as much.
Landry didn't want to let him run. That was a big, big thing. And when Roger Staubach first started, him and Craig Morton were kind of competing against each other. And the one thing that was different was Craig Morton would stand there and throw the ball. And Landry liked that. But then when you watch Staubach play, you're like, well, wait a minute. This is a different aspect to this game. Like when the pocket was breaking down, he could get out of the way. You know, he could make something happen. And but Landry wanted nothing to do with him running the football.
Man, I don't blame him, man. He had a big picture mindset, so I totally understand that. So Chad Hutchinson's the worst quarterback in Cowboys history, the 2002 season. And then you have Troy Aikman and Steve Walsh combining in 1989 for the second worst
years.
Cowboy. And then Troy Aikman in 1990 is the third worst quarterback season in Cowboys history, which is funny. And I don't know if we've gotten text on this at all.
Quincy Carter, we've gotten a lot on Quincy.
Quincy went to
more recent.
Quincy had a pretty good year in 2003.
Quincy took him to a playoffs. Quincy took us to
recent,
playoffs.
Andy Dalton?
Andy Dalton 2020 is the fourth worst quarterback season by a Cowboy. And then Troy Aikman putting a nice bow on his career in 2000 is the fifth worst quarterback season.
So he got hit.
Aikman is almost simultaneously your best and worst quarterback.
He got hit by LeVar Arrington, and that was the end.
What would have happened if Cooper Rush had attempted 200 attempts last year?
He probably would have kicked Troy out for one of these.
He was on fire, dude.
You mean for like the best seasons, right?
Winning formula. DVOA, defense adjusted value over average. It's a fancy analytic, measures a bunch of stuff.
People asking what that is?
How good was the defense? Yeah.
It takes every single play during a particular NFL season and compares each one to a league average baseline based on situation. So it measures not just yardage, but yardage towards a first down. 5 yards on 3rd and 4 are worth more than 5 yards on 1st and 10, and much more than 5 yards on 3rd and 12.
Yeah.
Red zone plays are worth more than other plays. Performance is also adjusted for the quality of the opponent. So, I mean, it is an all-encompassing metric.
A lot of details. That's why you can't look at the box scores and like reverse engineer that stuff. You know, to find out what happened in the 70s, you need the air yards and the yak and everything where the players were, you know. To
talk about bad quarterbacks, by the way, too. Forgot to mention Brad Johnson in there.
That was a tough year.
Brad.
Yeah, that was regrettable.
Played Randall Cunningham at the end of his career, too.
Played 3 games. In that 2001 season, I just looked this up, we played with Quincy Carter for 8 games, Anthony Wright for 3 games, Ryan Leaf for 3 games, and Clint Sterner for 2 games. All in 1 year.
That was my birthing into Cowboys fandom.
Let's keep the Cowboys train rolling, the Cowboys party rolling. I am hanging on to 60 seconds on soccer. We have a couple of MLS stories, a U.S. soccer story, and FC Dallas tie-ins with all that and more. But veteran free agent contracts the Cowboys must consider before training camp gets underway. That's next in the G-Bag Nation. You know, life's unpredictable.